It's really boring, but I want to double back. It's obviously like the only one I know, but the literal meaning of Randy Johnson, I kind of fuck with that.
Yeah, that was
Oh
what.
yeah, yeah,
That's
for
why I was
sure. That
going
could
with
make it
that.
back then. I'd say Johnson is one of those like timeless names because that could be like a fucking general from like the 1800s, and it could also be like your next door neighbor in 2022.
Yep.
Um.
Oh.
Uh. How about Dickie Wheelcock?
Dickie Wilcock.
Okay.
Mine would end up being something probably lame like chipped beef Sanderson or something like that. Just like fucking.
Yo. I don't know if I'd go with lame on that one, bro.
Dude, the new KFC chip beef Sanderson.
Oh. Like a more gutter version of the Colonel or what?
Yeah.
Chipped beef Sanderson.
That's like the Colonel if instead of making a chicken enterprise, he made a spam enterprise.
You got like a. What you got like a homeless guy playing for the team. Sometime later, you call him like Cola Can Johnson or something because he has to sell cans.
These names are so sick, dude. What the Ed Abadicchio, Rip Cannell,
Rip Cannell.
Cozy Dolan, bro.
Cozy
These dudes came out. Dude, these dudes came out the gate strapped, bro.
Right?
How the fuck am I supposed to play against a dude named Cozy Dolan? He probably fucking wears his glove to sleep.
When I hear this kind of stuff, I just want to know how I ended up as Matt.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Names
There
are
was
so
a lot- there was a
gentrified now.
lot
No
of-
one wants to take risks, bro.
Yeah, like this.
There was a missed opportunity. I'm realizing now.
Yeah. I'm gonna name my kid the N-word.
Like
You just like
the
you
actual
give him like a.
N-word or the sentence the N-word.
That'll be his
Either
middle
way.
name.
I respect the call.
Just make some like make up a name like what's a weird nickname you could call somebody like Tanned Leather. How about like I don't know like what's his name like Joe
Leather.
Tanned Leather. Joe up to the plate is Joe Tanned Leather Jackson.
Have you ever had this just happened to me at work? Have you guys ever had just the nickname thing? Someone come up to you and then like kind of casually tell you their nickname?
Dude.
No.
No.
There's
that's never
levels to
happened.
that. There's levels to that shit that I just can't. This dude's
Why
name,
would
I'm not gonna hit
somebody
him with
do
the full
that?
the full blamer. But my man, first off, his name is Dwayne. Right? He casually hit me one day. Like out of nowhere. And this is like for me that I don't know why I clung so hard to this, but I thought this is the weirdest thing to add to conversation. He was telling me about some other person who used to work there, and in the middle of his sentence, he stopped and said, he used to call me Dewey, and then continued on with his story, referring to himself from that person's point of view as Dewey. And to now, it's nails on a chalkboard. When I hear Dewey, I just can't. There's something about it, bro. And then it forms this whole thing when people tell you their nickname. I immediately am like, no, bro, you're not it.
No.
Yeah.
It
My
makes
name's
me
Tony,
do
but
It
you
makes
can call me
when
Cool
someone
Papa
does
Bell.
that, it makes me think that the part of the story they're lying about is that they had the nickname at all. Like to me, it's like they were sitting at home, like, man, I just don't really fuck with my name. I really want the camaraderie, you know. So I want to be hit with old dude.
My name's Tommy, but you can call me Cool Daddy Ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
And you know, somebody has like the conscious thought of like, okay, it can't be like too cool because then like nobody will believe it, but it can't be like lame. Like what?
Yeah.
Could it, and, like trying to like yeah, to like have that thought process in your head. It's like you're so fucking gay. Like
I mean, isn't it not a nickname once you deliver it to yourself?
Right, it's a handle.
I don't know
there's a strong
the
distinction,
definition
right?
of nickname, but I imagine it's, you know, like someone else's. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't just be like, yo, call me this. I feel like it's not a nickname, then it's just my fucking name.
right.
Did we have this discussion on the podcast before? I can't remember if we did or not. Where like, I have this whole thing where I believe like, bringing it back to rap, like when you rap, I think this is a nickname thing in general, but you don't make your name. It should be christened on you by somebody else.
Exactly, bro.
So,
I'm
like,
with that.
When I used to rap under the name K-Sin, I didn't make that name up. Another guy I was hanging out with, like another dude who's a rapper and a DJ around here, he called me that, and I took the name and ran with it. Like, it was given to me. I didn't call myself that.
Yeah, so obviously not a rapping thing, but this is like I've always, and I know this is far more normal, so this is not crazy, but I have had people hit me with Kins or Kins 13 or any version of Kinsley, but that was never something that I was like, hey, you should just call me Kins or anything like that. It's just it comes naturally, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, did I ever tell the story of how I got Bacon Force?
No.
No, but I'm in on that.
I was 12 years old playing World of Warcraft. And oh man, this is gonna be such a tight story that you guys will believe. I was 12 years old playing World of Warcraft, and I joined this guild called Kicking It Old School, and the guild was run by a husband and wife who lived in Canada, and they were very like open about their like relationship, like weirdly to the guild. Like they would say date night tonight, no raid, and then they'd like post a picture in the fucking vent lobby like of them like getting dressed up, and I'm like 12 and I'm just like okay. But anyway, my character back then was like some Halo reference. It was like Guilty Spark 343 or some shit like that. Just because like
yeah.
I had no like no sense of self when I was 12. And this other girl that was around my age, she was like I think 3 years older than me. So she was like 15, I was 12. That was also in the guild. Told me I should change my name because Halo sucked. And I almost left the guild because I got into like an argument with her. I'm like, okay, first off, you're dumb. And also, you have boobs and also L plus ratio. But like, I was 12, so that didn't exist yet. And I was just trying to tell her, I'm like, no, like, trust me, I'm not owned. Halo is awesome. You're dumb. And she's like, okay, yeah, but everyone plays it, and like, it's not original. And I was like, okay, fair enough.
Really short interjection. I don't want to hear anybody's opinion if they haven't landed a BXR. Continue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I was like I'll own you. It's like come see me on lockout. You won't make it. It's fine. But she was like, you should change your name. And I'm like, well, to what? And she just said Bacon Force. And I did it. And that stayed with me for the last fucking 15 years. Like on a whim. This girl from Canada that's like real. I added her on Facebook. And I reached out to her like 3 years ago. And she's doing good. She's like married. She plays fucking amateur league hockey. She's like built like a fucking Tonka truck. And I was like, hey, did you know? I'm like, you clearly didn't, but you want to know something crazy? And she's like, what? And I'm like, still use Bacon Force. And she was like, really? And I'm like, yeah. She goes, wow, that's awesome. I'm like, not really. It could have been a lot cooler. Like I've tried to rebrand, but I can't get away from this name because there's so many people that call me it. I would much rather do like, I have like so many other names that I like. I like Schlosser is something I've been trying to make work for a while. It's like an old German surname that no one has anymore. Karakatsu is pretty cool. It means penis skeleton in Japanese. It's like an old mythology demon that's just a giant phallic skeleton. But Bacon Force just sticks. I don't mean to like take over the conversation, but this is of the utmost importance.
Do it.
So, I have stumbled into yet another rabbit hole on Twitter that is hard to describe. So let me do my best here. I'm gonna post what I have as reference and try to do my best to explain here. So if you guys see those pictures,
my God, yes,
this is these are dog breeders on Instagram who announce their upcoming litters like their rap album collabs. So what I'm looking at here is like two pit bulls, and it's like Beef X Dior, shit like like breaking the bank, and then the second one is Pimpy meets Takeoff, and it's like
Fucking A, bro.
confirmed litter drops in 12 days. It's as if they're pushing like an LP that's coming out on the street. And
Yo.
I've seen like a dozen of these, and I can't stop looking at them because they're actually really well made. Like the fucking pictures, there's some like actual hype editing. There's also some video ones that have like, believe it or not, UK drill music backing them, and it's fucking awesome.
Have you looked at the comments, like, or like seen the other promotional stuff where it like shows you like the lineage?
No,
Dude,
because they're like deep in the fucking bully
they
breeding
trace
scene.
all these dogs back, and like there's so much inbreeding.
That's so sick. That's so
And
awesome.
like they have like it basically like these fight promotion posters, but it'll like show the lineage and like what dogs breeded with what, and it's kind of hard to decipher. So like some Twitter shit posters like went ahead and like did it in like MS Paint, and like the lines that cross like is just ridiculous. Like,
So,
dude.
hold up. They're breeding. So first off, what the fuck is this dog's name? King Gaigi? King Giagi? King, how can you
I
fucking
have
say
no
that?
idea.
And his daughter Xena,
I'm not-
and they're
hey.
breeding him?
yes,
The
that's what I'm
second-
saying.
The second
Yo.
I read Beef Dior, I'm not fucking around. That just hit. That was gonna be seared into my fucking brain for the rest.
That's
of
my new
life.
porn star name.
Beef.
Yeah.
This is nowhere
no,
near.
sorry,
as
sorry.
sick.
That's my baseball name. Is Beef Dior.
I was gonna say I
Beef
kind of
Dior.
like Pimpy meets Takeoff, like that whole thing right there.
Dude, also, you know what's kind of fucked up about this? This might say a whole lot about the breeders, but it's like the names are like, oh man, like, no, never mind. I'm gonna table that
Dude.
one for a moment.
It's like
It's
if,
like their interest. Like I'm just I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Crown Ducati, right? The first thing I'm just thinking, my man, whoever named that dog, my man had a Crown Vic on donks, and
Yeah.
then
he
met
could
someone.
never afford the Ducati.
Yeah, or he was a rough rider who, same story, couldn't quite get the Ducati.
Yeah.
And same with that Beef Dior. I saw someone trash some $12,000 Whistle and Diesel trash some $12,000 Jordan Dior ones. So when I saw that Beef Dior, I was like, my fucking god, bro.
These look like shitty club promotions, and then like that's the promoter's name, or like that's whatever liquor is like sponsoring the event. Beef
On-
Dior.
On topic here, this is not as sick, but quick little context. I'll keep it short. But I got arrested in Texas once for fucking street racing, and a dude I know fucking photoshopped this photo when I got home, and it was not by my request. I gotta figure out how to do this with my phone though. But you guys might appreciate it because it's on topic here. Except
While you're
for-
doing that, Slick, I don't know what it is, but whenever I hang out with you, I also
You gotta
can't
show
stop
me-
freestyling in my head 24/7. And I just posted this this fucking frame data of Will Smith fucking
Will Smith and Chris Rock.
yeah longing he landed
Where
a
are you
fierce
guys
punch.
dropping this? Why am I so stupid?
It's in the discussion folder or tab.
Dude, I'm new.
I don't know if you have access to it. Maybe here, let me see if I can give you access.
He does. He should.
Okay.
So yeah, that. There we go.
Oh damn, that's tight. You got MC Ride. That's tight.
He just, dude, he
Like
just
Kimbo
made
Slice.
this. Yeah, bro, the crying Jordan face. I mean,
Bricks off the vet.
That might be the
Volume one,
thumbnail
dude.
for the fucking. That might be the thumbnail for the podcast on Spotify.
I'm with that, dude. I'm with that.
I might for
No,
real.
but you got
put
me
that in
thinking.
there.
I Am Legend meets Alfred Hitchcock, smoking that shit that got Chris rocked.
That's so tight, dude. Fuck. I don't like to get into like fucking celebrity shit because I don't care. and Will
I
Smith
don't
is a
either,
fucking
but Will Smith
Scientologist.
punched
but-
Chris Rock in front of
Right.
30 billion people.
So
I
Which
got a
is like,
stance
here's
on this.
so
it's
like
so
here's my
sick. It's so
so
tight.
here's
I don't care
It
what it
is.
led to,
It is,
but I need
bro.
more fist fights.
well.
Kinda,
So that's
we
where
kinda need,
I'm like
we need RJ on this. He was egregiously offended by that.
So
course
he-
he
I'm
is.
I'm on both sides here because first off, I like Chris Rock is a genius, right?
Right.
And also fuck Will Smith and Scientology, but but like I'm not opposed to violence when people talk shit. Like there is real
So-
world consequences to your words, but also it's like okay, Will Smith is dope because he pulled out that Philly dude for a moment and he went up and smacked him, but then Will Smith is a fucking bitch because he went up and slapped him, and Chris Rock took it like on the chin and didn't really even flinch, and like
Yeah, he
But-
landed the best.
Yeah.
Dude, he landed the
Hold on,
best
though.
reaction of all time. He goes, "Oh wow."
Yeah.
that's,
Like-
that's exactly
Hold on,
how he
bro.
said it.
he
but
got
no
noodle
other
arms.
reaction.
He
Oh,
got the
you-
fucking
wow.
noodle
you
arms.
watch. Okay, I'm with that, and I'm not on one side or the other. I'm pretty much right in the middle. But here's my, I guess my idea here. One, I think he made a conscious decision with the slap. I think somewhere there's got to be less issue if you open hand someone than closed fist. But I don't know the
Right.
legalities behind it. Either way, you can't. You're not really allowed to walk up and slap somebody. But two things here. First off, I'm 100% in on people being checked if the person who checks them feels as though it was necessary. Now, do I think man should have walked up there and slapped Chris Rock? Probably not. But if my man thought he needed to be checked, I respect the call. The other thing is that flashes me back to the movie Rock and Roller. It's a Guy Ritchie film, and there's a whole bit in that about slapping, specifically slapping instead of punching, because it's the most disrespectful thing you can do, and it takes them back to their childhood, being punished as a kid, not in like a street fight scenario. But Chris Rock also is legendary for doing, so far at least, from what I've seen, Chris Rock apologized for it and is not filing charges, and that's like the most legendary thing to do in that scenario, in my opinion.
He also
like-
posted a goated tweet. I don't know if you saw what he said. He said, what
I
he
did
say? Let me
not.
find it. No, did he delete it?
What?
He deleted it. You motherfucker. Never mind, I take it back. Chris Rock is not goated with the sauce. He posted a tweet that was like, I'm okay, my gums took the blow, or some shit like that. Like, which is like, dude, like, he's just so good at his job. Like, I can't even get mad.
Right.
All right, here's the thing, okay? Growing up in my generation, there was 3 things on at night that I could watch that were not like dog shit or the news or like sports. It was Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, George Lopez, and Roseanne, okay? Now, as I've aged,
That's
I've
a
realized
wild
that
mix.
Roseanne, yeah, I realized that Roseanne was so far ahead of its time, like comedically speaking. And I've also realized that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was like maybe the best syndicated sitcom of all time. And even when I was younger and now, I realized that George Lopez was the worst show I've ever seen.
Bro.
So when I was younger, all I watched was Fresh Prince, like reruns constantly. That combined with like, I Am Legend, Manchurian, or not Manchurian Candidate, Enemy of the State, fucking Ali. Like, say what you want about Will Smith, like acting wise,
How you not
prior
gonna hit
to
Men
like,
in Black?
Welcome to
well,
Earth,
obviously,
bitch.
yeah, I mean, obviously, but
Didn't
like,
sit with me
Independence
right for
Day?
a second. I'm sorry.
yeah, like obviously before 2010,
Wiki
when,
Wild
like,
Wild West.
I don't know, he had, yeah, Wild Wild West also true. He was goated. Like every kid wanted to be Will Smith because he was just like the coolest motherfucker in every movie. Nowadays, obviously things are a little bit different. He's kind of whack. He lets his girl beat on whoever she wants. Someone posted a really good tweet actually that was Jada's probably dumb horny after that slap. Damn, if one thing's for sure, she is definitely gonna sleep with some dude tonight.
Oh
And
man.
Like the dude just holds L's 24/7 now. Like,
Hey,
I
hey,
get
bro.
it. It sucks
I
growing
saw-
up and having to like be a like a responsible adult. But like to just see him like let go of that for a bit and just beat the shit out of someone that's totally unrelated to his issues was tight. That was tight. Not like beat the
Yeah.
shit out of obviously, but like just like exert some willpower over someone for the first time since he got pussy whipped.
Yo, I saw another one to your point that I enjoyed, and it said, this is not verbatim here, but it was Will Smith is worried about what Chris Rock said about Jada. He needs to worry about her boyfriend.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah,
just
it was
like
along
the
that
dude's
lines
like
where someone said he's a better man than most for sticking up for another man's woman like that
yeah.
when he walks
Like-
up on stage and shit.
Like,
Yeah.
he's
I
just getting
just think
roasted
it's kinda,
24/7.
You know, a thing though too. People need to consider that these boys are actors. Chris Rock has a stand-up tour coming, and those fools do a lot of dumb shit in Hollywood, anyways. When it comes to Will and Jada for attention, so it's like
You think that was
for them to come out
staged?
right away and be like, oh yeah, they squashed it right away. It's like, how do you know they just didn't set it up because the Oscars were fucking failing anyways? And
The
this is a
Oscars
great
were
way to get over
failing.
that attention.
I think there's a
But
strong argument for that.
No one on Twitter saw that clip and was like, "Damn, I got to go watch what happens next at the Oscars." There's not a single person in their fucking lives that like thought that. Like, just because it happened at the Oscars, I don't think that means. The only way I could see it being staged, honestly, this is just me, like maybe taking the fucking red pill, is like they legitimately wanted it to be like a funny joke. That's the only like, yeah, maybe it's a Chris Rock promotional thing. I doubt Will or Jada had any like
They
I don't
just-
think they gained anything from that. if
They
I'm being
just
honest.
wanted to make as many white people as uncomfortable as possible.
that
yeah,
is
bro.
also possibly the move. Yeah.
The slap definitely wasn't fake, but what people are forgetting is that Will Smith is a CIA asset, so
Yeah,
they just
that's-
activated him to
Jesus
distract us
Christ.
from
Correct.
the war crimes happening in
Right.
Ukraine.
Correct.
Or they were
yeah.
like,
Well,
Yemen
the
is still a
part-
thing, by the way.
The part
yeah.
that I like, the part that I like the most is it's like it took me back to some days in high school because it had happened to me and I've witnessed this before. Well, you guys have witnessed it too. So, he's like chuckling at the joke at first. And I think in my mind, what I like to think set him off is Chris Rock goes, "Come on, it was a nice one." And then like the whole crowd is like, "Yeah." And it's that moment when you're in high school and someone pulls some slick thing on you and you're not that worried about it until there's like three of his boys chuckling about it behind him and then you're like, "All right, I guess we're going to go there." That
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
the way I envisioned it. And I was like, for some reason he just had to add that little, "Hey, come on, that was a nice one," like trying to calm the air, and then that's what triggered Mans.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's a number of different things. And
Or
I'm
maybe it's
already
like
tired
JR
of like
said, maybe
seeing
it's
it.
fucking
I'm already
Winter
tired of seeing
Soldier.
it, but I do appreciate that like something sort of funny happened. And it wasn't like because there's no more comedy movies nowadays. Like I haven't I legit I already think I've talked about this before on the podcast. If I have, you could shut me up. But I went on like all my fucking 15 different streaming services that cost the same as cable would now. And I looked for like a comedy movie that came out in the last 2 years. And I can't find one. And I don't mean like they don't exist. I mean like a funny one. Like they just like the only working actor that I would still possibly like attribute to being like a comedy actor, like a Jim Carrey type or a fucking like a Martin Lawrence. The only working actor I can think of is like Ryan Reynolds. And even that to some extent he's like leaning more into like action and stuff like that now with like comedy like kind of stripped down on the side. And obviously I could get super into it about the whole cancel culture and that's why it's not happening. But like when you
What
don't
about
have
What about like the David Spades and the Adam Sandlers? They're still slaying those kind of slapstick jams on Netflix.
but they're not funny though. None of
You
them
didn't
are
think-
funny anymore.
I thought The Wrong Missy was funny, I gotta say.
I must have missed that one. I don't know. None of those like those vacation movies where it's just them like
Well, that's what it
basically
is,
getting
yep.
more tax benefits while on a cruise ship. Like none of those movies are funny. There's like no soul in it. Like
That's
I
a
haven't
fair
seen a
point.
movie that's made me laugh as hard as Dumb and Dumber in fucking years. And it's not just because I saw it when I was a kid. I still go back and watch it with like no memory of like certain scenes, and they're legit fucking killing myself funny. but they just can't get made anymore because no one wants to step on the fucking toes of
And
the
It's-
fucking Shadaloo corporations. Like it's
To
just
Right,
to
and so
that
it's-
point, I think what's aged well is this might sound horrible, but so when all like the scary movies had their run, like the 8 scary movies that are out, every time I saw one, it was kind of always like meh. And for some reason, those have aged so well for me that if I go back and watch one, I find myself, and this is not against your point. I mean, they're all fucking old, but it's just one of those things where it's like I find myself laughing hysterically
yeah.
at, even though at the time that I first saw them, I was kind of like, this is really dumb.
Yeah. No, I mean it's
This
just
is-
like
you
man,
you
this is the
you have
gayest
these
thing I've
movies.
probably ever said.
Oh,
That there's no whimsy anymore. Like no one dares be whimsical in any sense. Like it's just fucking like everyone's either hyper serious or so aloof about things that it's like fucking it's like diet jokes. Like it just makes no impact whatsoever to anybody. It's awful. It's the Stephen Colbert effect. Like it's just
right.
it makes me sick.
Everything it has to be like a scathing satire or a double entendre. It can never just be funny.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we could get into the whole cancel culture thing. That is a probably huge aspect of it. But there's another one, is that China's soft power. The humor doesn't translate, so they don't make movies because they don't sell it overseas. And
That's a good point. I never thought about that.
this is gonna be hyper racist too.
Good. Keep
But
going.
like I'm talking about exactly. I shall proceed. Like Asians in Asia, like not those who grew up in the West, obviously, but like they don't do sarcasm. Not very well. I'm not saying like they don't have it at all, but they don't. Like when we speak, we can be very sarcastic. So in our dialogue and the way we interact, when you're having a really shitty day, like I'm just doing great.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if you very literally translate that, it doesn't make any sense to them.
Right.
So
But, like-
I wonder if that's more of like an English thing, because even as you say that,
It
I'm
is
like I'm
cultural
trying
in
to-
English.
I'm not the most,
No.
world traveler.
It's autism.
What?
They're all just autists.
Damn.
There's
No,
I don't know.
3 billion
I'm not sure
autists.
which point of this was more racist.
you have a point though, because yeah, sarcasm doesn't really. I've watched a bunch of like Japanese comedy because it's like they do a very different thing. Because
Right.
and like here's the last point I wanted to make before I move on to this. All the funny shit has moved away from film and like traditional media and into stuff like this, like podcasts and like fucking YouTube and like even like there's 8-second TikToks that make me laugh more than like a fucking
Oh my God.
$80 million production. So
Um,
like it's all like
suicide
source fed
memes
shit.
always hit.
Yeah, just like anything that is like actually funny and can't potentially lose the company like millions of dollars is obviously going to be higher effort and funnier. But anyway, yeah, Japanese people do this thing that is lost from like I guess most Western like comedies now, where they are not afraid to play the idiot for like the sake of a joke. Like there's a ton of Japanese comedy where there's one guy that's just like labeled the buffoon, or like he will never understand until you explain it to him, and it's funny every time. Like whether it's like a commentary type thing or live action or like whatever it is, there's always like the guy who's not in on the bit, and that always makes it way funnier.
Right.
They don't do that anymore here because it's like ableist or some stupid shit. I
Right.
don't know. It's fucking,
Mr.
like, there's
Bean
always,
is like
some
a
excuse
scathing
for it.
autism thing. Like they're
Oh,
like
Yeah,
people are like,
my-
it's awful. It's so
Boys,
awful.
because this is on subject, I just crept Facebook open, and somebody
How's
face
steak?
swapped. No, this is the best thing I've seen in 2022 so far. Somebody face swapped. God, I can't think of his name. Eddie Murphy's brother.
Charlie
And
Murphy.
Charlie Murphy and Dave Chappelle's faces in the Rick James "What Did the Five Fingers Say to the Face?" They face swapped it with Will Smith and Chris Rock. Chris Rock being the recipient, obviously.
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. If it was shareable, I would, but I don't. This is above me, or I can't. I don't know the science behind putting Facebook post anywhere.
I have to dip out pretty soon, but before I go, I wanna talk about one more thing that's near and dear to my heart that I learned about recently. Have any of you guys ever heard of the moonless Earth theory?
No.
Nope.
No.
No.
Oh, I'm
No,
so
I have
happy I
not.
get to show you this. All right. So let me
Gonna
go ahead
dark
and
side of the
break this
moon
down.
pill us?
Yeah, moonless Earth theory is a uh how would you call it? It's a it's like a hypothesis made by an American mathematician named Alexander Abian. You can Google him and find his wiki page. Really smart guy. Like he taught actually at Iowa State University. This is how I learned about him. He taught on at Iowa State University for something like 25 years. Earned multiple publications in like different mathematical things. He had like multiple undergraduate degrees, PhDs, etc., master or not PhDs, master's degrees, all this stuff. Okay, or yeah, no, and yeah, he did have a PhD. So like, very smart guy. Okay, he he was on Usenet back in the late '90s, where he began posting obsessively advocating for the destruction of the moon. And he said that he claimed that blowing up the moon would solve virtually every problem of human existence. He made this claim first in a 1991 campus newspaper at the University of Chicago, stating that a moonless Earth wouldn't wobble, eliminating both the seasons and the associated events like heat waves, snowstorms, and hurricanes. Abian said that those critics who say dismiss Abian's ideas are very close to those who dismissed Galileo. So this is maybe my favorite thing ever because you have the like a really smart guy, like like undeniably intelligent, advocating for maybe the craziest, dumbest shit of all time. Because there are something like 450 astronomers that showed him, like they basically did independent research, peer reviewed all this stuff, and basically said like, if anything happens to the moon, all of us are dead in like a year. Like, first off, if you were to nuke the moon like he suggests, you would fail to do really anything more than just crack the crust. If you were somehow successful, the heating of the Earth's atmosphere by a hail of falling lunar debris would be so destructive to human and all Earthen life that it would increase, not decrease, the Earth's wobble. And without that stabilizing moon effect, leads the Earth to basically tilt so much further than it already does, and create even more drastic seasons with things like constant mile-high typhoons and tidal waves, hurricanes faster than anything you've ever seen recorded in history. This is not like one guy and another guy going back and forth. He legit had like the entire scientific community gang up on him. The best part about this is that he basically just said L plus you're a hater plus you don't get it plus ratio and kept and basically kept advocating for this for the next 15 years until he died in 1999.
Holy shit.
And even like today, there are people that are like, well, I mean, has anyone tried it? Like, and I learned about this because I was just like, I heard this guy's name on the radio or something, and I looked it up and I couldn't believe it was real. And then I found this article where he did an interview, and I'll try to find the interview and link it. I don't have it with me. He did an interview where he went into like extreme detail about all the things that would need to be done to make sure this is done correctly and all of the positive benefits it would have. And the whole time, I'm not kidding, he is like smirking. So my headcanon is that this dude got super bored and had enough money saved up to where like he didn't really need his job anymore. And he was like, what's the funniest thing I could talk about that would like get some reaction, but also be like just so innumerably wrong that no one would ever take it like seriously, but maybe they would and possibly blow up the moon. And then he just made his life's mission. Yeah, that's my contribution for tonight is the moonless Earth theory. And it's been studied so much. Like, he succeeded because if nothing else, people still talk about it fucking 25 years later. So props to that dude.
You know, he might be right.
Sounds like the flat Earth shit that was going on.
I think, you know, there's so, you know, the circles I've run in my life, I've been very well versed in the fact that the moon is more likely an extraterrestrial base or craft than an actual natural object, due to its lack of rotation and things of that nature. And what if this guy is 100% correct? And
Dude.
see, we always learn in school that the moon is necessary for we always learn that it provides stability for the earth. And part of like how everything formed was because we had that moon. What if the moon is actually hampering our development and this guy knew it?
All I know is to make me sound like an asshole, but I, for the longest time of my life, missed that part of science class where the moon doesn't fucking rotate. So
Right.
like missed on most of my life. This is almost embarrassing to admit. Was anything like the term dark side of the moon was like a foreign, like in my brain I was like, oh, them silly dudes, there can't be a dark side. And then I can't even put an age on it to when I fucking realized this, but anyway, that's my contribution and why I'm probably not to have an opinion on the subject.
Well, the reason it doesn't rotate is because then you would see the dodecahedrons that are planted on the other side,
Right.
where the
I thought
Anunnaki
we-
are constantly gaining power,
I thought we would find the Decepticons.
or the
Same thing,
Decepticons,
kind of.
possibly.
Right.
That's
That's
what
Transformers
I
was actually propaganda to teach us about the
Actually, real
reptilian
quick
races.
before I go, because I do have like 10 more minutes. Has anyone, Sir Kinsley, have you listened to any of the older episodes?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna play a game with you real quick.
Perfect.
We're gonna speed run Young Money or I'm Funny, if that's cool with the other cast members.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a bit of a rerun. We had a little thing going on where
I've been kind of given the background. I think I know where we're headed.
okay, yeah. So I'm gonna give you 3 sets of 3 Lil Wayne lyrics, and you have to guess which one of these lyrics is of my invention, and the other 2 will be from Lil Wayne. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna hit you with the first set of 3. Feet hanging out the window jock my shoe game, 'cause all my kicks fly like Liu Kang. I fuck the bitches you wish you could. She tee off on my balls, I've got tiger's wood. Big house, long hallways, got 10 bathrooms, I can shit all day.
So
Which
I'm
one of
going
those
with
is real?
or
Fake,
well,
rather.
the first one.
The first one is real. That was Lil Wayne. The
Fuck.
fake one was tee off on my balls, I've got tiger's wood.
Damn.
Next one. All right.
I give you props on that.
Oh, trust me.
This game is-
Trust me, we
this
are
game's
just
brutal.
getting started.
Well, I was gonna say I'm surprised on the Liu Kang reference, but also Lil Wayne, just a side note, has the best shit lines.
Yes.
So I was
trying to emulate them was a Sisyphean task for me.
Yeah, I'm the
and,
shit. Go and clean your bowels.
I was I was unable to overcome it. But here's the next one, okay?
Okay.
Fishing on the coast, saw a mermaid by the docks. Man, I'm just a horny angler trying to tackle box. I am a vegetarian, man. I only eat beets, wear a lot of carrots, and I smoke the best green. You think you're calling shots? You got the wrong number. I love Benjamin Franklin more than his own mother. Which one of those is fake? 1, 2, or 3?
I'm going 3.
Number 1 is fake. Number 1
Fuck!
is of my invention.
Damn, dude,
We're
you
getting
get
in the
Hit me with
hosed.
number 1 again, really quick. I just want to hear it.
Fishing on the coast, saw a mermaid by the docks. Man, I'm just a horny angler trying to tackle box.
I thought that was him for sure. I 100%.
That is so
100%.
sick. That line is so sick.
a-
It made me bite my knuckles.
It's a Bacon Force
Oh
original.
fuck, dude, that was. I like
right.
this.
Okay. Last one of this set. My ceiling's at or this one's kind of longer. These are like multiple bars. So just bear with me. My ceiling's absent, my wheels are massive, my friends assassins. All of us bastards are mothers queens and our women dancers. My river's rapid, my fins are splashing, my gills are flapping. I bit some matches, then sipped some gas and went kiss the dragon. Forewarning, young money's armed and we can shoot it out. I got the money drawn, yeah, take that to the bank with ya. I rock my hat to the side like I paint pictures, smoke weed, talk shit like Brian Griffin, whole country in recession, but Wayne different. Young is the money, but I spit antique. Y'all don't listen, you just turn the other cheek. The chain's real icy and the phantom's real sleek. Diamonds over everything, Martin Lawrence blue streak.
Fuck. I'm going 3 is fake.
3 is fake. 3 is
Oh,
fake.
okay.
Nicely done.
Okay.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Okay.
That because
Alright.
that was the
Not
best
for
line.
lack
That
of-
was the
not
best
for
one.
lack of skill, cadence, or perfection. But yeah, God, that's a good game. That's a tough game.
Yeah. I got a couple
Right.
more if you want to listen to them.
Yeah, I'd listen.
Okay. This one's probably my favorite. It's really hard to get through this without laughing, so you have to bear with me. All about my cheese, cheddar, mozzarella, provolone. Fuck her for an hour long, let her take a shower, gone. You got on the truck fit, yeah, but it dripped though. Tune she got money, but you won't find it. Crypto. My pocket's on blubber, the socket unplugger, ba 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 ba, he not gonna recover.
Oh man. Oh, okay, hold on. I want to go. I want to go with 3.
3?
Yeah.
3 is real, number 2 was the fake.
Fuck. That was the one I was confident was not fake.
Damn. Okay. This one's
I
also-
actually it's not that last one. I fucked myself. Well, to be fair, I thought 2 was 100% real, but on that one, I thought you tried to pull me with the old reverse psychology. Like that is a Wayne bar. He would hit you with the blah 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 blah. But I was like,
yeah.
but it's not. I don't think it's slick enough for Old Bacon Force. But then I was
True,
like, maybe
true.
he's pulling the move on me, where it's like, let's mask it anyway.
Yeah, keep in mind, I had to fucking delve deep into Mr. Carter's brain to try and emulate his
I mean,
his
at
wicked
this
style.
point,
You
I
could be
think-
a ghostwriter.
oh, I'm not sure you aren't at this point.
All right. Next one. Pull up to the house in something you can't pronounce. That's number 1. Versatile as fuck. I switch it up like Dennis Rodman dome. That's number 2. Need a nigga robbed, dead, and disposed. That's Mike Rowe. Number 3.
Hold on, is 3 fake?
3 is fake. Yeah.
Dude, I know. Hold on. That was the sickest bar of them all. But I know damn sure Wheezy does
Can we
not know who the
rewind
fuck
that?
Mike Rowe is.
We
That's
just
the
like
only thing.
do
That was the
do
only
that
thing
fucking
for that.
bar again.
All right. 2 more and then I'm gone. 2 more and then I'm gone. All right. This one's kind of long as well, so bear with me. Extended barrel, the one with the holes. Don't fuck with me. I am not one of your bros. Quadruple my money. Don't count what I grow. It's got to be the trucker, but I hop in a rolls. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, a pen to a test. I bring the night to his sunlight and zen to her stress. I bring the gun to a fist fight, the dick to her breast. She want to come on her tongue like it's mint to her breath.
Fuck.
Drop bombs, chop her down, militarize Apache. Sling rocks, hunt 'em down, skin 'em alive Apache. White bitch, dick her down, muff dive, it's scratchy. Young money, run it down, franchise, it's swanky.
I want to go with 3 is fake.
3 is fake. Good call.
Dude,
All right. Last one.
they're so good.
Yeah, trust me.
Um,
It's
No, that
this is my life's
gonna-
work on
I'm giving
trial
you
here.
I'm giving you extreme props, and only God, this is tough. I think he has some lame ones from time to time, but overall, I think Wheezy's got some sick bars, and I mean that
Oh,
with no
100%.
sarcasm.
Yeah, 100%.
However, I believe that Apache to Apache bar is legitimately above him. That's incredible.
possibly. Yeah, possibly.
No, that's incredible.
Last one, okay? And these are really tough. Young Money Baby, big shit like a horse ass. Fart so loud it went double platinum. Dear Mr. Toilet, I'm the shit.
Yeah, I know it. I know it's not 3. That one's one of my favorite bars. Shout out to the shit bars. Also, the beginning of that song, I love the. Anyway, hit me with the first 2 again, really quick. Sorry.
Yeah. First 2 is Young Money Baby, big shit like a horse ass.
2 is fake.
And 2 is fake. You got me.
The only I recognize the first one.
I can't
recognize
read
the
that.
first
I
verse.
can't read that bar without laughing, dude. Every single time I read that bar, I fucking start laughing.
Hold on. I just want to read one of my favorite bars. It's a song. It's a popular song, I'm sure, but I was late to it. I gotta find the lyrics really quick because I just don't want to muddle them up. But are any of you familiar with the song "Glory" by Lil Wayne? I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
It's simple. This isn't like a super slick line, but for some reason, one of my favorite things I've ever heard that man say is, "Holy shit, I'm the holy shit, I'm God's manure."
That's a bar, bro. I don't care who says what about Tunichi.
And then-
He's fucking. He's insane.
I think this song, and I'm not going to read the entire song. I'm just going to pull a couple just as I page through it because there's another one I wanted to get to, but I found another one. Anyways, he also says, "I'm awkward, cuckoo. I turn your Fruit Loop to chocolate yoo-hoo." I don't know why. I'm just into that.
Fuck. I have. All right, I have one more, and then I really do have to go. Okay. I have
Okay.
one more. It's a short.
I have one after you're done. One missing Wayne bar.
Oh, the Lost Records. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Number 1, that pussy boneless. That's Chick-fil-A. Number 2, they ain't got shit on me, but she keeps sniffing. Number 3, bitch got a body like a fire hydrant.
I'm going to go with 1 is fake.
Number 3 is fake. Thank you so much for playing. It's been a pleasure.
So
Slick hit me with it before I got to roll.
So there was so he did like this obscure mixtape called Tunchi of the Sea too.
Oh my god.
No, I'm just fucking kidding.
Yes.
But like there was one
Okay.
bar I think stood out that we could close this on, and it was like I'm a out of breath turtle, dump shells, goner, missing podcast guest Michelle Obama.
I'm fucking losing my shit.
God damn it, bro.
Oh, fuck. Oh. I have been. You're rolling, right?
I am rolling right now.
I've
Just
been in the deep. I've been rolling or thinking rather on this whole Kyle Rittenhouse situation for most of the day. I don't know if any of you guys have been keeping up on this, but so a few years back during the actually I don't know when it was. It was some time ago during one of the riots. This kid with an AR-15 shot like 2 or 3 protesters, rioters that were literally like attacking him. Okay. But he did shoot them and kill them with an AR-15, or at least one of them. And it sprouted a whole bunch of nonsense, and his trial has been happening for the last few days. And it has been like some of the most gripping true crime style TV. There was a quote. Let me see if I can find this quote from the prosecution. They put him up on the stand and they asked him this stuff. So, so one of the prosecutors said, quote, "All he had was a handgun. Why would you think he is a threat? You have an AR-15. Can you help me understand that?" And then Kyle Rittenhouse says, "He was advancing at me with a gun in his hand." And then the prosecution looked around trying to find the source of the music that had just started playing, the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song. And it's been legitimately one of the most mind-boggling cases. Like, it's not even a case. It's like, it's a very simple, like, prior to any of this actual evidence coming out, it was like, oh, the kid's, just another crazy white mental fucking patient with a gun. But now it's like, okay, well, the evidence literally also, like, just points to him. carrying an illegal firearm during, these crazy riots or whatever. He did not incite any violence. He did not seek out any violence. He was literally attacked by rioters and defended his life and killed one of them or two of them, however many. And there is a absolutely magnificent series of tweets that came out as a result of this, and I'm gonna link them now, and I'll show them. So there's one from MSNBC back when this happened. It was 2018, and it says, I'll post it in the thing so everyone can see it. It says a bullet fired from an AR-15 travels 3 times faster than one from a handgun, and yet the president and the NRA think giving teachers guns will stop a school shooter. So what they're arguing here is that if you are simply good enough, you can dodge handgun bullets as long as you are quick enough to do so. And in response,
Wow.
if you
I
look
can't
at
believe
that
this
Twitter
is real.
thread back in 2018, every single reply was this picture, which I'll describe here for our audio
Neo?
listeners. It is a picture of Neo from the Matrix dodging bullets, and the bullets say mere 565 mile per hour handgun bullets, and Neo's caricature says school shooters. So it's been a wonderful sort of day of of just things being revealed and some good old fashioned memery, and that's
it's
how my
really
day's
like
been going.
it's really like the simulation is breaking down, isn't it?
Oh
when
man,
you hear this
like
and
in
see
every
this stuff.
sector, like it's
Right.
starting to corrupt like over and over and over. I'm just wondering when the defragging happens, aka the rapture.
Right. I have
Yeah,
But yeah,
purposely
that's been
not
most
been
of my
paying
day.
attention to it.
Did you guys watch the footage of the situation?
No, I didn't see any footage.
Oh well, they like presented the footage at trial, right? And on my life, Kyle Rittenhouse did that exact thing that you're mentioning in that picture.
He actually dodged the bullets.
He dodged the bullets. The guy, what they forgot to mention in the transcripts is that Gage or whatever his name is, he actually shot him. But Kyle, in his pig-nosed, amazing, just who he is, he dodged the bullets because they were coming from a pistol and fired in kind with his much faster AR-15 bullet.
Yeah, which are undodgeable. That is the breaking point of the human reflex.
Well, see, they actually are dodgeable. In the case they had mentioned that the guy on the stand or whatever got shot in the bicep, right?
Okay.
He's the one that's still alive.
Okay.
Well, the problem was he could have dodged it, but his biceps were too big, according to witnesses.
Oh, okay.
And,
So he was too jacked.
Well, he was flexing so hard from pulling the gun on the pistol, or the trigger on the pistol, that he made himself a wider target, and thus Kyle was able to make it out.
That's insane. I never thought about the logistics, but that lie behind a sort of DDR style shootout.
Right.
Yeah, they're more common than you think.
Right.
I just imagine the so like the prosecution's like, we the prosecution would like to call your attention to Exhibit B, this video footage of the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse, engaging bullet time as
And you hear the fucking sound effects of the video are like
and the fucking like cell phone camera footage all of a sudden does a 360 around him.
The Cyberpunk 2077 music is playing.
The fucking dolly cam starts floating around him as they freeze frame. Oh, dude.
You can clearly see our client has escaped the Matrix once and is able to warp physics.
Oh, guys, he's using 50% of his brain power.
Oh, fuck. Fucking A. Yeah, it's so crazy, man. Like, at first I was like, okay, this is obviously like a pretty open and shut, some jail time, probation, blah, blah, blah. And then when this shit started, I'm like, oh, he's just gonna walk. And now after this whole, like, he started fake crying, which was also extremely, like this is just another image that I'll post here that doesn't really have a good translation. But yeah, I mean, if you watch any of the footage, this kid is putting on, fucking Oscar-worthy performance, fake crying on the stand. Now I'm thinking he's walking and he's getting like 5 million in damages from this whole fucking thing because, like, dude, the prosecution has legitimately made such a fucking mess of this case that it's just like it's like Sodom and Gomorrah. It's fucking tremendous.
That is.
But yeah, that's been the majority of my day. Has just been keeping up on that, or trying my
That's
best to keep up.
Oh,
How
go
much
ahead,
longer
Logan,
do we
sorry.
have for this trial?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the couple like it's in the first couple of weeks, but like again, it seems pretty much like open and shut, so I can't see it lasting through the month, I would guess. But
This is this generation's like OJ trial or something, kind of like not really the same
Kinda,
thing as OJ.
yeah.
That was a celebrity, but you know, it's like a big like a court case everyone's watching.
Yeah.
Right. I think that and the what's the one from earlier this year? The cop.
Oh, yeah, the George Floyd shit.
George Floyd,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that one maybe was a little bit more.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest with you. I completely forgot that happened.
Yeah, I mean,
I
the only
completely-
thing that I think back on with that is, you know, he was fucked from all angles, like the cop. Like, you know, he had video evidence, and then people brought up, you know, past infringements against him with, you know, people of color, and you know, all this sort of shit. And then, really, the nail in the coffin was his family to kind of help fund, you know, the trial and try to post bail for him and stuff. They opened up, believe it or not, like an Etsy where they were selling neck pillows. And I really thought that was
No
just
fucking
kind of
way.
one step. That was one step too far.
yeah.
And not to be on
I
like a
mean-
conspiracy kick, but one thing I did hear about that trial that made me kind of want to look into it. So speaking of OJ, by the way, so apparently the guy who's like their medical expert,
Oh,
who they
that's
brought in
right.
to like say,
It was the same
It's the
one
same.
from that case.
yeah, it's the same guy from the OJ case to
That's right.
lie. He got paid to lie. So I'm
Ooh.
wondering, and apparently, like I was going through, I looked at this guy, and like I just did a cursory like Wikipedia thing. But as I'm looking through the cases that he's been like most known for, it's all these weird like high profile like. One of the more recent ones was he was like going to testify in some kind of like Jeffrey Epstein thing. He's got the OJ case, and now he's on this George Floyd thing.
Imagine he's not being paid by the fucking black hats, and instead he's just like it's such a guy just going to work every day, and he's like, all right, I just prayed for a simple case today. All right, so what's going on here, George Floyd? And oh, motherfucker! And he's like, God damn it! And he's just, yeah, he just wants like a fucking normal, like a hit and run. Be like, yep, she was hit by a car, and instead he has to like determine all these fucking separate factors. Poor guy.
Yeah, like the stretched out branchiocrotic neck things, you know, for George
Yeah.
Floyd.
Dude,
Oh, hey,
this-
by the way, real quick, before, you know, I've been with you guys for quite some time now. I've been with the podcast for a bit, but I've always wanted to know, on the topic of killing, do we ever talk about the blue checks that we want to kill?
No, not we don't all of them. All of
Yeah,
them.
yeah. I mean, it's hard to.
So-
It's like a needle in a haystack, but they're all needles, right?
Here's my thing with people who have that blue check. We should compile this database so when things get so bad, we just know like who to blame for it. Like when everything collapses, we maintain the record of who had the blue
I see what
check.
you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Like,
Okay, allow me to
it's
make
their
a bit
fault.
of a, not an analogy, but a comparison, right? So blue
Sure.
check, I can think of another like a blue check in its most simple broken down form is a color and an identifiable symbol, right?
Uh-oh.
Right.
A blue check it's like a certification for one's self-worth.
Sure. So it's similar to like a yellow star, maybe.
Gold star.
Gold star.
I suppose.
Okay.
And if you mean if it's a symbol, then sure.
I was
Right.
just
I mean,
kidding. I was just
what
kidding,
is
but
it?
Lily doesn't understand that this is a podcast and that it's being recorded.
There's no, I mean there's a
That-
lot of different ways we could go about it. Alphabetically, you know, by order of follower count. That'd probably be more like on the interesting side of things. I saw a really shitty Netflix show. I watched like 3 episodes of it where some guy was kidnapped and someone made like a Twitter page or a live stream or something that was like him being held hostage with like, chains around him and everything. And they were like, once this hits 5 million views, he dies. And I was like, oh, well, that's like interesting. But I mean, why not just like, there's so many ways you could get around that as far as like, they're like, oh, the website's up behind 7 proxies. We can't. And the whole time I'm thinking like, well, I mean, are they even like plugging anything in the description? Is there like
Right.
advertise? Because there's a
How
lot
do
of money
you-
you can make off a $5 million video. You sell those those cool purple dildos that they always talk about on Twitter.
Right.
Yeah, I
You
love
could.
those.
There's more money in not killing the guy and just threatening to than there is
Yeah,
in
yeah.
actually
It's the
killing him.
mystery behind it, right? And every so often
Right.
you're like, all right, sponsored by Blue Apron.
Aunt Jemima.
Yeah.
That hits close to home.
So true, actually.
Oh, did they ever think to just like, change the counter, right? Like,
Yeah, like, oh, it's about to hit 5 million. Oh, 4.2. What?
Oh,
And then
man.
it just keeps switching day in, day out.
We're gonna roll a
It's all
30-second ad break.
Yeah.
But when we come back, this time for real, guys, we're gonna count that shit up. 5 million, here we come.
On the topic
So-
of just sort of like shit like this, I was at work, or not at work, I was at home, but I had to do one of those workplace violence prevention training courses or whatever. And my company, like, they licensed this company that like is specifically built to do this stuff, where they basically do like training courses and live videos on like how to prevent workplace harassment, violence, abuse, etc. And of course, the whole time it's like talking about the usual stuff. It's it's never the guy that like it like people always say it came out of nowhere. That's usually not true, blah 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 blah. But when it got to the part talking about like if there is like an active shooter or something and you have no choice but to confront them, um the the voiceover was like, now if the shooter does look to be approaching your room and you have no choice but to face them head on, you and anyone you are hiding with should steel yourselves for what will be likely the most intense, brutal, violent moment of your life. You'll have to reach deep down and become more violent than you've ever felt possible. And that's when
Hell
I
in a Cell,
realized, I'm
Monday
like,
Night Raw.
yeah, I'm like, none of these people have ever played Counter-Strike or Halo online. Like, there's levels of violence I've reached in my life where there was not even a single person in my house, just from fucking like trying to play a competitive shooter online in not the greatest sort of environments, right?
Right.
Oh, for sure, dude. You ever been thrown like 3 times in a match of Tekken?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, and,
Yeah.
and you can't break the throw because it's King and they have a fucking like 16 different fucking inputs to try and not get RDC'd.
Well,
I
as we
don't know.
as we talked about, I've been stabbed in an arcade. So I mean, when you start talking about like violence and stuff, like well,
That is
come
kind of
on,
like a
we-
throw. Like
I've
you
been-
could
I've
have
been
teched
there.
that, right?
Right.
Just like
I
barely
could have.
Yeah, but
I wasn't
the
gonna give up the
reactions weren't there.
sticks. I
My
was
fiance says
I was gonna
Nick
win the
is my
match.
favorite friend of yours.
I mean, I hope you know.
That. Oh well, I
So-
appreciate it.
Yeah,
He
a ginger loves a ginger or something.
Ginger
right?
loves a ginger is what she
Yeah,
says.
basically.
Yep.
I mean, that's what it is.
I think
right?
it's
like
genetic
a must be
Predisposition,
like it's
right?
hard coded in our DNA.
She says she says they're all edgelords and they all love slick.
Yes, we are edgelords, I guess. Are we? Am I?
Don't
I'm not
even
joking.
deny it. Don't even deny it. Just don't even think anything that you're saying is just a denial. But yep, we're all
Well,
edgelords. And
I
so
do
sad,
think
right?
I think I am an edgelord. I just a lot of edgelords are kind of like faking it. I really am this ignorant.
No, say
I'm retarded.
Here we are. I feel bad.
Say something like really edgy. Just I want
Say-
you to like cut my face.
Wait, okay, give
with
me
your
a second,
words.
guys. Give me a second, guys. Say something. Say the most edgy thing that you can possibly say. Embarrass me. Say
Okay.
say
Wait,
something.
the most?
Yeah, the most.
Wait, the most on YouTube or the
Yeah,
most like in general?
The most.
I mean, I could
Just
just like start yelling.
just be.
It's
Oh.
gotta be
Oh,
so
shit.
edgy that you cut the fabric of the universe.
Did I hear that right?
You heard that?
All right,
You asked me.
just say it. Just don't say. No, there has to be
Uh-oh.
something more edgy you can say than that.
I mean, something. No, never mind.
I mean, I just
Uh-oh.
equated blue checks
you
to
got?
Jews in
I was
World
gonna
War
go
II.
Jew.
So
That was the route I was gonna go. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are.
Well, I
we,
mean, guys, for the
this will
Jew
probably be the
part,
last
it's
episode of our
been-
podcast.
It's been 80 years. Don't you think they should just get over it?
Tony,
we
I
should.
did have a bit on this
I'm
podcast.
American. I'm not
where-
a fucking Nazi. I mean, I'm marrying a black man. What the fuck are you gonna say to me? That's not what I'm gonna say, but like, ugh.
Damn,
Anyways.
Wait,
Damn.
who's black?
I
Uh-oh.
am.
Okay,
I know, right? That's why I was so
Dun,
thrown as well.
dun.
This is a very diverse and welcoming safe space for everyone.
This
Oh,
is
that's
the
good.
most. Look, I can advocate that this is the most safe place for any person on this planet. This is the most accepting podcast.
We
And there's just
because-
a whole lot of like there's all kinds of affirmative action and all that good stuff here.
we can say
it
whatever
feels
we
good.
want, so you can.
It-
You are
You're welcome.
you are
here.
protected. Everyone is welcome and protected.
Well, what about the blue checks?
No, they're not.
The blue
welcome.
check.
Fuck blue checks.
Oh, she
That's
says.
what I'm
fuck
saying.
you.
If any of your blue checks, we're no longer friends.
Oh shit.
Yep.
She spoke.
So-
Clout. If you have a blue check, you have clout.
she
So,
hates
Nick,
clout.
I want to get a blue check just to infiltrate them and then
Like that. That's a good answer.
and then get
But
But
banned.
then don't you get the
Yeah,
reverse
I don't
effect
like-
and you start liking them like a...
Maybe I start to feel.
Look, you can't like them as people.
you say
That's against the
Parkinson's?
rules. And we
Yeah,
don't make
you
the
know.
rules,
You
so
mean
don't
Stockholm
judge,
syndrome?
don't judge us based on the rules.
Parkinson's is like an autoimmune muscle
No,
thing.
no, it's like okay, no, it's like when you you cut yourself on a rusty spoon and you get salmonella. You know what I mean?
Tetanus.
The papadillas have gone to your brain, dude.
Okay, so speaking of papadillas, the legend of the papadillas has been growing because Denny keeps repeatedly telling us, I have to know, is this legit or is it a bit? Do you really consume this many papadillas?
Well, I mean, okay, let's start at the beginning. So, like,
Yes.
let's be specific because I don't want to give out misinformation.
Okay.
But like, how many papadillas are we talking? Like, give me a
Well,
number
let's
here.
put it like this. I don't think anybody here has ever even had one except you.
I have not had one. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dios mío.
Yeah.
I mean-
So, how many do you have on an average week? I guess.
I mean, I like to measure it in like a fortnight. You know, like 10 days. Kind
Okay,
of thing.
sure. Sure.
But like,
Four
if
score
I-
and seven
if I had to-
papadillas ago.
But if I had to, like, you know, like say, like in a fortnight, how many papadillas did I eat? I mean, it would be a lot, right? Like at least a lot. I'm thinking probably upwards of at least like 6 or 8. You know,
Okay. Okay.
Not
All
7.
right, I
I
gotta
love it.
know. I gotta know who you are. Who are you? Like, you don't have to say a real name, but I have to understand. Like, I have to have a frame of reference. I know who Bacon is. I know who Mr. Minded is. I know who Slick Vicious is. Who is this other guy?
Oh,
He's,
me, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
you.
Well, I guess this is the part where we start the interview.
Yeah, this is the interview. And
Yeah,
you
let's see if
better
you've got the
ace
chops
it.
to make it at this firm.
If you've ever seen The Critic or Bob's Burgers, you have to pass an interview to be on one of those shows.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair. So what are the like interview questions?
The interview questions are, what is the burger name that you would pick to be on the daily special for Bob's Burgers? And how many films have you filmed?
For the burger name, I think if I'm just looking at my lifestyle and like the life I've lived so far, I have to go with the Fatty Patty. You know what I mean?
It's a
Okay.
good
The,
name.
Fatty Patty.
the faggy patty, or is it just the fag patty?
Fatty Patty. The Fatty Patty.
Yeah, well,
Fatty
you know, I mean,
Okay.
I hate gays too. Either one. Um,
Jesus fucking Christ.
you could, but no,
Okay.
I in 5th grade, I used to call this girl Fatty Patty because I thought, well, she was really fat, and like that really informed my choice of burger name.
Yeah, I mean, her name was Eleanor, so it wasn't even like canon, but that's just how
Right,
things
right.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, I
You're
don't-
trying to like portray the image of a desirable patty, correct?
yeah, like a fat.
Okay,
Yeah, it's like
I
fat,
just
it's big,
It's,
juicy, thick.
All right.
Those are my favorite words.
that's
Yeah.
fair. I think
So
that's fair.
what was the like what was the first time you had a papadilla?
Oh man, the first time I had a papadilla.
I think you might have told me about it the first time you had one.
I don't know. It's kind of near and dear, like it's personal, but
Right. Yeah, I mean, is this something you're willing to kind of let go?
I mean, if you
Because-
can't, if there's anything you can't say, I understand. But I'm enthralled by the amount of papadillas you have consumed, and I just have to know the onus for your lifestyle. It's kind
Well,
of like
okay.
the Big Lebowski, but like papadillas to me.
yeah, okay, that's like comparable, I guess. So okay, so here's what happened. So like, I'm not gonna name the day because it's like a day that's important to me, but basically what happened is one day I didn't really like clean out my pocket pussy very well,
Been there.
and you know, like I really had to like, I don't know, jack off to something. Who knows what it was at the time. And I was going through my emails, you know, that's where you find the best porn sites, right?
Right.
I mean, at least I think so. I get offers all the time. And in my emails, like, you know, on Gmail, there's like the 3 categories. I went into the promotions because I want to be promoted to, you know, my future cum or whatever.
Sure.
And there's a Papa John's Papadilla. You know, I got a message directly from Papa John's. At least it says so.
Yeah,
He
Papa
signed
John
it with
Shatner wrote you a letter,
Like,
translated to digital. Yeah.
Yeah, and it had a signature, so I figured that's pretty official. And I saw these like vagina-looking pizza cups. Okay, so
I can see that. I can see that.
I was instantly intrigued. And the best part is they could stuff it with any meat you want, including your own. So I was like, whoa, this is unlike anything I've ever seen. So, you know, I order some papadillas. I believe I got the meatball papadilla. It's got pizza sauce on the side. And man, oh man, I asked for Alfredo sauce. Didn't come with it. But that's okay.
Fuck
I
that.
just, you know, added my own, and then I ate it, and it's unlike different food because when you're eating a papadilla that you just came in, it's
Right,
like
food that
it's
you've
like
had
real
coitus
love, you
with
know,
is
like that's a
better. Right.
biological
Of course.
connection, and instead of like dead meat, it's like little babies, you know,
Right.
you know, like baby
pre
sperm, right? Like
babies.
like that.
Yeah,
That's my little doctor right there, and I just ate him alive.
Yeah, it adds a little spice to it.
I want to harken back to when we. Yeah, I do want to harken back to when we prompted you with this question. You said, "quote I don't want to get too personal about it," and I'm really glad we stuck to those boundaries.
Yeah,
I am looking now for the first time, admittedly. Well, not the first time, but like from a new perspective, I guess, at the Google Images section of the Papa John's Papadilla. I have to say, that must be the most beat up looking pussy I've ever seen because there's no way, like even half mast, if I saw this thing in my images, I'd be like, oh yeah, I could fuck that or jack off, you know, into that.
I think with the picture you're missing the warmth.
True.
Like,
That's actually so true. Yeah,
the
there's a lot of
warmth.
like, the olfactory senses,
Right,
right?
right, yep.
Audible. I'm sure if you hear the mushing of the cheese and
Yeah, it's kind
the
of like
assorted meats.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's true.
and you gotta think of it this way, man. Like, well, first off, I like warts on my pussy. Nothing's like warts except for
Well, there you go.
meatballs, like little
Meatballs,
cutout
right.
meatballs.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a little big, right? But you know,
Right.
just
Yeah, they're like
use your
boils.
imagination.
Uh,
And you know, really, guys, I gotta tell you, it's like the trick to it is you don't put it in right away. You actually let it get cold, and then you heat it up in the microwave.
Oh.
Now, that's not a
Okay.
reference to fucking dead people. I'm just letting you know.
is that? I was gonna say, are you simulating like not necrophilia, but are you simulating like trying to more closely simulate the kind of inner versus outer temperature of like another human being?
Well, what I call it pepperophilia. You know, it's like pepperoni. What you know, I kind of got this. It's like branding, right? You know, I kind of came up with that myself.
Right. It's a thing.
I don't think any of us were like, yeah, let's get the Papadilla guy on, and then expected to talk about fucking inanimate objects for the next 15 minutes. So
Well, this
Thank
has
you.
been the
Thank
best
you so
ad
much.
for Papa John's Papadillas that I've ever heard. Like I was.
yeah, honestly, I mean, we should be getting sponsored at this fucking
This
point.
well, actually, I was gonna say this is we do need to disclose this is a paid sponsorship from Papa John's.
I would argue literally
Oh.
anybody, maybe any other fast food pizza competitor would sponsor this other than Papa John's. Because the slanderous sort of nature that we've taken against Mr. Shatner in the past has likely stopped us from ever getting into his inner circle.
Dude, but based Papa is the shit, dude. I don't even
I mean,
say
he is
anything bad about him.
based, but he also, like, you know, like, I'm pretty sure he single-handedly brought on the novel coronavirus.
Yeah, but he also made the Shaq-a-roni, so all is forgiven.
No, specifically, he did not have any part in the Shakaroni. That was after his departure.
Dude, you know that he's still like got shadow power over the. over the
Okay. So you're
Papa
thinking
John's
he has like a
organization.
puppet kind of system?
Oh, of
and
course.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
it's
it's
Shaq.
like- okay.
Definitely. He's like the godfather.
Shaq is his
of
best friend.
Godfather's Pizza, but like for Papa John's.
Right.
The
They're
God
just like
Papa or whatever.
Yeah, they're like Papa John Shatner is no longer CEO. And then he's like, "Yep, I'm stepping down." And then he's like, "Here's my good buddy Shaq." And then he just, he just hits him up.
No,
tells him what
Shaq
to
is
say.
a pretty good person to just say whatever you want them to say and
Right,
make a
and
wire
then-
transfer.
Well,
Yeah.
and Shaq was
Yeah.
like, "I will do whatever you say, Papa, but I have to have a pizza named after me." And he's like, "Say no more, my dude. Shaq-a-roni."
Yeah, that's true.
That's where it came from.
But if you are Shaq, you get to say that.
Yeah. Well, can you guys imagine for a second, like Shaq saying that, like multi-million-dollar entrepreneur, famous basketball player, and he goes up to the Papa father or whatever on the day of his daughter's wedding, and he's like,
Or whatever.
"Hey, Mr. Papa, can I have a Shaq-a-roni?"
Yeah, you're gonna say
Yeah.
yes, is what I'm gonna tell you right now. And then you're gonna say yes very proudly, and it's gonna all go according to plan.
I'm reading this article about, and it's from 7 days ago on Bloomberg, and the title is "Papa John is still obsessed with Papa John's," and apparently he has a TikTok with 500,000 followers, roughly, where he
Awesome.
regularly posts videos of him talking about Papa John's pizza, and then it cuts to like a clip of him like walking out of his mansion to a helicopter. And apparently the song that he uses, I'm not making this up, is Notorious B.I.G.'s Big Papa.
No way.
Um,
That's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
I wonder why. Yeah, I don't understand. Oh yeah, the caption, by the way. Sorry, haters. Papa John is still large, if not in charge. I'm wondering why. Why wouldn't we just like forgive this guy immediately? This is maybe the coolest
Right.
dude on the planet.
Forgive him
Yeah,
for what? Here,
he
I'll
has
link-
a
I'll link
he
you
has
to
a painting in his house. By the way, he has a banquet table in his mansion that holds 34 people. Uh,
All right. I wanna
There's
make
a-
With pizza?
there's a fresco in his house that's apparently of Moses getting circumcised.
No
I
way.
want to.
I'm
But
starting to think I'm starting to understand Papa John's situation here because
Right.
that is Papa John's situation. Look,
Yeah,
I'm
this-
Papa John, and I want to know if this can be delivered by tomorrow.
oh,
So,
That is the
after-
real question. I want to know if I can be on an 8-hour flight and play Pokemon.
You can.
That's
There you go. There you
I
go.
think about that too.
That's the criteria, motherfucker.
So I was watching one time I was taking a flight overseas and I was watching Code Monkeys. Do you remember that show?
yeah.
Do you ever
I
watch
remember
that
that.
anime show?
From fucking.
So
From
I was watching it.
The was it C4?
right,
G-
G4.
G4.
Yeah.
And
G4.
C4 is a composite explosive.
C4 is what we would go to prison for if we were ordering bulk quantities on the dark web and
Yeah.
shipping them
I like
everywhere. But
that.
the so I was watching that on a plane and then it got to this episode where they started screaming about prison rape really loud while like I was watching it or something. I was like, oh shit, I forgot about that. And everybody started looking at me and I felt really awkward and I guess this story goes nowhere because I just kept watching it.
Well, that is true though. Like, I mean, all right. So let's kind of pose that for a second. At what point do you think does something become socially uncomfortable enough to practically disrupt a overseas flight? Because you have to
Right.
understand the logistical cost of stopping something like that. I mean, obviously, the bottom end is like terrorist attack, but there's got to
Right.
be a line before that where someone does something that's not
I
necessarily
want to shake
violence
your
or threatening.
hand.
Yeah, like that's not
I
necessarily
want to shake
violent,
your hand.
but it's something where they immediately have to turn the plane around and like, stop somewhere close and like just get that person off the plane. I would argue something like that doesn't really scratch the surface. I don't know about you guys, and maybe Tony, you could kind of fill in on this with your Papadilla experience. But oftentimes, after eating like a nice big, plate of I don't know, macaroni and cheese, or perhaps like a good ham sandwich, my farts will smell not unlike, well, I imagine that of the peprophilia that Tony was kind of talking about earlier. So I guess my question is, and this is maybe a simple Google search away, has a plane ever been stopped due to a fart?
Extreme. I bet that it has due to extreme flatulence. Maybe not a single solitary fart, but like somebody shitting their pants.
Yeah, I mean,
almost.
I did find an article. I don't recognize this website, so could be fake news. Farts away is the article. is the title?
The
of the article.
farticle.
the farticle.
The farticle.
Plane makes unscheduled stop after man won't stop guffing is the language they use. That's how you can tell this is a European article.
This I was gonna say. Is
An
this from the
elderly
UK?
man's flatulence forced his flight to make an emergency stop after a fight broke out over his barrage of bottom burps. Okay, whoever wrote this is on one. Passengers flying with budget Dutch airline Transavia from Dubai to Amsterdam were reportedly put out by the man's continued farting and asked him to stop. The man failed to hold it in, even when a direct order from the pilot didn't take the wind out of his sails.
Can you imagine the pilot coming up? This is your captain
No, the
speaking.
best
Could
part
you
is
please
gotta
stop?
know. This guy was making it loud too because
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like on a plane like that, how are you gonna know who it's coming from?
Exactly.
That guy was clapping like
Right.
freaking loud as shit farts.
He
Two
was standing up
particularly
and spreading
incensed passengers took matters into their own hands. Local media reported that two Dutchmen sat next to the
Fecal
Trumper
matters.
started a fight with the man, which escalated to the point where the pilot was forced to make an unscheduled stop.
He
Armed
literally got-
police boarded the plane to remove the man who caused the ruckus.
The farting guy literally got manhandled by the Flying Dutchman.
That's
I can't
Along
believe
with
that.
two of his sisters who were seated next to them. What? Oh no, it means sisters like nuns, I think. This sounds like a
Oh,
really
okay.
good joke. There's a lot of
Right, there's
nuns,
like a-
Dutch
This
people,
does sound like
farts.
a really good
Right.
joke, I will say, because my sisters couldn't help with whatever these people need help with.
I don't know.
And unless you guys
So-
think that your sisters could, then I don't want to hear it.
Oh,
No.
man.
I
So
feel like the only other thing that could turn a plane around like that, really, is like if someone asked, "Are we there yet?"
Like
So-
too many times.
I heard a story.
Too many
I heard a
fucking
story
times.
about my stepmom. I heard a story about my stepmom about how she was on a plane from some place in Africa to some place in America, and she claims that the plane needed to be taken over by her, and she piloted the plane. She has no piloting experience
While she
at
was
all.
while she was explaining this, she held a spoon just in front of your mouth, and upon saying the plane's
she was-
coming, you were forced to
White, look, she is a white female. She is a white female. So I will say, as a white female, and I'm not a white female, but as a white female, I imagine if there was a plane full of brown people and they were like, somebody save us, they might look to the white female and they might be like, you could do this, maybe. So she claims that was her situation. And I accept that to a point.
Right.
And she claims that they let her take over the plane. But maybe it's not true. I don't know.
I mean,
Why
there
do
is
I
that
think I
thing
heard
about
this
like,
story before?
yeah, like there is that thing about like, if you just well, if you wear like, like a construction hat and a clipboard, you can pretty much get anywhere. I
Right.
wonder if that's like the white
Right.
female equivalent of just
Right.
like, she kind of socially engineered herself into the pilot seat.
I don't think she put any effort into it. Here's what I think. If her
Well, white
story is
women don't
true,
put any effort into anything, so
right.
I understand
Yep.
there.
That's
Yep. That is essentially the crux of my story.
Mhm.
If what she is saying is true, essentially her situation was there were a bunch of like people that were just like, who do we look to? And there was this like white chick that was like kind of highly educated, maybe to a medium extent. And they were like, huh, let's trust her. And she did it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll buy it. The one thing though is that again, if it's a white woman we're talking about, I mean,
She had
anything
no
that
flight experience is what I will say for a
yeah,
fact.
yeah, I
No,
mean,
she had no flight experience.
the one kind of, piece of skepticism I have left is generally speaking, any white woman that has something even remotely interesting happen to them, where they're the kind of they're the focal point of the matter. I'm wondering where the book is. Like she should have written a book, maybe been on Oprah.
She did not write a book, and it was
Okay.
not on Oprah.
Yeah.
She
Yeah, see,
comes
then I
from
don't-
an Amish background where
now this is getting a little more far fetched. I like it.
Amish,
Keep
okay.
going. Keep
it's
going.
not that it's far fetched. This is the truth, man. She comes from an Amish background, strong experience in Amish
Technology?
religion. Amish religion.
They look to the Hasidic woman sitting across the border. She's got suspenders, a fucking woolen coat, a top
beard.
She
hat.
had like a
beard.
lawyer outfit.
Yeah,
let's
and they're
say.
like, "All right, you can fly this plane." And
Yeah. This costume is just like a butter churner, you know?
yeah.
Just really get in there.
That's what my understanding is, and I'm going to communicate that honestly.
Okay, hold on. I'm in the pilot's seat of a Boeing 747, okay? And I'm an Amish person.
It wasn't that legit, but sure, we can go
Yeah,
forward with that.
Okay. I'm an Amish person sitting in the pilot of a commercial
It
airline.
was the back seat. It was the furthest back seat.
Was this thing a
And,
fucking Ferrari? What is
Like
is it
a
backloaded?
stealth bomber.
It
Yeah,
was-
what-
it
she was in
it was a
she was in an
low-class
SR-71.
flight.
What's going on?
It was a low class flight, and they just looked for the most qualified pilot who had no piloting experience.
And they went for the Amish white woman.
I'm sitting
Yeah, that's
in a
what they
in a
went
pilot
for.
seat. Okay,
There's
I'm
no
entering my
way
mind
this is
palace.
true.
I'm entering my mind palace. I'm sitting in the pilot seat. I'm an Amish woman. Okay. I look above me. There's a bunch of knobs and switches. Okay, those are the cow's udders. Easy enough, right? You just have to flick one, something happens. I put
Right.
my hand on the throttle. Yes, it is like churning the butter. What are some other kind of things I can pull from my experiences to help me maneuver this massive? I mean, to her, it's just like a seagull, right? Like it's a big seagull, maybe, or like a big pigeon.
Sounds appropriate. She
Yeah.
had no flight experience.
Well, I think some similarities you could draw is like when you put out the candles at night, that's like pushing the red buttons. You know, when you're hand washing your clothes, that's like I don't know, shaking the pilot awake.
Something like that, yeah. This is a good podcast. This is very
I'm
well
rapidly losing all cognizance right now. This is incredible.
I
Okay. All right.
I don't even know what to say, honestly.
I'm pulling the safety pin. Okay. It's time
Okay.
for episode 2 of oh fuck, I had a name for it and I forgot to write it down. Hold on. Give me 30 seconds. Vamp for me. The fuck
Honestly,
was it?
that would be a good name right there. Just
Right.
like, oh fuck, I had a name for it. Just do
That's
that.
branding in itself. There's-
Okay, here here it is. Young Money or I'm Funny. Okay, that's the name of the bit.
Okay,
I like
okay.
that.
I like it.
Young
I
Money
like
or
it.
I'm Funny. Okay, so Tony,
right.
since this is your first time being here, I'll explain the rules very quickly for you. I have with me a set of 4 lyrics from popular recording artist Lil Wayne, also known as Tunichi. Okay,
Oh, okay.
these are 4 sets of lyrics. Out of the set of lyrics, which includes 3 different bars, 2 of them come from the man himself. 1 of them is of my invention. Your job, as well as the job of your co-hosts here, is to determine which of these comes from moi and which of them does not. Okay, so
Oh,
one of them is from me, the other 2 are from Lil Wayne.
Yeah. Hope we get to hear some lyrics from Candy Shop. I like that song from him.
Well, that's definitely a 50 Cent song. So let's get started. All right. For the first one, I got 3 lyrics here. I fuck the bitches you wish you could. She tee off on my balls. I've got tiger's wood.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Feet hanging out the window jock my shoe game. Because all my kicks fly like Liu Kang.
Oh no. That's so
Big
dope.
house. All right. And the final one. Big house, long hallways. Got 10 bathrooms. I can shit all day.
Second one is you. I'm going with that one.
Second one is definitely
All right. So you're going with the Liu Kang one.
I am.
Satoshi, any input? Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah.
Second
so,
one.
0 input.
0 input. Okay.
Yeah. I am working hard on
Understood.
being
You're a
able
busy
to
man.
give you a
that dude's
better.
getting a blowjob under his desk.
Yeah, you're
That
chilling.
wasn't
You're chilling.
funny.
You're chilling. Put yourself back on mute. We got this. We got this
exactly
handled.
what's happening,
Yeah.
but it is
Close enough. Same neighborhood.
I'm working towards it.
This guy was
Understood.
Idea.
Okay. All right. Liu Kang is a Lil Wayne lyric.
No
My
way.
invention is I fuck the bitches you wish you could. She tee off with my balls. I've got tiger's blood.
So
Okay.
fuck, if you didn't throw that Liu Kang curveball in there.
Yeah, I
would've
know.
said that.
I have to be smarter with this now. I have to be
Yeah,
smarter with this
okay.
now.
Oh,
Okay.
I failed.
Number two. I am a vegetarian, man. I only eat beets. Wear a lot of carrots, and I smoke the best green. Number
Okay.
2. You think you're calling shots. You got the wrong number. I love Benjamin Franklin more than his own mother.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
And number 3. Plenty of fish in the ocean saw a mermaid by the docks. Man, I'm just a horny angler trying to tackle box.
Fuck, dude, that's so
Number
good. That
3.
has to be you. 3 has
Yours
to
is
be you
number
because it's
3.
too good. It's way too good.
Number 3 is me. Nicely done, gentlemen.
Okay.
Okay.
That,
All right.
that was the technical like. There
a bit
was
of a
like
spinster.
literary. There's a literary
Yeah.
depth in there.
I'm a bit of a minstrel. Okay.
All right.
Number 3 here. Okay. Bitch body got okay, and I should clarify. This is just single bar, like no rhyme, no nothing. It's just a single bar.
Alright.
Bitch got a body like a fire hydrant. That pussy boneless. That's Chick-fil-A.
That's you.
They ain't got shit on me, but she keeps sniffing.
You're the second one. I gotta
What
say,
was the
you're
first
the
one
second
again?
Bitch got a body
Bones?
like a fire hydrant.
Oh, like a
And then number
fire
2, that pussy boneless. That's Chick-fil-A. Number 3, they ain't got shit on me, but she keeps sniffing.
I would
Slick,
say
you're
number
still
three.
saying number
Whatever
two?
that
I
is.
would say number 3 again.
Number
Whatever
3.
that is, that's a lot of effort.
Okay. Number 1 is me. Bitch got a body like a fire hydrant. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nice
Motherfucker.
try. Nice try. Yeah, that is a famous saying of mine. That is a yeah, for all the Bacon Force enthusiasts out there. Okay. The last one. Now, this is something special. People like to talk about Lil Wayne, usually, those of us that grew up in the era where it was kind of ringtone rap, etc., as like, not really a lyricist, not really like a wordsmith. However, during my research into this bit, he does have actually some bars. So I have for you an extended set of 3 lyrics, one of which is my invention, 2 of which are Wayne's, and you'll have to guess for me which one is mine. The first one. My ceiling's absent, my wheels are massive, my friends assassins. All of us bastards are mothers, queens, and our women dancers. My river's rapid, my fins are splashing, my gills are flapping. I bit some matches, then sipped some gas and went kiss the dragon. Okay, that's number 1.
Oh, okay.
Young is the money, but I spit antique. Y'all don't listen, you just turn the other cheek. The chain's real icy and the phantom's real sleek. Diamonds over everything, Martin Lawrence Blue Streak. That's number 2.
That's
Okay.
50 Cent for sure.
That's number 2.
That's
Number
totally
3.
DMX.
Forewarning, Young Money's armed, and we can shoot it out. I got the money drawn. Yeah, take that to the bank with ya. I rock my hat to the side like I paint pictures. Smoke weed, talk shit like Brian Griffin. Whole country in recession, but Wayne is different.
That's
number
your
3.
line. That's your line.
It's number 3.
That's
I'm
your
gonna
line.
say I'm gonna say number 2.
Motherfucker.
Number 2 is yours.
You think number 2 is mine?
I don't know. I'm gonna go with it. Just feeling
Okay.
it.
So final count. Tony, you say number 3.
Number 3.
Satoshi, you say number 3. Slick, you say number 2.
That's right.
Okay.
I
Number
gotta
2
go.
is mine. Nicely done,
I
Slick.
knew
You
it.
know me too
All right.
well.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Man,
Yeah,
you go
Martin
way
Lawrence
harder
Blue
than before.
Streak. That
gotta
comes
go.
straight from the brain. All right, have a good night, Satoshi. Thanks for
Yeah.
stopping by.
I'm
Take
sorry,
care.
but I do have to
No,
go.
it's all good.
You're chilling.
Because-
Later,
Yeah.
homie. That man's getting some head top right now. Let's go.
All right.
No.
Clap.
Okay.
He's getting
Oh, he's right back.
Oh, sorry.
Right back. Was it that
Dip
good?
already done, huh?
Life, just I gotta go.
Okay.
Came fast? Or...
All right,
But-
hey, Wayne
but-
Falls.
I love you guys.
Definitely.
Of
And I'll
course.
hit you up
And I
after.
will- And I will see you soon. Please hit me up tonight.
We'll do.
I expect to hear from you.
Yeah,
And,
100%.
like I promised, I will take care of anything that you need.
Absolutely. That sounds real vague, real good for radio. I love it.
Yeah.
I'll
It's
hit you up.
vague. It's vague, but I'm serious. Anything
Yes.
you need, I will take care of.
Gotcha.
Take care.
Appreciate
All
it.
right. Bye.
All right.
Getting that
Alright.
pop rock
That was-
suck, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, right? Okay.
That
Yeah, that concludes this week's episode of Young Money,
was,
where I'm funny.
man, that's my worst performance yet.
Yeah, I mean,
That
you've
was-
had a lot of shots at this, so it's a bit of a disappointment. But you know
That
what?
was
50
my
Cent
worst
is
performance.
elusive. Um,
Yeah. Man,
So,
I think you guys are confusing your songs, to be honest. I don't think I'll say anything.
I hate your guts, dude.
So I was originally inspired by your Lil Wayne lyric game. So I
Okay.
tried this week to do a deep dive on like some incel forums, and I was gonna pull quotes and then make you guess which one was the real quote and which
Oh, I
one wasn't.
like that.
That sounds
But
great.
like so much of the shit got purged that it's so
Okay.
hard to find the actual real vicious shit. So
I
in
could
the
just link
meantime,
you to a couple of my other Discords if you want to use that.
well, maybe. But like in the meantime, I did pull up a couple questions that were asked like from Ask the Red Pill. And
Okay.
they're not great questions, but I just thought maybe we could help these guys out and you could give your
Okay.
answers. So I just thought,
Yeah,
Just
okay,
give
sure.
advice,
we can help
right?
them out.
I'm about as red
Yeah.
pilled as it comes. I look like
Yeah,
a
so-
fucking a blood cell.
Yeah, I'm
So this
based
guy
like,
right here,
Yeah.
this guy right here, is it worth hooking up with 4s and 5s for the practice if that's all I can pretty much get? I don't have the highest SMV at the moment, and I don't have successes with 7 and higher, but I can pull 4 through 6s pretty well. So
For
what do you
our
think?
Listeners
What
at
do you think?
home, SMV is sexual marketplace value.
Okay,
So-
thank you. I thought
okay.
it was Shin
Yeah, I
Megami
didn't-
Tensei. I did not hear
Yeah,
EV.
I
That
was
worked.
like kind of excited. I'm like, I don't have that game yet. I was
Yeah, that was okay. All right. So he basically asking if all he could get is 4s. Well, I would first spin the question back and I would ask you, my fellow brother, why do you think that's all you can pull? I mean, if you haven't tried to reach for the moon, how do you know if you can even get there? Is my first question.
right.
But
of
for
course.
for a more practical answer, don't come to school tomorrow. Is what I'll say. Don't come to school tomorrow. You're pretty cool.
Yeah, dude, I don't have a real answer for this dude, except for like it sounds like you have self-esteem issues, and you have to understand that 2 nickels is the same value as a dime.
True.
Like,
100%. Yeah,
mean?
put those together, you're
Like-
still paying for a soda pop back in 1920.
right.
Dude, you can
Exactly.
get like a quadruple
Don't say a
thigh
papadilla.
job.
Okay. There
Right.
you go.
No, you get like a quadruple thigh job from 2 fat bitches and be like, kind of made, honestly. You won't get that from one girl, even if she's hot.
Right.
It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So there was
Um,
there's a lot of people talking shit to our good friend here who is asking his question there.
I've never. Yeah. I mean, like, just
basically
like
telling him
like one more thing that I want to bring up. I've never thought of. Maybe this is my selfishness coming through a little bit, but I've never been like, oh man, I should practice more at sex, because like I don't ever see myself being in a position where I get to the part where there's sex and I'm like, uh-oh, like it's like that's never happened to me and probably never will. Because at that point I'm past all of the barriers. All that is left is for me to open the chest and get my loot, right? So it doesn't really matter what happens from that point forward. Obviously, if it's a long-term thing, it's slightly different, but I don't know. That just seems unlikely at this point.
Yeah,
I'm not a
he's,
filthy
he's
casual.
Like, he's opening up like the Roth IRA of pussy. You know what I mean? Like, he's practicing on these 4 and 5 bitches who don't mean nothing.
Okay.
Until he can, as young guys do, they get jacked, they work on their money, and then they find who they want to like stay with, hopefully.
Okay, so he's basically like he's farming boars until he gets enough XP to finally fight the raid boss, right?
Yeah, and instead of level 2 boars, they're like level 4 or 5 in this
Okay.
situation. But
Okay, gotcha.
like, he's still got the warts, still feels good. So, I don't see why you can't knock out 2 bitches with 1 donkey punch,
All right, what are his people
Alright.
saying? They're just like,
Well, I closed it, but they were basically
Okay.
saying like, no, you shouldn't do that. That's a waste of your time, idiot. You should only aim higher.
Yeah, see,
Sounds like
that's-
none of them get pussy, so that's too
yeah,
bad.
it's true.
So here, I got
Yeah, I
this
mean,
next
Benjamin
question
Franklin
here.
once famously said, "All cats are gray in the dark," right? So I mean, that dude was into some crazy shit.
dude, Ben Franklin was a freak. That's
Oh,
that's
yeah,
a fact.
100%.
That's on
That's what
God,
they
foot
say, yeah.
fetishist.
You can't
Yeah, he
invent
was-
electricity or whatever he did
Yeah.
without getting some crazy pussy first.
Right.
No, that was like
That's a
that was like Nicolas Cage or something, right?
Well,
Like,
might have been.
electricity.
Might have been. However, I would like to invite you to my reality marble in my head where I have just come up with a world where inventions only happen during the few precious moments of post-nut clarity. So imagine like the wheel, right? Like this dude just gets down laying the best pipe of his life to like Cleopatra or something, and he gets
Right.
up and he's like, "Oh my god, we can just spin stuff," and then
Yeah, it's
that's how
right.
inventions happen.
Yeah, after he did like the spin cycle with Cleopatra, like
Yeah. Yeah,
where he
like they
just
rolled around the room, and in his head, he's like Isaac Newton, thinking, "Oh my fucking god, we could just do this
well,
with objects."
I don't think it was like
And-
Isaac Newton. I was thinking more like Jimmy Neutron, where he's like
Oh,
brain blast,
brain blast,
but instead of like his brain, it's just like
cum shot.
cum shot, like gets in her eyes, and he's like, "That's ingenuity." And then she's crying and everything, but he's about to make a wheel, so who cares?
Yeah, he's about to revolutionize commerce forever.
Right? Yeah,
Oh,
transportation.
Jesus
I
fuck!
think it might be more like that.
So
You guys been doing anything cool?
no, not at
Yeah,
all. I got one more
Let me
question.
check my notes. Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like, all these people that have these podcasts, they just rattle on for days, and I feel like if I'm gonna say something and it's not funny, it has to either be like true or something of substance. And after about like fuck, what is it now? Almost a dozen episodes of this shit, I'm
Right.
starting to think I'm not very interesting. I don't know about you fellas, and that's crazy because I've always thought of myself as like primo grade conversationalist, but I'm starting
think
to tucker out a little bit.
I feel like just specifically today, maybe went off the rails a bit. So
A
I
little
didn't,
bit,
I
yeah.
don't know where to go with it from here.
I don't know.
I feel like
it was pretty on the rails.
well, I mean, some of it was, and then some of it well, whatever, just letting it happen. You know what? I think you've gotten more interesting. There's so
Really?
much, yeah. There's so much to you that we haven't even touched on. There's more
That's
than
true.
just your quick
That's
wit,
true. I guess I haven't really talked about like the fact that I am actually physically hyper realistic angel as depicted in the Bible. So we could
Right.
touch on that, I guess, for a bit.
Yeah, and I'm
Oh,
actually
yeah,
a
like
cat girl.
The
Yeah.
giant like eyeballs and shit.
Yeah, I have like 16 wings. All of them have eyes depicted on them. Yeah, Slick is a cat
Right.
girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm like
I just kind of
Pickle.
figured that was the norm, like just
Right.
randomly bursting out into Latin or Aramaic.
Aramaic. Isn't that like what they speak in
I'm pretty sure that's like a spice. Like, I'm pretty sure I put that on my pizza.
Right.
I've never heard of that. I don't think that's true.
It's not. Yeah, it's
I
definitely
think
language.
that's like
I think it's like
Oregon
ancient.
Boba.
Yeah. I think Aramaic is what they spoke when they were trying to bust too many nuts and trying to figure out how to invent fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what though? There is, I think, some credence to be lent to the idea of kind of the all right, so like we get pretty abstract on this show sometimes and we talk about how crazy the internet is, but I'd like to take a step back beyond that and just say the human mind at its very kind of base level is basically just a bunch of neurons and electrons kind of smashing into each other, creating all these nuts thoughts, right?
Right.
And I mean, for me to be able to say something like, what was the lyric? Bitch got a body like a fire hydrant.
Right.
It really shows, I think, kind of the natural evolution of man. But I wonder. Go ahead. Yeah.
Can I comment on that quick?
Yeah.
I mean, it does illustrate evolution because I'm pretty sure, like 100 years ago, there was no such thing as fire hydrants. So, like,
that might be true.
Actually, it's just an evolution of like linguistics as we know it, including like fire hydrants and shit, right?
Yeah. But like that joke like initially comes from me in like high school. And like when guys do that thing where they see a hot girl and their eyes pop out of their head and they do the wooga wooga thing and then they make the hand shape of like a hourglass, right? To be like she's got like an hourglass figure.
I don't think
I thought
guys do that.
They might not, but I was like, I thought it'd be funny if instead you saw like a really crazy looking bitch, and you made like a hand shape like a fire hydrant, and just like you go down the whole way with your hands because that's how some women look. And yeah, I mean, to any
Right.
fire hydrant women out there, damn, that's got to be rough.
I think a fire hydrant woman is just a tranny, right? Like,
Whoa, I need to hear the logic behind this. Hit me.
well, there's so many ways. So, like, obviously, everyone knows a fire hydrant looks like a penis. We like, come
Sure. Okay, a little
on,
bit.
right? We also know that trannies like to get peed on, and I know my dog likes to pee on fire hydrants, so that's number two.
Okay,
But number
All right.
three,
reaching a bit. Okay, hit me.
if you so like, let's pretend we're taking the top-down view, like on an executive level, like from the top to the bottom. If we're going from the top, where the weird like dick part is the head, and then there's like the little knobs. I feel like those are little mini penises that they like shaped up from a vagina, and that's like the tranny part.
Okay, I'll tell you what, you got me sold completely.
And,
I am all in at this point.
You
and
know,
what
can't
and,
argue with that.
as we all know, Nick, Dennis, Denny,
Yes.
uh, you know, trannies really like water.
Yeah, I mean,
And I
do
feel
it
like
be
that's-
squirting though?
Do it be squirting though?
Do it be
Well,
squirting though?
That's a matter of debate. You guys ever squirted when you just balls deep in a papadilla?
I
No,
have not.
No, I can't say I have.
Well, it's
I told you if we brought him on, he's just gonna keep talking about busting in the papadillas. But you said no, he'll talk about other stuff, and it's been like 30 minutes of busting in the papadillas.
You know,
Ugh.
hey, everyone's got their thing. You
I
know,
thought
True.
this was inclusive. I don't know about that.
it is. I'm totally there with that because I know
Oh,
that
yeah,
a lot
what's
of people
your,
like.
what's your pizza count?
puss. So it's zero.
Okay, so you're a fucking virgin. All right.
Yeah,
Next
it is.
question.
I am.
You don't even know what you're talking about. It's a good thing I'm here. I'll say that much.
Right.
Yeah, you provide a much needed perspective.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've never experienced the depths of a stuffed crust or
Well, it's not
or what it
stuffed
means
until,
to go. Well, right. I've never
it's
gone
just
balls
crust.
deep in a deep dish. I've never rubbed my taint on a margarita pizza. I've never gone bone to bone with a calzone. Like I don't know. I'm trying to think of other
Those are
pizza
those
related
off-brand
implements.
bitches, but
Right.
you know,
I never got the red rocket with a hot pocket.
Oh
I,
my
uh,
god.
okay, that's basically the pedophilia of what we're talking about.
Oh no.
So you shouldn't do that. I don't condone that, and it's illegal
Oh
somewhere.
fuck. There's got to be a cream pie joke in there somewhere too, but I'm too lazy to find it.
There
Oh
was.
yeah, cream pie, pizza pie, whatever.
Right,
Same
yeah.
thing.
I don't know, but you know who does? Really, I mean,
I have
someone
a
who has a
feeling I
lot
know
to
who
say on this
does.
topic. Go ahead.
I feel like I know. I'm gonna guess that it's Michelle Obama.
Michelle
Has a
Obama
lot-
does know a lot
ha-
about
has-
papadillas.
knows a lot about papadillas, and she knows exactly what to do with them.
Yeah, 100%.
She basically is a papadilla if you think about it. Like, okay, hear me out. You ever just wanted to fuck the first lady of the United States?
Yeah, always. Did you rap already, Slick?
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I might leave that part in.
I like that too. I've had this sort of idea, kind of a master plan since I was like, I want to say since I was like 19 or 20.
Like kind of like a final solution, or
So it's really hard to kind of describe where this came from, but you guys have obviously seen The Matrix, right?
I have once or twice.
Okay. So I want to, when I find a woman that I fall in love with, or even just a potential seed carrier, I want to have a child, and I want from the age of like, because doctors say that like memory recognition starts at around 2 to 3, and that's when your earliest memories are. I want to raise the kid super healthy, boy or girl, I don't care. Like I want to just have them like just they're totally fine, totally normal. But as soon as they're around 2 or 3 years old, um, I want to sort of mount a like an Oculus Rift to their head and then never take it off until they turn 18.
That's a long
And
time.
yeah, I want them to basically go through life in a different world. And then when they turn 18, I just strip it off and I say, "Welcome to the real world." And by then, I will assume that the state of things is pretty catastrophic, just depending on the current like trajectory. And so I'm
Sure.
just very like it'd be like a long-term science experiment, right? And I could even get like funding potentially from like, the NASDAQ.
Like
and,
NASDAQ, like the stock
I don't
market.
fucking know.
Yeah, that's how that
NASDAQ
works.
will fund my- the
They
stock
put out
market's gonna fund
grants
my
for-
child's alternate life, yeah. No, but imagine that. Like, imagine you're living, right? You go to school in, like, Jupiter, and then you're fucking, like, you're running through the streets in, like, an ARG version of the Matrix, and then one day your dad says, "Hey, happy 18th," and he takes these, the fucking fluorescent lights of the room are blinding because you've never seen actual, like, light refracted back at you. It's always just been an LED screen.
I have a
And,
way. Oh, keep going. I was gonna
No,
say
I
I have
mean,
a way you could save a lot
that's
of money.
basically it.
You could save a lot of money just putting a blindfold on them.
I was gonna say, how are you gonna like
Because then they
put
just
it?
think there's nothing. I want them to think there is.
I get it. I
So
get
so
it.
my question is like, are you gonna put them in a catatonic state and like feed tube them?
No, they would like.
So or it's
So
like
they would
augmented
still-
reality.
Yes, yeah, they would walk around. They wouldn't leave the house. That's not allowed. But they would walk around, and when they're sleeping, I would like charge the headset. Like they would never. They would imagine that it's a part of their like physiology. Like the headset doesn't come off.
You mean
Okay.
like the phones
So-
are now?
Just wait a few more
Yes.
years.
That's what
yeah,
I'm saying. It's gonna
just wait-
happen.
yeah,
I
like,
want to be
wait-
the pioneer though, and I want to do it forcefully to my kin.
So you can do it I think in a few more years you'd be able to do this without having to even they can leave the house. You would just tell them they have to wear special eyewear because of their eyesight. Like you take them to the doctor, you fake this whole thing.
Yeah, but then
Then they
someone's
wear
gonna be
it,
like,
and
"Why are you
then-
wearing that headset?" And then it's gonna ruin the immersion.
So, well then he doesn't. It'll be like these.
Just put the googly
It'll
eyes
just
on
be
there.
these goggles, right? And they just say, "Oh, I have fucking cataracts," and they'll be like, "Oh, okay," because you told the kid they have cataracts, and then, or whatever made of ailment, and then these goggles will basically do real time
They say
filtering.
cataracts isn't real.
So just, dude, you're talking about putting fucking VR goggles on a child for 16 years.
Just
Like,
all,
just
all you
go
have
with
to
me here.
all you have to do is say you're Dan Crenshaw, and you pass the one eye thing down to your kid. You convince them of that, and they have this big heavy eye patch on.
Right. Or, well, that works. But see, the goggles, we're going to do real time filtering. So, like, everybody can look like purple aliens and shit.
That's what I want. But I don't
and-
want it to be like scary. I want it to be like a utopia.
Well,
And
yeah,
then when
okay.
they come out at 18, it's
So-
awful. Like everything's the
it's
worst.
Norway.
And I'll just look at him and be like, eh? Eh?
Everybody's white and blonde. Everybody. And then they take
Yeah,
take the glasses off and then they see you.
what happened to my world?
What do you, dude? I think seriously, if you did that, I think somebody's mind would shatter.
That's
because
what, yeah,
their entire reality would shift instantaneously.
yeah, 100%, right? Like
I don't
there's
know
no
that-
shot that they can handle something like that without any serious trauma, like afflicting them almost instantly.
I mean, even if you just did mild differences, like the sky was green and the grass was blue and shit, and then
Yeah.
like they take that, I think their fucking head would just explode.
Think
the
about
second you took that off.
the people that like are deaf and have the cochlear implants or whatever. put in, and then they start
Yeah, they're
hearing
like
things.
driven to tears by like
Yeah.
the fucking leak spin song on YouTube. Like,
Yeah, well, either that or they want to rip it out of their head because it's like, oh my god,
Mhm.
everything is so noisy, it's so overwhelming. You
Right.
know?
yeah, 100%.
Because you learn to filter, like you learn to filter things out with your vision and your hearing, and so if
Yeah.
you were denied that, and then the experience would probably be excruciating, at
Mhm.
least at first. So yeah, you should definitely torture a child for 16 years. Like,
Yeah.
It's not torture. Explain how it's
sorry,
torture.
science.
Yeah,
It's
it's not
science.
torture until they take it off, and at that point, like, they're 18. So
I mean, the only difference between this and like the MK Ultra shit is like the technology is a little more advanced, I guess.
Yeah, and the
yeah, and it's my child, so I'm responsible for them anyway, right?
okay.
I don't.
What's
I keep
what's the
trying
end
to
goal?
find a way to justify that, like them being my off my offspring. and,
Why?
like, that
Because you
somehow
don't
being
deserve
more
kids or
morally-
what?
Yeah, that's somehow being more morally like just, and it's just not. It's worse every way I look at it. No one else would sign up for this. So
It would be totally better if it was a random kid.
Yeah.
You should just. I'm still not. I get. Is the point like just to see what would happen, or is there a point?
basically,
to-
yeah.
Okay.
No, it's just to
There's
see
no
what
end
happened. I
game.
mean,
It's just
all
Okay.
right. So what I see is like one of two outcomes, right? So like you
Sure.
said, either their mind shatters and they just melt into a puddle of trauma, or number two, they become like fucking Tetsuo from Akira, and they're able to just move shit with their mind and
Develop
like
psychic abilities.
somehow their mind just expands beyond our sort of physical grasp, and they're able to like like harness telekinesis. They can make you come at will, like just all sorts of crazy shit.
so basically you're trying to birth the Oracle to bring
Yeah,
us
yeah,
back
pretty
around to
much.
the Matrix, and then
Mhm.
they can like teach others to
Hmm.
be psychopathic.
Dude.
I mean,
This you guys just gave me
yeah,
a
yeah.
great idea. So something this is only related, in a tangential way. But once we do get to like really sick VR, I'm probably gonna be jacked in all the time, right? So I just thought of a good slogan because all this, if you know like all the Gibson novels and stuff, it's always like high tech low life they call it.
Yeah. Yep.
So I've never heard this anywhere, so forgive me if it's not original, but jack in and jack off. Like that's what I'm gonna do 24/7.
Okay. I'll have you know, Slick, I did that just last night. I will say from firsthand experience that the Japanese porno industry is fully aware of both the power and the limitations of the virtual reality systems we have in place, and boy oh boy, do they know how to manipulate them.
What the headset do you have? Because I'm about to cop one. No shit.
I have
Rift.
I have the Oculus Rift, the wireless one, the Quest.
Okay.
It's like it's crazy. So here's the thing: if you want to buy it just on its own, it's like $800. But
Alright.
if you buy it the Facebook version, where you have to have a Facebook account to use it, it's like $300, and it's the
Oh.
same exact thing, but it just requires you to have Facebook. So anytime someone tells me that Facebook is free, I'm gonna show them that and then start
Yeah.
peeing in their mouth.
So
because-
the only thing I don't like about that is I'm sure there's a way Facebook is tracking what pornography
Oh,
I'm
100%.
watching,
but
and then they're
that's why
gonna
my
ban
Facebook
me.
account is called My Hand. It's MAI and then space HANDE. It's My Hand, and it's just a picture of my hand.
It's me. Because I'm pretty sure like Zuckerberg is watching me jerk it through my eyes, like seeing a double feed somehow, like a camera,
It's
and
like-
and he's like
It's
he's
like
straight up-
being John Malkovich, but you're
right,
coming nuts.
exactly. But I'm just watching Japanese pornography, and
he gets so offended he has to create a whole new terms of service like section.
Yeah.
Like we
Like-
need to figure out a way we can ban this guy.
once he sees the tentacles and dragon eggs coming out, I'm sure I'm fucking toast.
Trust me, they know what they're doing. Check this out. I'm gonna get real deep into the logistics of
let's do this.
VR porn for a second.
This is
They-
what I came for.
They know what they're doing, because listen to this, okay? So there are websites where it'll just put you automatically into like the shitty kind of built-in VR system that it has, for the videos, and then there are other websites where it'll be like, check this out, this is in 4K, but you need this app to run it. It's a free app, just go find it in the Oculus store. And then you go to the Oculus store and you go to recommended apps, and it's at the fucking top. So you know that they're aware that there is a market for this. Like, they are fully aware that people are just being total degenerates with these fucking headsets. And I'll just say this one arrived sky blue, it's white now. So
Oh well. I was vaguely aware of how good this was. I actually had I had a friend from Japan who, what's the name of the manga company? They publish like the Ghost in the Shell manga and stuff. She worked there.
Okay.
As a publisher. Like she wasn't like, she didn't author anything or whatever. She was a publisher, but who was friends with another guy who was like a developer, and he had this insane VR rig in his house. I mean, it looked like absolute shit. It seriously looked like Serial Experiments Lane in his fucking house or something. Like it was pretty crazy. And then of course he was talking about the porn and how good it was, and this was years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can only imagine where we're at now, because this was probably like 2014.
You don't have
13.
to imagine. I am firsthand account. Like, I'm a witness. It's fucking. It's really good. It's great.
Have
Like,
you ever seen
9 out
the
of 10? Easy.
Have you ever seen the patent for like the first VR headset from like the
Mm-hmm.
1950s?
No.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
I forget what they called it, but I'm sure if you just Googled it, but it's like this huge thing, and it even had like a
Jerk off
smell-o-vision.
maybe.
Yeah, it had like a smell-o-vision. It would like pump scents into whatever. Like, I'm not even joking.
They're like trying to do that again.
Yeah.
There's like a thing, I can't remember what it's called. I've seen it not too long ago where they were trying to do that again, bring that back. I went to a, what do they call it, 4D movie when I was in China. And what did I see? Fast and the
Isn't that like
Furious
what-
or something?
Essentially, like what Burger King's doing every time you drive by is they're like pumping that shit sent out in the air. So like,
So,
40.
it's fucking like that in a movie theater. So I saw, I think it was Fast and the Furious. One of them, I saw it when I was in China. I went with someone, and we went to this 4D film, and it was the first time I'd ever been to one. And so the seats all shake and rotate. They all move. So you vibrate with certain scenes. They twist and go, like, so it's pretty cool. But then they blow wind in the theater at certain parts. So when there's a lot of speed, you get wind in your face. And at certain points, they mist you. Like straight up water. Like, it was pretty fucking, it was actually pretty
It's
dope.
like a scene where the Rock is yelling. It's just like spitting in your face.
Spitting in my face. Michelle
There's that one
Rodriguez
part
is
where you
like
see
peeing,
Paul
and then
Walker.
I'm like opening my mouth.
This is the one part where you see Paul Walker slam into the tree at 80 miles per hour, and you
Yeah.
smell his burning corpse, and you're like, wow, this is
The
realistic.
theater lights on fire.
It get really hot in here all of a sudden.
What was that?
You're in the porn theaters and women are squirting on TV and they're like spraying you in the face with like Mr. Experience.
I can't
Like,
wait.
damn.
I'm going to a 4D watching of Train Spotting, and everyone just starts vomiting 15 minutes in.
It's like they don't like to fill up the 4D theater. They just go out and buy like buck urine or something and like spray it on everybody.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Yeah, there's just a guy in the seat in front of you with a squirt bottle.
Just
Tactically positioned.
Yeah.
fucking running, like running up and down the theater, just pepper spraying people.
Yeah.
Fucking going to a 4D a 4D viewing of Philadelphia, and at the end they inject everyone with the AIDS virus.
It's a.
Oh man.
He's sitting there like a requiem for a dream, and it's like ass to ass, and all of a sudden something comes up to the bottom of your seat.
Fucking
Just
human
hands you a
centipede.
spoon and a lighter.
You're the middle one in the human centipede, and they're just like throwing shit in your mouth.
Somebody
And they
grabs
say-
you from behind and spreads you. It's somebody-
Yeah.
And they say cinema is dead. Come on.
We've just gone to the next level of theater. It's like real life.
Yeah. You go to see Shawshank Redemption, and there's 4 guys that come in, and they call themselves the Sisters, and it turns out you weren't at a movie theater at all.
40 is awesome. I can't wait till I go again. Oh,
Like live action role play movies, like they can put you in the movie.
right. I can't wait to experience every fucking horrendous scene I've ever. Oh.
Your Ving Rhames in Pulp Fiction.
I was gonna bring that up. Like, I forgot his name, so I was gonna say that one scene in Pulp Fiction. Just assume everybody knew I was talking about anal rape.
Yeah. And then they hand you a shotgun, and there's just a homeless dude you get to take out.
It's Deliverance.
Yeah.
You have to squeal like a pig. Oh,
Or
that's
it's a 4D viewing of The Matrix, and they just put a VR headset on your head from the age of 2.
yeah. So I see where you were going with that whole VR thing now.
Yeah, exactly.
Essentially.
So, I saw a post on K, and I know we're not supposed to use outside topics, but this is just so. This is so interesting that I simply have no choice but to bring it up.
It's not racism, is it?
No, it's not. Give me
Okay.
1 second. It'd be way funnier if it was, though. 1 second. Oh, shit.
My pop filter fell off. I don't need it anyway, I guess, but.
I could have sworn I had this pulled up. My bad.
I can't even. Since you're talking about K, 4chan is one of those weird things, dude, where I actually went on it the other day, just browsing. The last time I browsed 4chan seriously, I was probably like 21 years old or 20 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it
same.
was probably over a decade ago. And I looked at it, and the quality of posts and what people are saying is exactly the same. Not a fucking
crazy.
thing has changed.
It's
It's-
crazy. Sometimes I'll just read like a Twitter thread, and it'll lead me back there to like scope out the situation and see if they need help. And no, they're doing fine. They're
Yeah,
they like people. It's really funny that they and of course it's like individual people. So this is a massive generalization, but the thing about 4chan is they hate snowflakes and they hate people that are like like in their bubble and safe in their bubble. When 4chan is like probably the biggest bubble I've ever
Yeah.
seen, but it just happens to be a bubble of like degenerates and awful topics.
cope
But I found it
extraordinaire.
here, so I'm just gonna post this in the Discord so you can peruse it as well. But I'll kind of describe it as we're talking about it.
I'm gonna
So
throw
this
it up
guy
on
on
the
K
TV here.
said, "Hey Commandos, I started microdosing bullets by shooting myself in the leg with 177 pellets, and after 2 months they stopped breaking skin, so I've moved up to 22. My goal is to work up to 22 LR by the end of the year, and then one day get to 223. Is this possible? Can I become bulletproof?" And the image is a picture
Jesus.
supposedly of his leg, where
That's,
it does look pretty beat up, but he has a point because it does seem like, okay, so I follow UFC pretty seriously, and a lot of the
Sure.
fighters will literally take like rolling pins and shit, and they will just crack it into their shins over and over, and they'll roll it along their shins. This is to break the skin and strengthen the bone underneath, right?
Yeah,
That's how
so
they
there's
get
a-
more tensile strength in their bones.
There's a better way to do this than shooting yourself.
Well, but
Muay Thai guys kick banana trees all day,
sure.
and those
But
guys have
banana
probably
trees don't fire at like 900 rounds a minute, and they don't travel at miles a second. So
right.
for
But
his last question, can he become bulletproof? I do wonder at what point this stops. Like, at what point do you start seeing pretty serious, like, diminishing returns? Like,
Well-
can you become Captain America levels of like impenetrable? I guess.
so the fact is, he's shooting himself with 22 pellets, which probably means air rifle, which means once he puts actual force behind those, they're gonna blow right through his leg.
Yeah.
So when he uses one actual bullet, it's gonna go right through him. There's just too much force. Yeah, like this guy he's going
not
about
fun
the
at all.
wrong way to be bulletproof.
Okay, what's the right way to be bulletproof?
Of course, metal implants.
Yeah.
Duh. You gotta get that exoskeleton. You gotta get titanium bones.
But that's cheating because then you're not bulletproof. It's just the shit that they're putting. Look, I want to avoid doctors
Oh,
putting stuff in me.
let's-
Period. Okay.
Yes. We could get into a whole philosophical debate about this. What is you? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like-
now you're making my head hurt.
Right. If you have to get like a pacemaker because your heart's all fucked up, and so you have a robotic piece keeping you alive, are you still you? You know, you're not a robot. Like, at what
Yeah, it's
point do you stop becoming human? We're gonna get way
It's
we're
the
gonna
ship
get
of
way deep
Theseus
about
thing,
this.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, like, well,
Some bionic shit.
it is essentially the ship of Theseus problem, because it's hard to define like what is actually you, right?
Mhm.
And if you were to implant something in yourself, you aren't necessarily not you, even if it's considered not natural or something a human can't have by birth. Anyway, we're getting too deep for this retarded topic.
No, it's really
I mean,
not too deep because
You're
there is a
essentially the
yeah.
host, or it could be the other way around. But like whatever you are as the host, whatever you within you are taking on, and it is becoming a part of you. Essentially, it's like kind of like with viruses and bacteria, or even like with cordyceps mushrooms, for example. How like the caterpillar one, like for example, where it busts through the top of the head of the caterpillar, kind of leads it up to like the top of a tree, so it can spore and shit. It's like takes over the host and becomes whatever that is. I mean, that's
Yeah,
kind of what I mean. We are as organisms
So-
in a sense too. So it does. I mean, it makes sense.
Like, so if you want me, like, just to go back to like this dude trying to make himself bulletproof. Okay,
That's not a
if we want
different-
to if we want to pretend like this part would work, I still think he should train not using bullets, but like build up through sand or something first, because this dude's leg is like full of holes. It's a pretty
You know
nasty
what I mean?
pick.
Like,
And
at some point,
it's
skin only is going to be so dense, and then you're going to
Right.
have to rely on bone density and like the matrixing of your bone. You know what I mean? But it's
Right.
like, at what point is skin
yeah,
like?
he's
How strong can that really get? You know what I
yeah,
mean? You're,
it'll have
Oh.
an upper limit to probably its
Scar
tensile
tissue.
strength.
You just need to figure out like a substance that you could use as like tattoo ink.
Like some kind of like nano carbon fiber tattoo ink or
Yeah.
something.
Something that would
that'd
help.
be-
Does
you're just
you know what?
enchanting.
I don't know that I've ever heard anybody like say that before. Like a tattoo body armor. That would be sick
It's
as
no
fuck,
different than,
actually.
Like, with like for example, like silver supplements and shit. It's nanoparticles of silver that you can ingest. So if you can
Right.
essentially put that like in a sinus spray and shit, couldn't you do that with something else too that is eventually just going to deposit into layers of like your pores to your skin and build up and become something that is almost like a armor or some shit.
You
The,
just get spikes all over your body of
the
silver.
problem would be you'd have to
Your
figure
body's
out
going to purge that shit. You would think though.
Maybe.
maybe, but the thing is you'd have to be able to like when you do the tattoo, like link all those molecules. So there'd almost have to be like a chemical reaction. Like the ink is obviously like staying in your skin, but it's all individual little dots. So there'd have to be a chemical reaction with your skin in order to become one whole thing, so it can dissipate the energy of the bullet throughout all of the ink.
Right. Huh.
Hmm.
Nano
That's a good point.
machines. We probably need nano machines. I don't know how far off we are from that. 100 years? 1,000 years?
10
Yeah.
years.
10? I wish. That would be so sick.
Yeah.
The first time I can program my own nano machines to like, so I can have like super strength and shit, I'm doing it. It'll be a 5-second decision. I'll be like, fuck yeah, and I'll shoot them right up.
Full on form Voltron type shit.
Right. So like, but now like kind of to go back, because I think it is kind of worth a discussion. Like, what does make you you? That's something my schizophrenic pea brain loses sleep over sometimes, because I think about that a lot. I work with a lot of AI researchers, and they talk casually about eventually being able to upload your brain. Not in the near future, but as a reality. And I always think about that. is that really you though? It's just a copy of your data. It's like a copy of a file. It has all of the original contents, so it has all of the original memory, but it's not you. It's a different you.
Probably has pronouns.
Yeah, I mean, like, I, I don't know. Like, what is it that makes you you? Is it like your thoughts, your memory, your genetics, a combination? Like, what is even a thought? I don't know. I'm getting like too retarded, but like, I start thinking about that all the time. Like, when you think about something, like, especially if you like solve a problem, where does that thought come from? I mean, you're taking your experience and you're computing. So I understand you're doing some kind of iterative processing, like you're thinking about it over and over, running scenarios. But
It's generative in some aspect. I would think so too. The whole idea, like you think what you think you become, or the ideology that like in dreams, like we are just like inherently creating other realities, or other
right,
galaxies, or whatever. Too, always like that concept.
well, like
Yeah,
I
there's
always
a. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I've had so like I've had like programming problems that I've actually solved in my sleep. Like I've solved them in a dream. I had a dream that I solved them, and the fix I did in my dream worked in real life. So something I was working on all day. So I could assume my brain was just trying things out, but my brain couldn't know if it worked or not. That's my problem with my dream. Like in my dream, I did something and it worked. And so I did it in real life and it worked. And my problem with that is my brain could not have known it would work. It just told me it would.
No, your brain
How-
probably knew it was going to work. You just weren't able to recognize in the real world that it would work.
I mean,
You
maybe.
you might have tapped into some problem solving skills that you can't consciously run while you're awake.
It definitely, I mean, it could be.
I don't know.
So the way I'm trying to explain is like I'm programming something and I'm not a good programmer. So I have to run it and then have the error log come back at me. So I actually don't know if what I do works or not until the computer tells me success or failure.
Right.
So in my dream, I did something and the computer told me success. And so I tried it the next morning and it worked. And maybe it was my dream just being like, trust me, bro.
Yeah.
But like, sometimes I really think there is like a real like aether. Like we really can pull things out of somewhere and make them real. And like, I don't know, like are we connected to something bigger than ourselves, or does that come internally? Is that just
There's
inside
this,
of me somewhere, or?
So there's this popular Twitch streamer now who's a member of Harvard faculty. He's a psychologist. His name's Dr. K. He's this Indian guy that basically mixes like traditional modern psychology and psychiatry and those practices with like Eastern spirituality, medicine, stuff like that. And I know you're pretty into that, Slick. So I'm curious what your thoughts on this are. He says that if you talk to like basically any yogi, like a practitioner of Eastern medicine, they will tell you that the question of what happens to us after we die has already been cracked, and that is while your body and your mind no longer exist, your consciousness does. And he says that mind and consciousness are two separate things. And the way that you can prove that is by the evidence of dreams. Because as far as we can tell, when you dream, your brain is still working, but your mind is not. You cannot, like you just said, you can't really physically, or not physically, I suppose, but you can't mentally solve for X in a dream, but your consciousness does whatever it wants while you're dreaming. And
Right.
that's whether it's your subconsciousness or there are those times when you are able to be lucid in a dream. Your like your actual forethought comes into play as well. But because that exists, he says that once you die, your consciousness stays, and that is what people refer to as like ghosts when they feel like something is watching them or this, that, or the other. It is just consciousness everywhere. And he says that when you die, your mind and your body go away, but your consciousness stays around afterwards. So, what does it mean to be you? I think I have that nailed down to like three things.
Okay.
One, can I still bring myself to climax just by myself? That's very important.
Uno.
Number two, yeah. Number two, am I aware of whatever is happening around me? Because if I get to a point where I do not have any sort of physical manifestation, manifestation, and I'm
Awareness
only
of your.
in the ether.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm only in the ether or whatever. To me, you are no longer the same person. There's like hokey shit like, you know, the atoms in the body recycle once every 9 years or whatever, so you're technically never the same every 9 years. But that's
Right.
purely physical for the most part. Your mind and your consciousness and memory is a big part of it too, are what
Right.
make you you. It's your experiences. So if I can no longer experience things physically, that to me is a pretty serious line to cross.
It is.
And then number three, you see the movie Interstellar? Like where they at the end they find out that love is like the strongest fucking spoiler alert. But they find out
didn't
that
see
love
it,
is
but-
like the strongest force because it can be felt literally across time and universes or whatever.
Fucking gay.
Besides the romantic bullshit aspect of that, there is kind of some credence to that. There's actually a Japanese movie that did it way better, made by Makoto Shinkai. It's an animated flick called oh Jesus, like it's like The Distance from the Stars or something. I'll find the name later.
I think
But
I
it's
know what you're
about
talking
this-
about. But yeah.
Yeah, this girl becomes a mech pilot and she flies across the galaxy to fight against this alien force. And her boyfriend, who is like injured and wounded, can't join, and so he has to stay home. And they think about each other so much that they're able to like both deal with their day-to-day lives as they're dealing with incredibly different things. Like at home, he's faced with like, you know, shame of not being able to fight in the military and just failure in his day-to-day life, whereas his girlfriend is literally fighting kaiju in fucking space. But I think there is some actual credence to be lent to like love as a emotion, or even just being aware of one
Well-
another is what makes us us.
Yeah.
Like,
I
there's
mean,
yeah,
I think.
It's a lot of energy based
yeah,
connectivity. So kind of going like back to a little bit of it with it. So it's a lot of like it is consciousness. I think a lot of it is also energy as well. So the body is animated because of energy, and the mind is animated because of consciousness. So when you kind of feel someone's present after they've passed, I think it's a combination of both their consciousness that's residual and their energy that's residual that has kind of just been woven into the fabric of whatever that time is. And I think a lot of that stuff can just stay there and kind of repeat itself because that's what energy is. It's infinite. It can't be destroyed. Obviously, we know the body can be, and I think a lot of it is figuring out what is the body made of. Is it, you know, bacteria, organisms, you know, stardust, all these other things too. But there's a lot of connectivity
Right.
with all of that when it comes to who we are and consciousness and energy. Because just thinking about like the reason we eat food, we eat certain food because that's the energy that it provides us, and we know certain types of food out there don't provide us the energy that we need to sustain these bodies to keep them animated. And
Right.
with that can come elements and other things too. But
And
yeah,
I mean, even if you were like, even if somebody was like purely atheist and only wanted to say like, you know, like, because we're kind of in this weird place now where like science is a new religion, where now people are like, they only believe what's peer reviewed and studied. But even if you were that kind of person, you would have to see a certain beauty in what happens when we die. Because if you believe all of it is intrinsic to yourself, so there's no energy, there's no anything, you believe love is something you feel inside of yourself, your thoughts are your own, all your memory is stored within brain tissue and like cells hold all your data, right? When you die, your body is matter cannot be destroyed, right? I mean, it just is transformed. The physical body, what physically makes you, is just transferred into other sources. So if you rot it into the dirt, and then the dirt feeds insects or feeds plants, and the plants feed animals, like parts of you literally like
are creating
go
everything
through life,
yeah.
are still cycling through life forever, for eternity. So that, like, even if you had the most like nihilist view, or not nihilist, but like at least at a minimum, like a very rigid, like we only know what we know thing, like view of life, like you would still have to admit that happens when we die. And there is still a transference of you into other matter. Now, whether you want to say that lets people like feel your thoughts or your energy or whatever when you die, we don't know. But I mean, like,
it definitely isn't feeling though. It's like that whole energy and like love, for
Right.
example. They've always kind of said that's attuned to certain frequency spectrums. I don't know if it's like the 432 hertz, but there's different
Right.
frequency spectrums of energy that vibrate at a certain frequency that are said to be both healing as well as complementary to what, like, you know, your body's energy sources or the chakras or even just trees and other things around you vibrate at as well. They say everything has a sound and it's all that vibrational attunement that comes with that, I suppose.
yeah, like I think things I believe in have come and gone like throughout my life, but actually now I'm kind of more back to, I definitely believe in people can read your energy. Like whether I just feel it, like when I carry myself in a certain way and I believe it, other people do too. I don't have to do anything to convince them. They see it. I don't know. They just respond. If you come in a shitty mood and you act like kind of, you know, people can pick up on it. And,
yeah.
Right. Like it's not always just in your physical outward behavior. Like sometimes just what you're thinking, people can tell. You know, I don't, it's not that they read your thoughts, but
that, so like,
right,
if
like,
you start thinking about shit, it starts appearing kind of like, I guess, for example, with the other night where Boris was talking about the RV. You start thinking about RVs, you start seeing it more often, kind of like with the ping pong tables. So I mean, it could be like that central situation too with everyday life and like what you think you attract. You start thinking shitty thoughts, you're going to start attracting shitty people possibly coming your way or shitty situations.
right. I mean, I don't want to get into like the whole manifesting thing because I got whole rants about that shit now. Because there's like, there's a whole group of modern white women witches who think they can manifest money. Like, I want money, so they just think greed is manifestation. But I do believe there is something into creating your world around you first through your thoughts. So if you realistically did want to be rich, you know how to start that and you think about it night and day. Like, I need to work my ass off. I need to get this. I need to do this. And you just don't stop. If you really, but you have to, before you can do anything, before you can even take, they always say like, you got to take the first step or take baby steps. You can't even take a step till you think about it. Like, you have to have your thoughts correct before you do anything. And so there is a power into having your mind in the right place to undertake action. I don't know if that makes sense. It does in my brain, but
I think that guy can definitely become bulletproof now.
He just has to think about it more, right?
Yeah.
He just has to manifest it.
Right.
Yeah, we'll manifest it for him too. Protect that shit, set the intention. He's gonna be good. He just needs to make sure he keeps like aiming for the same place though, because like if he tries like for a spot he hasn't been, that could be, you know, problems for him. But
fatal.
He just can't get too egotistical with his manifesting and his intention setting. So yeah.
Sounds like a bunch of hockey to me. If you guys would just praise the one true prophet, Muhammad, all would be fine.
I would do I want to really, I don't have any particular interest in joining a faith like that, but I would love to be able to sing those Islamic prayers.
For sure.
The calls to prayers.
That shit is so badass. I don't care. Like,
Dude,
I like it.
I get goosebumps at the beginning of Black Hawk Down. Oh,
I gotta grab this browser window here. So, I had I was popping up a window to search something on my computer because when I was 23. So, I don't know. I don't want to get into like a whole story of my life, but there was I started a lot of my journeys in getting better in my life through studying Buddhism. I would never call myself a Buddhist because I was never like a strict practitioner of religion, and I was never a great person. But I learned a lot about self-reflection and being honest with myself through studying Buddhism. So it helped me get better because I stopped blaming other people. I stopped blaming culture or environments. I always just, anytime I was like upset at something, I just said like, what can I do better? How can I do it better? And that's how I like changed my entire life. That led me to the first time I went to China. I actually studied under a guy who owns like a traditional medicine shop. And I studied the I Ching, which is, the only way to describe it is it's essentially a fortune telling book. So if you've ever seen them, they're
Like in the cookies?
yeah, well, it's kind of like that, but a little more in depth.
Oh, okay.
So what you do is you essentially ask it a question, or you ask a question. You don't ask it to a particular deity or a god or the book itself. You just
Mecca like a
ask.
high, Mecca hiney ho.
You, is that some dreidel shit? Like
Fucking Pee Wee Herman.
well, I know that, but it sounded like I don't know. I thought we were doing Kabbalah here for a second or whatever.
Oh,
whoa. So like, there's a couple methods of divination, but I got really into studying this book, and I mean, even at this level, I don't know shit about it. Even having done it and learned under someone, like there's people who study this for their entire life, and it's not religion, but like religion. You know, it requires a certain amount of faith. But you ask a question, and then you do something that's kind of, you start getting into like tarot, or kind of like, you know, is it real? It's fortune telling stuff, but you draw these stocks. So it'll be like hay or something, and you draw until you draw certain lengths, like short or long, and then depending on the number of short or long ones you draw, you look up a certain trigram, or is it a hexagram? You make a hexagram out of 2 trigrams, and it tells your future, or it tells you a direction to go in to answer your problem or question. Maybe sometime I'll if I can. It's been like 5-6 years since I've even like looked at the book, so but maybe sometime I'll do like a live reading for you so you can see how I can tell your future. But it studying things like that actually, because I look at tarot, and it's like you're just shuffling a deck of cards. You could do that with a regular deck of cards, even almost. Like I don't know how people put their faith in it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going
Majority of the
to.
time, people don't realize the faith they're putting into it. Like it's just them doing the work and making it happen in their life, and then assuming it's the cards
Right.
too. Sometimes it's like, well, you did the work. That's why it manifested. It wasn't because the card
Right.
manifested it for you. You know what I mean? That's with a lot of stuff. It's like sometimes it's not just luck. It's because you actually grinded the shit out.
Right. When I see things like the I Ching, though, I don't know how to describe it. It's
Don't you
not
think,
like that at
though-
all. It's like it's
Don't you
much.
think? Mhm.
Go ahead.
Don't you think? And I could be coming in a little early on this because I haven't heard fully how this works, but it's been my experience from an outside perspective since I've never gotten involved in any of this. I don't really believe in any of the predetermined like you will always do X at Y time and this, that, and the
Oh,
other.
yes.
I don't even believe in
So
like if that was the case, suicide wouldn't exist.
Right, so-
if people could, yeah,
Free
like
will.
if free will didn't exist, there would be no suicides.
right,
That's
so
that's my idea. So don't you think that? Just
there's a
finish the thought.
difference.
Sure.
Okay, go
but
ahead.
I'm willing to believe, at least partially, that there is some. There's a whole separate rant I could get into on like the self-help type shit and like the fortune telling, etc. But I think because of the state that you were in, and also the fact that you were physically present, And I have to imagine at least sort of bought in. Like, you know, you literally flew to a different country to experience, not necessarily this, but you found yourself experiencing this. I have to believe that at least some part of you, because of the position that you were in and because of, I mean, you said it yourself before, you were kind of soul searching,
Right.
wanted to believe that there was something bigger than just words on a piece of paper, right?
So yes.
Yeah.
I would never say that I'm not susceptible. Everybody's susceptible to mind control. I mean,
Right.
you know, it's you put a woman in front of you in a striking woman in a red dress and put her in front of you in a white dress. Most people respond more to the red dress. It's just, you know, you're susceptible
Blood,
even
right, yeah.
subconsciously to your thoughts being manipulated. So I'm not saying I'm above anything. There's a direct difference in that you can't use this to it's not direct fortune telling. So you can't say like does Gina love me or will I have a lot of money? It doesn't work like that. It's more about seeking guidance on a path you were going to set off on.
Okay. So it's like a self-help thing more.
Yeah,
almost.
it's like ancient self-help. It has a little bit of a different direction to how it goes because there are certain you can't ask it certain things. You don't get yes or no answers.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
I do
give
lend
you
a
those
pretty
things.
decent amount of credibility to that sort of stuff. I think self-help books and personal like life coaches and shit, I think they help,
Right.
but that doesn't you can't go to somebody like that when you're not ready to take the first step yourself
Right.
because they're
And
not able to take that first step for you ever.
well,
So
I
you
think
have to already be in a position where you have sort of mind controlled yourself, I guess, to change your
yes.
circumstances. And
Well,
whether that's because of a trauma or because of like, you know, not having any other options left after having exhausted all other options, would you realize finally like I'm the one that has to change? That's when those people can help you along that path and maybe
yep.
things like the
The name
book.
self-help literally implies that is that like
Yeah.
you're doing it yourself. It's helping yourself. It's just that people don't get it. They're always looking for the quick fix or
Yeah.
the bullet, but like you can't do anything until you want to do it yourself. So
Speaking of the
so
quick fix,
oh sure.
I've been taking ivermectin for 10 years. So
For fun.
for fun.
That doesn't sound quick.
I'm really kind of mad about the posers now talking about it because
Hopping on the
I don't know
hype
if you guys
train.
have seen me recently. I'm 9.5 feet tall and I have four quadrupedal hooves.
Yeah,
And,
have you about to fucking run in the Kentucky Derby?
yeah, they call me Sweet Princess. I saw a thing. This is so off topic. I'm sorry. I saw a thing on Twitter that said Joe Rogan looks like the cover of an Animorphs book, but he's halfway between being from Joe Rogan to a fire hydrant.
that is pretty funny.
Last week Friday, we had to put one of our dogs down, and
Oh God.
yeah, it's whatever. It sucks. My wife, she's all beat up about it. But we were like in the little like procedure room, and they had like the billboard with like ads on it, and one of them was like a dog dewormer, and it said ivermectin on it. I just kind of chuckled while my wife was sitting there crying.
You gotta find the humor in the That's kind of weird. Like they have advertisements in the operating room.
Yeah.
A fucking billboard with a chick smiling
Yeah.
on it while your dog's getting put down. That's pretty
there's
fucking
a
brutal.
cat with pink eye sitting on this board here. It's like we got the med for it.
Oh man.
Gallows humor, whatever. It was a dog.
I mean it. I'm kind of in that. I mean, if I had to put my dog down, I'd be sad. But like, I get it too. A dog, it's a dog.
Yeah.
Like, I love my dog.
A lot of people I think get way like I'm sort of guilty of this. Like I don't even have my cat anymore. It's with my brother just because the people I live with are mostly allergic and just not the same about animals as I am. But even at the end of the day, like if I have a dog or a cat or something and it hurts one of my family members or it gets to a position where it's like this thing isn't working, it's an animal. Like we are literally at the top of the food chain because these things do not have the faculties to control themselves. Even with extensive training, they could just go ape shit one day for no reason. That's where
humans
that term
wouldn't
comes
survive.
from, is ape shit, because they're animals, right?
that was like the hardest part about doing the whole thing was like seeing my wife hurt.
Right.
But like
Exactly. Yeah.
what
and that's
brought
how
me
it should
back
be, I
was
think.
yeah, and my other dog, he was hurt, but then I have to like pull myself back and be like, you married a white woman, like what did you expect?
You did this to yourself.
Yeah,
You
so
did this
I
to
can't
yourself.
blame anybody.
You made your own hell.
Yeah, I manifested this.
Yeah.
It was bound to happen.
I like that. Bringing that back to manifestation. You definitely did. You did the Scott Stapp from Creed and made your own prison there.
Yeah. She wants to have these dogs, and I say yes, and then I know what's gonna happen. She's gonna fall in love with it because she's a white woman, and fucking making out with it.
White women love jackals. They kiss the jackal in the mouth.
Yeah.
I visited you guys recently, and in undisclosed location. Now I'm from Cleveland, so I came of age in Cleveland, and when I was, I want to say 22, so like 4 years ago, I went to a strip club for the first time with a couple of my friends. And strip clubs in Cleveland, maybe I haven't gone to enough of them. I don't know. Like I know there's certain, I think at least there's like state regulations, and then there's the actual club, like their regulations. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's certain states that are just known for having batshit crazy fucking strip clubs, and then others that are like much more timid. Cleveland, in my
Right.
experience, was pretty. I mean, it was fun, but it was pretty timid. Like no topless, no. Well, they're topless, but no full nudity, no nothing. No touch, all this other stuff. Like, you just sit down, you have a good time, you watch some pretty girls walk by. After I was done visiting you guys, I was about to head back, and I won some money at the casino, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go to a strip club because I've never been to one in this place. And I sat down at the bar. About 5 minutes later, this nice young woman walks up to me, sits on my lap, tells me to. By the way, doesn't ask me. She says, "Buy me a drink." I'm like, okay. Buy her a drink. We do a private dance. It goes okay. She's very nice. She's very cool. But I notice immediately, like, first off, you get into the VIP room, clothes come off almost entirely. Like, all she's wearing is a G-string, and I'm like, Jesus fuck, like, that's intense. But anyway, the dance ends, and I'm like, wow, that was crazy. I'm about to head out, and then this other girl, who, by the way, for the last few weeks has just lived rent-free in my head, sits down at the bar, and I am like, I feel myself pulled tractor beam style to just go talk to her. And we have a chat for like 10 minutes, and I'm like, I'm gonna go smoke, and when I come back in, I'm gonna ask you for a private dance. Is that okay? She goes, yeah. So I go out there, I smoke a cigarette, I come back in, and I take her into the VIP room, or she takes me rather. And within like 2 minutes, she has spat her gum in my mouth and started choking me. And I'm like, this is so far beyond where I thought these sort of things went. I was like sitting there, she's choking me, and she's like, "What are your fantasies?" And I'm like, I can't talk. You have to take your hands off.
I don't want to go to prison.
She takes her hands off, and I'm like, you pretty much nailed everything so far. Nice job. And then, yeah, it was just absurd. I didn't know they got down like that in our town.
Yeah, well,
so
the-
yeah, that
the-
shit's fucking crazy.
The best ones, I've only had one strip club experience, and it was in bumfuck nowhere during hunting season, and they fly in the best of the best for opening hunting weekend, because all these it's just all these dudes, shacked up in a cabin or at hotels. They got nothing better to do at night because
Getting real broke back out
Yeah.
there.
and we're in a fucking pole barn on a gravel road, and it is fucking packed. There's no booze
That's so
allowed in there.
smart.
Yeah, there's no booze allowed in there, and they didn't have an ATM, but the dude that owns the place would sit and be the bouncer, and if you needed singles, they didn't have singles. They had $2 bills.
Oh,
So you could bring your own singles in, but like they would just recirculate all these $2 bills all night, like they'd go in and the strippers would cash them in. And there's no booze, but the parking lot is packed with people
Yeah.
just drinking out of the backs of their trucks. You just go out there, drink a little bit, come back in. They had a huge stage and then a ton of little like stables essentially for like their
For the
VIP
centaurs?
rooms. Yeah, like well, you're in a fucking barn. Like
Right.
I'm not even joking. It's a fucking barn. And
It's kind of dope though.
the coolest one I
That's so smart. Yeah.
it's so fucking funny. There's this big group of guys at the end of the stage, and it must have been one of them's like birthday or whatever because they were all kind of huddled around him. And one of the strippers on the stage was like, "All right, turn around," and he like spun around on his bar stool. She's like, "Lean back," and he put his head back, like you would at like a hair salon. And then the guys put a $50 bill on his nose, and then she just wham, slapped down on his face and picked it up, grabbed the $50 bill, and then like power bombed his face like 3 or 4 times. Just slapped her fucking. It's like holy fuck, everybody's going crazy, and he's like, "How was that?" And the dude's like, "Fucking smelled like chicken." I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It was pretty wild.
It's hard for me to get down with that kind of environment. I don't know. You know, I when I was like 17, so there was a small town outside of the city here where there was a strip club that was a juice bar.
Yeah.
Is what they think it was labeled as a juice bar. So of course you have to be 18 to get in, but you might even have to be 21. I don't know. Some people from school were like, they don't card. Let's just go. So like I went, and there was like a pregnant chick dancing and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't like this. This is disgusting. And I just left. And like the only other time I went to a strip club, I think a couple of our mutual acquaintances brought me when I was like 20. I finished college, right? I got my shitty associate's degree, and they brought me to a strip club, and I was just like disgusted when I walked in. It smelled bad, and the girls were not really like for me, and like I don't know. I was like, I'm not down with this vibe. Let's go. And then that was the same night. Then we tried to go to another bar, and they kicked me out because my clothes were too baggy. Because I was wearing a 3XL black T-shirt with Fred Sanford, or Red Fox airbrushed on it from Sanford and Son. And they were like, the bouncer was like 5'2" at the bar, and friends go in first, and I go in. I'm trying to go in. He puts his hand on my chest. He says, "Not you." I'm like, "What? Why?" He's like, "You're too baggy." I'm like, "Too baggy? The fuck?" He's like, "Your clothes are too baggy." And I don't know what came. I was really like, I was offended. I was like genuinely offended.
Fuck that.
You know what was fucked up about the Pigpen strip club that we were at? You could definitely tell which girls were from Vegas and which ones were there year round.
Okay.
There was a very distinct line.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah, it was not. There was a couple. They were pretty busted. It wasn't very good.
That's got to feel pretty bad. Like you're doing your thing, you're putting in the hours, you're mastering your craft, and then comes the Tom Brady of ass clapping. You're like, well, fuck.
You get these fucking scabs that roll into town, and it's like, you haven't put any work here. What the fuck? This is my territory. Yeah, I almost
That's
felt.
smart, though.
Oh yeah, dude, they fucking make bank.
I can imagine. Yeah.
They make bank over that weekend. They'll just, they'll fly them out. They'll fly them out like Thursday. They'll stay till Sunday, and then go back, and then come back again like next Thursday. Like that's how fucking much money they make. It's fucking silly. And then the casino's right there too. So yeah, it was.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Why are brothels illegal?
Or fucking Puritan heritage. Fucking goes way back to the pilgrim days, I suppose.
Is it really that? Like, it's just that though? Because that seems like so easy to overcome. I don't know.
Yeah, you would think so, but like the Christian fundamentalists are all fucking butthurt about people having fun.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, I guess the people in office are literally. I swear to God, I saw a guy on Fox News the other day, and I thought he was 140 years old. Like, I cannot fathom the fact that some of these people are still alive. Like,
yeah, and in
the
charge of
dude
shit.
legit looks like he was cracking the whip 100 years ago. And he's fucking sitting there talking about like iPhone privacy. I'm like, you legitimately would not know how to dial a fucking rotary phone, you fossil.
I saw I saw a headline today on Twitter that said some company did a bunch of genealogy work into Joe Biden and found out that his ancestors had slaves.
Nice.
It's like, yeah,
Nice.
it's like, yeah, it's
Makes
pretty
sense.
good.
I had I don't know if this is super related, but I've been kind of in a dour mood these days. I'm just tired of working, and you know the news always sucks, and I thought that I'm not saying, I'm not making a call that is inciting violence or anything among those lines. I just thought it would be interesting if somebody made a website called Blue Check Hit List, and it just scraped every Twitter account that was verified and then put as much data as it could about each one of them on a
Okay.
website.
Now, I had a coworker that I used to work with that ran a very, very, very popular. I'm talking like maybe 700,000, 800,000 followers Twitter account that was
Okay.
an aggregate for this one specific group of streamers, like on Twitch and stuff. Basically,
Okay.
they would post like clips and highlights of these streamers interacting with each other. And I'm not kidding. When he got verified on Twitter, his IQ dropped 30 points. So there is legitimately something that happens to you when you get the blue check mark that turns you not only into a worse human,
An inoperable
but also
tumor.
into, yeah, it's so instant that like it's a fate worse than death. I would never wish that upon anyone that I interact with.
Well, right. I just read these things by verified people, and they're of all different walks of life. Some are politicians, which are scum of the earth. Some are media, journalists, writers, newsroom reporters. Some are just people. I don't know why the fuck they got verified. But I was thinking how. So, you know that these sites push a certain ideology, and they've become like the de facto form of public discourse. The way you interact with people is through one of the major social media sites. Like, the internet has been consolidated. So you can say like Twitter kicking you off or censoring you is not a free speech issue, but it kind of is, because there's only so many places you can actually communicate anymore on the internet. And I think it's funny that you see all these people celebrating when Donald Trump, like, regardless of what you think about him, I'm not a fan of the guy, but they kicked him off Twitter, right? And these people were celebrating, and they turn it into it's a very right versus left political divide. But then they ignore. So Danny DeVito, the actor, took what would be, I consider, a just stance, but it would be probably fall under a more of a left-wing stance, right? I believe it was the Nestle workers were trying to unionize and were striking, and Danny DeVito posted a comment in support of Nestle workers unionizing. They stripped him of his verified status. Danny fucking DeVito. I'm sure they put. I didn't follow up. I followed up a couple days later, and he still didn't have it. This was a couple weeks or a month. It was a while ago, so I haven't like checked to see if he got his blue check back or anything. But I'm thinking about, they're gonna play it off like it was an error or it was, but what they're really doing is, when you scroll through Instagram or Twitter, you see the blue check mark. That's a person that the company is telling you should like listen to. This is a verified individual. By verifying people, they've made it so what they say and do matters on their platform. They've literally verified this person and their content and everything.
I think it's getting us used to like the social caste system.
Well, right.
Yeah, that.
So you strip the way is you can't just delete Danny DeVito off Twitter. You can't block him. You can't suspend. Like, it's Danny DeVito. People are going to notice. But you strip his blue check mark is a real sneaky way. I'm getting into tinfoil hat mode, but you strip him of that blue check mark and people won't see what he posted or won't believe it's the real Danny DeVito. He just doesn't have his check mark. So they just ignore it.
It's like diet deplatforming.
Right, because you see Danny DeVito calling for unionization, and he's a person with a platform, and they care about him and his artistry and what he does. So they're like, oh, shit, I should look into this issue. You take away that blue check, and people just fly through their feed. They don't see it. They see it. They don't think it's really Danny DeVito. Or they, you know what I mean? Like, it is. It's like it is silent censorship, and they, like, why are they kowtowing to Nestle? And like, who's making that call? And I don't know. It struck me as really bad, and it makes me think that, like, I mean, why in the first place? If you're ultra famous, I see why you need some form of verification status, because of the amount of scams. Like, if you see all like the Elon Musk Bitcoin scams and stuff on Twitter, like people fall for that shit all day. But why, as a normal person, would you ever seek verification status?
That's like, unless you're making a living off of your online presence, there's no reason, I think, to ever have that. On that note, Nicki Minaj is verified on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw her tweet recently, but it's pretty fantastic.
I did
mostly
see
the replies.
The vaccine stuff.
Yeah, yes. Let me
Nicki
just
Minaj
post
is
it
based, dude. She's
let me just post it.
First
here.
off, she's fucking tight.
Well, she's bad as fuck, but
Did you see
she
Tucker Carlson's thing?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, fuck.
He doesn't have ass like Nicki Minaj, so don't
No.
follow him.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, ass comes first. She said, my cousin in Trinidad won't get the vaccine because his friend got it and became impotent. His testicles became swollen. His friend was weeks away from getting married. Now the girl called off the wedding. So just pray on it and make sure you're comfortable with your decision and not bullied.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. So first off, I just want to shout myself out. I said, as a quote tweet, my cousin in Trinidad said that if you shoot 117 wraith shots into the cave of Blood Gulch, it'll teleport you to Zanzibar and unlock Grunt birthday, which is way more true than what she's saying. There's a lot of reasons to doubt the efficacy of the vaccine. Your testicles getting swollen after taking it is probably near the bottom of the list because first off, any virus that has basically full access to your body can fuck with your shit in a million different ways. So I mean, like, it's just so fucking stupid to think that something like that is caused. Like,
so
there's like I said, there's reasons to doubt the efficacy of the vaccine. Like, I got jabbed back in like May, and now they're saying I'll probably have to do it again before the year is out, and I'm fucking not doing that because
I wouldn't do it again.
Like, I was fucking bedridden for like 3 days. So no thanks.
Nah. So yeah, I don't know about the testicles thing. I do know one person, and I cannot get specific. They had a miscarriage. You can say it's from many factors, but the only thing is she had the vaccine and then had a miscarriage within days.
Yeah, I mean,
so
like,
I don't. Can I prove that it was the vaccine? No.
Here's the thing.
Would I recommend pregnant women get it? No.
Yeah, like, would you take a flu shot when you're fucking pregnant? No.
So
I don't
no,
think you should...
and this is even harsher because this is essentially gene editing. This is gene therapy.
Yeah.
It's an mRNA vaccine. It literally affects you genetically.
It's fucking rough.
I would not ever allow. So how do I put this? I am not a scientist and I am not a genius. But I do live with someone with published scientific papers. I work around doctors and scientists all day, and many of them are very, very, very pro-vaccine. And I think the vaccine is, at worst, and do nothing for most people. It's probably not really going to save your life, but it probably isn't going to kill you either. It's probably mostly inert, and it's more of a money laundering, some kind of like scam. Like politicians are making billions off this. Pfizer's making billions off this, but the efficacy is so low. You're only safe for 6 months or whatever. Like they're telling you have to do it again. Like then you're not really vaccinated.
No.
Um,
And have you seen
so-
anything about the Russian vaccine, by the way?
no, I haven't.
Why is it
So-
in a hurry?
So
Sorry.
nice. So in Russia, they don't have the FDA, so they pushed out the vaccine like way before the U.S. did, at least publicly, right? You also have to pay for it in Russia, and it's like $100. It's not super expensive. But there was this scientist guy that took it, and they told him, number one, you can't drink for I think they said like 2 weeks before and after taking it, no alcohol.
Oh shit.
And they also told him that you should never take anything like this again, like because of kind of like what you were saying. They're like, this type of vaccine is not only is it like hyper effective. I think it was like it was on the levels of like the Moderna one, which is not what I had. I had the fucking the shitty beta Pfizer. But they were saying it's like it's hyper efficient and you should not take it again, at least until like unless it becomes like altered. Like so they were saying to him like you should not take the same vaccine again because it could fuck you up and potentially kill you.
Right.
So yeah, there's that.
I'm not gonna say that I know a whole lot, but I know I would not. I probably would never take anything like this again.
No, I don't think I would either.
So we have to take the virus serious, right? You have to take a viral outbreak seriously, and it is imperative to do your best. Like, I'm all for the freedom of choice. Like, if you want to wear a mask, I'm actually okay with that. Like I said, I've lived in Asia. People wear masks there all the time, everywhere they go. They always have. Well, because also they had SARS-CoV-1, and it never went away.
Yeah.
They still have it. So
Yeah.
you now have two pretty big strains of SARS infecting humans over there in Asia. Like, it'll probably never go away. When we start talking about the death numbers, and things like that, I'm not. Obviously it spread through and it did kill a lot of people. Did it kill many more than would have died anyway from seasonal illness? I'm sure it did. I'm 100% sure it did. But I don't know that it's as much as people think it is. Because we don't fixate on how many people die every single day of other illnesses and diseases. And also,
I thought they were gonna finally like around December where the tests are gonna be able to be able to differentiate between what is the flu and actually COVID, where they've never been able to do that up until this point.
right. In 2009, I got very sick. I had flu, but I was like vomiting and I was really sick. I went to the doctor and they marked it as swine flu. There was no test. They didn't care. I was sick. I had the flu. They marked it as swine flu. That flu I don't know if it was or was not just a regular strain of flu. I mean, obviously that's the one that mutated. It came from pigs or whatever, but I remember very specifically that a 19-year-old girl in a city nearby died from it at the same time I had it. And I was about that age. So it was kind of freaky because I had it and she had it and she looked otherwise healthy, is what everyone said, and she died. I didn't die. And I don't know why. I think COVID is much the same.
Stole her essence.
Right. Maybe. People are gonna die, and there's a good chance that they might have died from any illness. When you start looking at the comorbidity, it's pretty insane. I mean, it's I saw statistics that were well over 95% of all deaths had comorbidity. I guess that's probably if you include age, as like whatever, over 55 or over 60 or what. I think it's over 60. If you're over 60, that's considered a comorbidity. But the vast majority of people who died had another illness, like diabetes or AIDS, cancer, whatever. I don't know that to somebody that is healthy that it's really that fatal. I mean, we don't know. There can be lasting effects, but again, there can be lasting effects from any illness.
Well, I mean,
So,
well, they're talking about now, like all the young kids with like the heart inflammation. You know,
Right.
like the younger people getting the vaccine, like
and getting the heart inflammation,
yeah,
heart
and like
attacks
dying
and
is like
shit.
okay, well, at what like how much time do you need to figure out before like it's like good? You know,
Right.
like people always compare this
More than
vaccine
a
like
year.
we
Well,
More than
right.
6
Yeah.
months or whatever the fuck
And-
time it was.
And my big problem with this is anybody who died from taking this medication, or like they died from this vaccination, there's a really good chance they wouldn't have died from COVID.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there's a really good chance COVID would not have killed them, but they died. You're taking a cure you don't necessarily need. Like they're selling you solutions to a problem that doesn't exist. That's not to say the virus doesn't exist, but they're selling you something that I don't believe works as well as they want you to believe. And what's really batshit to me, like going back to blue checks, is the amount of people who want you to die if you didn't get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really fucked up,
Yeah.
dude. I'm really
It is
these
super
people,
fucked up.
these motherfucking cretins are people who dictate policy. They dictate law, or they inform the public of the news. They hold positions where they influence our lives. And they're literally saying, if you don't have the vaccine, you should be excluded from all life. If you don't have the vaccine, you should die. There's people who don't have the vaccine who are just like, we should, live and let live. And these people are like, no, you should die. And it's insane to me how these are the same people probably last year were all like, they were probably all Black Lives Matter,
Donald Trump's
like,
a fucking
yeah,
fascist.
so like punch a Nazi in the face, blah, blah, blah. And now they're literally calling for the deaths of Americans who don't want a vaccine.
Yeah.
And
To play devil's advocate for a second, I carry that same opinion for anyone that gets into a public swimming pool that's more than 6 feet deep without floaties. I think that anything that happens to you in that sort of position, after that fact, if you're not carrying floaties on you, is between you and God.
well, I'm going to
So-
disagree with you for one reason.
Lifeguards are actively
Yes!
fighting against Darwin.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you because I want there to be particularly female
Death
lifeguards.
If they see some fucking idiot drunk off of 6 white Russians get into a swimming pool, they just make sure that if he does fuck up, they hold him under.
That's funny. Oh, that was, yeah. I mean, I don't want to get too
It's been pretty heavy. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm trying to think of something funny, and
we-
none of it would actually be funny. It would just be too honest, I think. And that
Yeah, we definitely weren't as lighthearted here.
Oh, yeah. I had this thought the other day. Fucking anti-vaxxers, they're just bug chasers. You know what a
As
bug
in?
chaser is, right?
No, enlighten me.
A bug chaser, it's a kink,
Oh, okay.
and it's mainly in the gay community. There's
Okay.
dudes that go out and have promiscuous sex with people known to have HIV,
Okay, I see where this is going.
trying to infect themselves.
Why?
That's their kink, and
Okay.
don't you dare kink shame them.
I
So this anti-vaxxers are just Republican bug chasers.
suppose
That's all it is.
Yeah.
So don't kink like all these people shaming these anti-vaxxers. That's their kink.
Yeah, don't
They're
kink
just
shame them.
shaming.
They're kink shaming.
I wonder
Don't do that.
how much, like how many different ways you could protect yourself in conversational armor to where you're just impenetrable by any sort of logical reasoning. Because the left
Just
is
deny
so
reality.
incredibly, yeah, the left is so incredibly hypocritical when it comes to certain things that I wonder, like, could you just put on like pauldrons of anti-vaccination, but then also have like gauntlets of like being a pro sex worker and like anti kink shaming, and then just like they come at you with one thing and you respond with another, and eventually they just like they turn into a tesseract, and fucking reality begins to melt around them because they can't handle the sheer levels of hypocrisy.
I heard, so there's it's kind of, I think it's a little bit older now, but there was a new I don't know if you call it a gender identity, and it's called super straight.
Oh, okay.
And
That's tough.
so trans women are women. And if you're super straight, you're not into trans women. You're just into women.
Okay.
So that excludes. So there's this circular, like,
We just keep going down the drain.
yeah, it's like you're being transphobic. No, this is my gender identity. I'm super straight.
I'm super straight. Yeah,
You-
that's what I'm
you-
saying. Like
you're being super straight phobic.
Well, we've gone down this dark path where we have justified so much degeneracy.
Yeah.
Where people are literally defending like pedophilia.
Yeah.
Calling it like, what do they call it? Like ageist preference or something. Like I don't know what it is. There's a term for it. And
yeah,
it's like no, they're just sick fucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
That's
problem
gonna
with the
lead me-
left is that they have certain lines you shouldn't cross, but they don't realize that the lines are so close to each other that they're just a circle.
Well, what
So
do
you're
they call
literally
that
stuck
horse?
inside a circle unless
They
you
call it
wanna
horseshoe
try to cross.
theory, where
Yeah, that makes more sense.
the two extremes are actually very, very related in
Yes, yeah, that makes way more
behavior
sense.
and ideology. Yeah, it just so what happens is you fall into what they like to do. Well, they're called Kafka traps. So Kafka trap is something like the term, like when they made the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is one of the most garbage documents ever written.
Oh, that's right. Happy Patriot Act Day.
Oh, yeah. Happy Patriot Act Day. 9/11 was recently, and that's the day freedom died.
I think the Patriot Act actually got signed on September 18th or 28th.
Yeah, it was pretty soon after.
Yeah.
So it's coming up. And
anyway, sorry.
Well, it's just the Patriot Act is very anti-freedom, and it is very horrendous for the average American citizen. But they call it the Patriot Act. If you don't like it, you're not a patriot. You don't love your country. So that obviously was kind of that comes from the right. That was George Bush and his government. But I mean, really, that was the government entirely, and whatever. I believe that there's more entities in control than just that. But regardless, the Kafka traps get used very frequently by the left. So when you have stuff like Antifa, anti-fascist, or they go out and they beat people who they call Nazis, and then if you say like you can't go out and just use violence like that, and like, what do you like, Nazis? Like they set you up in this trap. So if you say you don't like Antifa, they're like, you don't like anti-fascism? What are you, a fascist? Like, but you're not anti-fascist. Like, just your name. This is what you call your group. But your behavior and your ideology is not anti-fascist. You have very rigid lines, and there are very, very strict ways you do things, and you don't fall on it's a group of individuals. Not everybody believes the same, but overall, like the name itself is a logic trap, right? Because they try to put you in, like, just by having that name, they are virtuous.
Yeah.
When it doesn't mean anything. If you started a Nazi organization and you called it the Anti-Nazi Party, and anybody was like, "We guys are like Nazis," be like, "No, we're anti-Nazis. What are you, a Nazi?" Like,
yeah.
But it doesn't. no one's even focusing on what the actual ideology are, what the actual behaviors are, what the actual actions are. They're so hung up on titles and names and branding.
Well, that's because
and-
looking beyond headlines or titles requires like critical thinking, and
Right.
thanks to shit like smartphones and clickbait and stuff like that, it's significantly harder to find someone willing to just take the time to read an article. Speaking of articles, and also speaking
Of
about 9/11, I
Confederation.
just linked. Yeah, I just linked in the Discord an article. Why didn't the Eagles do anything to stop 9/11 from happening? So it reads here. I'm just gonna read a quick excerpt.
Oh,
Anyone
the
who knows me
bird.
understands.
Oh, I was thinking
Yeah.
like Michael Vick.
No. It says
Oh.
anyone who knows me understands what a huge Lord of the Rings fan I am. However, my fandom does not come without criticism. Like many who came of age in the early 2000s, I was enthralled by Tolkien's tale of Frodo and Sam's Odyssey. Yet one plot hole has nagged at me these many years, with the great eagles willing to rescue Gandalf from captivity by Saruman and to fight alongside Aragorn at the Battle of the Black Gate. Why didn't they do anything to stop 9/11? So I think they bring up a really good point here.
They should have flown
Eagles-
into the jet engines.
Yeah.
that what you-
Well, they.
Seems
I
like
mean,
just-
they have magical powers as well, so let's
Oh,
not
do they? Okay, I
take
didn't know
those out of account. Yeah. The Eagles had a moral obligation to prevent the deadliest act of terrorism in American history. Are Isengard and Barad-dûr the only two towers of consequence? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm done
Fucking
with that.
that's
That
good.
shit was
No,
great.
that's
I had a good time reading that.
that is. I mean, you do. You almost wonder like if that's kind of. It's obviously satire, but is it code? Because they didn't. They didn't scramble any fighter jets that day until
Nope.
till it was already too late.
I just couldn't put my finger on what they were getting at. I'd be interested if you
Right.
guys watched it. You could figure it out. I might have to revisit it because I was
I don't-
drinking a lot when I was watching it. So
I don't, so like there's that thing people talk about with like doom scrolling and like how you go on social media or you go on Netflix or whatever and you just read and you never choose what to actually go further into. You just sort of take
Yeah,
That's me.
but you take everything from the shallow end. I don't do that because I honestly think that makes you not just dumber, but also more susceptible to like the algorithms and shit like that.
Right.
I don't understand, why would you ever trust an anonymous source to curate your content for you?
Right.
Like especially when they have a financial or what's it called, a fiscal responsibility to their shareholders to make it so that you're on their platform for as long as possible. Why would you ever like give any credence to that sort of thing? If I want to watch a movie, it's because someone I know recommended it to me or because I heard about it from some source and I read into it and I'm like, "Oh, that sounds like something I'd like." And then I'll just go find one of these websites that has it. And then just watch it there. And then right after it, it's like, hey, you watched fucking Gone in 60 Seconds. Maybe you'd like the transporter. And I'm like, nope, I sure wouldn't. And I just turn it right off because you don't know me because I watched one thing on your website with fake information that I gave you. That's not how it works. So yeah,
I do
any
that.
of these new curated, like, it's so awful because it is seriously just like there's a serious propensity to just keep you on the platform as long as possible. That's how it is with anything because that's how they make their money.
Whoa.
And yeah,
What entices people the most? There's two things: is sex and anger, right? So
I would say
I mean,
yes. I would say
when-
though, speaking as the youngest person here as well, I would say one other thing that people don't take into account enough is comedy. And I
Oh,
don't mean
yeah,
like
definitely.
haha comedy. I mean like absurdism. That is
Sure.
really popular now. Like
sure.
like if you look at any of like Zoomer Twitter, it's like hieroglyphs if you're not in it. And I'm pretty fucking old now, but even I can like still keep up because I make a pretty solid effort to try to keep up with what they're talking about. Like let me just show you one thing that I just retweeted and I
Well,
just want you to see
sure.
if you can even understand what any of this
So
says, okay?
while you're doing that, they the other day some people hit me with that thing where they hit their forearm with their fingers. I don't know what that shit means. I'm definitely old as fuck. now.
Oh, that's
And I don't even know what that is. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And they're like,
Yeah,
oh,
no,
you
that's
know,
when
like,
you like, so you say sheesh or something like that,
oh,
and you lay that on your arm and you do the biting lip thing, and
uh-huh.
it's like a sign of endearment, I guess. It's like, damn, that was sick. Or
Oh.
just like I'm popping
So
off, basically.
what you
Go ahead
sent
and read
me,
that for me,
what
Steph.
you sent me, I understand this because this is my favorite shit. This is what my brain is like. Not
Okay, go ahead.
exactly, but like the normal pilled sanity cucks at my work could never understand me. They'll never know what it's like to be a lane pilled sigma, to be falling, to be faded, to be a Sisyphusian schizochad. Lacan and land pilled. My brain cell count is so high that the inside of my cranium undergoes Malthusian pressures. They could never understand the life of a blind pilled, black pilled IntelliChad. Um,
So
so
obviously that's like super sarcastic, but imagine
right.
that being on a fucking read on Fox. Like
If
imagine Tucker
yeah, if
Carlson sitting next to a fucking image of that.
yeah, they
That to me is the funniest thing on the planet, and I
so
honestly think laughing at how ridiculous that things are is one of the best coping mechanisms for sure.
right.
And that's what a lot
I
of the
like
younger people
this.
go towards.
Yeah, dude, I love this because it is obviously lambasting people who are really kind of believe in this shit.
Yes.
I love the whole like Sigma male satire shit right now. It's
Mhm.
fucking hilarious to me. The fact, but the even more funny fact is there are people who really believe in it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm assuming the lane pill is about a serial experiments lane,
Mhm.
and like that whole incel speak is fucking hilarious to me because I saw one the other day where a guy was so I don't know how familiar you guys are with this incel stuff. I kind of go watch them as a hobby, like if you had an ant farm.
I'm unfortunately
You-
very familiar, yeah.
so yeah, if you ever owned like an ant farm and you watch the ants dig tunnels in their little glass thing, I like to go on like incel forums and just like it's like I'm watching the
Yeah,
ants dig their tunnel. I'm like,
I
neat.
was
And
just
I
about to
tap
say
the glass.
that is Twitter for me. I
Yeah.
just go on there and
So-
I'm like, hello, little gay people. I'm
Yeah.
like,
What you doing there, little guy?
What are you all up to?
So they have this whole thing like incel. A lot of these incels are so deep in this downward spiral that they believe doing anything is a cope. Like
Yeah.
if you work really hard for your money, you're coping.
Based.
Yeah. Like if you are you have to do things called like looks maxing. So you have to like eat properly and work out all the time to max out your looks, or you have to like I don't know all the terms, but like they call us. But anyway, so one was like you can get girls by making them laugh, and like girls were posting like, yeah, sometimes a guy who's not super handsome but can make me laugh, I like being with them. And this guy started just going off in the comments, and he's like, that only works if you're jester maxing. It's like no irony, fully legit. He starts talking about like you have to be jester maxing, and I'm like, okay. So there are people who unironically believe this kind of shit, where like you have to be different kind of pilled, like everything is a form
Yeah.
of pilled or maxing or coping, and
It's
nothing
so-
is.
It's so hard though to understand when they're kidding and when they aren't, because some of
Right.
it's so absurd that you're just like, there's no shot they actually believe this. And then
Yeah.
other times it's like, oh, he
So-
got into
Dude.
a van and ran over 16 people in Toronto. Maybe he was serious. Like, it's
There was-
fucking insane.
I was listening to
I'm
this streamer the other day, and I know there's some of these people out there that like believe it. And he was like reviewing. He was watching some other streamers talk about something or whatever, and this dude, got canceled from his D&D group or whatever.
Oh,
and
I'm
had to
very
leave.
familiar with this. Yeah,
You know what I'm
very
talking
familiar
about?
with this. Yeah, the Arcadum thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe you're.
I don't
fucking
know this,
familiar
so-
with this.
Okay.
I can go into it if you want.
The way that dude talks, like
Yeah.
he talks like he's in an anime, and he thinks he's so smart, and like
Mhm.
the level of like delusion and how serious he takes himself, it's like, what the I couldn't even like listen to like some of the calls. I was like, this is the cringiest shit, and I know in my heart of hearts he believes in it so much.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe there's people out there that are like that.
We know.
I'm a little too close to the topic to speak without severe bias because I used to take a lot of his ideas and the way that he worked in D&D, and I used to apply them in my own games. I don't do that anymore because not only is the guy extremely cringe, he's also like he's somehow like pity manipulated like over like a dozen women into having ERP VR chat sex with him. And dude,
What?
it is a serious
What?
like if you want to dive into this, I can give you the fucking deets.
Dude.
It's pretty insane.
We might have to save this topic for next week.
If it's that deep, we might.
Yeah,
we should do a whole deep
goes
dive
on.
into it.
It goes
then.
on. But anyway, like yeah, there is a lot of people out there that you think are just like, oh wow, he's like that's a really funny bit. I can't believe he's kept it up so long. And then, like I said, they get into a van and they run over a bunch of pedestrians, and you're like, oh, it wasn't a bit. Okay.
Dude, so yeah, he like you remember the kid that would run down the hall like Naruto in high school?
Yep.
Like Twitch is like enabled so many people to just like expand that.
Like we need to bring bullying back a little.
Yes.
Like I got bullied a lot in
100%.
school and I hated it, but we need to bring it back a little bit because it keeps some of the bullshit in check. Like you have to learn things are not acceptable.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we need to start bullying kids again. Like
It's not even that they're not acceptable. Now it's so bad that like being the class clown and just disrupting everything you can is like a viable career path. That's the really scary part.
Yeah. That's the
Like I wanted to be a
Right.
content creator for the longest time, like a streamer or YouTuber. And then eventually I realized that if you really want to make it big, not only do you have to be a pretty severe sociopath, which I might be
Right.
leaning a little towards that, just in the way that I sort of logic and reason things, but you also have to just make yourself the biggest target for everything. You have to dip your toes into every fucking pie, regardless of whether or not you're actually interested.
well,
And
to be
that's not something I would ever wish upon myself.
right, and like to be real on that for a second, you're actually actively punished for being a good content creator.
Yes,
Like who takes their
100%.
time and putting in effort. You are ruined. The algorithm likes you to just watch other people's videos and talk shit about them. Spend 5 minutes making a 5-minute video. You know, like literally just doing shit on the fly and putting it up. You're actively punished for actually taking your time and putting in solid effort into things. You'll never see the return that these aspie tardmo spazzes get just doing like dumb shit.
Yeah, we call them React Andes.
Right. I wanted to like shout out. This is not an endorsement of this Instagram account's content or I don't know anything about it. So I followed this account called Rhodesian Dennis Miller. And, like, yes, because they just post the fucking weirdest shit. And there's like no context to any of it, and it could be like it can lean on any side of any spec. Like when you were talking about being hieroglyphs and stuff earlier, like it could be whatever. And I find myself fascinated by this. Like even the name of the account is operating on so many potential levels of satire and irony. You have no idea where they stand on anything. Or if they could even stand for anything.
Yeah.
So the jokes span every level of political spectrum and discourse. They inappropriate, appropriate, doesn't matter. Like that's the kind of shit I follow.
Yeah. It's I'm so brain damaged at this point that it's the only sort of thing that can make me laugh anymore.
I think I'm the same
I hopped
way.
into
I'm so
Discord the
warped.
other day with a different group of friends than what I usually hang out with, and there was a girl in there, and I just started going off on some tangent, and she goes, "Wow, you're so funny," and without even thinking about it, I said, "Thanks, I was a child soldier," and she legitimately went quiet for like 30
That's kinda
seconds. And I was
true.
like, I was kidding. I wasn't actually a child soldier. Oh, she goes, "Oh my god, I was so scared." I'm like, "No, why would I be on Discord?"
But I mean though, like if not to put your story out there on blast, but you're literally like a war refugee.
Kind
You're
of,
not-
yeah. I mean,
you're not-
I was
you're
born
not
in a
far
foxhole
off.
of sorts.
Yeah, you're not actually. You are the closest to a child soldier here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the closest I get now to that stuff is I load cum into my penis like a musket and just blast off. Yeah.
You shoot your wad and then you use a wad to push it back in.
Yeah. I'm recycling bullets until I make
I-
stone more powerful than iron.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh. You said the passphrase. He heard. You just activated the sleeper agent.
What with recycling bullets?
Yeah. It's like a 60-part YouTube documentary on Chris Chan.
Oh, Jesus.
Dude.
Oh.
Have you seen it?
So I haven't seen it, but everything about the Chris Chan saga fucks me up because I was there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
were like there when it was happening originally. So when I see how it's really turned out, I'm like, God damn, this is so fucked up.
Like the first, this is what the recycling bullets thing, like when he would talk about
recycling his
own
cum.
cum.
I remember him doing that.
Yeah.
Like
I'm pretty terminally online, but I somehow missed that whole saga until
How?
one day I just saw a retweet of Tucker Carlson talking about Chris Chan. And I'm like, oh, that's a funny Photoshop. And then I realized it was a video, and I clicked play, and my jaw hit the ground like Johnny Bravo. Like I legitimately could not fucking believe Tucker Carlson was talking about Chris Chan on live TV.
I would have assumed you had always known about the legend of Sonichu.
Yeah.
No,
And,
I do. I just didn't hear about him getting arrested and stuff.
Oh, that part,
That somehow
okay.
passed by me.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I,
That
no,
part. I thought you meant the
I'm-
whole entire saga. I'm like, you
No, man, come on. a
lived
lore keeper
online and
like
never
me
saw
missing out
Sonichu?
on that? No.
Yeah. Like I remember seeing him like fuck a pillow on a live stream that I think he live streamed from a PS3 or something at one point.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is too much.
Yeah.
That guy's crazy. Slick, have you ever seen anything about the Temple OS guy?
Yes.
That guy's legendary. Rest
He's
in
my
peace.
hero.
Yeah.
So he's like a schizophrenic dude who was like making his own operating system. Now, was he making? I don't remember the whole story. Now, was he making it because he heard God, or was he making it to honor God? But it was
He
like
was making
this
it because
whole-
he heard God. God told him to make
Yeah.
an operating system. And
God
what's
told
fucked up is he
like
actually
some
did
Son
like
of Sam
some really
shit.
incredible low-level programming
Right.
that is like incredibly difficult to do as a one-man job. Like
he essentially
it took
made an
him
operating
years.
system from scratch.
Wow.
It's not obviously the greatest, but it has all these weird features and stuff. But it's a
Yeah, all these
Temple
weird
OS
Bible
is definitely
games
a
where you
wild
play
ride.
as Moses. Yeah.
Fun fact: I'm actually recording this podcast on Temple OS. You probably didn't know that.
The last known user.
Fucking when
Fucking Adam Curry was bragging about running his podcast off of Linux the other day. Shut the fuck up.
yeah, like I'm running Temple OS. In fact, like when the CIA does eventually come from my devices, how are they going to get in? It's all Temple OS. Like, even
They'll
my
have to
phone.
hire you back as a contractor to get into your own system.
We need you to crack this Temple OS. I can't. That's the armor of God.
I am Michael the Angel.
Yeah. It's been a while. I wish I was more familiar with the whole story. I just remember it was kind of sad. Obviously, you watch.
It's
him kinda,
very sad. It is a
evolving.
legitimate schizophrenic getting
Yeah.
absolutely destroyed by 4chan and
Right.
and just all sorts of like online forums. Like his public phone number was available, so they would just house call him constantly, and he had a
Right.
house phone in his room, so he would just pick up the phone and have like hour-long conversations with these trolls, and they would just. Oh yeah, it's awful. I could send you like a pretty solid video about it.
I
but,
wish
yeah.
he was available for an interview.
He's
Is what
dead.
I wish. I know.
Yeah.
I know. It doesn't end well.
I have,
You
I
know
have a
what-
friend that's a medium. We can get her in here.
Should we? Should we ask her to contact the Temple OS guy for us?
That'd be tight.
That would be. Oh, okay, let's play off this now. So we have access to a medium. What do you guys want to do with this power?
Well, so before we go any further, I do want to say that she did skimp out on us last week. It is actually again Michelle Obama. A lot of people don't know
You
she is also a
Oh,
professional licensed medium.
She'll never show up then, huh?
Yeah.
I guess I could just break out the Ouija board, but it's not the same.
Oh man.
Michelle Obama, come play with my Ouija board.
Is it just gonna be a thing that we end every episode with a Michelle Obama reference?
I don't know.
Oh.
That's like the Easter egg.
Right, you
Yeah.
have to.
You have to listen to the whole thing to see what Michelle Obama joke we come up with.
Yeah.
I
It's like episode 465. Like, why does he keep mentioning Michelle Obama?
we should
go back to
launch
the
some kind
beginning.
of. We should come up with some kind of campaign to like. I don't know. Like, let's launch some kind of psyop to try to get like Tiffany Trump on the show or something. Like, just some
I
kind
like
of like. Go ahead.
I want to talk to Baron Trump and see if he's ever gonna stop growing, or if he's like Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Does he speak?
I don't think I've ever heard
Honestly?
a word come out of his mouth.
I mean,
But he
not
is
that
like
we-
6'8" and he's like 13 years old.
Yeah.
Was he?
Like
Wasn't he
that-
like 4 feet tall at the start of the presidency for
I
Trump?
think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he's legitimately like 6'3" or something. It's so scary.
What if he's like a genetic experiment?
I'm telling you, Donald Trump
Like-
is the God Emperor of mankind. Baron will be his champion and will fight his sort of be his right hand, and he'll command his legions.
What if Donald Trump is bred Baron Trump to move his consciousness to his body? Because if you look at Baron Trump, we've never heard him speak. He doesn't seem to talk. He seems like a really severely autistic person, right? What if he's just a clone, like a clone experiment of Trump's DNA, and when Trump is eventually going to pass, he has his consciousness transferred into Baron, and that's when he launches his assault.
So,
That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah,
so
Pretty
it,
sick.
they just like unplugged them. Like, you remember like Adventure Brothers where they find their clone duplicates and they're like, "What the fuck?" Do you remember that? Or no?
A long time ago, but I
But-
vaguely remember.
So maybe they're just like preparing him. You know, it's like, okay, your body's ready enough, it's stable enough. We need to get you like walking. And so yeah, he just has the mind of a child right now.
right,
And then when Donald Trump dies or whatever, he'll take his brain and plug it into Barron's
right, like
body.
It's like Hereditary.
you know, he
We're
has all
worshiping
these.
Paimon.
He has like all these weird links to like Russia and maybe like obscure scientists. He's on like the Epstein flight logs. So like, Trump's got money. Maybe he's been also, he's been throwing some of his stacks around trying to get this like I can live forever shit. So he's talking all this mad shit, right? And like him and Biden are both up there in age. They're probably both about to croak soon. And then when it happens, he's going to transfer his consciousness into Barron's body and then take over. Because he'll have this, like... The only thing is, I don't know how he's going to prove he's actually Trump in Barron's body. Oh, I know how he's going to do it. He's going to have an American
quick.
flag. Yeah, dude, I'm like that when... I'm all over this because I know this is true. This is 100% fact. I've seen it. Now, he's going to come... He's going to show up to a Trump rally the day Trump dies on a white horse with an American flag with the letter Q painted on it.
Oh my
And
God.
everybody's going to bow down. Just bow right there instantly. And he's going to use the Trump empire money to outfit them all with armor and weaponry.
That's insane. Could you imagine if Baron Trump was Q?
Trump.
His
Trump
name
and,
is Baron, dude.
Trump and Barron's body. Just like I made this kid. This is the best kid on the planet.
Yeah.
I had to have this kid.
Yeah,
This
and-
had to be my body.
And it's like 1% Trump and the
Yeah.
rest is all modified genetics.
Yeah.
But it's like whatever. Maybe it has to be like a certain amount of a genetic match for his consciousness to be able to go into it.
So the body doesn't reject it like
Yeah.
an organ
Because
transplant.
that's probably what will happen. Like if you weren't a genetic match, it'll like you won't be able to like adjust to the body, or you won't ever feel right. But this is enough. Barron is enough of a Trump to like take in the consciousness of Donald Trump.
What was that fucking awful Seth Green movie?
All of them.
Well, okay, true. No. Maybe I'm fucking getting a Shazam moment.
Seth Green.
Where he had a...
Wait, Seth Green. I was thinking. Seth Green is okay. I was thinking Seth Rogen.
Oh, no. The one where he gets like a serial killer's hand.
Oh,
What the fuck was that called?
I don't remember, but I remember the movie.
Yeah.
There's a scene with a microwave in it that I remember. That's
Yeah,
all-
they threw the hand in the
I don't think I've
microwave.
seen this, but I also somehow recognize it.
So like the hand was like from like a serial killer or something, and then it
Right.
like went crazy and was like trying to kill people, and he had to like cut off his own hand or something. I
Right.
could be way wrong, but
It's something like that.
or there was an episode of Aqua Teen like that too.
So to tie it in, you're saying that if it wasn't if Barron wasn't enough of a Trump, it would reject Trump's spirit and it would just go crazy.
Yeah,
or
I wonder who would win in that. Would it be the consciousness or would it be the physical body?
You know, that's a good question. This is something for Epstein's scientists to figure out. It's too bad.
And Mangala and Dr. Moreau are all over it.
It's too bad that.
Yeah.
You know.
You know.
Oh well. Did my boy dirty there. I did see like these pictures of Epstein and Ghislaine, and then it, you know, like the whole like this could be us, but you're playing kind of stuff.
Is that how you say her name, Ghislaine?
Ghislaine, I don't know.
Ghislaine.
Yeah, no, I've been saying Ghislaine because it's funny, but
I've never said it out loud before. To this day, I've only seen it in print.
well, she got those yitties though. She's got
Yeah,
stacked for no
She,
reason.
I seen those bikini pics of her. Like,
Yeah,
they were in the news. I wasn't searching them out.
right.
Promise. But yeah, I think I'm sure there is a way to. I never thought of this before today. All this came off of something you said, but I'm now 100% convinced Barron Trump is a cloning experiment.
That could be.
And
I feel like that's too easy though, right?
sometimes you just do it right in front of people's faces. Like, it's the best way.
Symbolism will be their downfall, right, JR?
That's right.
Exactly. Like, you see it there, but you can't prove it. We don't know of anything. Like, as far as we know, there's no such thing as cloning technology, right?
Oh, what's that? Maybe it's CRISPR.
CRISPR. Yeah, he could just be a CRISPR baby. And
Yeah.
like, he could just be a sleeper.
Yeah.
Or like he's just been bred to take over
Right.
for Trump. But I'm going to stick with the consciousness transfer for now because I think that's where we're going. Even
That's
if
tough,
not,
yeah.
I wonder if, like, he has to, when he goes home at night, like, he doesn't get to sleep. He has to, like, have his eyes taped open and he has to watch the Apprentice, like, to learn all of Donald Trump's mannerisms.
Yeah.
No, see what they
Just
do
like
is
just like
they feed
Alex
him
in
these-
Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, they feed him these like hyper processor pills that make his brain work at like 1,000 times the normal rate when he's asleep, and then he just listens to like 4 times speed audiobooks of The Art of the Deal on repeat.
in every language, so like the Mandarin translation of The Art of the Deal.
Yep.
Oh.
That's gonna be tight when they invent a pill that lets you retain and take in information like super hard when you're sleeping. That's gonna be sick.
There is, like, you know, I don't know. There's some kind of Russian research chemical these people buy. I don't know if it's not like Pricetam or something, but there's you ever heard of modafinil? I think is what it's called. People buy all kinds of these pseudo smart drugs out of Russia. You can buy them online with a credit card. Like,
yeah.
plain.
What's the other?
There's a whole bunch. Some of them just have chemical names, like
Yeah.
M4193, like patent names or something like that. And people buy all this shit and take them, and supposedly they all work. But man, I'm pretty sure a whole bunch of these people right now, these biohackers, are gonna have cancer in about 5 years
Yeah.
because they just take whatever. There's one article where they're like, oh, they use this and people were 0.1% better at reading. And they're like, okay, and they megadose the fuck out of this powder they buy from Russia, which probably
Yeah, I
comes
had a
from
friend
China.
that used to drink a lot of those Bang energy drinks,
Yeah.
and
Same thing.
he didn't like he knew that there was creatine in them, but he never knew what creatine was. And eventually, I told him, I'm like, hey, you know that shit like just stays in your body if you don't sweat it out, right? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, your gut will become like a power lifter, but without the muscle. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll stop drinking those. I'm like, all right, yeah, that's probably a good call. Like, you can have like 1 or 2 a week. That's not a big deal. But he used to have like 1 or 2 a day. And I'm like, yeah, you can't be doing that. That's a lot of fucking creatine.
I have like it's kind of funny because I remember back in the day we used to go to GNC to buy Redline, and you had to get carded. And
Yeah.
it was like the most extreme thing you could get. And it was like, I don't know, it was probably 150, 200 milligrams of caffeine or something. And maybe it was a little more. But we're in like the era now where Bang has 300 milligrams of caffeine in a can. And there are people drinking multiples of those in a day.
Yep.
I could
Well,
tell. I could tell
I
a
blame
little.
espressos for this. I think people got so fucking hooked on like, oh, I'll take 4 espresso shots. Like, they drink one espresso in the morning in Italy, and they're
Right.
fucking jacked for the rest of the day. And you're getting sugar ice cream, fucking like sugar water, and 4 espresso shots in it. Like, you understand what
Right.
you're doing to yourself? Like, that's
The
awful.
people
I
are
try to stay away from. The only drug that I am okay with just coursing through my body 24/7 is nicotine.
I like
And also
caffeine. Well, I could tell a kind of weird story. So, I was kind of holding off on telling like a lot of personal stuff until I would do like more of a longer form podcast about my weight loss. But just to quick do a synopsis, I used to be over 300 pounds, and I lost 150 pounds.
Tragedy.
I know, it's too much weight, right? But anyway, after I
Just
lost
real
weight,
quick, to cut you off for a second, I'm so sorry. I have to say this. I have talked to a lot of people that have lost a tremendous amount of weight, and you are the one exception, and I mean this genuinely, and I'm so happy for it. Every single other person that I've ever talked to that has lost a ton of weight has become not only less funny, but also a huge dick. Like, they
oh,
just become unbearable to
well,
talk to. And
we're
I think you're
already
still close enough to the call of the void taking you over the edge that you can still relate, and that's really the only
yes.
thing keeping us like
Uh,
as friends.
so I could really get deep on this, but we're also already at the 2 hour mark. So like, I don't know how deep you want me to go. But there is something to that. Your entire life changes. So I literally, the same people. I mean, I would walk down the street. Like I remember very vividly. Like I was walking down the street, just going for a walk once when I was really fat, and I also had a really long big beard, and I did look a little like, I guess, bikerish or whatever for people, but like women would cross the road from me, like to get away from me when I was coming down the street, and then I'd lose weight, and I live in the same neighborhood. I'd see the same people, and they wouldn't cross the road. I literally watch people treat me like, go from treating me like shit to not treating me like shit, or treating me like a threat to not a threat. I've always been able to maintain kind of that outsider perspective, like that. Who I wanted to always make sure I was who I was, and that part didn't change, because it's really easy to like fall into this egotistical, like, look what I did, I'm the fucking greatest, I'm the and I always was more, I would say I was even more damaged. Like, I would all of a sudden start having success with women, and all I would think about in my head is, you don't actually love me, because you don't know that I wasn't like this a few years ago. It took me a long time to even accept myself like that, like losing weight. So that is a story I could get into. I was kind of holding on to it for not like for any specific time, but just if I ever had to burn like a whole hour myself, I could talk about that for days. So
Yeah.
but so
I'm scared to lose weight, because if I drop below 200 pounds, I'll become the strongest, most charismatic person on the planet, and I don't know
you
if people are ready for that yet.
yeah, you just gotta keep. It's called hiding your power level, dude. You just gotta
Yeah,
keep
yeah, I
that
have to
hidden
hide
until
my
it comes
power
time.
level. I'm
But
5'7", soaking wet, by the way, for anyone out there listening.
so to go back, so like I lost all the weight, and supplement companies would send me free shit all the
That's
time.
so crazy.
They would send me boxes of shit, trying to get me to like, because I like put my success story on a couple places. I had a really shitty YouTube video that I don't want up anymore, but I can't, because my form wasn't good at exercise, but I advertised it on like MyFitnessPal and stuff like that, and I would get like hundreds of messages a day, like asking for help or how to do, like, but so I would get free shit and I would take it, but I would never advertise it. I had a very strict. I didn't use anything to lose weight. I even went cold off caffeine, no sugar. I didn't drink diet soda for even like almost 2 years. I mean, I was like eggs and rice and wheat toast and chicken breasts and fish for like 2 years. And so I refused to advertise supplements, but I would take them sometimes pre-workout just to mess with them after I had lost all the weight. So, because I had reintroduced caffeine and everything. So I'm taking, when they send you like samples of pre-workout in pill form, they come in a non-resealable bag where you tear the top and you toss them down. And usually they send you one serving. So if there's 2 pills in there, it's 1 serving. That's how it almost always is. So there's one company I won't name, but they would send me the samples. I had multiple times, and it was a 2-pill sample, and it was like, you know, like it was a pretty high amount of it was like over 400 milligrams of caffeine or something. But I would sometimes just do it and like work out for like 3 hours on a Saturday or something. One time I ripped it open. I kind of glanced at the packaging just to make sure it was okay, and I took it, and I took both pills. 1 serving was 1 pill. Gotcha. I hit almost a gram of caffeine in 1 dose. Jesus. I felt fucking horrible. I mean,
like
I was
Futurama, where he's so fast, he's just
so I was freezing. My entire body went cold and clammy, and I was just cold sweating, like pouring sweat. But I was freezing, and I had goosebumps, and my teeth were just chattering. And I ran outside and tried to make myself vomit, but it was, I mean, by the time you're feeling that, it's already in your bloodstream.
Yeah.
So I'm like putting fingers down my throat trying to vomit, and I'm not able to vomit anything. And it wouldn't have helped, but I kept trying, and I popped blood vessels in my face.
Oh, God.
And I didn't know what to do, and I really didn't want to go to the hospital. So I grabbed a jug of water. I drank a gallon of water, and I ate half a loaf of bread. Because I was like, well, fuck it, just put something in my stomach to try to, if it's not fully digested, I want to get shit in there now to slow it down.
Yeah.
And then the other advice I got, like quickly searching, was just water to keep flushing things out. Didn't really help, but I tried. And I just remember, like, I laid down in bed, my heart is pounding, and I'm freezing, and I'm saying, like, holy shit, I'm going to fucking die. I was wired all day. And then I crashed super hard. Once eventually I came down, I just laid there in bed. I didn't even work out. I didn't want to do anything to raise my heart rate any higher. Yeah. So I just was like, I'm just going to lay in bed. So I just laid there. And I mean, I was just like in pain, cramping, miserable. Off almost a gram. Like it was getting pretty close to a gram of caffeine. I don't know. You know, people die at all kinds of different doses depending on their health and whatever, but I don't know I'm sure a lethal dose is a little higher, but I was also in really good shape at the time. Like I finished losing weight. My cardio was, I was in really good shape. So that was probably the best shape I've ever been in and I ever will be in my life. Cause I was also healthy, like genuinely healthy with how I ate, how I did everything.
I know you said you didn't want to mention the company's name, but I feel obligated to warn people. The CIA did this.
Very well could have tampered with it. I had those thoughts. It's my fault for accepting anonymous drugs.
It was just CIA stands for creatine, ivermectin, and aspirin. That's all it was.
My favorite weight loss supplement. So I I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, like, I survived. Obviously, I'm here. But when I see like Bang and shit, and people doing like, drinking like 2 of those, that's 600 milligrams. If you go up any higher, you drink a coffee, anything, you're getting close to in a day what I almost OD'd on.
Yeah.
And so like I'm like, holy shit, what is wrong with you people? If you're like, and I have a caffeine problem. Every couple weeks I have to cut it out completely because like right now I'm on like a Monster in the morning. I just drink a Red Bull now during the pod. Like I have a problem. I had a coffee also.
Yeah.
So I'm part of the problem. I
regulate my shit pretty well, and the most if I'm just at home working and I'm not doing anything, I won't do any caffeine. So I have a very low tolerance. So if I ever do need to stay up, or I have a horrible sleep schedule, and it's right. I think it's just discipline. I don't think it's anything actually wrong with me, but I'll do this thing where, and I've done this for like the last 5 years, and I'll do this thing where I will sleep like 3 to 5 hours a night. And then on the weekend for one day, I'll sleep like 16 hours.
I know a lot of people like that.
Yeah, it's pretty common. I mean, I was not kidding earlier when I said I'm terminally online. I have this thing where like I feel like I've never fulfilled enough in my day, so I just refuse to go to sleep until I've accomplished at least one thing that I wanted to do. That's whether it's a personal thing, a work thing, like it
I have that same thing too. it's almost like an anxiety about sleeping because there's shit you could be doing or you
Let's
didn't
call
do.
it what it is. It's a grind set mentality. Okay.
Well, yeah,
Like, I'm just out
Sigma
here
male
on my
grind
hustle.
set. We're
Yeah, Sigma male grind
male
set.
grind
I
set
wake up in the
mentality.
morning. I have a cold shower. I sprint 40 miles to work. Get fired for sexual harassment. Sprint 40
Yeah.
miles back. Edge for 6 hours. Go to bed. Do it again the next day.
Go to bed at
No, but I
9:59.
mean,
Back on the grind by
so
10.
but even despite all that, the worst I've ever felt, since we're on the topic of like safety with drugs, the worst I've ever felt, I quit smoking cigarettes. Well, I still smoke a cigarette every now and then, but mostly I'm on this vape shit now. And I quit smoking cigarettes around the same the same time I started at DFC, for the pure reason that they let you vape indoors. Like, they had offices for every person, so you could just vape in your office. The boss didn't care. I started on Saltnik, which is like Juul pods and stuff. Here's the
I thought
thing.
that was
I
for
didn't know this at
horses,
the time.
but salt lick, I guess.
No, yeah. Salt nicotine. It's nicotine that's been diluted with salt. But here's the thing. That nicotine that's in that little liquid, like one Juul pod is equal to about 10 cigarettes.
Well,
I was
tight.
I was going through like 3 Juul pods a day. So I was smoking, as far as nicotine is concerned, I was smoking about 3 packs a day. It's not good. It is very, very not good. I remember the first time I did that, I think I smoked like 2 Juul pods in a span of like 6 hours or something. I was driving home with a friend in the passenger seat, and we had to pull over because I felt like I was gonna die. I legit, like, my heart wouldn't stop pumping. I was sweating. I felt super hot,
Yeah,
clammy,
it's a stimulant.
like, and I told him, I'm like, you have to drive. I can't drive. And I just sat in the back seat, not even the passenger seat, because I was scared I was going to throw up. So I sat in the back seat staring into like an old bag of KFC ready to puke at any moment. And I never did. And I really wish I would have, because like I just felt so awful. For the rest of that night, I was just feeling terrible. So as soon as that happened, I tried to cut down. But like, you're in the office, you're on a call, you just find yourself hitting this shit nonstop. So my advice to anyone out there that is also a casual nicotine enjoyer is switch to the sub-ohm shit, the ones that look like robot penises. That's way less strong, and you can smoke it like nonstop if you do the 3. Like this, I could smoke like 2 full tanks of this shit, and it would still be less than a pack of cigarettes, as far as nicotine is concerned. And you dodge all the carcinogens and all the other shit, which is nice.
It does play kind of into the same thing as like Bang energy drinks, though. So yeah, you're healthier in a way that you're not smoking a cigarette, but all that nicotine can't be good for you, and it's way more than you would have got smoking.
Yeah, but I'm of the opinion that nicotine is the god particle, so I will eventually ascend to a further plane.
Like I said before, I know there are guys who use it like pre-workout and shit.
Mhm.
I've never done it, but that would be probably a fun
I
thing to
do
try.
genuinely, and this is so I'm so fucking stupid, folks. So please don't take anything I say as serious. But I
Good.
do genuinely think it helps my mental faculties. I notice if I don't, because I tried quitting. I didn't smoke a cigarette or have any nicotine for like 3 or 4 months a while ago, and this is like a year or 2 ago, and I felt so much slower. Like, everything felt like it was in slow motion, and I could not speak like this. Like, I could not be witty or like fast paced, or like I would talk to someone for like 15 minutes and I felt like I had to take a nap.
I
So
think it's like
I don't know. Like, I'm also extremely unhealthy just as
It's
a
a-
general thing, so that's obviously part of it, but
I
this is a
think
good
it's
offset.
common knowledge that like Stephen King would like chain smoke while he was
Oh, yeah.
writing books, and then
Yeah.
like would just like
Yeah,
quit
2
as soon
packs
as
of
he.
Pall Malls a day for like 30 years. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a hero.
Yeah, he would, and he's like and I know like comedians talk about that like before they go on stage. Like, I don't smoke, but I'll smoke a cigarette before I go on stage because it just the nicotine is
It's definitely a powerful stimulant.
yeah.
And I'm assuming I don't know from experience, but I'm assuming it's a lot like caffeine where you have a tolerance, and I'm wondering if you quit for a while, you'd get some of your faculties back without it, and then you use it sparingly when you need a boost. But I also don't know how nicotine functions, because I know caffeine does that for me. Like, if I quit, I feel like shit for
Yeah.
like 2 weeks, and then after that I'm okay. And then when I have caffeine, it's like I get a super boost from even a cup of coffee. But then the tolerance kicks right back in, and then I'm up to like 3 fucking energy drinks and a coffee a day. And
Yeah, I think the main thing, I don't like the feeling that caffeine gives you. Caffeine makes me feel like I'm jittery and like I need to get up and do stuff, which I should be doing, like I said. But this is more like I just feel more focused. Like I'm pretty sure I'm using nicotine to self-medicate my undiagnosed ADHD, which is
Probably,
pretty badass. I think.
probably, it is.
Yeah. I feel like Iron Man in the cave.
I had I never had a problem with caffeine. As long as I wasn't taking a gram in one shot, I could have as much as I wanted, and I never had a problem. And now that I'm just a little bit older, I'm in my third, starting my third decade here. Fuck, did I ever get? I get like anxiety and heartburn and all kinds of shit when I have just even like a caffeine pill. And I can't handle it like I used to. There is an age component to drug metabolism.
Oh,
That's pretty
definitely.
severe.
If there's not a pill that fixes and reverses everything I've done to my body in the next 10 years, you guys will be down a co-member for sure.
Well, if you want to get into like the only drug I condone, my favorite party drug is Cialis. So that's real shit.
You know what's really fun?
Oh, what's that?
Fentanyl and Narcan.
I'm sure it is.
You hit one, and then you hit the other right after. It's fucking great.
Yeah,
So
throw some
I like
benzos in the
to.
mix.
Yeah.
I started
Little
mixing.
Hennessy.
I really started mixing Cialis in my pre-workouts, and
No shot
people-
you fucking did that.
Yeah, and people are like, "Dude, your veins are so sick." I'm like, "I know, right?" Like, you get a massive, you get a whole.
You should see under the hood, bro.
Yeah,
No
it's like a
idea.
total body erection. It's fucking incredible. I fucking love Cialis. And then also you can have as much fun as you want for like you don't even have to put any effort into it. So it's like, I think it's the greatest drug ever invented. I don't know if there's even any downside besides the headache and stuffy nose if you take too much.
Pretty sure that was invented like on accident, right? Like Viagra and Cialis and stuff.
Yeah,
I
or
think those
they
were
were
meant to treat something else.
blood pressure.
Yeah,
So that's
right.
the other side effect is like it's supposed to lower
Hey.
your blood pressure a little bit, so it's also healthy
it
for you.
technically worked. It just redirected that blood pressure.
Right, it just puts the pressure where I need it, and then
And I stuffed that pressure where I want it to
yeah,
go.
I put that pressure in. So I heard like if you go to like Cambodia, I heard this while I was over there. I can't remember the name of the drink, but in a lot of bars you order this drink, and it's like fucking whiskey, Red Bull, and Viagra and Cialis all mixed together. It's the fucking craziest shit. And I'm like,
A
I
little
think
bit of rhino horn in there,
Right,
for good
like-
measure, like garnish
they
it.
probably
with-
like sprinkle a little ivory in it. That I'm down for that shit. I don't think there's a greater for me. Like I know people like their psychedelics, their ecstasy and all that, but like for me, I just like fucking. So just give me the Cialis. I have good cardio, so like I don't need cocaine. Like I can run. I don't need that shit.
I was gonna do a pre-podcast dose of psilocybin today, but I was like, I better not this time. But maybe next week.
Next time,
Yeah, maybe next week I'll do a little dose.
A micro dose or a bit or like a full hit.
I don't know. Well, I've got some dried stuff. I've got these ones. They're chocolate bars called Wonder Bars, and the packaging looks like Alice in
that's
Wonderland. And then I got these other ones I haven't tried yet. It's supposed to be like next level, and they're called Elon Musk bars. And they're supposed to be fucking bangers.
So I've always
But I don't know. I'll probably just maybe a microdose. We'll see how it
You know,
goes.
I actually. So again, I don't want to get into like too much of a personal stories because it takes too much time. But I've also been diagnosed with cancer, and there's a study of like I'm okay right now, but it is kind of fucked up when you think about it. Like every now and then, I'm like, damn, this sucks. And there was a big study where they gave terminal cancer patients psilocybin, and most of them really like they gave cancer patients Cialis, and they went out fucking like rabbits or jerking off until they passed. It was a fucking incredible. But no, they gave them these doses of psilocybin, and apparently the experiences they had made them I think it was almost all of them became very comfortable with the prospect of death. And
Interesting.
and it calmed them. So I've actually been really thinking about it. It's not something I've ever done before, and I think I benefit from never having done it. I don't know well, but I think people who do psychedelics too young without direction don't really get anything out of it because they don't have the life experience. But I feel like if I did it, it would take a lot of my edge off. Maybe. I don't know, maybe not.
Everybody's different. I
Right.
mean, I've had my fair share of psychedelics, and I did them really young as like party drugs, but now it's like,
I think I don't want to say you were more aware than other people, but I think you were though too. We were
oh
also
yeah,
like,
that's kind of true too.
I mean, even back then, I was always like we made music together, and I was always on some schizo shit anyway. So we were always around. Like there was no way you walked past me and I wasn't watching like Loose Change or fucking listening to Hour of the Time with William Cooper. So like
Coast to Coast.
Yeah, Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah.
I used to work with a guy before we got robbed who and I quit after that, but like who would listen to Coast all night at the gas station, and that was so fucking trippy. I love that. Like we're working and all we're hearing about is ghosts and the Illuminati and shit.
Yeah.
I'm just like, this is the fucking dopest thing I've ever heard. Caller just comes in like, I saw the triangular UFO again, and I think they're gonna come get us next time. And like the guy and like fuck, what's his name? Art Bell.
Art Bell.
Art Bell is just like totally like completely like with them the whole time, and like, so where did you see the triangular crab?
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, fucking Art Bell rules.
Yeah, I've never experimented with any fungi related stuff, and the bit that I go along with is I don't like mushrooms on pizza, so I don't think I'd like a psychedelic mushroom. That's the whole bit. It's not very funny. It's just like a good excuse to deny psychedelics. But like I had a really weird upbringing. I was raised in a very like helicopter parent style household where household, I should say, where I was not allowed to like do anything besides like play outside and like within like viewing distance of my house, and then like stay inside after like 7 p.m. type shit. And that was up until I was like 15. And then as soon as I turned 15, I probably made up for lost time in like 6 months worth of like experimenting with alcohol, drugs, sex, like all like I legitimately, and this is a weird story to tell, but I lost my virginity before I ever jerked off. And that was strange.
I mean, it makes sense though. I mean, it's possible, you know, you were a good kid and then you weren't. So it happened. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think first time I jerked off was an accident, so I didn't even mean to do it. So it was fuck,
well,
I
but
had a
like part
point.
of it was like I was raised by my brothers, and they're both about 10 plus years older than me, and they're the ones that like introduced me to like culture and stuff. So I'm like 11, listening to like Nas and Biggie and Tupac in school, and everyone's like, "What are you listening to?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is All Eyes on Me. You haven't heard of this album? It's the greatest thing on the planet." And they're like, "No, I'm listening to like Green Day." And I'm like, "Oh, so you're a fucking like a word I can't say on a podcast."
You can say whatever you
and
want.
I would get in trouble, and my parents would be like, "Where is he getting this?" And my brothers are just laughing in the background. But I mean, I saw like I was like 7 when like my one brother showed me Mandingo tearing apart Tia Tanaka. Like my brain is not even able to comprehend what I'm looking at, but I'm laughing because they're laughing, and I'm like, yeah, that's super funny.
I'm pretty
And
sure
then
this
I'm,
is
like,
what happened to the
15,
Night
looking at a
Stalker.
vagina for the first time. I'm like, oh, I get it.
You just start laughing at it and pointing.
Yeah, I remember.
That's a funny joke.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Now watch this drive.
Fuck. Well,
I think I have to call it there, gentlemen.
yeah, I think so too. Ran a little bit longer because we were waiting for confirmation if our guest Michelle Obama was going to show up or not to talk about female prostates.
Yeah,
but it didn't happen.
And also, now that
So
I've outed her as a medium,
we'll try that next
she'll
week.
be a little more, I think, uh, she'll she'll feel a responsibility to come on and explain herself. And if she doesn't, I'll reveal more secrets about her next week.
That sounds good. I do have something where I think I've figured out what the epitome of white privilege is.
Oh,
It was a thought that actually just came to me today. It's anybody who thinks they can do secret menu orders at fast food restaurants.
oh my God. Yeah, that's
That is the
yes.
epitome of white privilege and classism. If you think you can make up some horseshit gangbang and then walk in and order that from somebody making minimum wage or less than, and they should know what the fuck you're talking about and acquiesce your horrendous demand, that you should be executed.
I also
Because
like I would even take it a step further and just say that anyone that goes to a place where you can get a burger for less than $2 and then asks to change stuff on that burger should also like one, their food should be spat in
right,
and then they should be shot, yeah, on site.
like really you have to take everything off and then put a custom sauce on. You really can't just scrape the shit off with a french fry and be done with it. You can't
Yeah,
pick two
it's
pickles off with your fingers. What the fuck is
yeah, those
wrong with
people
you?
that are like the Big Mac costs $4.49, but if you just get a double cheeseburger, ask for an extra bun, shredded lettuce and Big Mac sauce, it comes out to $3.15.
You
And I'm
save
gonna go hang from this noose now.
right. You make all of this work for essentially corporate slave labor. They have to do all of this so you can save $1. Uh and, and you don't even get the real experience. Like the fuck,
Yeah,
just eat a cheeseburger. Just
yeah.
did you
It's
need it's fucking horrendous. I don't know why that came into my head. I think it's because like Chick-fil-A is about to open up here and people are already talking like about the secret
oh,
menus.
I
And
heard I heard about that. I actually heard about that today. I couldn't believe that there wasn't Chick-fil-A there before. That's crazy.
yeah, so like uh I just like I instantly was like enraged. I didn't even read about it or anything. I was just like, why the fuck are you going in there and harassing some you can work here when you're 14. So the person
Yeah.
at the counter is probably between 14 and 16 years old. It's their first job and you're going to walk in and give me a fucking animal style bukkake chicken sandwich. And like they're supposed to know what the fuck you're talking about. It
Me and
just
my
fucking
brother like have this bit about Taco Bell because we used to frequent. I still do, but we used to frequent Taco Bell a ton when we lived together. Where Taco Bell should just have a like a menu option where you go up to the drive-through and you just shout like you just like make like vomiting noises at the actual speaker and then they just give you a bunch of shit for like $10 because everything from there not only tastes the same but it pretty much costs the same amount too. So you just like it doesn't matter what you get at Taco Bell, it's some combination of a tortilla, meat and cheese, lettuce, sour cream, and then they
right.
just find a way to make that into 40 different things. And then same thing if you
Exactly.
get chicken, it's just a tortilla, chicken, cheese, sour cream, and then they find a way to make the so you should just be able to go up to Taco Bell and just yell some like esoteric fucking like thieves can't deep speech and they just hand you a bag and you just fucking hand over a $10 bill and call it a day.
So I say this as a firm lover of Mexican food and other forms of South American cuisine, but I brought some foreign friends to like a Taco John's, which is like a Taco Bell, and they they start asking like the differences between enchiladas, tacos, burritos, and I'm like, well, it's like tortilla, meat, and cheese. Oh, it's like tortilla, meat, and cheese. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's all kind of the same and kind of different. Just fucking eat one. Uh,
Yeah, it's just how you arrange it or how you're
yeah,
feeling
yeah,
on that particular day.
right. You like the cheese inside or outside of the tortilla? Like,
Sour cream on the
yeah,
side or inside, that's a different menu item. Yeah, it's
right.
fucking crazy.
If you get a quesadilla, uh, like there's like a you can get like the quesadilla or you can get like the fuck I forget all my Mexican food, whatever, they're all the fucking same. Like you get your enchilada and your burrito and it's like, well, the one they put the beans on the outside and
Yeah.
same shit.
Speaking of
It's
white privilege and Mexican food, I don't know if you've ever seen this video. I think it's a TikTok or maybe it was like just a Twitter video or something. but it'll never leave my memory for as long as I live, and it's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. There was this white woman that was talking about like party style nachos, and she was doing like one of those like tutorials on how to make them. And I'm not kidding when I tell you that to start the tutorial, she has this like granite countertop, right? She just dumped a fuck ton of nacho cheese on the granite countertop. No like plate,
What?
no like cutting board, just on the countertop. And then she added the meat, and then she added all like the tomatoes and the salsa and rotel. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty gross, but like at least you know she's gonna like serve it on a plate or something. Then she took a bunch of chips and she took her hands, like she dumped a bunch of chips and then she took her hands and she started just mashing everything together with her hands. She's not even wearing gloves or like even pretending like this is any semblance of like hygienic. And then once she was done, she took all of her weird like gross vomit looking nacho and then just opened like those mini sized tortillas, or not tortillas, those small bags of Doritos, like the fun size bags, and she
Right.
would just like scrape a portion in with her hand and then hand it to someone, and then they'd walk away. And
What a disgusting
I, f-
cunt.
yeah, I feel like that's what they serve you in like Alcatraz.
Right?
Um,
That sounds, first
just
off, that
this,
does sound like prison food. You're like
yeah, it's just
fucking
this amalgamation of meat paste, and
right,
she just
crush.
scrapes it with her fucking hand into a small disposable container.
You
Fucking
crush up
disgusting, man.
ramen in the package, and then
Yeah,
you put a fucking can of tuna and the powder in there, and then you
yeah.
sprinkle a little like chocolate milk mix on top and eat it. That's my prison fucking snack. This fucking that's this bitch. What the fuck is wrong with white people and food?
I don't
Like,
know, man. I always tell my friends like you can't tell me because like I didn't grow up in this country and I certainly wasn't raised like I grew up in this country. So there's some shit where I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm white, I get the privilege from some of this stuff. And then there's other shit where I'm like, there's a reason that I still believe in like the Yugoslavian firing squad as the most effective form of like execution because some of this shit, yeah, it's absurd.
there's
Uh, mm,
like white people well, okay, like was white people's a broad generalization, but like particularly like Western European, like French food is overrated as fuck. A croissant, a baguette, it's fucking bread. It's like 20 different variations of bread. Who fucking
croissant.
cares? It's bread. And British food is the fucking most disgusting shit on the planet. Like fucking I mean,
Oh
even if
yeah,
it's
like
not
beans on
disgusting,
toast.
right?
Yeah.
Like beans and toast and like shepherd's pie. Even if it doesn't taste bad, it's not like it lacks like there's like an
Hmm.
essence to other cultures' food. It's like somewhere along the line, white people forgot food is like your life force. Like you die
Hmm.
without it, and they just I don't know, they just eat shit. Like white people eat
Yeah.
shit, and like there's people I work with have no taste palate. I ate sushi once, like I bought it, and they like someone was almost gagging because I ate raw
Oh my
tuna,
god. That's
and
yeah,
like
that's absurd.
I'm like I eat raw beef. I eat raw beef sometimes from when you get like a beef tartare or
Yeah.
like some sushi places will actually prepare like a rare beef. Fucking delicious. Like it can't even be. It just can't even be compared. And like
Like one of my favorite snacks is this shit called pasteta, and I'm sure you've seen it, but it's this it's a chicken liver pate. So it's like a paste,
oh
but
okay.
it comes in a can, so it's like tuna kind of, but it's like it's a paste. And it's extremely fatty. Like it's like 90%
Mm.
fat. But you spread that shit on like a cracker or like a piece of bread, and it's like the most delicious thing on the planet, but it looks a little like it looks like fried spam kind of. So I can
Okay.
get just from like the the view standpoint, it may not look that great. But yeah, every time I break it out and I'm like, I'm having some of this, and they're like, what is that? And I'll turn on my webcam and show them, or I'll show it to someone in real life. They're like, oh, it's like dog food. I'm like, bro, it comes in a can and that makes it dog food. You eat fucking Hermel chili or Hormel fucking chili that was made 60 years ago in the fucking like
Right.
industrial revolution. You eat fucking Chef Boyardee lasagna. That shit is processed chicken dog food. Like The
Right.
shit, ugh, I can't stand it.
It's not even it's like a byproduct of like it's like a waste.
Yeah.
It's like our food is made of like waste byproduct materials. Like even like artificial sweeteners are like it's like the is it like isn't aspartame made from like the shit of E. coli essentially? Like
I
that's
have no
that's
idea,
what
but
fucking E. coli
that
takes a
sounds
shit
right.
and makes aspartame, and then Donald Rumsfeld just fucking helps fast track it through the FDA, and then it's in our soda. And then a couple years later in the 80s, Tab gives you cancer, so they take it off the market. Like that's like it's what fucking happens. That's what white people eat. They eat neon blue corn syrup and then wonder why everyone in the country has diabetes. And like they don't eat fucking fish. They don't eat lean meat. Like even the pork and cheap beef here is different than other countries because of our corn subsidy. So all of our animals eat like high carb fatty diets, where in other countries they eat lean grain and they're like a lot healthier. It's like I don't want to hear shit from anyone I work with about food. And on top of that, like I know it's kind of a meme now to be like white people can't handle spice, but they really fucking can't.
Oh no, absolutely not.
I
It's yeah, there was a place I used to go to in Cleveland that and this is kind of gonna circle back on the secret menu thing, and maybe this is a little pretentious, but there was this noodle place down the street from me. I fucking love noodles. Like I fucking Vietnamese noodles. I like ramen. I like banh mi. Like all this. Like I just like any type of noodle. That shit slaps. And there was this noodle place down the street from me that was like a local place, and they had like spice levels, right? And there's like one like habanero, two habanero, or three habanero as far as like on the menu. And so I'd always get the three habanero, and I'm like, man, this shit like it's good, it tastes good, but this is not spicy at all. And so one day I like tried to transcend the language barrier, and I'm like, can you make it extra spicy? And she looked at me and she goes, how spicy? I'm like, how do you guys like it? And she goes, okay, okay, okay. And then she comes back out, and it's like perfect. Like I'm fucking, my sinuses are opening up. I can feel my butthole quenching a little bit. Like everything is being just like compressed and released inside my body. And I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for. And she told me, I can't remember what the word was, but she specifically told me that if I ever wanted that again and she wasn't working, to say this word. And I think it was Vietnamese, because I'm pretty sure it was a Vietnamese place. And I wish I could I wish I could remember the word, but I felt like a secret agent every time I'd come in there, because I'd order my food and then I'd be like to the waiter, I'm like, hey yo, and I dropped the word, and then they looked at me and they're like, okay, okay. And then they go back to the kitchen, and I can hear the word being thrown around, and everyone's laughing in the back, and I'm like, let's fucking go.
Yeah,
it probably means white boy or some shit. I don't know.
You are not making a violation though of the secret menu. You are 100% in the clear. Those places do that to cover their ass, because white people always think they're like, oh, I can try the spicy one, and they'll fucking die.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not like gonna toot my own horn, but like I cut my teeth eating noodles in Sichuan in China. So like where they make shit so like retarded spicy that there's rumors that like some of the places put some kind of basically opiate like plant in there to numb you out while you're eating it, so you don't feel like you're dying.
Oh man, I need to go to China.
Yeah, so and you didn't see this video, but I actually posted a video a couple weeks ago of me eating a Carolina Reaper. I fucking ate that bitch raw.
Damn.
And honestly, was not that bad, except for the after effects. Those were horrible. My stomach hurt for like 2 fucking days. But the spice is fun. I love that. So you totally were in the clear. Those places can't like just serve that shit to people, because they'll literally like complain. They'll like call the health department. They'll be like, I went to the hospital. They served me nuclear waste. And it's like, nah, that shit. Spice is like, I get a little bit of a high from it.
Yeah,
like I get
100%. It's the capsaicin or whatever that shit is. That, like I fucking like I would bathe in that if I could, man.
So I have I have pure capsaicin powder in my house, and it sometimes leads to disasters. Because I like to eat spicy shit, and like the only thing I don't like is my lips burning. That's always the worst to me. I don't know why. I can handle everything else, but man, I fucking hate it when my lips hurt.
Yeah, I don't have that problem as much. Mine sometimes, um, like something will get stuck in my teeth because my teeth are all sorts of fucked up, and this is kind of relating back to the British food thing. But my teeth are all sorts of fucked up, so sometimes I'll get something stuck in my tooth, and I'll be picking at it with my tongue, and it turns out to be like a fucking like a habanero pepper flake or something. And I'll be picking at it with my tongue so much that my tongue gets like raw from just
Right.
touching pure fucking heat over and over. That's my main problem with spicy food.
Oh shit. Yeah,
But it's
dude, I
worth it.
don't.
It's so
Yeah,
worth it.
the I think one of the only times I ever really had the whole like burning asshole stuff too with spicy food is when I ate the Carolina Reaper. Um, that's not
Mhm.
that I didn't underestimate it, right? But like when I did it, I was kind of like, you know what? I've never actually eaten a raw habanero before. Maybe I should have like stepped up. And
Yeah.
then I was like, nah, that's not my nature. I just go 0 to 60 in a second. Like I'm there. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and that I would not recommend anybody do it.
No.
Not as a
Yeah, that can
gag,
fuck
not as
you
a
up.
joke, not to prove anything. I mean, I guess I'm just not a pussy, but like that, it's just it's a harrowing experience. The next, like I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I ate it about like 5 or 6 p.m. and it was a little spicy in my mouth for like 20 minutes. But I drank some milk and I was okay. You know, I mean, it wore off. And then I was
Right.
fine. And then about 4 in the morning, my stomach cramped. And like it
Ooh.
cramped like Thanos stuck the Infinity Gauntlet up my ass and grabbed my stomach and just clenched, like just fucking clamped down on it. And I was like doubled over in pain. And I went into the bathroom and like I was just sitting there like it literally hurt. Like it felt like a hole was burning through my gut. And then I'm like, I start regretting like all of my life. Like right
Mhm.
there on the like on the bathroom floor at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what the fuck did I do that for? I am so fucking stupid. Um, but
I had
I guess
this really cool like experience the other day. So I have nieces, and they're like they're pretty young. They're like 8 to 10 ish. And then I have me. I'm like on the last edge of like I'm like just between like Zoomer and Millennial, and then I have my folks who are like in their 60s, right?
Mhm.
And so I got done taking a shower upstairs, and I finish my shower. I get dressed. I walk out, and I see my nieces are playing on my old computer that I gave to them, and they're doing like they're modding Minecraft, but in like the most childish way possible. They're just adding like prettier colors and all this other stuff. And in the background, they're playing like Ariana Grande on speakers, on like Bluetooth speakers. And the one niece has like her tablet where she's drawing stuff. And I walk in and I'm just messing with them for a while. And I leave the room and I'm like, man, that's so awesome. And then I come downstairs to where my parents are, I shit you not, they are opening pickled peppers that they've had pickling over the last like 6 months, and they
yeah.
open one of the jars and just start eating the peppers out of the jar, like it's like saturated in the juice. And I try one, and it immediately hits me like right in my jejunum, like I feel it in my solar plexus,
Right.
and that shit was so good, but it was so fucking hot, and we're just like jumping on our feet because it's so hot. And then I walk downstairs and I'm sipping water and I sit on my computer and I'm like, I just experienced like 80 years of generational difference in one staircase. Like,
That's pretty sick.
like
That's
yeah,
sick.
like
I like
between
that.
yeah, like that thought came to my head. I'm like, I just experienced like living in like the 1800s versus living in like the 22nd century with my. It was so
and
funny.
and it's kind of it's even more metaphorical because like where you're at between millennial and Zoomer, you're just like you're caught like between those worlds
Yeah,
where
yeah.
you're not in
It was tight.
either.
Yeah, it was sick.
So yeah, like we actually to like going off that like We talked about that a bit in our first podcast, but not a whole lot. Where even when I was growing up, I thought millennial was like not talking about me. I didn't really pay attention to what people you always use it as like derogatory for all these things kids did. I didn't know I was like a millennial. Like I didn't know what it even meant. I found out like I'm not even the oldest millennial. I'm like a mid millennial.
Yeah.
And I always think it's so weird how I don't really fit in with any of those groups because like who came before millennial? We hit this point, but I'll hit it again. Is like that the generation before us didn't use computers. They had them and they were around, but they didn't really fuck with them like we did. And the generation after us mostly don't use computers. They use computers as devices like phones and tablets and shit, but they don't sit at desktops and fuck like I've literally watched technology come out of nowhere, like be developed and then go into obsolescence in like 15 to 20 years.
Yeah.
And
it's really weird that there was only one, not even a full generation, but like try to think about this. There was only one generation where the public library was actually useful for like schoolwork and shit. Because think about it, like people would only go to the library if they needed like a specific novel or like a book. And then computers came around and everyone's like, oh, hell yeah, I can go to the library and not have to pay for a home computer because my parents don't want to buy one or whatever. And now smartphones exist and the public library is now again just the place where weird people go and then people that want to have like book. I saw an article or something that was talking about like in most parts of the country, public libraries are utilized more for free DVD rentals than they are for fucking books. And I thought that was super tight because like the idea that Blockbuster died so that the public library could just become a free version of it is just cool.
That I mean, even like playing off that, you remember, Netflix started in the mail, mail to order.
Yeah, I remember
business.
ordering CDs off of Netflix for my brother. Yeah,
right. You could get games and movies, and they deliver them in that fucking red envelope. And that like, there's a whole people that don't know that ever existed. Like that was their original, like, at least a huge core part of their business model.
Mm-hmm. And then Blockbuster did it too. I forgot what they called it. It was like some subscription service you had to pay for, and they started falling apart. I think when they tried to like change their business model.
Right. Oh, it's just that shit was heading for obsolescence anyway. I mean, if you look at people don't even own physical media like in any capacity anymore.
Oh yeah, nowadays owning physical media makes you like a collector. Like, oh, you have like 30 DVDs? Do you collect DVDs? Like, no, man, I just like Gone in 60 Seconds. Like, what? It's a tight flick.
You have 30 copies of Gone in 60 Seconds?
Yeah, man, I like Judgment Night with Dennis Leary. Right. Fuck off.
It's like, I only own... I, like, as a paranoid person, like, I always am like, whoa, if I can't get online, I can't access my Steam library. How the fuck would I play games or watch movies?
I just had that problem yesterday, bro. So Steam was down for like a full 24 hours almost.
Oh,
like,
fuck that.
Yeah,
I didn't even know.
Yeah, like nobody could log on. People were fucking sending bomb threats and shit over the internet. It was crazy.
As they should. And that's
100%.
primarily what the internet is for, is bomb threats. But like that's the whole thing is if you can't access a service anymore, you don't have anything. Like there's value in having physical media so you can still own your stuff and use it when you want to. But even I've downsized. I got rid of almost anything that I'm not for sure like gonna maybe watch. Like a strong for sure maybe. Everything else, dude, I got rid of it. But like it trips me out that these people don't even. There's like that whole like. There's an article making the rounds like you will own nothing and you will be happy. About like basically like it's like a legit like I don't know what it is, like a Forbes or Business Times. It's like a legit publication puts this out, and it's like prepping you for the future where where like you don't even own property anymore. Banks will just own it and rent to you. Your bank will be your landlord. They just own.
that's
Why
like-
not just own the property? So you won't even own property. You don't own anything. Everything you have is on lease from corporations. And they're saying this shit like it's a good thing. Like
that statement made me think of like a cybernetic, like a Cylon version of Marie Kondo. She's just like, you will own nothing and you will be happy.
now
Your
fold
flesh does not spark joy.
fold your gray
Submit your
jumpsuit.
flesh. Yeah. Oh man. There's this game that I think you'd be interested in called Cruelty Squad. And it's nearly impossible to describe it. It's like the first like physical quality shitpost, I think. And rather than trying to explain the game to you, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to go to like the Steam page, and I'm just gonna tell you what some of these reviews say for this game. Okay.
These
So
are my
the top
favorite.
review, the top review says Cruelty Squad is what a great immersive sim sees before it dies. And that's a really good way to describe this game. So immersive sim, think like Deus Ex back from like the 90s where you can kind of interact with everything in the world, right?
Okay.
Like a more recent example would be like BioShock, right?
Okay.
And the game has like it's so hard to explain. It's like the most it's purposefully the most difficult to transcribe and understand UI of all time. It's also like everything is bright shapes and colors, and you can't really tell what's going on until you sort of just let your brain turn off and start playing the game. But then you start reading some of the dialogue, and it's like some of the most genius, laugh out loud, funny shit that I've ever seen in my life. Like your handler for each mission that you go on is this giant talking frog, and he tells you shit like the CEO of like pharmacokinetics needs to be shut down because he's making it so that the manned mission to Mercury is too safe, and the Lost Order thinks that the sacrifices should be higher to appease the dark gods of capitalism. And like the shit actually is said like in game. It's written out. It's so fucking funny.
That's I had to look it up real quick, and it does look like something that would pique my interest. It looks like
It's a game made for you. Yeah, 100%. It's
They,
super tight.
the Cruelty Squad is a tactical first-person shooter set in the hardcore gig economy of corporate liquidations.
Yeah, 100%. It's so sick.
We're heading for that. We're seriously heading for that fucking future. Like
Gibson had it right with Neuromancer, but he just
Right.
didn't expect like everyone to be self-aware, I think, is the problem.
right.
That's
I
the
think so,
only
yeah.
like he had everything else down, but he just didn't think that everyone would be shitposting while they were living through this horrible hellscape.
Right. Um dude, holy fuck. Like I read an article today about Amazon is actually lobbying the federal government for changing the scheduling on marijuana, actually basically to they want it descheduled, which would effectively legalize in some ways because it wouldn't be a controlled substance.
Okay.
Because they can't find enough workers to pass drug tests.
Oh, okay.
So now Amazon is playing the entire, their angle is this disproportionately affects people of color, which may or may not actually be true, but Amazon isn't doing that out of benevolence to black people. They're
Yeah.
doing it because they can't find enough people to basically slave in those warehouses until they die.
Right. I imagine it would be a lot easier to work a 16-hour shift as a fucking autonomous drone when you're just, like a little baked. So,
Right.
like, where's the fucking harm in that?
You need it to get by. You go in those little whatever those suicide booths are they're installing inside of the Amazon places. They're
What do they call them
building
again? They're like they're like personal space capsules or
whatever
some
the
shit.
fuck they are. Like,
There just happens to be a 9mm handgun with
Right.
one bullet inside of it.
you just go in and a fucking syringe sticks you automatically, and all of a sudden you feel better and go back to work. You don't know what the fuck is in it. It puts a little fucking microchip in you so they can like track your every move, and they're like, you pissed 0.25 seconds longer. you were in the bathroom 0.25 seconds longer than your piss was coming out of you. Please report to HR immediately for re-education. And they call you up in there and the fucking tape your eyes open and make you watch Jeff Bezos give a speech like he's fucking Lex Luthor. Fucking disgusting. But
Oh,
we're
man.
heading towards that kind of hell where it's going to be like the entire country will be owned by Amazon and Walmart. And like
Yeah, yeah, megacorps are like the problem is all of the relevant warnings are way too cool.
right.
Like
That
you read
is-
Neuromancer and you're like, man, this would suck, but it's so cool.
But I get
Like,
blades
and
implanted in my arm? Like fuck
yeah,
yeah.
like it's way too cool. The problem is we're heading in that direction, but without any of the cool stuff. Like
None of the cool
we've
shit.
yeah, we've yet to see a flying car. Nobody has mantis scissor blade arms. No one is able to like jump over buildings. Like, but everyone is like suffering from depression and has government
Right.
sanctioned like mood controllers installed in them.
We're at the point where cyberpunk dystopia is completely real and already here. We just didn't get any of the cool tech.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
and any of the tech that does exist is just completely used to control us. It isn't in the hands of the people. And I think because if you look to like when Neuromancer was written and stuff, like you still had to be a hobbyist to use electronics.
Oh yeah,
And so I think it was kind of assumed that there would always be the tinkerer or the hobbyist. But
yeah,
if you look at the prevalence of Apple devices, they've tried their damnedest to eliminate that out of people. The whole
Yeah.
like it just works and you just get it and you use it and you just fucking turn it on and go. There's a whole this entire like generation coming up now that can like instinctively use these devices, like iPhones and iPads. But like I have seen, I am not shitting you, somebody go up to a desktop monitor and start touching it.
Yeah.
This is someone who was like 19, 20 years old because they didn't know it wasn't like not every screen is a touch screen. They just had no idea. And they've they don't even know how to use a keyboard and mouse. You think these fucking people are gonna be in the street hacking brain implants and shit? They
No,
can
yeah,
barely
it's-
work their phones.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, back in the '90s, if you wanted to, oh fuck, I would almost like even argue like the early 2000s. If you wanted to play video games on a computer, you
Right.
kind of had to learn at least the basics of like a programming language, because otherwise there
Oh,
was
shit.
usually like it was pretty difficult to either launch the game or just to get it to run. And nowadays, like people refer to it as Google Foo, and I'm
Right.
very good at it. But all it is like troubleshooting. Like no
Right.
one knows how to troubleshoot anymore,
They don't
which is
follow
why
the
shit
basic
like Geek
steps.
Squad exists.
So
Like, go
I
ahead.
I work with a guy, right, who always tells this story about trying to play Wing Commander in the 90s and it
Yeah.
wouldn't fucking launch and he had to do like custom dip switch, like physical switch settings on the sound card in his PC. Like to get the shit
Yeah,
to run.
yeah.
You know, like
Shit like
these
that.
kids they'll never they don't understand that kind of shit at all.
Yeah, like modding your games back in the day used to just be creating assets. Like you would actually go into a folder and just start typing in random inputs and
Right.
like making ASCII fucking like assets and shit to mod stuff and like no one will understand that shit. Like I made a Flash game for a school project when I was like 15 and I thought it was the coolest thing ever because I spent all of like between the age of 7 and 10, my most played video game was this fucking 2D stickman fighting game on like Flash websites. They gave me Trojans, but I thought it was the best thing of all time because there was
Elf
nothing
bowling.
like that for free, right? Yeah, exactly. And so when I made that shit, I was like, damn, this is sick. And then I realized, oh, like no one's gonna know how to do this because you can just go play on your Xbox instead, and it does
Right.
everything for you. That's good, I think, to some extent.
Oh
But
yeah, it is.
the leash of accessibility I think is a little too constrictive right now, and some people
Yes.
should need to like at least have a certain level of proficiency to be able to achieve the amount of sort of I think create or not even creative, but the amount of control I think that they have over their electronics.
Well,
Because
yeah, so
yeah.
I'm I'm not total old man yelling at clouds, and I think a lot of kids coming up these days, they have a lot of things figured out that other generations didn't. So I'm not like shitting on them entirely, but I think there was always the assumption that for the last like 2 or 3 generations, each one like was like subsequently getting better at electronics and more proficient at it. And I think we've hit a reversal or like a standstill point. I don't
Yeah.
think the newer generation is better, and I would say in fact some ways worse, because they have less exposure to things that aren't walled off Apple devices. They don't understand how to get software if it doesn't come from the iOS store. They don't understand how to do anything that doesn't come, like they don't understand email. They don't use email. You know, like that.
I think to some extent that's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy though, because the problem with having a generation that's really good at computers and then another generation that's really good at computers is that they're going to innovate to a level where they obviously for business purposes make it
Right.
easier for everyone to use computers. So I do think there's still a ton of like obviously there is because shit's still being innovated every day. Like California's number one export is innovation. That's why everyone fucking lives there because it's
Right.
like the economy is always booming because every day there's an app being made that's going to generate hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for fucking no reason. But it's
Right.
because they're innovating. So I think it's the parents of kids that are like really interested in tech that are going to be like on that same level. And I think those parents just have to make a decision of like, okay, well, I like to mess around with computers when I was younger, and I helped make all this cool stuff. Do I want my kids to do that as well, or do I want them to focus more on like, actual, STEM stuff and shit like that?
Right.
Which like, yeah, like the amount of science majors that I've talked to or like math majors and stuff that can't work their way around a fucking MacBook is crazy. I
Yep.
feel like it's just such an easy, useful like it's a tool that if you don't know how to take advantage of it will not only cost you actual money like in the long run, it'll also just like it'll take up your time because like the amount of time you spend on a tech support call for a weird fucking error code popping up on your computer as opposed to just googling that fucking error code and doing like 10 minutes of research on Tom's hardware. Like you can figure this shit out yourself for 99% of computer problems. It's not difficult.
Right.
Like yeah, but it is a little
Yeah.
bit of an old man yelling at clouds thing. You're kind of right.
Yeah. I mean, it does go like they're definitely gonna excel at certain things. Like there's more of a like an opportunity to be like a programmer these days. It's so
Mhm.
ingrained in our culture that it's taught at like every level of course. Like I think from middle school up. I know some
Mhm.
elementary schools have basic programming stuff now even,
Yeah.
which I did. Programming didn't even exist in my high school when I think there was like one elective C++ class. Like
Mhm.
it wasn't even a requirement or anything. So it was completely like foreign. You had to really want, if you are in my age bracket and you had to want to do it to be exposed to it. You weren't
Yeah.
going to like pick it up on accident or like take one class and go, "Hey, I kind of like this." Like you would have had to actually seek it out to do it. And so you had more people who were interested, I think, in the actual technology,
Mhm.
where now you get people who do it because it's a good career and makes money. So they're not really passionate about it. They lack this aspect of it. They do it because like, oh, I can be a programmer and I can make $120,000 a year and I just do basic shit and they don't have to think even so in some
Yeah.
cases like I
I'm of the
know programmers
opinion
like
that
this.
yeah, I don't know. I've kind of battled with this for a long time because I really like computers and I like messing with them. I like building computers. I like software. Programming, I learned some Java when I was in high school, and then I messed around with Python a little bit just on my own. And I never really got super into that, but I think I'm more like I know programming specifically. A lot of people say that it requires a different part of your brain to be efficient at it, like a very problem-solving, logical type of brain. And
Yeah,
I like being creative more. Like I
right.
write a lot, and like my D and D and shit that I do. So I would rather kind of flex those muscles if I have
Right.
the option. But it's also to some extent like something that I've always kind of fought with is I feel like if I did find a career doing the thing that I love to do in my free time, I would stop enjoying that thing in my free time, and that kind of scares me. Like, like, like growing up, I was like, oh man, I want to be a pro gamer, right? And then I look at these dudes that are playing League of Legends for 16 hours a day, and I'm
Fuck
like, there's no
that.
fucking way these guys like playing this game at all. Period. Like, I'm sure some of them do because some people
Um,
are just built differently, but I can't do that for anything. Like, if I
s-
like something and I do it enough, I start hating it. So
I can give you my real world experience that I'm in that boat. Excuse me, fuck. So I've always I grew up like wanting to be a hacker. Like that was like, oh, I'm gonna be a hacker. I saw like the original Ghost in the Shell. I saw the movie Hackers. I saw this. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm gonna do all this
mhm.
shit. And I did. I had a lot of fun doing that kind of stuff. I eventually get into a career doing it. I do fuck all when I get home now with computers. This current desktop that I just got, I bought it pre-built. And everyone's like, you
Yeah,
didn't build it? And I'm like, you know why? Because I fucking work 10 hours a day. I don't want to come home and then like, I don't want to troubleshoot my shit at home. I got to
yeah,
do that enough at work. Um,
yeah.
so yeah, you totally will. Some people won't fall out of love with it. They love doing it for their job and they love doing it when they get home. I think it kind of
Yeah.
depends on your work environment and how hard it is too.
That's
Um,
that's true. That probably plays a big part in it. I noticed there's one place where you don't see that too much, and it might be the work environment thing. Car guys. Like, you
yeah,
know how car people, they just like they live cars, like
right,
they want to be a mechanic or they want to work at an auto body shop or they want to work at a junkyard and then they get home and they're working on their own car in the meantime. Like
right.
they never get sick of that shit. And I wonder what it is. Like I'm
Yeah,
too
I don't
fucking
know.
nerdy to want to learn how like an inline V6 works, but I'll
Right.
sit there and like I'll troubleshoot one error code that pops up in my Skyrim mod folder for like 6 hours just to find out what it is. And there's definitely some like just cultural difference there, but I wonder what it is about car people specifically that just stops them from like burning out. Because yeah, those guys are always, or at least maybe it's just a trope, but I always see like all my friends that are into cars, they would want to do it as a job if they had the opportunity, and then they would also do it at home too, like just because they fucking love working on cars. Maybe because
Yeah,
it's a physical thing too. Maybe
I
it's
think
like the
it's
physical. Yeah.
so I think there's a lot of overlap with car guys and computer hardware guys, which are few and far between these days.
Hmm.
There's not like uh, if you have something go bad on your motherboard, do you actually spend the time to like desolder the capacitors and test or and test out the like trace out the board and then solder in a new one, or do you spend $120 and buy a new fucking motherboard or whatever?
Right. Yeah.
Like you just buy a new one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. That's true.
those hardware guys though are dedicated to that shit. Like they live and breathe it. They love doing like the like tracing it out. They love finding what was wrong. They love replacing it. And they're like, dude, it only cost me 30 cents to fix this motherboard. And I'm like, yeah, and you spent 900 hours doing it though.
Yeah.
But I get it though.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah. They love
passion
it.
thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
um,
Yeah, that makes
it's
a whole lot of sense.
and I think yeah, I think when you get into other aspects of that, the passion's not really like general IT and stuff. I think a lot of that
Yeah,
is I don't
I
want
think
to
that's why the
say
arts is so like appealing for people, right? Like nowadays, it's not so much like I don't know. It's weird. Like I could go on a whole tangent about kids wanting to be like content creators because it's like you ask a kid like their number one job now, like as opposed to like 10 years ago. Like you ask
right,
someone like, "What's your like favorite job when you grow up?" It's like astronaut, doctor, superhero, right? Like boom, or like fireman. And now you ask them, and it's like YouTuber, Twitch streamer.
yeah, I saw
And
that like
like I
Ryu's
could go on a whole
survey.
tangent about that, but something about the arts I think is cool that it kind of gets to dodge that that weird problem because since it is so creatively demanding, like let's say you want to be like an artist, right? If you
Right,
love painting and you love art and you turn it into a job, I feel like you won't really fall out of love with painting even though you have a financial constraint behind it now
right,
because you basically just like you've set yourself a new goal is to like, okay, I want to make a painting or I want to make,
Right.
these specific commissions, and then I get to sell them and stuff like that. Obviously, there's some added pressure on there, but I don't think that's the same as just burning out on it entirely. Like deadlines will make anything more difficult, but it's almost in a good way sometimes.
Yeah, I think part of that is like it's extraordinarily hard to turn being an artist into an actual paying career.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah.
so a lot of artists don't get to be, they don't actually get a career doing art. The
Hmm.
closest they get is some kind of like graphic designer,
Right.
or like they work in an office building and they do all of the graphics for the flyers, and shit. And
Yeah.
that like, and
Well,
when
not
they
just
go
like
home, they get
traditional
to
art, but I
paint.
mean like,
Right,
music,
right,
fucking like,
and
there's all sorts of
even
shit. Novelists, authors, right?
even like music. So like, if you don't get lucky to become a famous musician, the kind of music you end up doing is you're either, well, depends on your track, right? If you're orchestral or you for a career, you end up mostly trying to get in like doing background music for movies and TV, or doing scores, or working with producers who need string sounds. You don't
Mm.
really get to do like the rock star life and all that.
Hmm.
That's really few and far between. And I think if you do get into that mode, you will find people who burn out or don't love it. Um, you can, I think it just depends what you like, how much of it is really your life and how much of it you want to do forever. Like, as someone who made music, I just kind of found out it wasn't, it's the creative part I still do. I still love it. I just do it for myself. I don't put it out or do anything with it. But the everything around trying to make it your life and make it into like a the second you start talking about like CD sales, well, we don't talk about that at all anymore. But back then, we would talk about having to like press up CDs and sell them, and then it's like I need to sell this many to even break even, or I'm losing money and I'm broke as shit already, and I gotta pay this much for studio time, and then, you know. You'd get people like, do you ever bring T-shirts? We want to buy T-shirts, and like you look at what it costs to like make them, and you got to design them, and some people are all over that, but like for me, it was like it started becoming about everything but my creativity, which
Mm.
was writing songs. And I was like, nah, fuck all this. I'm done. I kind of like I dropped out of that. Um,
Yeah.
it also
It's
didn't pay my bills. So I had bills to
Yeah, there
pay.
are a few people that have kind of gone that path though, right? Where it's like you start out as like a fucking not like a side person, but like Sia is a good example. You know the artist Sia? She was like, I think, I can't remember if she was a writer or a no, not a producer. She was definitely like a writer and like a ghostwriter, I mean, and then like I think she collaborated with a lot of people uncredited early on in her career. I know she
All
was
right.
part of like an old British band or something, but then like out of nowhere she just blew the fuck up because she decided to like take stuff solo. And it was right around that time that like Lady Gaga got really big too. And I think that changed a lot specifically with like pop music. For anybody
Right.
listening, I'm a huge fucking I love pop music. It's like it's not my favorite, but I fucking love pop music. I don't know what it is about it, but it's just I fucking love pop. But she had this weird thing where her and Lady Gaga kind of transcended like the traditional pop star sort of career path where it's like, oh, you're attractive, oh, you can sing, oh, you can dance, now you're a pop star. Congratulations, right?
Right.
Neither of them could really like dance, and neither of them were like traditionally beautiful,
What you would
but
in
they
the
were just
media,
so
yeah.
good. Yeah,
Right.
they were just so good at what they did that they sort of got to skip those steps and just fucking make killer music.
That's so one thing you'll find is there's so much good shit out there that'll never see the light of day. That
Yeah,
I
100%.
mean, I this is something I'd like to talk about like with everybody, because I have some I have a whole bunch of shit I can talk about with this kind of stuff. You ever hear about a guy, do you know who Bobby Raps is?
No.
Do you know who Spooky Black is? He had that
No.
song that blew up a couple years ago. like Without You or whatever. It was kind of memey. It's like a skinny white kid in a do-rag, but then he sings
Maybe,
and he's
yeah,
dope.
maybe I remember that. I think
You've
so. Yeah.
you've probably seen that, and he's actually an artist by the name of Corbin now. But so anyway, this I believe they're from Twin Cities, Minneapolis area, and they kind of blew up. They went viral, and Bobby Raps did this fucking like hamburger helper contest that like is actually fucking was really dope. And I don't know. So I'm actually was just a big fan. Like I was a fan of his music, and I liked him. And I don't know the whole story, and I might have parts wrong, and it's only things I've heard. But he he has like this new style, and people are kind of like shitting on it. But everything he does is like really well produced and really. Um, I think he actually wrote Starboy by the Weekend. And
No shot, really?
yeah, I think he actually wrote it. And if
That's
you listen
crazy.
to if you listen to his music, he looks I don't know how to describe it other than he's kind of looks like me. Like he's like just a white dude, like a blondish
Mhm.
reddish hair and beard and stuff. And I think people look at him like they look at his physicality and they're like, "Ah, he's corny or whatever." And they don't really listen to him. But like lyrically, he's like really creative, just like really creative guy, and makes really
Yeah.
good music. I like it. I'm not shitting on him. I like his shit. I'm parroting what other people I've seen people like say, but I don't think
Yeah.
they know that I believe. Now this is where the real rumor. I'm pretty sure if he didn't write Starboy, he has at least a writing credit on there on the Weekend
Okay.
album. But I believe he also has a writing credit on a writing or a producing credit on a Kendrick album.
Ooh. Okay.
And I want to say I heard something with Drake too. But you'll never
Okay.
people don't know who he is. But
No. Yeah.
he's like made these insane pop hits, or he's had a hand in making them. He's just some dude from Minneapolis, like came
Yeah.
out, made his own music. I don't know if somebody heard like how good his shit was. Like it was just
Mhm.
he's just super well produced and create like when you listen to his lyrics, you can see they're like a blend of that really creative underground style, but with like mainstream lyrics or terminology. Like I don't know a better way to say it. It just like seamlessly blends
Mhm.
everything, and so you can see how I could really see how he does have all those writing credits he's rumored to have
Mhm.
and connections.
Well, that's so like there's like two things that kind of want to sprout off that. One is like it's really cool, I think, how like you ask anyone that listens to music, and not I don't mean like they'll turn on the radio. Like there are some people that will say they listen to music and you're like, "Oh, who's your favorite artist?" And they're like, "Oh, and then they'll like scroll on their Spotify and it like you see it's just like the top 40. I'm not saying that's
Right.
bad. Like I'm not going to fucking shame anyone for listening to one thing or the other. But there are people that listen to music, and then there's people that will like actively try to find music that they like and listen to, and based off that, they'll try to find other shit. Like I love listening to music, and all I do if I'm in the mood is I'll just try to find shit that I've never heard of, some 500 subscribers YouTube band, and I'll just fucking play their whole discography and see if it's any good. And I think it's really cool that like there's so much music that's out there that's actually decent that you can ask anybody like that has that
Mm-hmm.
same sort of mentality. Like, hey, who's some shit or like what's some shit that you know is a fucking banger, but no one knows about it, and they can give you something you've never heard before. Like the amount of, and that's why I get so mad when people say like, "Oh, rock died in the '80s," or "Oh, grunge died in the '90s," or like rap died in the, like, yeah, there's the shit you hear, and like not many people like it as far as like the mumble rap and stuff goes. But
Right.
even that, like mumble rap, I
Yeah.
think came into existence, and this kind of goes into my second topic. Music evolves based on like not just culture but also like the music that like came before it. So in like the
Right.
90s and early 2000s to some extent, rap music was like predominantly like very lyricism based, and that was partially due to like rap battles being so popular, right?
Right.
It was very lyrically kind of forward. Production and pace and like storytelling were highly valued, and so like no one wants to be like their fucking dad, right? So kids
Right.
growing up listen to that and they're like, okay, sure, but now I'm gonna make my own thing, and that's how like fucking like one of my favorite artists is uh the fucking, it's not really Suicide Boys, but like that whole kind of like
Oh,
I used to fucking hate it. Like I
I'm
used to despise it. But then I
dude,
started listening to it enough, and
that
like all
down
this New
south shit.
Orleans weird like mumblecore shit really like hits different. Like when you get into the mood to listen to
Um,
it.
there's a whole that whole fucking shit out of Florida. I think they're all out of Florida, like Shakewell, Puya,
Hmm.
um,
Yep. Yeah,
fucking
the SoundCloud dudes. Yeah. Yeah, like
Booby
SoundCloud
Ludovelli.
rap changed a lot of shit, and now
I
you're starting
fuck
to
with
see
that
it in the
shit
mainstream
heavy.
too.
I
Yeah.
I think that shit is better than almost anything I've ever heard. In fact, I put like Shakewell and like is like one of my favorite rappers I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah. Yeah, because
So
they
I'm
do like yeah, it's like nothing you've heard. That's like a really good way to put it. It's fucking, it's super deep and heavy, but the lyricism is like easy enough to understand, and it's still sort of mainstream almost, but then the
right.
beats and everything behind it and just the whole like it's like dread almost, like the fucking feeling you
Yeah.
get from listening to a lot of these tracks. It's super sick.
Well, so I could talk about this. I could do a whole podcast dedicated to only this every week, because it was like this was my forte for a long time in life. I came up battling, and
Hmm.
I listened to a lot of shit, and I actually think there was kind of a dark age from the mid aughts to like 2010, 2012 ish. Like from 2003 or 4 to like 2010, music was really fucking shitty, in my
Oh, you're
opinion.
gonna make a lot of people mad
But
with that one.
I don't give a fuck. You're gonna tell me this is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. You tell me that and them franchise boys is real music. Yo, I was on a Lil Jon and the East Side Boys video, and okay, it's whatever. It's down south club music. I fuck with that part, right? It's okay for what it is. But I saw people in the comments like back when rap was real, back when this is that real shit. I'm like, dude, it's
Yeah.
fucking till the sweat dropped down my balls. It's not fucking artistry. It's what it is, but like,
Yeah, it's just
come
hyper
on.
produced. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's
So
like what the fuck do people call it? Like fucking candy vomit, right? Like that's all it is.
right.
It's just like, yeah, it's
Yeah,
just overproduced.
and an insult that makes no sense to kids nowadays is we used to call this shit all ringtone rap. Because it
Oh
was
yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah.
$3.99 to get it as a ringtone on your phone. Because you had to fucking
Yep.
text this fucking coked up frog from Europe or whatever, and then he'd like fucking send you, yeah, whatever. Don't even worry about it. But like anyway, like I think like especially specifically talking about rap, but other genres as well. Like the '90s was a pretty raw time
Hmm.
outside of outside of pop music. And I would say even a lot of '90s pop is pretty good when you're not talking about NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, boy band shit,
Sure.
Britney Spears.
Yeah.
Like the rest of it, I fuck with Natalie and Brulia and all that. Like, well, sure.
Hmm.
Um, I just feel like in the 2000s, like everything was in a fucking dead zone. And as a underground battle rapper from that time period, even that underground rap is so painful to even go back and listen to. It's fucking terrible to me. It like hurts
Hmm.
my ears. There's so many people that are just trying hard to be different, to like be different, and they keep like
Yeah, for the sake of it. Yeah.
right and like too many like corny white people trying to make everything into an art project and make it like
Hmm.
deeper than it is. Like
Oh,
I
that's
think
why
when you
fucking Macklemore is the number one target for that shit.
yeah,
That
fuck all
dude
that garbage.
made one huge viral
So
hit and then
hey,
decided like this is my canvas. I'm
I
going to talk
saw
about activism. Oh my god, I would
I
deck that
met
fucking dude right in his
I
little
met
pretty mouth.
him years before he was famous
Really?
at a show in in the Midwest where he came and he opened for a local group here.
Oh,
He wasn't
okay.
famous. He didn't think he just and I was like, "Oh, what's up, dude?" Whatever. But I mean, I met a lot of people like that. So like I have I have stories. I got to like freestyle with Idea once at a
Mhm.
show. I hung out with him, and I had friends who were fairly established. There was a fairly established DJ MC duo from around here who were friends with like Atmosphere and a group called Hierospecs out of
Yeah.
St. Paul. So like
Yeah.
I got to meet a lot of relatively famous people, I guess, a lot back then. But
Yeah.
anyway, like I met him. So I don't have anything bad to say about him. Just like I always think it's interesting that like I see this guy blow up, and like just a few years before I saw him, like the dude like drove out to open up for local rappers in other cities. Like it was crazy, actually. Like that.
Yeah.
Um, it's
I
good for
also
him
think
on
it
his
has
blow
a
up. I just
lot
don't
to
like it.
do. Yeah, it's got a lot to do, I think, like, and this is kind of an obvious thing to say, but it has a lot to do with kind of where the music is coming from, too. I think a
Right.
big reason for a lot of the best rap ever to be made coming out of New York and Los Angeles in the 90s
Oh
is
shit.
because of the shit that was happening in the 90s. Like, the fucking the drug war like had just basically got
Right.
into like its full throttle. The fucking LA riots, fucking the stop and frisk shit in New York. Like, dude, people don't realize it, and I don't even like. I wasn't there, but you go back and you watch like documentary footage. New York in the '90s, past 10 p.m. was like
Oh,
a
you
crime
were
zone. Like,
right.
it was a war zone. Like, it was legit. Like, you're dropping in Verdansk. Like, you have no idea what the fuck is happening. There's gunshots 24/7. People are getting fucking mugged and robbed. No one's going out. Like, that shit was. And I mean, for all things, I think pressure makes diamonds, especially when it's a cultural type of pressure.
Right.
You're gonna get people that speak out in their way, and it just happened to be that the people that were targeted and the people that made it out of that happened to be some fucking insane lyricists who made these
Right.
insane like soliloquies essentially about all the horrible shit that was happening.
Yeah, I totally agree. And there's something else. Before I get into it, I just have to make a correction. I had to look it up quick. What I found online really quick. This is from the Star Tribune, which is a Minneapolis newspaper. That Bobby Raps has a production credit on the song "Sidewalks" on Starboy by The Weeknd.
Oh, okay.
Just
Okay.
want to make sure
Gotcha.
I
Yeah. That's
still
still
heard that
insane,
he
though. I
has.
mean, he's
I
yeah.
still heard he has like ghostwriting credits on, but whatever. That's all rumor. But
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but yeah. So there's another aspect too with rap specifically where until sometime in the mid to late '90s, you had to have your own flow.
Yes.
If you sounded like another rapper, people shit all over you.
Yeah,
But
you were dick eating. Yeah.
right, but nowadays, like Migos comes out and they do that. I don't know what you call that flow pattern. Um,
Just
it's
ad
there's
libs. Just
there's like
yelling.
a well that like that's
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
But like they have like there's some kind of musical scale term for what you call that, like 1/3 or something rap
Mhm.
style. But you have someone like Drake who just copies it, and millions of people are like okay with that. In the '90s, that had got him shot at a record at like a music award show
Yeah.
for doing shit like that. That would have got him fucking. Suge Knight would have hung him off a balcony for that. But
Yeah, Rihanna would have stabbed him 8 times and left him.
right. But nowadays it's like no, you can do whatever the fuck you want. There's like no repercussions. Nobody
And
you
I
don't get
think
killed in inter
that
music beef.
yeah, that too is a result of the same thing that happens to any form of entertainment that gets really popular. Because at the end of the day, art, if it's good enough, becomes entertainment, right?
Well, I
Like you
saw
can
a
make the most yeah, like you can make the most horrible, sad, dramatic story of all time, but if the prose is good enough and if the characters are like well written and everything lands, it'll be a fucking New York Times bestseller. It doesn't matter what the fucking subject matter is. So rap was made as this like deeply personal kind of, and I'm generalizing to a pretty extreme degree here, but you kind of follow what I'm saying.
right.
It was like an actual battle against the state of things.
Right.
But because of how successful it was, it then got homogenized into the shit that you hear now.
Even if you say it was just party music at the onset, it was still like a rebellion against the state of,
Oh
of
yeah,
things. Like,
yeah,
and
100%. And I'm not. Yeah, I mean that's.
yeah,
I don't even
you're
think
right.
we
Like,
can go back and say like fucking. And this is where I'm going to show my age a little bit because I'm not very familiar with like the 70s and 80s, but like that rap music, like the block party shit, that's a totally different beast from like NWA and Tupac and
right,
Nas and Biggie, right? Like they are like other than the fact that they're mostly percussion based lyricism, it's
right.
completely different subject matter. Like
Well,
one is about having a good time with your boys, the other one's about killing cops. Like
so
it's a totally different story.
so how, like, do you, here's a good question actually to ponder, is like, do you want to subdivide rap music or not? And why I bring this up is if you look at like metalheads, like people into metal,
Mm,
what a fucking disastrous clusterfuck that is.
sure, yeah.
Is it hard metal, speed metal, thrash metal, doom metal, sludge metal? You know what I mean? Like there's like
Alternative,
9
yeah.
trillion genres of metal, and most of them are the same-ish.
Hmm.
They're not really
Yeah.
that unique. And people, particularly white people, keep trying to do that with rap. And
Hmm.
I saw an article today from Vice, which I refused to click on, but the headline was talking about some rap group, and it's like the first new post-rap rap group. So they're already declaring post-rap. You know, like you had post-punk and like, who
Yeah,
the fuck are
postmodern,
you to
yeah.
declare post-rap? Like, shut the fuck up. People are still rapping. Like,
Yeah.
I actually don't really divide it out into like, I don't call it cloud rap, mumble rap. It's all just rap. Um, even for me, the distinction between mainstream and underground is generally a record contract and
Yes.
exposure.
Yeah.
It's not,
A
as
lot of
doesn't
people don't
anything to do with
understand that, but
style.
yeah,
If you
that's true.
people only people don't put in effort to seek things out generally. They only
Yeah.
hear what is fed to them.
Hmm.
So anything would be popular if it was fed to people because you'll
Hmm.
find enough people that like it. It
Hmm.
doesn't really matter. It won't sell. You might not sell as much as someone else, but you would still do fine. If they put you on
Yeah.
MTV, you would build a fan base. Well, not anymore, but you know, when MTV was the de facto way of getting out there, or like the
Sure.
radio. Now, now you need to go viral on TikTok or YouTube or something. But um, like,
To answer your question about whether you should divide it, I think it's a matter of context. If I'm speaking to someone for the first time, and like let's just say we're hanging out or whatever, and they're like, "What kind of music do you listen to?" I'll be like, "Oh, I pretty much listen to anything." And like, "Oh, do you like metal?" I'll generally say yes because I like a lot of different kinds of metal.
right?
But then they'll say like, "Oh, yeah, I'm really into Metallica and Saint Anger is my favorite album of all time." And that's when I splash the drink in their face
Right.
and walk away, right?
Yeah, I
So,
mean, I get it.
like if I'm talking to someone and I've known them for a while and they're like, "What kind of music do you like?" I'm like, "Oh, I like progressive metal." And they're like, "Oh, you mean like Opeth and Tool?" I'm like, "Yes, exactly." Because there is a distinction between Metallica and something like Tool. The same way that there's a distinction between like, fucking yeah, like Nas
Right.
and fucking Lil Jon. So whether or not there needs to be a divide, I don't think you should have to walk into a record store, which also don't exist anymore. But let's put it this way. You shouldn't have to walk, or not walk, but you shouldn't have to open up iTunes and be a fucking anthropologist to be able to
Right.
find like what kind of music you like. You
I'm
should be
gonna.
able to go to rap and just sort by most popular and listen to 30 different types of rap. That's good. But I also
Yeah.
think it's good that the people that are really into it are able to pinpoint what they like about certain things. Like for me specifically, as I hope is clear, I really value like good production, good lyricism, good storytelling, good flow. Basically in that order. Like if the production sucks, I don't really care how good the song is. You may as well just go a cappella at that point and it's listenable, but at that point you're just storytelling and I don't reread books. So if the
Right.
production isn't good, then it kind of takes a step down just no matter what. But if the production's good, then I look at lyricism. If the lyricism isn't the point, I'm fucking like I'm able to discern whether or not you're going toward like for that or not. And there's all sorts of other shit, like the economy of a track. Like if something's 7 minutes long and it's okay, that's not as good as something that's 3 minutes long and okay to me. Because if you're
Right.
just taking up 7 minutes on a track for no reason, why shouldn't I just listen to this other one that's just as good that's 3 minutes long? Now, if it's 7 minutes and it's a fucking banger and you justify it being 7 minutes long, that's a whole different story. Like one of my favorite rap songs of all time is Mural by Lupe Fiasco. There's no
Mhm.
chorus. There is no there's no hook, there's no samples, there's no ad libs. It's just 7 or 8 minutes, I think, of some of the most eloquent, masterful lyricism I've ever heard behind an insanely good production beat. If you haven't listened to it, I highly recommend it. And I usually don't say this because it's pretty pretentious, but if you listen to it and you're like, okay, that was okay, but you don't understand why I like it so much, there's a YouTube video you can watch that not only reads out the lyrics to you, but will explain the references within the music to you as you're watching it. And that's when you kind of start to open up like, holy shit, this dude put together like 164 bars.
Right.
And all of them kind of tie into each other or into other like subject matters one way or another.
So
Like
I'm a
say a
little
lot
out
of shit
of.
about Lupe, he's kind of whack now,
Oh,
but
I was literally just gonna ask you. I was gonna say I'm out of touch. So do people still fuck with Lupe Fiasco? I know he's like a
here's the
fucking
thing.
wannabe Ronin now. Like he's out doing like sword practice or
Not
some
only
shit on
that, he's
Twitter.
doing this weird thing where like he's really trying to get into reggae and he's doing this weird Jamaican thing and now he raps like he's Jamaican. It's
Aye.
cool, it's fine, it's whatever. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's kind of
Aye.
corny. Like I I think Tetsuo in Youth was probably my favorite album of his, and after that it's kind of downhill. Um, but yeah, I mean it's it's personal preference. That's one thing I'm kind of weird about is if I like an artist, I'll generally make the distinction of like, oh, I do like this album, but then I kind of like the rest of it just the same, unless we get into a really deep topic like this, because at some point you're just kind of fucking you're like picking cherries out of your salad. Like I like the guy and I like his music. That doesn't mean I have to, rate each song
Right.
individually. But yeah,
I
he's kind of whack.
I actually people, I don't, as the kids say, stan. I don't stan anyone, which is funny because, to get
No,
off
I don't
topic,
either. Yeah.
I don't think these kids even know what fucking Eminem song that comes from. But
Yeah.
uh the I don't I there's artists I respect and will always check what they do, but there's nobody I give a pass to where I'm like every album they put out is gold. And
Hmm.
sometimes with friends that's like they're like, "What? You didn't like it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I didn't like it." But who's your favorite rapper? I'm like, but I didn't like his last album." Like I don't
Hmm.
have to like I can rate everything for what it is.
Yeah.
Um and
The
I
the
don't
closest
hate,
thing I think I
but
can come to with that, as far as like they get a pass, is probably Opeth and Tool. I guess Tool as well. But Tool is weird because they've definitely evolved in a weird way. And this newest album is probably my favorite of theirs, actually, strangely enough. Like after enough listens. But Opeth, genuinely, I don't think has ever made a song on my personal scale that's under like an 8 out of 10. Like it's kind of insane.
um
And then there's other shit that I just like listening to, like Sabaton, Amon Amarth.
I
Uh,
love Amon Amarth. I really wanted to
yeah,
see him
fucking
live.
like power metal though is really hard to fuck up. Like that's the thing
Right.
about power metal. As long as you have enough guitar and enough drums behind whatever battle you're talking about, I'm in.
Right.
Like I'm all in. It's hard to fuck up power metal.
So for rap music specifically, like I I get making distinctive categories because it describes, battle rap, boom bap. Those kind of things are fine, but why I don't it's this is a personal reason is when you hang around with when you're a performing musician and you're performing with other musicians who are also we're all trying to get on, right? We're all trying
Mhm.
to get noticed, get respect. Um, you have this group of people who are really like, oh, I'm underground for life. I'm hardcore. Like they draw this battle like line, right?
Mhm.
Like what we do is intrinsically more artistic than what someone else does.
Yeah.
If you're talking about highly manufactured pop music, sure, but actually it's just a method of it's a lot of it is luck and timing,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
they just got famous because they're not always necessarily more skilled. They got lucky too, but they're not less skilled because they're famous. Like one of my favorite rappers of all time is DMX forever.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And
Rest in peace.
like
Fucking lord.
dudes went platinum multiple times in a year, and he's one of my
Yeah.
favorite rappers of all time. So I always like those people who really made that, like, he's got to be underground. Like, it always kind of like rubbed me the wrong way. Like, you don't like real rap, then you just like, because I don't know a nicer way to say it than it's 99% always white people doing that shit. And why I don't like categorizing things as cloud rap or mumble rap, because it's almost always used in a derogatory fashion. Like, oh, you're just
I
a
think white
mumble
people
rapper.
just have too much free time on their hands.
Oh yeah, so that's my thing with
White people
subdividing
podcast.
genre. But it's like it's my thing about why I don't like the subdividing of genre, because I don't think somebody like Migos goes into like, I'm gonna make mumble rap this new genre and I'm gonna create this. They just rap, and they rap how they wanted
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
And then it's other people that have to make this distinction to explain it. But the most artists, I don't think, go into it like that. They're trying.
No, absolutely not.
They
Yeah.
might be trying to show you something new, but they're not like, I'm gonna fucking make an entire new genre of music. Like,
Yeah.
there are people like that, but most rappers are just trying to rap and get on.
Yeah, if you really want to fall into that pit of like subdivision, EDM is
Oh yeah. Oh, I know
Yeah,
all that. I
and
was around for like people
uh-huh.
arguing about drum and bass versus jungle versus the like original dubstep, not the bro step stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I remember seeing those arguments in the 90s on like BBSs and forums and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Because I hang out
But
on like
like
DJ stuff.
but those at least you can kind of, and I'm sure it's kind of the same way for like metal versus progressive, but I'm sure there's musical terminology behind it. But the beauty of EDM is like the difference between drum and bass and dubstep doesn't have anything to do with the subject matter, because there is no subject matter. It's just what tempo your song is at.
Right.
Like drum and bass is traditionally, I believe it's 120 beats per minute, right? And then something like
Something like
dubstep might be a little bit slower, whereas something like house might be a little bit, like slower still. But then you get into people that are like, oh yeah, I don't like house music. Big house though, that's my shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm
Yeah, but
into
see, I
Manor,
only fuck
and
with
I also
trance
like the
house.
States. Yeah, I only fuck with Penthouse.
Yeah, I only.
I like safe house music. I don't know
Yeah,
about you.
I was into Doghouse for quite a while.
yeah.
You probably never really listened to that genre. It came out of
Probably
fucking
haven't heard of it, but
Bangladesh.
Panic Room is my shit.
Yeah,
I really like
I
Panic
was
Room.
I was really into that deep core melodic trance. I was
I like
actually into
Underdark
Angel
music.
Wings siren music.
Yeah, Underdark music. Menzo Berenzin makes it. It's tight.
Yeah, like in the last few years, there was like these whole like meme internet movements to make new. I can't even remember them all. Witch House.
No,
and
they're
stuff like
so
that. Like,
stupid. Yeah,
they're trying to
it's
make
so
these
fucking
new
funny.
genres, and they're nothing new under the sun. Like, you just stop. Just make
Do
your
you
music.
remember? So they call it industrial rock now, I think, at least. But there used to be this genre that doesn't really, and I could be wrong because I haven't listened to it in a while, so maybe there is still some movement. But do you remember when there was a type of music called aggro?
I'm not familiar with that.
So there's a so there was an old website called Agro FM or Agro.fm that was like Spotify or Pandora kind of, but it just
Okay.
played like really heavy industrial, both metal and rap. The idea was that it wasn't based necessarily on like the instruments or the subject matter. It was just based on like the intensity of the music. So the best way I can kind of describe it is like the original John Wick soundtrack, where it's like music to kill people to. That was
It's
like
weird you
aggro.
say that. I once went on a date with a girl, and they asked what kind of music I liked, and I said anything aggressive. Doesn't matter if it's
Yes.
rap, metal, or rock. Like,
Yes. Yeah,
just
that's pretty much what
ultra-violence.
aggro music used to be.
That's kind of
And
weird.
it still is, but I think they have like a different word for it now. But aggro FM used to be my shit. It shut down a few years ago, I think. Maybe it's under a different holder now, but the original guy shut it down a while ago.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I never knew that was a thing.
Yeah.
That it would make sense to me because I have described that too. Because I mean, especially if you're into gym culture and working out, like
Yeah.
aggressive music just gives you that edge sometimes. Like,
Or like, yeah, you're driving and you're like, man, I really want to get to where I'm going twice as fast as I'm supposed to. Let's put
right,
something on. Like that's that type of music. I
right.
love that shit.
I fucking yeah. I loved so much of that stuff. I got really into fuck. What would you even call this stuff? Like new wave retro, I guess
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
what
yeah.
people call it.
Yeah.
But there's all
Fuck, what do they call it? It's like Dream Wave or
yeah, dreamwave,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and fuck, what is it called? Like that whole like Carpenter Brute or whatever, however you say his
Yeah,
name.
yeah, yeah.
Like that kind of stuff that really,
Outrider, I think is another term people use
yep.
for it or something like that. Yeah.
So yeah, um, I got
Yeah,
really
stuff's
into
good.
that stuff in the last
Uh-huh.
few years.
I remember one of my friends in high school. We were uh he was driving and I was like, "Yo, pass me the aux." And no, that was back when I still had an MP3 player. And I played this one song called Schadenfreude by the M Machine. And
Okay.
if no one's listened to it, take a quick listen. It's kind of long, but just give it like a couple minutes. It like if you're playing that song in the car, I promise you, doesn't matter who's driving. It could be fucking George Soros. You're gonna go 90 miles per hour. So we're in a residential area, and I'm like, just listen to this. And I turn the speakers up, and it starts real quiet, but you can feel like something's building. And he was like going through this residential area, and I don't even want to say the bass drops, but the bass definitely fucking dropped and everything became retarded. Like he was speeding, I was screaming out the window, throwing my cigarette at people's houses, and like just like there's music that just makes you go ape shit, and I fucking
Right.
love it. It's so fun.
Yeah, I'm on that side, where they say like music can't cause violence, movies can't cause violence and all that. I agree that it always takes a person to do it, but I do believe there is something to like we're designed to respond to certain rhythms and frequencies and we do.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
there
yeah. The synapses start firing, 100%.
right. Yeah. I mean there is something to it. Like
That's
I
why, like, you know, what's
actually
really weird? The guy that shot up, fuck, what's his name? Remember that guy from like I want to say it was Sweden or maybe like Norway or
it was
something?
Norway, I
They
think,
killed
right?
yeah, they killed a bunch of kids on like a weird island
Like an
school
island thing? Yeah, I
camp
think it
thing.
was in Norway. Yeah.
He listened to that Lux Aeterna song the whole time, the song from Lord of the Rings that's like super orchestral. And I'm like, bro, you could have thrown like yeah, like Carpenter Brute on and easily tripled your KDA.
Doom
Like
soundtrack.
yeah, yeah, just yeah, put on the fucking Doom soundtrack. Fuck, listen to MF Doom or fucking Run the Jewels, and he would have killed like triple the amount of people. Instead, he's like listening to Mozart pop off. I'm like, fair enough, but come on,
There's
man.
I bet there's a tactic in that for keeping your your adrenaline spikes.
Oh,
You need to
maybe.
get
Yeah.
something to calm you back down so you're not shaking.
Yeah, yeah, he was like
Um
edging kind of.
so yeah, he was kind of like he had a natural high from what he was doing, so he needed to come back down.
Yeah.
So here's actually something I don't know that I've even ever publicly said this. When when I lost weight and I was working out, I had this whole thing in my head. I didn't hear this anywhere. Um, I just felt like I wasn't taking caffeine. I wasn't using anything. So I also didn't want to use aggressive music when I worked out. So I
Okay.
only listened to these like nature sound and Zen meditation tracks when I lifted
That
weights because
that had to have done something.
I didn't want any like I didn't want my aggression to come out from music. I wanted to be when I lifted a weight, I wanted to be in absolute control of it. And so that's something I did. Um I naturally did. So I can totally understand like why you might actually want to go to something peaceful just to stay in the zone
Hmm.
and when you're committing mass murder and and not and not go harder because you might make a mistake or you might overextend yourself in a rush. You know,
Do you
like,
think the Russians would have stood a chance in World War II if the Russian national anthem didn't go that hard?
I don't know. They needed that shit.
They needed that,
Bangs.
right? That's
That
what I'm
shit
thinking.
slaps.
That
Right.
shit. The fact that you could listen to just a bunch of dudes yelling behind some trumpets and fanfare like
Right.
80 years later, and it still fucking bangs like no tomorrow, man. Holy
Right.
shit! And like even some of the shit coming out of not the Taliban, but what was that? Oh yeah, the Pakistan versus Israel shit. Some of the fucking Hamas songs, bro. I don't get it, man. These dudes. I thought it was fucking what's the fucking term? What's the term? I'm trying not to say
Propaganda?
Kumar because it's definitely not
Oh,
Kumar.
Kumar.
It's not Harold and Kumar. Uh, uh, I
Harold
thought
and
they had
Kumar go to
something
the
in like
Lebanese
their
White
religion
Castle.
saying that it was haram, rather, yeah,
Oh,
haram
haram. Okay.
to like use instruments. They must have found a loophole because some of this shit is like I swear to you, it's better than like Nickelback, dude. Like
Yeah,
it's so fucking good, man. Like they have this one song talking about the soldiers arriving at the gates, and it legit feels like I'm there with them. I'm like, oh, let's fucking go.
that's the best way to make propaganda, dude, is to make it with a
Oh yeah,
rhythm.
100%. Yeah, man,
So,
you got to tug at people's
okay,
fucking strings, bro.
this is actually something I wanted to get into in another podcast, but music, since we're kind of on this subject, I want to talk about like mind control, like how people can really be controlled,
Mhm.
and what I figured out myself. Um, when you rap a message, I don't mean necessarily literally rap like rapping, but like rap like a gift. When you put whatever you want to say into an artistic package, you can see literally how people will respond differently. So,
Sure.
like, what I mean is, if I just like, I'm not actually saying this, I'm just saying if somebody was to say, like, we
Yeah, yeah,
should
yeah. Okay.
suicide bomb the governor's mansion,
Right.
like, doesn't sound good. People think you're a weirdo, right?
Mhm.
They're like, oh, you're fucking crazy. But like what I found when I made like, cause I used to do things like that when I was in school, and people would think I'm weird, or they'd report me to the police or whatever. You know, like fucking lame. But I found when you say horrible shit in music, people love it. They love it
Yes.
when you put it to a
Yeah.
beat. Like I said before with the Little John stuff, you can take these ultra like kind of like feminist girls, and then you turn that shit on in the club and they're dancing, and the lyrics are literally lick sweat off my balls, and
Yeah.
they're like, they love it.
Mhm.
So like if I was like, for example, like what, like, okay, if I suicide bomb a governor's mansion, so if I don't have a beat, you know, but like if I had a beat, you could be like, yo, oh yeah, dude, hit me with the beat, just hit me with that. Okay, all right. It's a call to action. Words alone never gain traction. Suicide bomb governors' mansions. Like, just do like that. And all of a sudden, people like nod their head and they're like, oh shit, yeah, he's
Oh
spitting real
shit.
shit.
Yeah, yeah, suicide. Okay, I see where he's going. I do that. Yeah, strap me up.
I haven't done that in so long.
It's weird to flex those muscles.
Right.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, not even musically, I think, but when here's the thing. Public speaking, I think, is probably more popular than it's ever been, and I think a large majority of it is like how many like okay, people talk about how college is like impossible to fucking get into because of how expensive it is. There is more
Mhm.
college students now than there ever has been in the history of the world.
Right.
So I think the amount of people that are educated and are seeking higher education has led to public speaking become such a like phenomenon to where there's more public speakers now than there ever has been, except maybe like, you know, at the height of the fucking Roman Empire, or not Roman Empire, but at the height of like, you know, Sophocles and
Right.
fucking and like all those dudes, right?
Right.
So there is something to be said about being able to just take your words and fine tune them into a very specific message and then kind of fork other things into that and then basically offering it as a product. Like
Right.
where you are just saying things to people. But all of a sudden, like if you were to sit down and say like, fuck, I don't know. I'll take Jordan Peterson as an example, just because he's an easy target. That
Right.
dude was just saying pretty common sense shit, like, hey, if you feel like everything in your life is disorganized and everything is going wrong, start with the basics. Clean your room.
Right.
Make your bed. All sorts of just like silly shit. But people were like, wow, he's fucking right. I feel better. Well, yeah, because certain synapses fire. Like, I can't remember who was saying this. It might have been you. It might have been something I was listening to. But if you make a checklist of things you have to do, like physically write things down on a checklist, it might have been
Mhm.
Joe Rogan actually. But if you physically write things down on a checklist, and then you finish something on your checklist and you scratch it off, that sends something to your primal ape brain that basically says like, oh, I've now completed this task. So yeah, of course, completing any minor task will make you feel good because that's just how our brains are wired. We are
Right.
risk versus reward creatures at heart. So the idea that like this dude can get up on stage and speak to 1,000 people and just say common sense shit and they're lauding him as like the
Like
first
this,
modern philosopher.
calling him father.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Right.
I think a big portion of that power comes from the fact that he is talking to 1,000 people at a time and everyone is listening. That's
Right.
so difficult to achieve with anything that isn't like extremely like extremist. Like
Right.
it's either super crazy music or super crazy politics, one way or the other, that no one is just used to having someone sit down and be like, hey, here's some common sense. And I'm going to lay it out in a very easy to understand, but also like persuasive way. And then people hear that and they're like, oh shit, this guy's onto something. Well, yeah, you fucking knew that. You just needed to be reminded of it. That's all it
Right.
is. Um,
People
and then you
love
go on
things
your
that.
daughter's all meat diet and nearly die from some
Right.
horrible fucking disease, right? So
Yeah. I
yeah,
mean,
the path of man.
so
But
I think he's
yeah,
a really intelligent guy, and I like things he say, but his personal life is his personal life, and I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
oh, it's
Um.
it's a it's a
Right.
nightmare. It is. Yeah,
Whatever the
that
fuck's
family
wrong
is
with him, but
fucking
like,
doomed.
yeah, nuts. But whatever, they're probably being gang stalked and everything, so who knows? But
Yeah, it's a psyop.
like when you start talking about that kind of stuff, like I see we have like a I don't think it's any different than it's ever been, but there's a lot of like worship of these political pundits right now, or people who
Mhm.
get roped into this kind of stuff. And you know who
Mhm.
I can't stand is fucking Ben Shapiro. Um, I don't know. I don't know much about him. I can't stand to listen to him for more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
The dude just talks like a mile a minute, and he just talks really fast and tries to make these points like this. And it doesn't really matter how intelligent he is because you couldn't get a word in edgewise. I mean, obviously
Sure.
that includes the existence of a god. You couldn't argue that there isn't because there's good in the world, and you know what I mean. Like, I'm not down with that kind of. I'm not saying he's not intelligent. I mean, he's probably. I'm sure. I'm 100% sure he's smarter than me. I just. I can't. Even if I agree with him, I don't like him. I don't like that
Mhm.
kind of. I see with that kind of like that method of speaking. That's like a coach debate method of speaking. You know, where like
Yes.
everything has
Yeah.
to be it's
Yeah.
not like a normal human conversation. Like
I also don't like Ben Shapiro, but I have to say, if that dude took off the yarmulke and got into like an underground basement in 1997, he might be the greatest. Like he might be the first Eminem. That dude would
maybe.
make maybe one of the greatest battle rappers of all time. Because here's the thing, I don't really listen to him, but I'm like I pretty much listen to anything that he's in if it's someone else that I like. So there's a lot of podcasts I listen to like Pod Save America and Joe Rogan and all this other stuff. And I don't listen to them like 24/7, but I always know like, oh shit, these two don't like each other. This might be funny, and I'll listen to it. You're right. The guy is smart. He's also very aware of everything he says. And yeah, he's like a. I'm pretty sure he's like a professionally or formally trained like debater. Like he's a master debater. He's a
Right,
masturbator.
a masturbator.
But yeah, but
And his
there
sister
is
has big
certain
titties.
things that I just like. This is gonna sound so bad. Like you ever think about whether you want to say something or not? He
Yes.
might be the sole reason why people still don't like Jews. Because that guy,
no, dude. I can tell you, there's more reasons.
well, I'm sure,
There's
yeah, I'm
more
sure
reasons
there
than
is,
that.
but that guy is so Jewish that everything he says is just coded in like, oh man, it's so gross. Like he'll specifically say like, yeah, so let's say you're walking down the street and you pass by a synagogue, right? And then you see all this horrible stuff happening. And it's like, okay, like he's literally doing everything he can to try to push his little like, oh, my religion's being so badmouth for the last 20 years.
Right.
I don't rule Hollywood. I definitely don't own every banking establishment. Like it's just
Every newspaper
it's so
corporation,
gross.
every
It's so fucking gross, man.
Right.
Like that's the one thing I can't stand about that dude. I'm not specifically saying that the Jewish religion is inherently corrupt or Jews are bad people, but I am saying that it's not a fucking coincidence that 95% of the ruling class in this country and in most countries prior to this, most empires prior to this, got their funding from Jewish financial institutions. That's
Right.
just it's a pattern. I'm just pointing out patterns.
So I actually was screenshotting comments on Instagram the other day because I saw the same comment on a whole bunch of different meme page posts that didn't have anything anti-Semitic in them. There was a lot of posts that were anti-banking and a lot like anti-Federal Reserve. I was looking at like a lot of that kind of stuff. And in every post, there was a comment that almost verbatim said, "Let's cool it on the anti-Semitism." And I didn't even see any. So I just thought it was weird. There's definitely like
We
some
call
like
that a self-report.
there's definitely some weird psyop going on right now because I think they don't. When I say they, I definitely mean the dreidel adept. They know that they hold the majority of media power in the country, but they don't like it that other people know that.
Yes.
And they consider it the mere fact that I'm even saying it and saying it like this means like there is like a war on us even knowing that. They don't want you to know. If I said like, oh, Norwegian people owned every TV station in the country, like nobody's gonna care. Nobody would do anything about that. So why is it, and then they would it's a lot to get into, but I'm not even necessarily saying it's nefarious other than some form of nepotism. Like someone got rich and put his cousin in, who put his cousin in, who put his, like, I'm not even saying it's anything worse than that, but that it is, and
the
it
weird
exists.
thing you're talking about where people get mad about it is, I don't know. I think a large portion of it is virtue signaling, people being offended on other people's behalves, which honestly, like if you're gonna pick someone to stand in front of bullets for, the Jews are definitely somewhere far, far down the list. Like maybe possibly the least oppressed people. I say the second oppressed with air quotes. Maybe possibly the least oppressed people of all time that swear that they are oppressed.
Right.
Just because the one place that you called home 50,000 fucking years ago or whatever isn't yours anymore does not make up for the fact that, like I said, you rule 95% of financial institutions in the known fucking planet. Like commerce is not affected. Like it's just like one small thing you lost does not make up for the other billions of things that you won. Now, on the other end of it, there are just regular, normal Jewish folks, and this is not pointed at them. If you are not a multimillionaire, this conversation is not aimed against you, that just want to practice their fucking faith and be left alone. I feel for those people because, look, like my dad's Muslim. I get it. It sucks. Just like fucking even being adjacent to that shit will fuck you up. But you have to understand that at some point, thick skin needs to come into play or you won't make it anywhere. Like, if you can't take a fucking joke being thrown at your, like, people's behalf, like, it's just, I don't know. Like, no one's ever fucking... I almost just said no one's ever oppressed the Jews, and then I remembered there was this one guy this one time. But anyway, it's just, I don't know. It's, yeah.
Playing off your, like, looking for people to be offended, but there was something that was actually just posted. People are screen capping this chick's Twitter, and I had it saved. Let me see if I have it. I might not have saved it or got rid of it. So I had initially I want to actually read it exactly. I don't want to like paraphrase
While
it,
you're
but-
doing that, while you're finding that, folks, I do want to amend that in the last like 5-minute rant that I just did, I did legitimately forget about Adolf Hitler, and that's on me. I'll take that
That's-
one. Yeah, that's an L that I'll hold.
it happens. Dude, it happens. He's
But
dead.
even
Okay.
then, like, come on, like,
Right.
come
So,
on,
I'm
come
not
on.
gonna spend. I'm not gonna spend any more time looking for it, but I'll paraphrase it. So it's like, it's of course a white woman on Twitter, and she's like, so for us polyamorous people, what is our N word gonna be when people start to make fun of us? And she starts like making these fake, like she starts rattling off these fake slurs, and then she's like, maybe it'll just be polyamorous. Maybe I think that's what this was about. But she literally said, what will be our N word? And it's like there's
I need
that
to start
white
figuring out what our N word is for everything. That's so tight.
and then the end of it says curious but angry, or angry but curious. And it's like, so this is literally what is going on right now. This person is enraged at an imaginary scenario they made up in their head, and they're comparing their victimhood already to the N-word.
Yeah, 95% of Twitter posts are just making up a guy and then getting mad at him.
Right.
That's pretty much what most white women post on on the internet. Is like you make up a sequence. And here's the thing, a lot of it is probably Freudian in nature, where it's like you had an ex that had one trait that you didn't like, and so you just invent a guy that is that trait and get mad at him, and then suddenly 400,000 likes later, you're selling dildos under your tweet for, $30 an ad or whatever. Which, like, fucking secure the bag, but also shut the fuck up.
Like, there's a, male, when you start getting into that kind of culture, like male incels, they're dangerous because they're not really dangerous, but like the ones that are become violent, which is terrible, right? They kill people, and that's horrible. But female incels have to be the most, they're not, okay, they're not actually incels. I forget what they call them. There's like some sub form where these kind of women gather and they hate all men and they call men scrotes and
Feminists?
It's worse than that. They're looking for
Turf?
men. Man, I gotta find it again. Let me do a quick search. So like they look for high value men. They call men scrotes. They're not. There's a subreddit called Female Dating Strategy.
Okay.
And so if you've never been there, I suggest you just hang out there for a while, and you'll hate your entire existence. You'll just hate women forever.
Tight. Yeah, that's definitely not the case currently.
These these are the most insufferable, like, human beings of all time, and this is like what we are, like, as a society bowing down to, like acquiescing this. I'm all for the, like, I've always been like against the system, if you want to call it that. I'm not down with any form of institutionalized racism or control by a small group, because really our entire government is controlled by a small group of people. Like, I mean, they're just fucking with us now, really, right?
Yeah.
We had a Bush in office, and then we had a Clinton in office, and then we had a Bush in office, and then we had an Obama, and then we had Trump won, but he beat a Clinton, and like, what's next? Clinton's kids, you know what I mean? Or Bush's next generation, like kids. Like it never stopped. They're just fucking with us, really. It's a small group of people who have consolidated power. But like, anyway, like getting back to like what there's like real positive change we're making in society, like people becoming more aware of class and race, and those are actually good things. And then you have people like this who have full outrage at the world based on imaginary shit in their head that's not real. They just want to be victims as bad as other people.
Yeah.
And I think white American females. I'm gonna specify American, because if you're like a white chick from Romania, I don't think you're that privileged. But if
Sure.
you're a white American chick, I think you have more privilege and more power at this point in history than anybody else did. Almost at
And you
any
should
time.
also probably get my phone number.
All right. I don't want them. I don't fuck with white women.
I'll fuck white women. I don't know if I fuck with white women.
Oh, fuck white women. I don't even know if I'll do that, dude. I don't even know. I'm specifying again white American women. If you're from France or Italy or like Bulgaria, I don't give a fuck.
I feel like Canadian with white women might be worse, right?
Possibly because they have like the ego of
Yeah.
American women, but don't actually have being American to back it up.
Yeah, they're just our hat, right? Like that's all
Right.
it is.
Yeah, like they think they're us, but they're not. Like so. I mean, like Canadian white females probably think they're the same as American white females.
That's
And
true.
so it's worse. They have like a false ego because they don't even have the social structure to back that up. I don't know. Do they even have?
Have you seen all the? Sorry to cut you off. Have you seen all the Trudeau blackface stuff?
That's
that dude has
he's a
that dude has
fucking-
worn full blackface in like 4
20
different instances.
he ran a minstrel show
Dude,
by
it's so
himself.
tight. It's
Dude,
so
he-
funny, man. I just saw a compilation that was like choose your fighter, and it was Justin Trudeau wearing like a full Native American getup. It was Justin Trudeau wearing the Indian fucking the dot on his forehead. It was Justin Trudeau as like a white like soldier outfit, and then it was him in full blackface. And I legit giggled for like 5 minutes. Like,
Have
damn,
you
what's his move list looks like? Oh, that's just a
have you,
reskin. What's his move list look like?
Which one's the charge character?
Yeah, Native American Trudeau is definitely a grappler.
Which one can do a shoryuken or throw a fireball?
Oh man.
Have you seen the whole theory that he's like actually the bastard son of Fidel Castro?
No, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, you should peep that. Like, so apparently like his mom was some kind of activist who hung out in Cuba.
Oh,
And
okay.
had had like diplomatic connection to Fidel Castro, and there's pictures of them together. And then if you put a
Damn.
picture of young Fidel Castro and Justin Trudeau side by side, they look similar.
Has there maybe ever, yeah, so assuming that's the case, has there ever been a father that would possibly be more disappointed in their son than Fidel Castro and Justin Trudeau? Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
fuck, man.
You know, I don't know how Kim Jong Il thought about his sons. If the best he could do was Kim Jong Un, he kind of fucked up.
I mean, I don't
Well,
think
he-
that guy
he-
gets any outs because I'm pretty sure he used to let his sons like feed feed people to dogs and stuff. So
Well, yeah,
you
they
kind of
just- they
you
grew
kind of
up
get to
like that.
sit in the stew that you've made there.
Right, but I mean, I wouldn't mind, you know, my hatred for white American females aside, I wouldn't mind seeing his sister rise to power there.
Ooh,
She's
yeah.
I know, that's like a fucking mommy mode dictator right there. I'd be
Yeah.
like, nuke me,
Mhm.
mommy. You fucking
Something
tie me
about-
up and send the fucking anti-aircraft guns on me.
Yeah, I think something about hot women in power changes the
Right.
dynamic so much to where like I can't physically be afraid
When-
of them, even if they're
Right.
like holding a gun at my head. I'm just horny. I just
When she
it's-
casually talks about the obliteration of other nations, I'm just
Dude,
like
it's-
fucking like I start swooning. I'm just like, dude, that was a fucking 5-star bitch right there. That's certified. She's not fucking around.
Yeah.
Like, she just needs to kick her fat brother aside and just consolidate all power, and then fucking just show out in like a M Bison outfit with like those, but like with thigh high leather boots, and I would be like, I would defect to North Korea tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
man.
who wouldn't? She'd have a whole simp army in like.
Oh, she did.
Do you
Oh,
know?
also, did you see the? Oh man, speaking of simp armies, there was that Russian chick, the one that looks like Cammy, that is like she's like super pro torture, and she's like a CIA or not CIA, but she's like a KGB like fucking advisor or some shit, and
Right.
she's just like kind of cute, and all these Japanese dudes sent her like the Japanese prime minister handed her a gift that one of like the most popular mangaka in Japan made of her. It's like a portrait of her as like a cute anime girl. It's the craziest phenomenon of all fucking time.
People like.
I have to see if I can find it.
I think that there's definitely like a.
Here it is.
I don't think people are scared of strong females. They love them. Oh, that chick. Yeah, okay, I know who she is.
Yeah,
she's,
exactly, right? Like everybody knows that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
She has she could legitimately overtake Putin, and I promise you, bro, like fucking Dos Vidania, I am there, man.
Dude,
Like fucking hand me my Mosin Nagant, play that Russian anthem. I'm in it. I'm in it.
Ru-
Where are we going? Which way,
well,
Eastern woman?
Russian chicks are cool as shit too.
Yes,
So
100%.
the first time I met girls of Russian descent in the U.S. and I even met like a first generation. So like her parents had come from Russia, so she had like a little accent and stuff and could speak. But like I didn't meet like a real Russian girl until like the first time I was in China. I was sitting outside and this white girl just comes up and starts talking to me. She's like American. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'm not like yeah, but I'm kind of like maybe. And it's kind of like who's asking, but like I don't know anything. These people could be from
Right.
anywhere, and I find out in 10 minutes she's Russian, and she's like, I just want to fucking speak English. She's like, I'm tired of speaking Chinese, so
Yeah.
she just wanted to have a conversation in English to stop me, and then like wound up being cool as shit. Like she's just super fucking cool, and she was heavy into CrossFit and was jacked as fuck.
Yes.
And
yeah.
I don't remember what she was going to school for, like international business or whatever the cover story was for her
Mhm.
fucking spy agency. But
Yeah,
uh,
so when I was at DFC, there was and for those of you who have not kept up, that it was a company I worked at that was owned primarily by Russians. There was a ton of Russian women there. Though to be fair, most of them were like a little bit older, like maybe like late 30s, early 40s, that worked as like clerks and stuff. And it was a pretty small company, so there was only like 60 people total. But there was this one chick that was super bad. Her name was gosh, I shouldn't say her name. She had like a just
make
a
one up.
yeah, I don't
I
know,
just
like
like Russian
Nikita
chicks'
or some
names.
shit. That's
Yeah,
definitely a
there we go.
male name, I'm pretty sure. But anyway,
Natalia.
we'll call it Natasha. There you go, like
Black Widow.
like Black Widow, right? And she was like, yeah, she was like the fucking like King Jong Un's sister. Like you could tell if she had like more money than you were just her bitch. But she played with it. Like it was a very specific style of like conversation where she's just constantly not like mocking you, but like coming close enough, and then she just flashes a smile, and I'm a puddle. Like I turn into a puddle. And it's just, yeah, I don't know. Something about those women, they should rule the world. I don't know what stops them. Probably the Russian men, I guess. Stalin
Yeah.
and all them.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they just haven't tried.
It's possible. I'm right there with you, ladies.
Yeah, there's something about brutal women.
I think it might have been all the Xena I watched growing up.
Yeah, that
might have done it.
definitely could influence something in you. But
Yeah, like I watched
Xena
Red
was
Sonja when I was like 11. That shit
okay.
was
Red,
tight.
yeah, Red Sonja is. I think she's a little more violent, but Xena is pretty just, right? Though she
Yeah.
doesn't.
hmm
Yeah, there's just something about like female dictators. Are there any?
Like
I know there
now
have been,
or back in
but
the day?
yeah, but like, are there any now anywhere?
I don't think so.
even like pseudo dictatorships are monarchies. Even like I
Well, I
know
mean,
that
Queen
like
Elizabeth, right? Yeah,
yeah, and Japan has an empress, right?
I think so.
Because I don't think there's an emperor anymore, right? I don't remember. But whatever, that's a figurehead. She doesn't hold any power.
Chelsea Clinton.
Yeah, that's the opposite of a bad bitch right there. See, I'm not okay because like just saying her name will probably get you assassinated. So I'm not saying they don't have power or they're not like down to get dirty. But it's not as cool as like I like the dictator that will to your like see like Chelsea Clinton will smile at you and be like, "Oh, you're silly," and then a CIA agent will strap you in your car and turn it on until you suffocate. Um, that's fucking lame. Like what I like is like in North Korea, like that chick will straight up, she will like to your face be like, "I'm gonna feed you and your family to dogs," and like that is it's a different vibe. I'm into that.
Yeah.
I'm not into
You should
this.
look
Like,
into. So I'm not like I don't know a ton, but one of my favorite female, like I guess, person of interest in history is Queen Elizabeth, or sorry, not Queen Elizabeth, Queen Catherine of the Russian
oh,
Empire. This
okay,
is before the
yeah,
Bolsheviks and shit. So she was notorious for being a major what the fuck is the word?
sadist.
Like sex addicted. Like
Oh,
she
really?
like
Is she the one who
yeah, she
fucked
had like
Rasputin?
I think
Or is
so,
it
maybe.
okay?
Yeah, she had like dildos everywhere. Like there's dildos in all her paintings. Her throne essentially was like very phallic in nature. She used to like just like give herself away to people. It was yeah, very weird. But she also had like a really weird sadist side to her as well. So yeah, she'd have like people tortured in front of her and shit. All this crazy stuff. And Boudica too is really cool. She was with the Celts super long ago. Like this is like not
Okay,
prehistoric, but this is like some prior to medieval era type shit. Boudica was like a female warrior queen, and she was also pretty badass.
that is pretty sick. I mean, I know that there was some. I don't know exactly how it worked because I don't know much about like the daughters of the Khans like Genghis Khan and stuff. Because one, the dude raped so many people, he probably had 7 trillion daughters,
Sure.
and but like he would like marry them off to other kingdoms, and then have the sons like dispatched to battlefields where they would die or be killed, and then his daughters held the power in the kingdoms. So I know he like they became rulers by proxy, but I don't know how badass they were individually.
I'd imagine they'd have to have probably held their own in a steps style horse bow fight, right?
Right, or a throat singing competition.
Yeah, that shit's so tight. I
That's
love
the
that.
fucking
The
best
fucking
music on
Mongolian
planet
throat
Earth.
singing. I remember
That
the
shit.
first time I went into Hoo Hot. For those of you that are not familiar, it's like it's a Mongolian chain of restaurants, and their shtick is like they have the big circle grill, and you just hand them like noodles and meat, and they cook it for you right in front of you. But the first time I ever walked in, my friend that was with me, who'd been there before, he's like, "You have to be very careful in this place because things can get kind of dicey." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Just follow me." And we get in there, and I hear, because it's really busy, I hear like the dudes slapping their fucking spatulas together as they're cooking the food. And I'm like, "What is that sound?" And he goes, "That's the clashing of swords." And I fucking and I started laughing so fucking hard, like in front of this restaurant. Everyone starts turning at me, and I turn the corner and I see the grill, and I'm like, "Oh my fucking god!" He's like, "Yeah, that's the clashing of swords that you're hearing."
That's
Oh
fucking
man,
tight.
that was
Oh,
so
that's
tight.
funny. That's the battle of the over the grill there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
One more thing I want to talk about is this article that I saw, and there's really no way to preamble this. Teen gets USB cable stuck in penis in backfired attempt to measure length. And the
Okay.
photo that's provided is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, it's an X-ray, it looks like, of this Is this CP? No, I mean it can't be, right? Like
No, it's an X.
if the New York Post tweets it, right?
It's in
So
they...
yeah, so it's an X-ray of this teen, and there's very clearly a USB cable. Part of it, strangely enough, looks like it's been tangled up, and it's like it's a USB 2.0 on one end, so like the really thick one that you plug into like a desktop or a laptop computer, and then the other end looks like a mini USB or a micro USB. So,
Jeez, what hood
first
is
off,
this?
first
Who's
off,
fucking using that?
this kid was sounding. Let's just get that right out of the way. There's no shot you're sitting there
So
with a USB measuring your fucking dick length,
Okay.
and oh, I tripped, and
So-
suddenly the whole thing is in your fucking cock.
Hold
like
on,
that's just
I'm gonna need some clarification. So
okay.
I've heard the term sounding before,
Okay.
but I don't 100% know what it means because I
Do I get to be the
intentionally
one?
don't.
Oh, this is
So
okay.
I know. I'm guessing it has something to do with sounding rods, right? Like where you would clean the rod.
Yes.
But okay.
Yep.
But
So what people used to do is they would take a sounding rod and they'd put it in their urethra, and they would
Okay.
push it as far in as possible. For while they were rock hard, and that would keep you rock hard, and they would then come to climax in that state.
How do
Now,
you get it
sounding
out?
rods, as I'm sure you can guess, are not very practical to have around the house nowadays. So
Yeah.
people have gotten creative, such as this young man here.
How do you even?
My
get it
question.
in? I don't even I don't.
Let's get past that. Let's pretend like sounding is totally reasonable and normal. The main thing I am focused on, and I really wish podcasting was a visual medium because I don't understand how this even happened.
You're
But
not
you know
gonna
that
put something up your
phenomenon
dick
where
hole,
you
are
leave a
you?
USB cable out somewhere and it just gets tangled the next time you see it?
Right.
Are you telling me that that is capable of happening even when it's within the human body? Because I'm looking at this thing, and one part of it legitimately looks like Christmas trees left in
Spaghetti.
an attic over the fucking year. Like
looks
it is
like-
so tangled that it's fucking like it's a spider web of fucking of wire.
It
So
looks
this
like a
kid
plate of
not only
spaghetti
had
inside of
yeah,
you.
he not only had the misfortune of getting this whole thing stuck in his cock, which by the way, kudos, that's some serious fucking pressure you got there. But
fuck. I'm
also-
like, oh my god, my whole body is like.
yeah,
hurting.
also it got
Fucking-
tangled inside of him. Damn, that's like even when you get it out, you got to take the time to untangle it. That's like a major inconvenience. That's crazy.
I don't even I still don't even understand logistically how you get that in there.
I
Like, do
don't
you
either
use your
because one end
fingers, or do you
is
have to,
so
like-
large.
Do you have to like push it in with something? Like, do you need a needle? And like you thread it. Like, oh my fuck, I don't even know. I don't
Maybe-
even know.
ah,
Fuck. How do you
maybe
get that in there?
maybe we're coming at this from the wrong direction.
Uh-oh.
Maybe instead of sounding, let's travel along the bottom of the shaft, pass over the balls, tickle tickle. We go through the
Okay.
gooch. Where are we now? We're at the butthole.
Okay, you're
maybe-
gonna say bussy.
Maybe he got it into his pussy, you think?
Yeah.
Maybe he was experimenting with the other sort of
But how did he get
forbidden
it out his
techniques.
dick hole then? Fuck.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the human anatomy to understand this
Oh,
whole equation,
man.
but it was
I've never
so
seen a bussy
jarring
before,
when I saw it.
so I don't know.
It was so jarring when I saw it that I couldn't imagine
I-
it. There was a friend of mine I had in high school that used to be into this shit, like, and when he explained it to me, I didn't know what it was. Yeah, it's trust me, dude, it's super common. Like, apparently,
I've heard people do it, but like it's got to be painful.
Oh, for sure, yeah, for sure. But I mean, masochism's a thing. Why the fuck would it have to stop at like being stepped on? No, just shove some shit in there, see what happens.
I've seen horrible shit. Like in real
Mhm.
life, I've seen horrible shit. And this X-ray is I'm having like a visceral full body reaction to it. Like it's sickening because I just
It's-
imagine the pain. And
I just want to know how it got tangled.
yeah,
If
I mean
it went
that
in tangled, I would be sated with that. Like that's okay, fair enough. You got it in there tangled. But part of me wants to believe that somehow, through a twist of fate, this thing went in clean.
too. It was doing
and-
jumping jacks.
Yeah, like maybe he just like stood up and did some fucking push-ups or something, and then
Yeah.
just through the
Started
fucking
twisting.
through
and-
motion, this thing tangled
Right.
itself up.
Or like
Man,
he's
that's so funny.
stroking it while it's in him. Oh my god! And it's like getting pushed in more while he's doing
Oh,
it.
damn! I
And
didn't
then
even
it's
think
like,
about
yeah,
that.
it's like fucking
Oh, the
rattling up and
logistics of
wrapping
that.
around, and like, I don't know, must be
Oh,
getting
that's
close to hitting a valve or like before like the prostate or
yeah.
like the.
Oh man,
Oh
maybe
man,
just yeah, maybe the act of stroke. Oh,
it's fucking in deep. Like it's
that
like
is
all the way in.
what a oh man, what a cruel fate, huh? Like irony.
How did he have to get it out? Did they say? They didn't just pull
It's
it
probably
out like
still
that.
in
They
there.
had to, oh,
Probably still in there. Yeah. I mean,
I
I would
thought he had to
imagine
have
surgery, right? But who's gonna want to
Like they,
untangle that thing?
so they had, so he's gonna have a literal bussy, because they have to like go in.
I really like this fiction that I've created in my head where a top surgeon is like presented with this case and he's like, "Oh no, I can get that wire out no problem." And then he looks at the x-ray and he sees that it's tangled and he's like, "Ah, fuck, I'm not doing this. I have to untangle the thing." Like he's totally
like, I
okay
can't-
with doing this like extremely accurate, like precision required, like just years of training surgery, but he doesn't want to go through the minor inconvenience of having to untangle a USB cable after he's done. So he's like, "No, I can't do it."
He's like, I don't even untangle my headphones, chief. Like,
Yeah, he's like,
that's-
I'm not doing this."
You're fucked. Just cut
Yeah,
it
he's
off
like,
and see
I
what
switched to
happens.
wireless this for this exact reason years ago. My AirPods
Oh,
don't have this
man.
problem, and they
It's
fit in my penis
seriously-
perfectly.
I don't know enough about it to make any other judgment other than this looks insanely painful and what a fucked up person. They should probably just, this person just has to be euthanized at this point. There's nothing that can be done for them.
I mean, you keep saying it's painful. I feel like if you manage, like going back to the idea that it's sounding that did this, I feel like if you manage to get this thing stuck in there, there is a small possibility that this dude is just gonna live in permanent ecstasy for the rest of his life. Like,
That's
if you're
true.
into that
Well,
and you manage to get that far, I
Right.
feel like you've basically beat the game. Like it's a cheat code.
yeah, I mean, I suppose you just snip the tip and then you let it like rock in there, and as long as you can pee.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what the
Ah,
pussy's
dude.
for. Oh man.
We'll have to. It's actually interesting you brought that up because I think this week our medium didn't show up again.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle
Yeah,
Obama
she-
was a no show.
She
for
texted
our
me right
medium.
before this actually, and
Oh.
I'm not gonna lie, she had a good excuse this time. She said Malia had a late night in the Cumtown writers' room and needed a ride home. So fair enough.
Ah.
Fair enough. I don't have any qualms there. They do good work.
So, but on that note, I just sent a text out real quick while we're doing this, and we do have a sounding expert lined up for next week, and it's Michelle Obama.
Can you imagine Barack sitting there and he's like, "Now let me be clear. It goes no further than 3 inches in and then 3 inches out. Let me be. I want to be perfectly clear. Michelle, are you listening?" And she's like, "Yeah, I got it. All right, just so you know, 3 inches in, 3 inches out, no further." Oh. Sounding expert Michelle Obama.
Okay,
Word.
public table tennis setups at parks. The huge concrete ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, here's my theory. I'm just gonna go right into this. They are, okay, obviously, comic ping pong.
Mm-hmm.
There's an island in the Maldives that the British elite go to, and they play ping pong, and they sacrifice children there.
Oh,
That's what those ping pong tables are for. When everything starts falling down and trickle down economics bullshit, it's going to be for local officials to sacrifice children on those cement ping pong tables.
when the beast comes back, you mean
Yes.
like they can just? Or like when they're trying to call Moloch.
Yes.
They just
Yes.
sacrifice
Am I having a
children.
fucking stroke? I've never seen a public ping pong table. And where do you
Open your
talking about?
eyes.
They're everywhere.
Their symbolism is their downfall. They hide in plain sight. They're everywhere.
Yeah, maybe it's like that thing where like you feel like you've never seen like a like an RV, and then once you see one, you start seeing them. I legit don't think I've ever seen a public ping pong
You
table.
keep your eyes open.
That
now.
sounds
It's
that
like
sounds
playing.
really intimate for like a public situation. Like tennis is like there's a lot of space. Ping pong is very intimate. I feel so
They've
that's
set
for
up.
that to be in a public setting doesn't feel super like.
They have concrete table tennis tables set up in public parks, and it's been like a push, and I've never seen anybody fucking use them.
So I did search about this, and even here they have launched a whole bunch of them.
Isn't there like some like red shoe theory behind that too?
Yeah.
I can't remember what it is, but like it has something to do with the whole children sacrifice.
Yeah.
Even like what's been going on and like child trafficking
Yes.
and like some of these like guys like wearing red shoes that are a part of that shit. And then like a lot of the other symbolism too with a lot of that like child shit is like the whole panda eyes and like the adrenochrome shit that they were mentioning. And
yeah.
I mean it's all right there. I mean a lot of that shit was what they were talking about in Fear Loathing Las Vegas. Like it's like a lot of the times like they normalize it and then they'll mock it or something like that to make it seem like it's some sort of comedic thing to get people comfortable with it.
That's the whole comic ping pong theory. Like, oh, you guys are fucking crazy. Like that, it's just a pizza shop, and it's like, okay, anybody brings up ping pong related to like child sacrifices, like, okay, that was some fucking QAnon bullshit from 2018. Shut the fuck up. And it's like, no, they're just trying to normalize it. They're trying to make it like, oh yeah, that's all conspiracy theory. Like, fuck you guys. And it's like, oh no, we're just gonna put sacrificial tables in our public facilities, kind of like the Mayans did at their ritualistic holy grounds. Like
the
where
altar.
they would all gather. What the fuck is a public park? That's a place for people to gather. Like.
So if anybody
now
listening
you got me
to
really
this,
thinking about this because like when I was younger, I'd go to friends' houses for a sleepover and they'd have a ping pong table, and little me is like, damn, this is hype. But now I'm thinking like, holy shit,
was it concrete?
46 kids went missing at that dude's house, and no one ever knew why. And now I'm starting to think it might be related to the ping. No, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I've never seen a concrete ping pong table anywhere in my life. I don't leave the house often, to be fair.
Then to enlighten our friend Boris here, anybody who's listening to this, please send us a photo of concrete ping pong tables that you find near you.
I'll fucking take you to one right now. I can throw a football from my front step to the goddamn ping pong table.
It's like playing slug bug, when you see like VW bugs on the road, except it's a child sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, there's a concrete ping pong table. I'm just gonna go pick up a 4-year-old.
Now, so like along that same topic, as far as like the red shoes things goes, do you guys remember that bit about the Wayfair kid trafficking situation where you order? Yeah. So I was thinking like they were really like quiet with that stuff, and it was like, you want a Ben-sized coffee table, wink, wink, right? I was thinking we start our own service like that, but we're just very upfront. Like, we will send you a 4'9" Malaysian child, and you can do. I mean, they will act as a coffee table if that's your purpose, but there are obviously cheaper, better ways to get that accomplished. What do you think of that business model?
I think.
I mean,
I think it's already being done.
Yeah, I think they
we
used to
kinda
do that
missed
a
the
lot.
boat on that.
A boat, literally. Slave ships.
You know what? That does make sense. In
A
hindsight,
freight liner.
because they already coined that.
But the other thing is, I think the people that were early adopters of this business model probably weren't broadcasting their business models via Discord or podcasting. So
they just had people out hawking. Maybe they were in chains in front of them and they auctioned them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Now that's it's all coming back to me. That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, there was some other things too, like with not the most recent, but the one before the earthquake down in Haiti, where like the Clinton Foundation was down there, and like they were caught trying to smuggle out a bunch of kids from
Oh,
there
yeah.
that they had no fucking reason to do that for, and like people are like, well, what do you plan on doing with that shit? You know what I mean? It's like you're just gonna take kids away from families down there, and then you hear about all the other shit they're doing with child trafficking and stuff, and
Sacrifice the whole boat so Joe Biden can live for 5 more days.
Dude, like,
man, that dude looks
A corpse?
vampiric. Yeah.
I don't know, like, whatever, like, he needs more than adrenochrome at this point. Like, he's comatose, like, Walking Dead, fucking pale, out of it.
Now, I don't know if you guys will remember this, but back in 2015, leading up to the election,
I don't remember anything from
posted on-
2015.
Yeah,
I've
barely
seen a
together.
haze.
But this one thing sticks out like a sore thumb. I posted a mock timeline on Facebook of what would happen once Donald Trump took office, because I was like pretty confident that there was going to be some crazy shit, and it was basically like, you know, he takes office, he like repeals a bunch of amendments allowing him to be president forever. He annexes Canada and then starts moving towards the eastern seaboard. And he just starts going and basically conquering. And eventually, throughout the course of time, his son Barron turns into like the fucking world's like empirical like general. And basically, Donald Trump becomes the God Emperor of mankind from 40K. And
Fair.
we got pretty close. I mean, to be fair, we got
It's
pretty
still
close.
2024, dude.
Yeah, we got. It could still happen. It could still happen.
We're gonna get that Trump Kanye ticket.
Dude,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's
Because they've been doing all those audits though too that no one's talking about, like with Arizona. I think Wisconsin's talking about doing it. I think there was a couple other states. I haven't been following it that closely, but it's like they're not talking about what's the results. They supposedly have results, and then no one wants to talk about that whole space program that, you know, Trump really launched and how they were actually possibly monitoring all that shit, that Dominion systems backdoor via satellite type shit. You know what I mean? It was all like. So I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how this turns out. I don't know if anybody knew anybody that went to that Mike Lindell symposium.
No.
But,
No, I didn't go.
interesting to see. I've heard so many mixed things from people saying that was like a distraction. I think someone was mentioning that this one cat code monkey was like, did they fall for the distraction? But yeah, I've heard some pretty wild shit.
It's a
But
metaphor
like,
because
I mean,
he sells
this game
pillows. So you got to be asleep to believe it.
I mean, I
Symbolism
don't.
is
I
gonna be
was
their
like, someone was like, it was
downfall.
3 days of him just beating around the bush. You know what I mean? Not really saying shit, presenting some logical shit. But I don't know. It's
Here's the theory I've heard with Trump. So they're talking about him running for a Senate position in the midterms, and then being appointed Speaker of the House. Biden getting 25th. Kamala getting assassinated. Boom. Trump's right back in the White House.
Oh wow!
Yeah, see,
I didn't even think
The
about
road
it.
less traveled. Damn.
Yeah.
damn.
I mean, they were talking about 5D chess or whatever. Like, he's playing the long game, according to some people. I don't know if I believe it, but I mean, it's a theory that would make sense. I mean, if you run it to its logical conclusion, because nobody likes Kamala.
Right. So then we end up in the year 2060 and we have Pope Kanye. We have to civil war against the Amazon security forces. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're living in tent cities outside of Costco, like Idiocracy.
Yeah, the last bastion of good is going to be Fry's Electronics.
Somehow FYE and GameStop
Right.
are ruling the world.
Yeah.
Fucking Sam Goody comes back.
We're all gonna be holed up at Galaxy Gaming trying to barricade the doors.
Yeah. Threatening people with laser guns.
But the whole war is just fought over VR.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so tight, like on some Windows game type shit.
Holy shit.
That'd be so sick.
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure.
about that sometimes. Like, you ever think like you know that meme that's like like born too early to like traverse the stars, born too late to traverse the seas, born just in time to traverse,
Use
shit posting.
Facebook.
I think about that, but how like there's actually some merit to it. Like in no other
Right.
time in history have I been able to like psyop a 14-year-old from Kuala Lumpur halfway across the fucking world with nothing but a couple of words,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden
Yeah.
he thinks that he's being like gang stalked by all these people in his neighborhood. Like it's so incredible.
Topple regional elections in India.
Yeah.
You post on Facebook.
It's so ill. Like the timeline that we live in, it legitimately sounds like
So,
a schizophrenic's.
I
like, wet dream.
purposely sow Discord in Nigeria all the time, just because it's hilarious.
That's tough.
I run.
You're sending the emails back to him like, "Hey, I'm an American. I got 500 million sitting in the bank account. If you could just send me 10 grand, I can forward it to you like in 2 weeks.
Right,
Just help me out."
I run 2 Nigerian websites that always have the same news stories but from differing points of view. So I just let it loose and then see what happens.
That's how warlords get started, but in the 22nd century.
I was gonna say that's how you start some wars.
This is how I sell my automated sentry turret business. So then like they all want it, and then
Speaking of which, are you still sitting on your physical throne of Zimbabwean dollars?
I actually have a couple $1 trillion notes still somewhere.
That's so sick. That's so incredible.
I am a legitimate trillionaire in Africa.
Yeah.
In the 90s.
Einstein said it's all relative.
If I can time travel to like 1985, I am the richest man on the planet.
There you go.
So, Slick, I know I've told you a few things about this, but I don't think our other 2 friends here have heard. If you guys are cool with it, I can tell you a little bit about my time at a company that I used to work for.
Yes, please.
Called Digital Forensics Corp. And if
That
you want, you
doesn't
can
sound
Google them
shady
real
at
quick.
all.
They're still up and running, and I'm not going to get too deep into like details. I'll switch out names and everything like that.
No, don't do that.
There is still some pretty shady shit happening, and
Are
I
you
was
worried
actually
about
invited
prison
into
or
a class
assassins?
action lawsuit against them, and I declined because I didn't want my name to be involved with anything along those lines. But
Good call. It's not worth the $5 check you'd get.
yeah, no, absolutely not. Anyway, so peep this. It's 2017. I've just come back to Cleveland after a bit of a family like emergency. Like everything's fine now, everything's chilling. But anyway, due to that emergency and my old employer, I lost my job. So I was job hunting again, and I found myself working at a Verizon shop, fixing phones for people, selling phones, etc. And in one day, on a Friday, walks this older, not older, maybe like mid 40s, clearly Russian guy. And for the sake of the story, I'll call him Vladimir.
Wait, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but how do you define clearly Russian? This sounds a little racist to me.
Yeah.
So he's like
Well,
he's like 5'6", 5'7".
Oh, say no more.
Ripped as shit. Yeah, ripped as shit. He's got that
Carrying
that
an
jawline.
AK-47.
Yeah,
handle of
he's
vodka.
carrying a gold-plated AK. No, he's got that jawline, but you know what really gave it away was the aviators. Okay, he was legit wearing gold, like gold. Yeah, he was wearing gold-plated aviators. And then, of course, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was like, "Yes, hello, my telephone. It stopped working. I need help with new one." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, this dude's clearly Russian, or at least somewhere around those areas." So anyway, dude walks in. I help him out with a new phone. I even show him how to like transfer his old stuff over. I go the extra mile for him, whatever. Towards the end of the transaction, keep in mind my manager's right next to me helping someone else, so he can overhear all this. Towards the end of the transaction, he like pulls up his glasses and like puts them on his forehead. He goes, "Hey, Boris, you're very good with computers and cell phone, and you have good head on your shoulder. Do you like working here?" And I'm like, just looking around. My manager's looking at me like cockeyed. I'm like, "Yeah, it's not bad." And he goes, "I think you would like work with I think you'd like work with me better. Here my card, and give me call if interest." I'm like, "Okay." And I take his card and I just slip it in my pocket. My manager's looking at me like, what the fuck? I'm like, man, I just don't want to be rude, you know? Anyway, fast forward to Monday, I'm working at this company. Legitimately, in a span of 48 hours, this dude interviewed me, had me onboarded, and on the Monday after that Friday, I'm working at his company, which is like 10 minutes down the street from this Verizon shop. So,
Do you
let me explain to you.
Like,
yeah, go ahead.
How, like, you have a buff ass Russian dude come in and you're working on his phone, and he's like, you didn't see that as like a threat, you saw that as like a business opportunity? Like,
well, keep in mind, this is 2017, so I would have been like 21, 22. I was relatively broke at the time, and
right, but
I'd worked at Verizon already for like years, and I was just sick of it. So, like, I'm
saying,
fucking...
like, oh, this dude just, he's in a pinch, needs his phone fixed quick, and he's like wondering what you saw on his phone is like,
Oh, no. There was nothing like that.
Oh,
like I helped him with a brand new phone, and I helped him transfer his stuff over. I didn't see anything. I was just like, I was very cordial and courteous. I've always been good at talking to people, and so towards the end of the process, he I think as that, and he was like, hey, I think you might be a good fit, basically, and he gave me his card and told me to call him.
I would have skipped town as fast as I fucking could.
I take every opportunity presented to me.
I was gonna say, let me tell you, bro, you are a wiser man than I am. So anyway, yeah, fast forward to Monday, right? And I walk into this building. It's called Digital Forensics Corp. Now, what DFC did, and that's what I'll refer to them, is DFC was a two-part business. And for my first month and a half of employment there, I only knew about the first part, which was data recovery. So what they would do is, let's say a mom in California has an iPhone or something with a lot of family pictures and messages and stuff that she cherishes. Phone gets dropped in the water, no longer works. She wants all that stuff, but she forgot to port it to iCloud or whatever. She can send that phone to us. We'll take all the data off of it as much as we can recover for a fee, and then we'll send all that data back to her and the phone on a hard drive.
And then blackmail them with it later.
Hard drive, right? Yeah. So like very simple,
okay.
Yeah, very simple, very easy sort of business model. I was like, okay, that's cool. So my first month and a half was just spent talking to these customers and like basically telling them, yeah, this is what we do. Here's the pricing, yada, yada. Every so often, though, I'd get a call that was like, hey, can I talk to someone at Digital Investigations? And I'm like, what the fuck is Digital Investigations? So I would ask my manager, who, by the way, was the same Russian guy. Like it was the guy that ran the company. It was like 40 people that worked there. I would ask him, like, what's this Digital Investigation? He goes, oh, just transfer to 999. I'm like, okay. So I transferred to 999. And that happened maybe 3 or 4 times. I thought it was weird, but I didn't really question it because, honestly, I was getting paid like double to do the easiest work I'd ever done compared to what I was doing at Verizon. So fast forward a month and a half, I'm like settling in. And in comes Vladimir one day, and he's like, Dennis, he's like, Boris, I think you are doing very well. I think you could potentially move on to a better position, perhaps make more salary. How are you interested? I'm like, oh, that sounds great. And he starts talking to me about the second half of the company, which is it's like 10 different names, but the most common one was Digital Investigations. Now, what they did as their second part of their business was basically what they referred to as digital forensics. So let's say, again, that same mom that's back in California, she gets her phone back, she gets all the messages back, and she starts looking at the messages, and she's like, wait a second, this isn't me. And she starts suspecting that maybe her husband is cheating on her. So she can contact that same company that just helped her recover all her stuff, ask to speak to a different part of that company, and we will perform a high-intensity, in-depth infidelity investigation into her husband. Now, the way we do that...
deep inside of her husband?
Yeah,
like
basically,
deep in him?
Yeah, basically... We ask the client very formally, we have them sign a waiver and the contract and everything prior to anything being done, that they will, with permission, get their husband's phone. They will upload the data to us via a remote drive that we send them. We'll get that drive back, and then we will parse through that drive to find if their sort of thoughts of infidelity have any credence, if any of this is actually happening, right? Now, here's the fucked up part. Obviously, we're saying, get your husband's permission, this, that, and the other. So liability-wise, we are totally fine. But 99 out of 100 times, they're never talking to their husband or their wife and being like, hey, honey, I think you're cheating. To prove it, I've hired this company and I would like you to hand over your phone to just, set things straight. No, they're fucking waiting until 2 in the morning,
Right.
going into the room, grabbing the phone, plugging this hard drive into it that just runs like a parsing software that grabs everything on that phone. And then they unplug it half an hour later, set it back where it was, and they send us the drive. So already extremely bubbly gray waters, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So here's where it gets really funny. My position that I was promoted to was a senior forensic analyst. I legit went from on the phone 4 steps up, and my pay matched it. I was making more money at 22 than I'd ever seen in my life. What my job became was basically talking to these customers, and if there were any of them that were particularly in need of fast or very discreet service, I was the one to handle them. Me and this other guy named
You were the cleaner?
we'll call him Eric. I was the cleaner. Me and Eric were the cleaners. And we had salespeople as well that would sometimes call us into the room if they needed help explaining the more technical parts of the process. And just to give you an idea of what we would do to some of these people, there would be other people that would call in, not infidelity related. They'd be like, hey, the government is tracking me. I can prove it. I have 19 burner phones I need you to scan for signs of outside threats.
Dude, come on.
And we'd be
I signed a waiver.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. $500 a phone. Hand it over.
You're
no,
not
no
supposed to
problem.
tell
We'll scan
people
them.
about what I requested service for.
So peep this. We'd have people calling in that were so obviously just batshit out of their mind that the salespeople would just be like, hold on, ma'am, I'm sensing some interference on your end. Let me see if I can fix it. And they would on their
I think your microchip
on their
is
desktop,
causing some
they would on
static
their
in the
desktop
phone.
computer, they would pull up videos of gunfights and just start playing gunfight sounds in the background, or A-10 warthogs flying over field and shooting their cannons. And the customer would be like, "Do you hear that? What's going on?" And our salespeople would just be like, "I don't hear anything. I'm sorry." And we would just terrorize these people. And I will not try and pretend like I was above it. I'm laughing harder than anyone there. We would just terrorize these poor people, for just trying to get some help with their phone being hacked or something. But
Taking advantage of schizophrenics is par for the course, I guess.
yeah, I was gonna say it seems pretty fitting. So, there's one part I want to talk about specifically, which is when I was promoted to the senior analyst position. Sometimes we'd have clients order premium rush service, which means we don't send them a recovery drive or drives, depending on what they need. Instead, we'll send an agent to actually do the recovery on site. So there were 3 times that I was flown out, once in Los Angeles, once in Minneapolis, and another time to Oklahoma to help people with all these different sort of problems that they had. I'll talk about the Los Angeles one because it's definitely the most interesting. So this sports agent lady, and I'm not going to mention any names, but this sports agent lady who apparently she represented Richard Sherman, Steven Gerrard a long time ago, really high up names in football and soccer.
Jeez.
Would one of those names happen to be the client?
Yeah. She calls us and she says, "Hey, I think my husband was killed by the mafia. They staged it to look like a car accident." And immediately we're like, "Yeah, absolutely. We hear that, stuff like that all the time.
That happens
We're
every
here to
day.
help." Yeah,
Let me
every
take
day.
care of that for you.
So she ends up paying something I want to say $18,000 for us to fly out overnight and get all these phones and laptops and stuff that he had scanned. And who do they send out there but young Boris, right? I'm 22, okay? I shave and I look like I'm 13, so I'm trying my best to put on an aura of confidence. I fly out there to LA. I go to one of the they have these things called Regency or something like that offices. They're satellite offices that you can use when you're needing to do a meeting outside of your office or home. So we go to this office building. I basically set everything up. She shows up with her assistant, who's a 10 out of 10, obviously trying to get into acting or something, working for this lady, which God bless her heart.
Acting, okay.
And
too early
she
for
starts-
OnlyFans, huh?
Yeah. She starts going over everything. Now, the deal was initially that she had something 9 phones, 4 laptops, and like 3 old burner cell phones. So like 15 devices. Gentlemen, I shit you not, this lady shows up with 4 duffel bags worth of shit. She's got like 60 devices.
Jesus.
Okay? And I see all this and I'm like, I'm sorry, I was not the sales representative involved with this. Did you end up ordering more? And she goes, no, I just found all this other stuff and I thought it'd be worth taking a look as well. I'm like, well, there's no way that we can do this without them knowing. Like, I can't do extra work. It's going to triple the amount of time I need to be here. And she goes, no problem. Just get me hooked up to the sales rep. So I call him, hand her over the phone. I shit you not, while I'm on the phone with her, she wires another $30,000 to the company for these extra devices. And my boss of Vladimir calls me. He's like, it is no worry, Boris. You stay as long as needed. Make sure everything's taken care of. Tell her everything she needs to know, this, that. And so he ends up like extending my hotel, extending my flight back like another 4 or 5 days. And so I have like 3 or 4 days in LA to myself after all was said and done. But throughout this whole process, she's asking me shit like, what do you see? Like, what can you find? And she was told this at every step of the way, that the person that recovers the data is not the person that's going to be parsing through it. Like, to me, it's just it's files being transferred. So I don't actually see anything unless I go into specific files, which would take forever. It's the engineers back at the office, which are really just a bunch of, I can say with almost certainty, illegal Russians working out of a basement in like actual clean rooms and shit that are using their like homebrewed programs to actually look through these phones and stuff. So I tell her multiple times, I can't see anything. We have to get this back to the engineers. They'll let you know what they find. But every like 30 minutes or so, she asks me like, oh, what was that? Did you see that? And I'm like, holy shit, I have no way to help you.
It was a
with this.
bird.
At some point throughout this process, she steps out to take a phone call or have a cigarette or something, and she leaves the assistant in the room. And I lock eyes with the assistant, and she just looks at me and she goes, yeah, do you want a Xanax? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. she hands over, she pops out her medications and hands one to me. And for the rest of the fucking process, I'm just rolling. And somehow, like, everything matches up to how it's supposed to. And I get all this shit done in like 2 days when it should have taken like 4. So then I have like 3 or 4 days left in LA to myself. Now check this out. After I'm done with everything, she's super thankful. Like, she's very happy that I did all this for her. She goes to me and she says, Boris, thank you so much for helping. I have one thing I want to ask you because it's clear you're knowledgeable about this stuff. Between you and me, I think my house is bugged. And I would like you to sweep for bugs at my house.
Jesus.
And she says, this is not something related to your company. I am willing to have my lawyers, prep a contract and get everything ready. Like, I will legitimately have a $1 million liability on this contract. I will pay you $10,000 to come to my house for a few hours and just sweep as best you can and see if you can find anything. And I sat there and I'm like, holy fuck, man. Like, what the fuck would you do in that situation, right? Like, I'm
Take the
thinking,
money.
I legit, yeah. I was so just blasted. Like, I had no, like, I'm off of Zanny, rolling high as I've ever been. And she's like, we need you to sweep for bugs. And her assistant's looking at me and just like mouthing, like shaking her head, like, no. And I'm like, that's so much money. And so finally I told her, I'm like, I'm sorry. That's not my area of expertise. I can't do it. I'll see if I can find a reference and maybe have a friend that lives out in this area do it for you. And she was like, okay, no problem. And yeah, that's pretty much the end of it. If you're curious, we didn't find anything pointing to any
fucking lucky you
mafia
got out of there.
interference.
They're fucking
There was nothing
drugging you.
strange happening at all. So yeah.
There was nothing. That whole story
Nothing.
built up to nothing. I love
That's
it.
95% of the cases at DFC is people just with too much money and too much time. Like, what the fuck do they say? Idle or
Idle hands are the devil's playground.
there you go. Exactly.
So
Yeah.
I've got, when I used to do like phone support shit all the time, I would, I worked for like oh shit, there was like a tornado here real quick. I would do internet support for people. And there was a dude who would call in every other day and was a obvious schizophrenic. And every day He would call in and ask for me by name, and then he would say, "The King of Denmark is dead." And I'm like, I think he's still alive. And he's like, "No, dude, that's code. They're after me." And it was like the same thing every day. He would always have some other story, like I'm doing. He in his exact words, he's like, "I'm doing hacker battle right now. They got in and deleted everything I had. I had all of the evidence." And I'm like, I used to just like burn time on the phone with him. So I was like, oh my God, what did they get? And then he would just like start rambling about like all of the conspiracies he's uncovered. And he's like, I know they've got it. I know they've got a chip in my head. They put the instructions in every day over the radio. And I'm like, oh no, what do they say? And like he never makes sense. It's just he's just rambling on and on about all the things they are doing to him.
Now imagine, right, being on the phone with the type of person, super funny, super entertaining. Imagine being in the same room, face to face, for 8 hours in 2 days.
Yeah, no,
bro,
thank you.
I was sweating bullets the whole time, man. It's like 60 fucking degrees in this office, and I'm just covered in sweat because this lady's like interrogating me about shit that doesn't even make sense.
Right now, how the fuck you gotta wonder where that money comes from, I guess. Who just throwing around 30
like I
grand
said,
on
I mean,
nothing?
she was a sports agent. Like, I looked her up, and I'm like, holy fuck, she's actually, like, in the industry. And then her husband did die in a car accident. All right, so check it out. There was one weird bit that stood out about this that I thought was very strange.
Okay.
So when she brought all the extra devices, right, and she was like, yeah, I'll pay for these. My the boss of the company basically told me, yeah, take the credit card I gave you, go to Best Buy, buy extra hard drives so you can have all the other stuff, and buy an extra suitcase so you can carry it all back, and we'll take care of everything. I'm like, okay, cool. So I didn't have a car out there. I was just Ubering everywhere. She goes, I'll drive you to Best Buy. I need to buy a new phone anyway. They've already compromised my old phone. And I'm like, okay, sure, why not? So she drives me to Best Buy along with her assistant. She bought a new phone. Like, I went and bought all my shit, and she's getting her new phone set up. I shit you not, dude. Literally 30 seconds after she got this phone activated on a brand new SIM card, brand new phone number, she gets a text message that just says hello. Like, it just says hello. And she's like, look. And I'm like, that's pretty fucking weird. Like, I legit, for a second, I was like, there is some shit going on. So, man, fuck,
what if it's
who knows?
the
Like,
assistant?
Maybe there was some
fucking
crazy
with
shit.
it.
Yeah, maybe it was just the assistant testing. I don't know. That bitch was so fucking crazy, man. I'm so happy that I never have to talk to her again.
I was just gonna say, why didn't you go to Jared's while she was at Best Buy activating her phone? Seems like wife material to me.
Yeah.
I wish I could find a woman as paranoid as I am.
Right.
Live in a bunker together.
They're out there, man. They are out there. I promise you.
I know, but the ones with the money, I guess.
Yeah, I want a paranoid schizophrenic girl who also has $1 million in the bank. Ladies, if you match that description, please contact me telepathically.
Yeah.
We can form a link. It is now like the 9th house of Aquarius, so you should be able to reach me.
Oh man,
that's fucking nuts.
Yeah, if you guys want, I can tell you about the Minneapolis trip. The Oklahoma one was like super straight and narrow. Like everything was fine. There was nothing crazy. But the Minneapolis trip was pretty crazy. Do you want to hear about that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So we get a call. This is the first trip that I took for this company. So we get a call from this guy, and he basically says like, "Hey, yada yada yada. I know how you guys do business. I don't care. I am also in the area of digital forensics.
So much.
You have access to a piece of software that I do not. I cannot get the license to use it in the time span that I need, and so therefore I literally just need you to come out here. I need you to on-site transfer information from an iPhone to a hard drive, and once that's done, we'll all be set." And all he needed was this thing called Celebrite. It's like a software that lets you back up and restore data. But Celebrite had a licensing deal with Apple, so it worked on Apple devices too. And he basically didn't have that license, and we did. Or I think we might have just not cared. I'm not sure.
But anyway, fucking midday prescription.
We advertised on our website that we had the license. So
right.
you know,
Celebrite.
Yeah, who knows?
Celebrite will make your life brighter every day. Side effects
Yeah.
may include death,
Yeah.
erections lasting more than 4 hours,
Yeah.
high blood pressure,
So
low
he's-
blood pressure.
So he says all this stuff, and my boss is like, "Hey, Eric is not here for the week. We need you to fly out and talk to this guy." And I'd only been at this new position for like 2 weeks, so I was very nervous. I'm like, "Okay." He told me the story. He told me all the setup. I'm like, "Okay, that sounds easy enough." So I fly out to Minneapolis, and this dude, like the client, took care of the hotel. He took care of the like arrangements for everything. Like everything was all set. I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it's the tallest one in downtown Minneapolis. It might have been a Hilton. I can't remember. But we're on like the 35th floor or some shit. Like we're super high up.
Overlooking Lake
So-
Minnetonka.
Yeah, like yeah, the fucking the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Exactly.
And I walk into this room and I'm looking at this guy and he doesn't look real. Okay, he legit looks like he's out of the Matrix. He's wearing a suit and a tie. I'm just wearing like our company fucking polo. He's wearing a suit and a tie, slacks. He's got like fucking like Doc Martens. Like he's got a Rolex. Dude legit looks like out of a fucking like a superstar like type movie.
36
And
bags of guns.
He's got to
and
be at least like
munitions.
50 or something. And he invites me in, shakes my hand, whatever. He's like, "Yeah, all I need you to do is transfer stuff from here to here. From what I've read about Celebrate stuff, should take about 30 minutes." During that 30 minutes, I talked to this guy for like maybe 10 seconds. We just started yapping about like everything that he'd seen during his time in digital forensics. And I could tell he was like a legit actual like forensic analyst. I just had the title. He actually knew what he was doing. This
A
guy
Fed?
offered to show me Hillary's emails on his laptop, which I did partake in.
called
'cause
it.
I'm like, I'm like, no problem there. He also offered to show me like a bunch of shit, like stuff about Gaddafi and the shit that was happening in
He's like,
Syria at the time.
Hey kid,
Like,
want to
all
see how we
this-
canoed Gaddafi?
Yeah, dude, all this fucking classified
Check this
shit.
out.
By the way, like if you're curious about the Hillary emails thing, literally the only things of interest were messages from the Speaker of the House at the time, which I believe was Paul Ryan, and her. They were talking in code about stuff, which was very weird. And he didn't know what the code was, but they would send messages back and forth just saying like Black Elephant, or they would send an email that just said like Red Canyon. Like very, very weird shit. And
I
he's
know what
pointing
that
this out.
is.
Yeah, and he's pointing this out, and he's like, there are people right now making more money than you or I ever will in our lives, just trying to figure out what these words mean. And I'm like, yeah, that's tight. Like,
Hillary was on
I
her
just
period.
need to transfer the
Red
stuff and get the
Canyon.
fuck out of here.
I was going
before
the
I
same
get
direction.
a fucking red glint on my forehead. You feel me, bro? And yeah, that one was like, it was less scary, but it was way more interesting. All the shit that this dude told me. He said that at some point in the 90s, he got flown out to London to deal with the but to do some preliminary investigations into the Princess Diana shit.
That's my new
Because that was-
favorite phrase for offing someone is preliminary investigation.
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. So he got flown out once Princess Diana died to find out more about the situation using like her cell phone and stuff. And he was actually like on hand working with that shit. He had to get sworn into like the not parliament, but whatever the fuck their royal shit is called. He had to get sworn in as
Parliament,
like
they're the
a-
ones that
a
sing like
certain-
"Stop Light,"
Yeah, like
right?
a-
The funk band.
Yeah, like some kind of person basically to prove that he wasn't gonna like fucking I don't know like fucking betray the crown or some shit. Dude,
Or
yeah,
the
this guy
king
had stories
himself.
for days. It was so crazy.
That's fucked up.
But yeah, that's basically my time at DFC in a nutshell. I could tell you way more shit about their business practices. Talking to the attorney generals of 5 different states on a phone call.
Okay.
I could tell you about pricing and how they would gouge people alive based on the average median income of their zip code. Like, man, there was just so much shit DFC did that was so fucking illegal. The fact that they're
We
still open is so crazy.
Let's just start a whole podcast how to scam people in different states.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah, I mean the most basic part of it is like if you have a supply and demand type of service and you want to be a real scumbag, you should just charge people based on the average median income of
Danny,
of
that's
their
called,
zip code.
That's called capitalism.
Yeah, I'm also pretty
Hell
sure
yeah,
that's
free
fraud. I don't
markets.
think you can do that legally. But
That's
yeah,
so tight.
that was my time at DFC in a nutshell.
When
That
you were
place was
describing
fucking
that
wild.
guy, I instantly knew he was a Fed or a contractor.
100%. Yeah,
Like, there was
100,000%.
no way.
Contractor for sure. I don't think he was a Fed because I'm pretty sure there's something, like, unless he's one of those deeply embedded type people, which I'm sure exists, but I think there is something stating that, like, if the FBI or someone wants to work with a private company, they have to basically prove or show proof that they are FBI, so there's no, like, foul play at work. So yeah, he was definitely a contractor.
you just
if I
have a
had to guess,
contractor
for a
do
bunch
it.
of different, companies and stuff.
Right.
Probably a contractor for the CIA.
Right. One of their shell corporations.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. When we were like earlier when we were talking, this was a while ago, but we were talking about like just made like an offhand joke about future wars being fought through VR. I read a news article today where they were talking about new biotechnology where you would be able to serve 1,000-year prison sentence in your mind in like 8 minutes, which
That's tight.
if you're like from, it's definitely not. But you'd be they lock you down and force you to orgasm for 1,000 years, and then it's only 8 minutes.
I'm pretty sure that's like a Black Mirror episode.
Right.
I'm almost positive I've seen that shit.
But like, well, every piece of sci-fi kind of has that trope where you can get locked in your mind and you experience like eternity, but it's only like 30 seconds in the actual physical world. But it got me thinking. So here's a little conspiracy theory that I've never read anywhere. I've never seen it mentioned. I'm not saying I came up with it, but I think they already do shit like this. Because what never sat right with me is, the whole Bradley Manning, Chelsea Manning thing. That whole thing doesn't make sense to me. It has never made sense to me. The military does not pay for your gender reassignment surgery. And they for sure don't do it when you're in prison being accused of treason.
Yeah.
They 100% don't go, oh, we're going to try you for treason. By the way, whatever you need, let us know. We'll just give it to you. It doesn't make sense, right?
What if it was like a last meal sort of situation where it's like, do you want steak? Do you want pork chops?
Just cut my
I
dick
would like
off.
to be a female.
Let's get real conspiracy theory with it. Maybe they're like, because she became such a high profile figure.
A little closer.
That they were like, we can't really just like off you.
Exactly. That was my exact point.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna pay for your.
You try him for treason, and you put him in prison, or you kill him.
And you try him for treason.
You tried him for treason, or you kill him. They instantly become a martyr, a symbol, and they essentially proved you blow the whistle, the government just killed. Like there would be instant rebellion.
Yeah.
So
maybe
they just made him a woman. Because if you sissify all of the red states, and like, oh, what a queer!
Holy shit, you're actually right.
Yeah,
wow,
dude,
that's a very good point.
And
just the fact that they allowed them to transition probably like immediately threw out like all the
go commit treason and then ask for a pizza. You're not gonna get it.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
Well, they just do this. And they just came out in public and were like, oh, they wanted it and we respect those choices. I mean, bullshit.
So instead of having a dead switch, he had a trans switch.
Right. Trans Am. I don't know why that was funny, but it wasn't, but it was. But like for real, I think about that a lot. And then the news comes on and they're like, oh, here's one picture pulled off of a private Facebook no one has access to where he wore a dress and a costume at one point. He must have always wanted to be a woman. And like doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, why does everyone have the same picture that no one else can get or see? And the whole thing stunk to me from the beginning. And I've never heard anybody say this. I've never read it anywhere. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying I came up with that. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are like, they did it. but it bothers me. It legitimately bothers me because I think about it a lot, and I'm like, there's no way they tortured him into this.
Yeah.
And I'm calling him, not her. I'm not intentionally misgendering for anybody out there. I really don't. I don't know that this was. This is new wave execution.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This
it
is
is
the
very
new way.
strange that they. I'll just call them they for the same. It is very strange that they were less than 5 years ago locked up, basically like ready for the chopping block,
Right.
and now they're freely posting on Twitter.
Right.
That to me, yeah, it seems like there was some sort of like agreement or deal reached where both parties were satisfied that the other wouldn't rat, and
Well, yes.
somewhere in the midst of that, gender reassignment surgery was offered as like a card.
So
Like,
I had
Or
thought about
maybe-
that.
Maybe
yeah.
they. That's the narrative, is they wanted him to
To be the onus for this new political climate we have right now, or this...
they no good crisis goes on,
right.
you
use this whole thing.
So instead of like doing the old school thing where you assassinate somebody and then have them do plastic surgery and create a new identity, just
Right.
kill them and then have some crackhead tranny that looks similar to him just take their place and like,
Right.
here, we're just gonna take
You're
care
them.
of you. Just follow our narrative. You don't really
Damn.
have to be in the.
Sorry. It, for some reason, this has been, since it happened, has always been in the back of my mind, and I can't like get it out because I really think they fucked with him while he was there, or fucked with them while they were there, and this was not. They made them want it. Like they were just seeing what they could do. And this, or like you had said, I did also think about it possibly being some form of an agreement. Like you do this, you walk, you don't, your life is like this forever. They don't let them sleep like 23 hours a day of daylight. And then the 1 hour sleep, they're just like banging on the door or something, like they don't, they torture them the whole time, whether you believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they're like, this is your forever if you don't do this. So it might not have been some secret tech or brainwashing. It might have literally just been like, we're going to torture you until you break. But I think about it all the time, and I think it was pretty fucked up because they don't do this for anyone. You break your leg in the you get shot in the military, they hardly fix you up.
Yeah.
They don't do a fucking thing for you. You're going to tell me they fucking cut your dick off and give you estrogen? It doesn't even make sense. It like doesn't compute at all. So I don't know, maybe that's
I know
just
there
me.
was that push, like early or late in Obama's thing when they were like, "Oh yeah, we can help with gender reassignment stuff," but it never, like, as far as I know, like got through. But yeah, either they're torturing the shit out of him or them made an agreement and said, yeah, we'll pay for this, just shut your fucking mouth, or we're gonna keep you in solitary, torture you, and we'll just push out somebody that looks like you to be you, pay them off, and we can try and extract information from you.
Yeah, I mean that seems what it's like to me, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen, this has really sort of dissuaded me from my. At the beginning of this podcast, I was really looking forward to my time in the Marines, and now I'm really starting to second guess it.
I think he could have.
As long as you don't pull the too short and blow the whistle on him.
Yeah. Yeah. You can either blow the whistle or do the private pile. You
Yeah.
pick.
They lock you in solitary and play Too Shorts, blow the whistle 24/7, and that's all you hear.
Yeah.
It go on and on.
You just got an M4 in your mouth, like, God damn it.
What's the? All right, so you know how like there's always that thing in movies and like TV shows with terrorists where they'll like lock them in a room and they'll play heavy metal. What do
Yeah.
you think is like the coolest piece of music they've ever played for someone locked and the person was actually kind of like vibing to it? Like you think someone was ever locked into a room and they played 808s and Heartbreak and the guy's like, damn, this actually kind of slaps. Like I haven't slept for 48 hours, but this is kind of nice.
You just throw in like a yacht rock Kenny Loggins playlist and like, fuck these guys. We're gonna figure out where these fucking Taliban leaders are at, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this dude's just vibing, and then yeah,
That's sick.
long ago.
Yeah, he's like humming it while they're fucking tearing his fingernails off.
I always hear in those articles where they do that, they always play Metallica, and like Gitmo, they play Metallica and they hate it. So it must be like Saint Anger is the most horrible thing you can listen to over and over.
100%. Yeah, that
Load
doesn't
and
do
load
any
two
favors
over
for
and
Rick
over
the Gang.
again.
Give me fuel, give me fire, twin towers I desire.
So, you mentioned like it being stuck in the back of your head for a long time. I have something similar, not like in theme, but there's one thing that's always been stuck in the back of my head that I've wondered about, but I've always been too much of a pussy to like act out on. All right, so you know like how and again, I've only seen this happen in like movies and TV shows, but I imagine they have to take it from somewhere, so there must be some sense of truth to it.
Yeah,
you know how when
porno.
like someone tries to commit suicide by jumping off of like a really high building
and landing on a dick.
Yeah, and landing on a dick. You know how sometimes they'll put like a big mattress underneath while the hostage negotiator or whoever is like trying to
The
talk them down.
hostage negotiator, suicide. I mean, I like this because it's like
Sorry,
you're implying suicide is holding yourself hostage.
I mean, it kind of
I swear to fucking God, I'll kill myself.
If you are the Lords, you are holding yourself hostage from the Lord.
Get me a fucking helicopter, or I swear to God, I'm gonna kill myself.
I demand $500,000 and 2 big titty whores, or I'll blow my brains out. Fuck! I wish I knew it was
On
that
some
easy.
Bonnie and Clyde shit, but it's just Bonnie, and she's like, I swear to God.
Okay, but yes, giant mattress.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like they set up that huge mattress, right? So, like, they must set up that mattress because it's meant to like stop you from dying if you jump off this huge building. So what is stopping someone that just wants to have a really fun time from climbing up on a building, waiting until all this commotion happens? They set up the huge mattress, and then they just do like a triple backflip gainer off of the fucking building onto this mattress. And they land, and they were just like, nah, I was just kidding. I just wanted to jump off a really high building and not die.
I couldn't afford to go to Six Flags.
So yeah, I was like, you think like you got this guy, right? 5 kids in the trailer park, wants to get his kids like a bouncy house or a Jupiter jump for their birthday, can't do it. So he crawls up to the edge of a building and hides the kids underneath, and he's like, I'm gonna off myself, and they pull it out, and all the kids get up, start and jump off. He's like, all right.
Oh, hold on about. All right, you hold your brothers for about 30 minutes, and they should show up with the big jumpy thing, and that's where we go. All right.
It's not loaded. I swear to God, I just got to make them believe it. It's not a big deal. All right. I hear you, officer. Get the fucking mattress.
No, sweetie. No, it's not loaded. It's not loaded. Don't worry. Just get it. Just shush.
Kelly, Skylar, shut the fuck up. It's not loaded. It's fine. Daddy's not gonna. Do you want a fucking 5th birthday party or not? Shut the fuck up.
Inside, instead of a live round, it's like fucking shoots confetti and a happy birthday flag.
Yeah, he's got a confetti popper. He's like, I swear to God, I hit him with. Get my ex-wife on the phone. Get her. Fuck you. Get her on the fucking phone.
Chantel, I swear to God.
Skylar, shut the fuck up. It's just a party popper.
Oh, man.
They're blowing up the mattress. Just shut up. There'll be Dalmatians down there you can pet. Shut the fuck up.
SWAT team just breaks into the roof and starts smashing all their faces.
Frag out.
Yeah, just starts gunning him down because there's 5 kids
And
huddled in the corner.
they didn't know the kids were there, and they flashbang them. They're all blind and deaf forever.
Oh man.
I just wanted a new tablet for my birthday.
Can't afford a tablet. We're gonna get the free air
No.
mattress for the suiciders. Oh,
The fire
Jesus.
department brought this out just for you. Shut the fuck up. What have you been up to?
Man, I've been busy with work and just trying to get some other stuff going with art and shit. I haven't really been posting too much or sharing too much, just all things considered, but just staying busy with other shit, really. We're
Good.
working on a little custom backboard right now, basketball backboard for this other local artist, where it's basically taking one of his characters and transforming it into just a basketball backboard. So I'll probably post that sometime sooner than later. But aside from that, just working on that first time home buyership and
That's dope.
just maintaining for now while we're dealing with all this other bullshit.
I gotta try to run some first time home buyer scams. I've been thinking about that. I'm gonna start hitting up foreign exchange students because apparently they qualify for those programs and have them start
shit.
buying houses and then selling them to me.
That's tight.
It's gonna be
Hey,
so
well,
dope.
there's this other dude I've been talking to. He's looking at buying up some. I think he's down in Florida and actually minting different plots of the land as NFTs, so people anywhere around the world can essentially own land, and then you just take, I don't know how he's mentioned, like the title or the deed of the plot to wherever you're at, and like
It sounds like those things where you send like $12 to Scotland and then you're a lord because you have
Yeah,
like
I
an
was
inch by
just about
inch
to
plot.
say. They take like a 1 cubic inch piece of dirt and they're like, "This is yours."
You got the title of.
he's like, it's 100 by 100 plots, and I'm like, well, what do you the hope is that people are going to buy more than just one and set it up, and I'm like, well, we'll see.
It'll be so
You're either gonna
awesome.
do it through OpenSea, and
Like
I'm like, you're gonna do it through OpenSea, and you have this currency, kind of like with some of the other ones, where it's like, so you want people to use Ethereum to purchase this shit on OpenSea instead of actually using the currency that's supposed to be backing it. So how the fuck does that benefit that? So it's kind of one of those type of things where I feel like he's just kind of going after a quick grab.
Yeah, pump and dump.
well,
Yeah,
what would be
or
so
just gonna
dope
see what he
though?
can get out of people. He's just gonna dip real quick.
Well,
There's
like
a lot
so
of those happening right now
he-
around the NFT scene.
just say he sells all of them, right? And he sells them to like 5 different guys, and they buy these plots and they have these territories, and then it turns into like Game of Thrones on this like little 100 plot thing. Where they're, it's like this fucking civil war in the
It's
middle
like
of
you
Florida.
literally-
Like,
Yeah, and he was like, so he's like, we're gonna make it like a Farmville thing to where you can actually like, I'll have like real animals. Like if you want to buy a cow, you can. I'll have cows. That'll be
you spend some crypto, you get a tomato.
And
And,
it's like, we'll probably tax some shit. I'm like, how are you gonna tax some shit through OpenSea? I don't think there is that. I don't think you can tax your own shit through OpenSea, but it's like the tax from the currency will go towards paying that. I'm like, so people are gonna be investing in this currency that isn't backing this whole idea, so it doesn't like benefit it. So I mean, how is it gonna? Why are people gonna want to buy the currency if it has nothing to do with or the token or whatever? You know what I mean? It's just kind
Right.
of one of those weird like. It just doesn't connect. You know what I mean? It's like you got this great idea, and I feel like you're just hoping that people are going to buy into it,
so
and then you can just run off with people's money.
I'm not gonna lie, I made a wrong call on Bitcoin in like 2012, so that's why I'm doing this podcast instead of jerking off in the Cayman Islands. But
Oh shit!
I'm in the same boat now with NFTs where I'm like, this is like bubblegum trading cards to me. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, I just
Yeah, some of it,
I know there's cool shit
I
you can
mean-
do. I know there is.
the allocation, like the random allocation stuff. I've been reading up on some of the articles that's been,
Yep.
posted with the Secret Network and some of the stuff like they
Shout out
did
to
like
Secret.
a spin-off of CryptoPunks where they're doing like randomly allocated or like I don't want to. I guess we'll say like accessories or features. I know that's what a lot of it's been. So that way they can do like 10,000 and 5,000. It's still kind of mind blowing that you're still obviously having to sit there and have an artist at least draw these things so that it can be like just dropped in somewhere. But it's like, Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here trying to figure out, like, all right, how am I going to make five? You know what I mean?
So I'm thinking of like, I gotta think of some way to monetize this. Like, I like take Polaroids of my balls and then sell the NFTs of them, and then burn the original Polaroid.
Their Matchbox or Hot Wheels collection. They mentioned that shit. They were trying to get like 0.5 Ethereum, 0.05
What?
for like some open package, like scuffed up Hot Wheels on OpenSea. And I'm like, I can't knock the hustle, but I was like, I don't know if you doing this right, but maybe you
No, they're doing
he's
it.
on some meta shit.
They're doing it exactly right because there's people
Yeah, that's what I mean.
coming in hot on NFTs and like, oh, somebody's got a 2019 Camaro Hot Wheels that they opened up and they assigned a code to it, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll sell it to you for $1,500.
I'm thinking of parsing out my DNA and then selling it as a bunch of individual NFTs, and then whoever buys them all has my genetic sequence.
You might as well do it now before the government does it.
Well, right.
They're like, we're already gonna, yeah. They're like, we already have that shit planned.
Yeah, we got you. We got you. You get the Fauci ouchie? We got you.
Oh my god. So that's why like I wore a prosthetic when I got my vaccine.
That's tight.
Funny thing about my back is it's located on my dick.
I feel like you could say that for anything.
I know.
I've been like fucking chewing on halls the whole time, so I hope that doesn't like go into the mic and sound like shit this whole podcast. But my throat is.
No, I.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
didn't
haven't
hear
heard it at all. You're good.
Okay, because like my throat is sore as shit. So I found this package of halls. I'm gonna try to find an expiration date on this bitch. December 2019, which means it was probably purchased 5 years before that.
That's that's super tough.
So I opened it and like all of the like it was sealed, but all of the wrappers are like half open, and it's like the OG square cough drops. So they're all kind of sticky, and I'm like, either somebody unsealed it and licked them all and then resealed it, or this is how the CIA gets me. They fucking poisoned my halls, and then I waited too long to open the package again, so like the poison's now inert. So all they've done is made my fingers sticky and inconvenienced me for the evening.
Yeah, which is about the sort of like level of efficiency and
you would expect from the government.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the CIA has inconvenienced my evening.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or there's just fentanyl coursing through your veins right now.
I wouldn't even feel it.
It's fucking.
You're gonna need more than that. I've been in the K-hole now once or twice.
Yeah, but that was such a fucking pandemic up in Cleveland before all this COVID shit happened. I had friends, well, not friends, but I had friends of friends dropping like fucking flies every week to that fentanyl shit, man. It is no joke. It's even worse in Michigan. Like, I had a friend that grew up in Detroit, and he legit, like, out of his high school class, he
Go ahead.
Which was like 600 people or something, he said more than half of them were dead to fentanyl. Like, that's fucking crazy, bro.
That's fucked up. I mean, what do you know, like, it's just, that shit is so cheap and plentiful, and there's no reason to, like, not use it when you're making other things, but, like, that's... Man, I don't know if this is intentional warfare or just incompetence. You never know, because, like, all this shit comes from Asia, right? Mm-hmm. And the whole chain is completely fucked up because everybody's kind of a scumbag.
In with that shit now, and it's like, who's doing that on purpose?
Right, because the dealers don't always give a shit, because if the drugs are so they just get what they can get.
They don't check their supply always either.
Right. They don't really know. They don't test. They don't care. They just get what they get. And the U.S. government doesn't care if you're dying from it. They might be doing it on purpose. They might not. The Chinese government doesn't care if you die from it or not. They might be doing it on purpose or they might not. Like, you can't even tell if it's incompetence or malicious.
Yeah.
And there's so many vectors of who's the bad guy that I don't know if you'll ever get down to the bottom of it.
It's me. I'm the one that's been
you
masterminding all of this.
You've just been a Bond villain the whole time. Like, in your
Yeah.
basement cooking fentanyl and then shipping it
I'm petting a cat right now that costs more than you'll make in a year. So yeah,
with
it's
your
me.
gold AK that you got from your Russian boss.
Yeah, the cat is a golden AK. It's a weird anthropomorphic thing.
Oh, like it's like Animorphs.
Yeah, halfway through, it's just like a weird shrub of fur and fucking wood and plating, and then it turns into a fully fledged AK.
Brat.
What do you got here?
What is
I heard enough of that over the weekend, bro. Don't don't hit me with that.
We got a nice Colt.
Oh
case.
man.
Yeah, I've got an AR-15 just sitting in the podcast studio right now. It is a
course,
Colt fucking what is it?
Just
69
like an
something.
A1 or whatever.
Yeah, it's the civilian M4 semi-auto
Oh yeah.
blah blah.
Yeah,
A little bit of a lighter stock, a little red dot, a little 40 round mag in it I think right now.
Dude, Paquito close to buying a 60 round mag at the hardware store today. I was like, and then they had 1,000 round buckets for like $300.
Oh shit.
Fuck. Yeah, I probably should do that.
Yeah, I was buying drums for a while, and then people were like, why are you buying drums? It's so heavy. And I'm like, yeah, but my robots are going to carry those, not me. So don't worry about it. This little fucking... You know what? This is going to segue into what I hate. You know what I hate? The Geneva Convention. I didn't fucking agree to the Geneva Convention. I didn't sign that shit. I didn't ratify that shit. I will not abide by that shit. Where in the U.S. Constitution does it say, thou shalt follow the Geneva Convention?
There was a fucking dude way back in like the 1800s. He wrote a little essay called like the social contract, talking about all that shit. Like, just because you live within a society doesn't mean you signed on to whatever fucking contract that everybody else has agreed to. Like, yeah, same fucking thing. Like, no, fuck the Geneva Convention. Like,
Muted.
what up?
But you have to draw a line somewhere, right? Because if you don't, that's when you start getting like those sovereign citizen type people, where they're like, yeah, they're driving down the road, they get pulled over because they don't have any license plates, they have no driver's license, and they're like, well, officer, I'm actually traveling, so I'm not driving.
Okay, I'm gonna call those people lunatics, while simultaneously
100%.
saying you should be able to enrich uranium in your backyard.
Yep.
Like, okay, those people are lunatics, but I think you should be able to enrich uranium if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, if mutually assured destruction is something that the superpowers get to have,
right.
Why do I not get to also have a play in that?
Right, if I want to irradiate an entire city block, that's my business.
Right.
I mean, as long as
Not
actually,
doing anything illegal.
I'm gonna push back on that just a little bit and say you have the right to defend yourself with enriched uranium,
of course,
but you cannot be the aggressor.
Oh, well, no, it would be more like
Happy Packer.
yeah. You kind of. I'm gonna come from the libertarian standpoint, like, or the non-aggression principle standpoint. Like, you can have enriched uranium. You can have warheads.
I should be able to set it off 10 miles up in the air if I want to. Why?
Speaking of enriched uranium, I don't know if you guys saw. So I don't know if you guys saw, but the dumbest movie of all time came to Netflix this past couple weeks. It's The Sum of All Fears with fucking Ben Affleck. And I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie, but it's a Tom Clancy flick.
Oh, Jesus
and
Christ!
At some
Rainbow
point,
Six is gonna kick in my door in a minute.
At some point, a bomb is about to go off in Baltimore. It's like a
Fine,
dirty
let
bomb
it happen.
that.
Fuck Baltimore.
Yeah, I was cheering the whole time. But anyway,
I hope the nuke wins.
this like third party group of like terrorists are acting like the Russians, trying to get the U.S. to believe that the Russians are starting this armed conflict basically. And Ben Affleck is like the CIA analyst. And when I tell you, like, it's worse than watching like Mark Wahlberg try to play a serious role. He's talking to Morgan Freeman on the phone, and he's like, "The bomb's in play. You got to get out of there. The bomb's in play." And I'm like, you need to be commentating a fucking Ducks game. Like you can't. I can't.
This isn't
take
a
Ben
Dunkin'
Affleck
Donuts
seriously.
order, fuckface.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I can't take his best role ever was playing a douchebag in Mallrats. I'm supposed to fucking think he's a CIA analyst. Like, come on, dude. That guy's too stupid and too handsome to do anything other than fucking complain about the Patriots. Like, that's all he has.
Have you seen Slick's brother?
Oh,
He's pretty handsome.
That's true.
He's I know him personally. He's pretty fucking dumb. I love him.
That's fair. That's fair. He's not here to defend himself.
No,
So
I know.
I'll
That's-
honor that as
I'm
well.
taking pot shots.
that's
It's
the
not fair.
best when someone can't defend themselves. That's when you strike the most.
That's speaking of strikes. That's 2 out of 3 so far. We've got enriched uranium and now attacking the now
Yes.
attacking the
So,
defenseless. One
you
more
use
in
the
this
enriched
server round.
uranium.
Yellow
Bullets, I think.
cake.
Yeah.
Yellow cake.
So,
Don't drop that shit.
like, the Geneva Conventions has, like, these things against, like, automated weaponry. And, like, why? Like, why not? I can kill people safely. Why should I not be allowed to do that? I don't understand. If you are attacking me, why do I have to be physically present to eliminate a threat? If I want to drone strike you from 2,000 miles away, that's my business. It's as long as it's on my property. I mean, you know.
It's a similar concept too with like castles back in the day, where like someone came knocked at your door, they had like a little door or trap door above
Right.
the like entryway, to where if you didn't like them, you could dump shit on their head.
Well, what's messed up is
So
you
it's like you
you
didn't have to
just
necessarily
said what I
engage
was
with them,
going to
you could
say.
just handle like a threat from a safe place.
So you
It's the same
actually
concept.
literally just said what I was going to say. You like read my mind because I was going to talk about like castle doctrine. You have the right to defend your home, but you can't trap it. It doesn't make any sense. If I want a shark-filled moat, that's my business. Because fucking sharks are awesome, and I like to swim sometimes. Why can't I have a circular-shaped pool around my property? Why does a city council tell me I can't have that? It doesn't hurt anybody who doesn't go in it.
Yeah, as long as you respect my moat, you won't have an issue.
I smell a
Put
T-shirt.
sign out there so they
Respect
know,
my moat.
Yeah.
and that's enough.
So, all right,
beware
so I'm
of
reading through this
hammerheads.
thing right now. Now, I do have to admit, this is my first time reading through the Geneva Convention.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
Convention number 2
Just a quick.
states that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Like I was like, you just
Okay.
took a quick glance.
Yeah, no, Convention number 2 states that this agreement extends the protections described in the first convention, which is basically like you cannot take active part in hostility against certain parties, to shipwrecked soldiers and other naval forces, including special protections afforded to hospital ships. Now, I'm already seeing a loophole. This is
Right.
the SS hospital ship Boris. It has 40 millimeter cannons on all sides. It has enriched uranium, constantly recycling on it. And we do have ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missiles, ready to go at any time. However, there is Jim downstairs who has a really bad case of SARS, and
Yeah.
we've been treating him for the past 45 years.
Yeah,
So you
we're-
cannot attack us because this is a hospital ship.
we're just going to the east coast of Africa to help out with malaria. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
you can't fuck with us.
Yeah.
We're a NGO, fucking hanging out, taking care of shit.
See, now this is interesting too. It says in Convention 3, it says specifically it required prisoners of war to only have to give their names, ranks, and serial numbers to their captors. Nations party to the convention may not use torture to extract further information from POWs. So, like, first off, how do you define torture? And secondly,
Right.
what am I supposed to do with someone's serial number? Like,
Right.
how is that even? Just
And-
get rid of that entirely. That will never
and-
be useful to me.
And how would you ever even know your own serial number when you're dumped out of the Matrix?
Exactly. Like, what is it on my fucking like?
Like, unless
yeah,
there's
just put that shit on my wrist. Fucking
It's
tattoo it on me
tattooed.
when I-
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
tattooed on you.
Give me my yellow star and my fucking vaccine, and here's my serial number. No, I was just pumped out of the Matrix. I don't even know I'm a human being.
Dude, this kind of segues, but it sort of ties in when you were talking like getting dumped out of the Matrix. And I was in the airport, and we completely live in a you know, like all of the science fiction, cyberpunk kind of satire advertisements you always see in the future, like in all of our, they're really tongue in cheek, you know, like kind of RoboCop shit, or like the film version of Starship Troopers where it's all satirical. I saw an ad, and it was a Subway ad, and it was a poster like Subway sandwiches, and it's a uncanny looking, beautiful white blonde girl in a blue kind of like old stewardess uniform, like saluting, and it's like has this big green like TSA approved, and then it says like our sandwiches are TSA checkpoint approved, and you can, and I'm like, they're literally advertising that this is a government okay sandwich. So
Yeah.
like government security forces won't beat you for eating for eating Subway in the airport. And I'm just like, oh my god, where do I live? What?
You can't bring your own water bottle filled with
Right.
alkaline water, but
BLT with extra onions.
yeah,
Go right
your
in.
sweet chicken teriyaki is just fine by us.
Now I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, all this talk about enriched uranium and yellow cake got me kind of fiending for a snack.
Dude, do you know how many calories are in uranium? Seriously, search that. I'm not kidding. If
You
you
can sneak that shit in on a sub sandwich too. You know,
Right.
You take a little vial of enriched uranium,
Right.
just smash.
Holy
it.
shit! 1 gram of uranium contains anywhere from 18 to 20 billion calories.
I'm saying
Why don't we just
permabulk
feed the
mode,
world's
bro.
populace with uranium, bro.
So I'm gonna make a new bulking supplement that's flakes of uranium.
Oh my god. You fucking see this dude ripped as fuck at the gym, just screaming. His eyes and ears are bleeding. And you're like,
What's
what are
your-
you using, man?
What's your
It's
secret?
like-
Triple uranium.
I've been doing this uranium, dog. I get fucking jacked. Look at me. I eat a month's worth of meal in one dust fleck.
No, pre-workout, I do the extreme triple rhino, and then I have follow it up with uranium as a post-workout.
The triple rhino. That's my favorite. My pre-workout is 2 sugar-free Red Bulls and 3 gas station dick pills. Fucking finish that workout, and I fucking
some
eat some
Pop-Tarts.
uranium. Yeah, Pop-Tart. Pop-Tarts and uranium.
One of the things
man.
too, stackers or whatever you could get too. Those stacker
Yeah.
energy pills.
The old day, you take the fucking Stacker 2 or the Hydroxy Cut, whatever they sold it. Fucking, what is that truck stop? Flying J. You just
Flying J.
walk in and you just look at the counter and take one of everything.
Yeah.
You zooted for 3 days. You don't know what's in that shit.
Fucking.
It's like
You go in, take a piss, and then oh yeah, some horny goat weed. Let me get some of that.
Oh,
and, yeah,
right.
Go out and get some triple stacker, fucking
like it's
triple
all
rhino.
my favorite, most like unregulated market in the United States of America is the gas station countertop.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
like right now
100%.
I can go in and buy
see that
liquor.
Like
Oh.
a lot of that shit hits the shelves. It goes from like little packaging to like now you can get it in a bottle at Walmart or someplace
Right.
like that, or like a vitamin shop. It's crazy.
Where else can I get fucking Viagra, Jägermeister, a whole bunch of fucking speed and Kratom all in one shot and with an extra large slushy?
Yeah.
Like, fuck, I'm set, dude. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I need some tornado
So,
rollers and
if you think about it, actually, the gas station is actually the world's best, like, almost unregulated pharmacy and casino at the same time. You just go in and buy fucking drugs and scratch off tickets, hang out in the parking lot. That's your evening. I don't see enough people taking advantage of this. I could gamble and do drugs all night at the gas station.
That's not even to mention the secret menu. So there's
What-
some places in
what,
Cleveland. If you
unleaded?
go on a gas station on St. Clair and you ask for a Happy Meal, they're gonna hand you a crack pipe and some Suboxone to deal with the after effects, and that's like $20.
and
And
they're
I'm like, that's a
fucking
better deal than I'll get from my homie I grew up with. Like,
Yeah.
and
that's
they're fucking
crazy.
drive-throughs.
Yeah,
Fucking Ohio's got goddamn drive-through gas stations, so you don't even have to get out of your car to buy crack.
Oh, Jesus.
it's incredible. It's
Yeah.
actually fucking super tight.
That's fucking legit, dude. I
Yeah.
think I want to start a gas station now. but I don't want to. I'm more like a convenience store with one gas pump because I don't really care about selling gas. Like you just come in and it's all fucking Rhino XL, Rhino Black, Yellow Jacket, fucking 2,000 different kinds of like speed and dick pills in liquid and solid form, and then a slushie machine and an ice cream machine.
Yeah.
Because I got a bowl
Fucking-
like that.
Yeah. Okay, so there, I don't know if you remember, the grocery store Andy's.
Mm-hmm.
There's the gas station next to it. It was owned by an old dude.
The little BP or whatever.
Yes.
Well, yeah. There's an old dude that owned it for like fucking 40 years. And he recently sold it. And new management, whatever, don't care because he's obviously missing out on a huge market, you know, where he was at.
Mm-hmm.
It was taken over by these Indians or Pakistanis. And the first thing they did, huge glass case full of bongs, pipes, kratom, fucking CBD, Delta 8, all this shit. And it's like, yeah, this is the perfect demographic. Like this area. Like, I don't know why this... I understand why the old guy didn't do that, but like...
He didn't like getting robbed.
Yeah, no,
But-
that's... Oh, yeah, it was like 2 weeks... Like, that store's been, like, incident-free for, like, 15 years. And then they took over, and it was, like, 3 weeks later, like, half the windows are broken out, and, like, they have people, like, just stealing shit constantly. I was in there the one day, and there's, like, kids buying those little, like, essentially, like, fidget spinners and being like, oh... we can buy these jewel pods here too. And it's like, you guys are fucking 13 years old. And they're like, yeah, we'll just sell it to you. It's fine, whatever. But I mean, I don't give a shit, but it's just like that's how fast the fucking, like, all that shit changes. And
Speaking of that, I've actually never bought nicotine gum. Do you get carded for that shit?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I had a friend in middle school. We were kids. He somehow, I don't know if he just stole like a package of those, but you know, I don't think any of us thought anything of it. He got the patches, right? And it was like check this out. It was like
What a
seven.
nerdy fucking thing to steal.
Well, no,
Shows
because
up at school like, guys, you won't believe it.
well, yeah, okay, whatever. So he stole the box of patches. No, so we were hanging out at his house before school because we all walked, and it's like 7 o'clock in the morning, and he's like, check this out. And he stuck the whole box of patches on him, and he started
No
fucking
shot.
seizing out. He
Oh
had a
my
fucking
God.
seizure, like foaming in his mouth. And I guess I didn't know if they carded for those or not. That's all I wanted to know.
That's how you develop superpowers, I think.
Yeah.
If
No.
you survive something like that, you can just, like, you can
No, he
smell
survived,
colors
and
after
he's borderline retarded still.
Okay, that's tough. I mean, that in and to itself can be considered a superpower. Like,
Well-
I don't know if you guys have ever seen, like, in gym class, the slow kids used to, like, throw the ball 30 times further than, like, the jocks. There's got to be something behind that, right?
They got that weird, like, arm thing, you know, where it doesn't go all the way. So they have this, like, weird bound up tension in it. So it's like a slingshot.
Okay, just
Yeah.
just
The
Google
Tardmo Trebuchet.
You just
Yeah,
gotta
their arm acts as a fishing cannon.
you look up Charles Barkley golfing, and you'll know exactly what, like, it explains all of it. Like, that's like the
Okay.
perfect visual.
I'm gonna have to
Okay.
look that one up. Oh, that's hilarious.
Like the way he
There is,
drives.
No, but there is something to be said about the culture shock, right? Like, so we actually have a name for those types of places, like where they're owned by like Pakistanis mostly. So we call them Habibis up in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And that's just it's
Right.
They
like
call them LB too.
yeah. They call them Habibis everywhere, and they're all the same. They all sell pretty much the same stuff, but occasionally you'll find one that's just like, man, this one just hits right, and you'll realize it's because it's the same fucking family that's run the place for like, you know,
Yep.
100 fucking years or something.
Yep.
And then yeah, as soon as they go under new management or they get bought by a franchise or something, immediately after everything changes.
Yep.
And it's just like, I wondered how that happens. Is it like people are just constantly scoping out gas stations to rob, and now this one's like less like maintained, or is it just like Like they basically just don't care anymore, and I don't know. Like that is a good like. How does it happen so quickly? Because I have seen that happen
In
like,
some
personally.
places too, if you want a like serious answer, it can be like a code of respect thing. If,
Yeah,
like,
that's what I feel like it is, right? Yeah.
Like if you know the fan, like I'm not gonna rob blood, like
Right.
you know, same family. But if it's a new guy, fuck him.
Yeah.
Or to push it more towards the conspiracy section, the guy could sell the place and then immediately start calling all the ops and be like, "Yo, you gotta run this shit to the ground. I
Right.
just sold this place for 50 G's. They have no idea what's coming." And then like he just sends all the ops towards them. You know, like that could be it too.
Could.
Right. Yeah, let them get their little insurance checks and be like, "Fuck this, it's not worth it," and then
they sell it back to him at half the cost. Man,
Yep,
we should run a
exactly.
gas station.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it could be some of that or like, yeah, like developer-sponsored violence. I mean, not that that would ever happen. Never, ever, ever would that happen. But you
That's
know,
gonna be the name of my memoir is developer-sponsored violence.
that's a triple entendre right there.
Yeah.
It can mean anything.
Either rape.
Yeah, well, I guess it could. When I hear developer-sponsored violence, you know what I think of? I think of a killdozer. I think of a bulldozer covered in cement. That's developer-sponsored violence. I smell another T-shirt with the killdozer on it that says developer-sponsored violence because I think that's what I think of.
Fucking contractor going to...
Speaking of which, back to the Geneva Convention. Why can't I have a killdozer? I think everyone should have one. And
okay, I am gonna play the devil's advocate on this one.
Go for it.
There's nothing stopping you from having one. You just can't drive it on the streets. Because I have friends in Cleveland
I paid for those
that have
streets.
taken like a Jeep, like a 96 YJ or something,
Mm-hmm.
and legitimately converted it into like an APC. Like there is a mounted turret on the back of it. They just can't drive it around.
I think that this is all a conspiracy. It's all a ploy by Toyota so that only their trucks are the only civilian vehicle that looks suitable for military use. Because
like the Land Cruiser and shit.
Yeah, well, you see like how all of the
Taliban,
like all the Taliban have those. They have those guns mounted in the back of those Toyotas.
Yeah, those are Land Cruisers. Yeah.
Yep.
So is that a conspiracy or is it just like patent?
So
like,
I think
they
what
just
they're
have the
doing
patent?
is
No,
Toyota has
branding.
lobbyists, right, that are trying to stop us from owning industrial level equipment. So they're psyoping us into only buying Toyotas to convert for civilian military use
Which
for my
then
militia.
Which then further funds the I
Right,
see what
because
you're saying.
then Toyota benefits.
I'm gonna push back on that a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Because Toyotas are so well built, they can't sell new ones. I'm driving a 1998 with almost 300,000 miles on it, so they're not making money off of us. And you know for goddamn well, those Middle Eastern terrorists are not buying brand new ones.
I mean, that sand alone in those things. And
It's
they're
so
not
dry
dead.
out there. Those trucks don't rust.
Right, that's
They,
insane.
some of them do, but I mean, it's so dry in the Middle East. They ain't got to worry about it. Those things will run for a fucking million miles.
That's true.
So Toyota's got a really bad business model. I think the Taliban were onto something, like sticking with Toyota. Like fuck Chevy. Fuck a Ford.
You can say something about the Taliban's brand loyalty, or most Middle East terrorist organizations. I mean, they really
they
like
stuck to one platform for guns, one platform for transportation.
AKs and Toyotas.
If anything, I'm surprised they're not sponsored.
Right. I mean, at this
there
point,
is a lot of
not?
there's just a lot of brand equity there that they're missing out on.
I mean, there's like there's a world of opportunity right now for Ford to start advertising to the militia market and really capitalize on what's going on right now. All we need is one Built Ford Tough ad where it's like like a rock, you know, like those old ads. But then it's a dude like heavy gunning out the window of it.
Like a rock. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
All right. Now, I've been known to some parties and friends
as
something of a conversational terrorist,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'd like to put that on display.
All right.
So, to completely veer off topic, why is it that, and again, I was told prior by some people that this could be my age, but do you guys experience this, that when you sit down to take a poop, you have to pee almost always, but when you go to just take a pee, you don't always have to poop? Like, it's very rare.
So
Why is that?
You
Is
can't
it something
see
to
right
do with
now.
the prostate?
Yeah, so you can't see right now, but I'm pushing up my glasses. And I'm about to
Okay,
get
go ahead.
real serious. So I've
Okay.
thought about this, right? So first off, you're designed to fast track liquid through your body because you're mostly water. So sometimes when you urinate, you don't have to defecate. But when you have to defecate, your body is so full of toxins, it's trying to evacuate everything. And it's trying to get that extra, like, that little extra, like, just squeeze.
Okay.
And I feel that, like, when you have a full bladder, it doesn't push. This is, I'm totally a biologist, by the way. When you have
No, keep going. This actually
like,
makes perfect sense,
yeah.
but I do have a way. I do have a kink in the armor that I can throw
Oh,
at you.
dude, trust me, this
So
is foolproof when I finish.
Okay.
So the bladder doesn't push hard enough on the colon because it's liquid, so it kind of goes around it. But when the colon is full of solids, it actually pushes too much on the bladder and everything has to empty. And I'm guessing there's also an instinctual defense mechanism that allows you to piss on your shit to cover it up from animals so they can't smell you. The ammonia in your urine will you pee on your own shit so you don't get eaten by a bear.
That makes perfect sense. Let me go back
Absolutely.
to a second. You said that when you are taking a dump, your body finds itself needing to expel all toxins, all liquids, right? And-
Honestly, I don't remember
so
what I
that's kinda
said.
happens. Yeah. Why is it then that no matter how hard I try, I cannot also come at the same time?
First off, the problem with this is you are hypothesizing that cum is a
Hold
toxin.
on. I'm gonna stop all you guys.
Is it not?
No, hold on.
It is divine.
Boris, you're not married.
No.
Aquarius, are you married?
I think it's close enough.
Close enough.
I think he's being argued at by his wife right now. If I have to guess.
Well,
Yeah.
then we'll get his opinion. I just had my 8-year anniversary. Those things are very possible to do all at the same time. So
I do get a little
It's not
leakage
a-
now some days.
it's not like an impulse, but it can totally happen.
So,
Wait, so you're saying that if I tried hard enough and if I figured out like a technique, I could just completely
You can-
like I could clear all the pipes at once?
you
Yes.
could cum,
Yeah.
farted it, and shit it, and pee pee at the same
If you have a rough enough night the night before, you can throw up too.
Yeah.
Like,
Why would you want to? That's a good question.
no, I'm
That
not
does
saying
make
you.
sense because I was thinking about this
Why
a while
wouldn't
ago.
you want to?
Yeah, there was one night in Cleveland where I got so drunk
Steamer?
that I had to throw up, shit, and piss at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, how do I handle this? And I just climbed into the bathtub,
You-
and I realized that might be why that exists.
I thought you were
shower
gonna say I
strength,
just
everything.
came instead.
You're so wise beyond your
Sometimes
years.
you get lucky enough though too, where like the toilet's close enough to the shower, so you can just
Roll over.
have both.
Yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
I'm learning a lot tonight, fellas. I appreciate it.
Oh, we're about to have Gatorade all over the floor here. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh shit! That almost came on my nose.
Going in after somebody had to, you know what I mean, like totally cleared everything out. Like,
You working on it right there.
I think I just came and shit at the same time, trying to make sure the Gatorade didn't come out my nose. I don't know why I'm such a juvenile. It's not really that funny if you say cum.
It super duper is though. Like,
I mean,
one
it
of
would
the
be
most
like
popular podcasts on the planet. It's just called Cumtown, and anytime I read the name, I'm just giggling like a fucking moron.
I know, like
There's just something hardwired into our brains about that shit.
Like, he's like, someone said shit, and then I almost died laughing. I don't know why. I mean, if I was just like scrotum, that's not that funny.
Yeah.
Actually, scrotum is a hilarious word.
It is, yeah. It is.
You ever- just like slow play that one too, just like scrotum. Like, that's such a cool word.
And
There's
as
like,
you,
yeah,
as you
it just
slow
sounds like
play
there's
it,
nothing else it could describe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. As you say it, if you slow play it, it's like you can see the short and curlies and the wrinkles like manifest in your mind when you say scrotum, and you just see
Scrotum.
It's the same with gooch as well. Like anytime
Yeah,
someone brings up the word gooch,
Yeah.
I have
Scrotum.
to physically stop myself from laughing.
you can say it so many different ways. There's just like so many
Scrotum?
yeah. There's just so many variations.
Yeah, so let's picture a moment then where like maybe like in Latin it means something else, and like 2,000 years ago, like the Roman Empire is being built, and there's like a popular general, but his last name is Scrotum, and for some reason, because no one knows what it means, they just can't stop giggling when they say his name, even though he's like one of the most dangerous people on the planet.
It was a ploy by his enemies, so they like changed the meaning to ball sack.
Yeah.
Okay, General Scrotum.
Okay, scrotum. Yeah, he was like super feared, and then he had like a really lame moment where he's just like, "Oh, I don't know what to do. You just retreat back, suck up, whatever." And everybody's like, "Okay, scrotum."
I have
whatever you
led
say."
thousands of men in conquest over all known corners of this earth. Has been conquered by General Scrotum.
Everyone just starts laughing.
Okay, Mr. Scrotum, whatever you say. You're so tough.
Anyway, it's not funny.
No,
It's not funny at all. No, it's
medical
No.
term.
It is. Is it? I actually don't know. I think it is.
I'm not a fucking doctor. So.
I am, but I don't know.
You guys know how Chinese factories have like those anti-suicide nets that they place at like the bottom floor to stop people from like jumping off and like trying to kill themselves?
Yeah.
What's like realistically, if I'm a Chinese worker and I'm like, man, I really can't take this anymore, and I look over the edge and I'm like, drat, I guess I'll have to keep working. Like, I was just thinking like the first option that comes to mind, because I know they're like, they're super strict on like guns and stuff over there. You can't get a gat no matter what you do. So
Right.
obviously they are somewhat limited in their options. But I feel like if you're working at one of those factories, there's got to be enough scrap material to create some sort of like reverse Iron Maiden-esque sweatshirt to where you could sort of just take the leap anyway. And no matter what you land on, it could be a pile of feathers. You're going to die due to the spikes sort of inserting at like, very strategic positions across your entire body. What are your thoughts on that?
I think you are 100% correct, and more people need to kill themselves with this method.
It just seems so simple and graceful.
It'd be. I mean,
It reminds me of that fatality on Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. And with all the propaganda coming out of that place, who's to say that isn't what that was inspired by?
Well,
Maybe
right.
what I'm talking about has already been a thing, and China is actively fighting a losing war against
Suicide
the homemade,
sweatshirts.
the homemade suicide vest
Maybe-
that
you know what they're-
is still beating these fucking nets.
You know,
and they're
it's
like,
probably,
we can't let a peep of this out. And somewhere in Chicago, they fucking figured out about it at Midway, and they're like, we should turn this into a stage fatality.
or you know what's probably happening? The Chinese government is having to spend so much money on repairing the nets from so many people suiciding themselves that they're saying, "Oh no, we'll just wipe out a race of people, and that's the Uyghurs. Those are all the suicidal."
Oh, you think those are the ones that are actively at the forefront of the suicidal kind of pandemic or like epidemic that they're facing?
Yeah, they're
definitely
just
could be.
stopping the suicide of people and just blaming it on them being Muslim.
That could
Damn.
be.
I mean, if most of them are if it's just jumping off buildings, can the whole thing just be resolved by only building like one-story buildings only for like the whole entire country.
Or just work underground.
I mean,
Gravity doesn't go the other way.
Yeah.
Hey, there you
Boris,
go.
are you suggesting all Chinese people should be put underground?
You know, I think I might be.
It's not like maybe.
We would never call them mass graves or anything.
I was just thinking they
fuck.
would be more like
Just the suicide
mole
one.
people.
Yeah, just the suicidal ones.
Yeah.
They wanted to be there anyway.
Fuck.
I'm sort of realizing that a lot of the problems that I've brought up have to do with like infrastructure. And I'm thinking if maybe at some point in my life I kind of missed a junction I was supposed to take to become like an
architect?
to become like an architectural engineer.
Yeah, you
To like you have to like prevent all these things.
you probably should have. You would be like the
I got the perfect slogan for you. Build back better.
yeah.
There you go.
So would you be doing?
I would
like-
build the first non-Euclidean building where as soon as you walked in or even looked upon it, you would just your brain would fucking
Melt.
stop functioning and you would die.
It'd be like that painting, which, like all those stairs, and you can't really tell which direction they're going in. Like
Yeah,
you just
yeah,
walk
some
in and you
MC
take a
Escher shit,
step
yeah.
and you fall like 20 feet down.
I always used to mix up MC Escher and MC Hammer.
Oh,
I'd
yeah,
be like,
dude,
"Damn,
'cause parachute
this dude
pants
was
and-
really good at drawing and also making one song.
Oh,
Oh fuck.
that's so good.
Oh. I was just gonna
Okay.
say wrong MC. I was just gonna say stop. You don't know the direction.
Stop. Which way did we come from?
Yeah.
I have one more conspiracy that I want to bring up, and this one is it's gonna need some build up.
Uh-oh.
And I promise you it is going somewhere. All right. I'd like you to
Let's see.
think of the traditional vampire mythos, right? These are creatures that they come after humans, they suck their blood or whatever. They're predators that are
whatever.
one step above humans on the
Dick
food
blood.
chain, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So a lot of people argue about where this myth came from. Like, was it the Vlad the Impaler shit in Romania? Was it like people being buried alive and then coming out and then like that somehow became the thing? Was it just like a work of
Sorry,
fiction
not
that
that kind
got
of coming out.
you know,
Sorry.
right? Here's my thought on where this came
I'm
from.
coming out, so you bet. Oh yeah, sorry.
Mhm. Here's my thought on where this came from, okay? Humanity has been on a cycle that resets every 10,000 years, roughly. I haven't come to an exact number. Every 10,000 years or so, humanity resets. That is because for the last however many hundreds of thousands of years since the Earth has been inhabitable, there has been a predator designed by some sort of deific force, so like a god, that basically is designed to do nothing but cull the population of humans and reset them to step one. This is the vampire, okay? They are not only designed, but they are also meant to basically adapt and evolve into the perfect human killer, hunter, whatever. They are so incredibly powerful that nothing in the natural order of history has ever been able to stop them. So they are able to smell you, sense you, see you from miles away before you even know they're there. And if you do manage to face one in like man-on-man combat, there is no chance you'll ever live or survive because
Is
they're
this
so
leading
much
up-
more powerful than you.
It sounds
okay?
like my
That's
wife.
The basis. Yeah.
Is this
That's the
leading up to
basis
the
for this.
evolution of garlic?
No.
Okay, I
close,
just thought this is how
close, but
garlic.
I like where your head's at. Close.
Yeah.
No, because garlic is a natural thing. So the garlic thing, that's just like mythos. That's just
Okay.
like a rumor,
You're
right?
saying it doesn't kill vampires?
It does not kill vampires.
Yeah, I've been fucking up this whole time.
Here's the thing. In traditional vampire mythos, there's been a few things known to stop vampires. There's, garlic, salt. They can only come in if you invite them or whatever. But there's also the cross, which is like, okay, it's religious. But that doesn't really make sense because vampires are not inherently of the devil. They are not inherently of hell, right? They are undead, so to speak. So why does undead get turned away by religion? So I thought about this for a while. Here's what happened. These super predators, over time, They
Shout out to Hillary
reset
Clinton.
humanity so many times that eventually one or two people had to make it through, and that was what began the kind of rebellion against this ancient order of like super predators. And what they found out was that because these creatures had managed to basically like master all that is natural in the universe, like they don't need air to breathe anymore. They have multiple consciousnesses, all this stuff. The one thing that they are weak to is man-made objects. Anywhere in the universe that you look naturally, there are no right angles. So once humans began creating buildings and even just small objects like a cross, which are right angles, as soon as the vampire, who's so advanced and so super intelligent, would gaze upon something that is not known to the natural universe, it would be repelled because it cannot possibly think of something that it has not already conquered mentally.
Ah. So the Freemasons are vampire hunters, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh my
1,000,000% yes.
I knew it. Absolutely.
That's my one
so
kind of conspiracy that I hold close to the chest.
The Freemasons, they obviously have the compass and the square, and they're all about adjoining right angles.
Mm-hmm.
So they must be vampire hunters. It only makes sense.
Well, right, and because the world is so civilized and so built up now, there are no vampires left. They're all in hiding because anywhere they look, there's right angles and they get all fucked up. Whereas back in the day, you had like clay huts and shit, but if someone pulled out a cross on your ass, you still had to run away because it's a right angle your mind can't possibly fathom.
So that's why there's a Masonic temple in every single like modern town city, is to keep the vampires away.
Yep.
Or churches, I guess, in smaller towns.
I'm rubbing my chin as well.
Interesting. Where do the vampires go when they're in hiding?
The federal
Space?
government.
Oh,
To
Space, I think. Yeah, no, I think they had to leave Earth because Earth is there's too much unnatural stuff here, so they had to leave this planet. So they're waiting for us on Mars, and when Elon shows up, he's not gonna have a good time.
The vampires are on Mars now. How do they feed?
They don't have to feed. They're just
immortal.
They're immortal.
Yeah, they are literally only meant to kill humans to reset the cycle. That is what this deity created them for. Or maybe it's not even deity. Maybe they themselves were just evolved that way. They have no need to feed. They have no need to rest or sleep or anything. They're basically like just hyper broken. Like they can do whatever they want, but they can't gaze upon anything non-natural that they've already mastered.
So has here's where my mind's going. This is all new to me. I'm spitballing here. So the vampires are trying to consume the human race. The Freemasons are here to protect us from the vampires.
The Freemasons thing I was just kind of rolling with, but it is interesting to think about.
So is the Freemason thing with them being, part of like the overall arching like controlling group that we've been...
I don't even know if it's that. I feel as though if this is a reality, no one really knows about the existence of these creatures anymore.
But you know
so
how
the Freemasons are kind of an order that is there for no reason, which honestly makes a ton of sense given their, last couple hundred years.
Right, but
that's why they just do charity now.
It's a psyop. Yeah. It's a psyop by the vampires to convince the plebs that the Freemasons are part of this higher order of like the Rockefellers, all this stuff, that they're part of the... you know what I'm saying?
So anti-Mason propaganda is initiated by the vampires.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That definitely could be.
That'll be the name of my second memoir.
I can't wait to read that.
Yeah. So the last thing I wanted to talk about is, and we were supposed to have a guest segment here. I was pretty excited. Why do women lack prostates as opposed to men? And she just barely couldn't make it. Michelle Obama was supposed to be present for this honestly super important conversation if I'm being realistic.
If
And
women
really,
had
it says a lot,
prostates,
I think. Yeah, I think
there
it
would be
says a
2
lot
ways to milk
about.
them.
Yeah,
I mean,
it says a lot about the sort of way that administration carried themselves. I think that they would miss the opportunity to kind of shine the light on that specific situation.
the
So
lack of care about equity and
yeah,
between like women's rights and like having
Right.
a prostate, like they totally deserve to.
If men can be pregnant, women should have prostates.
Exactly.
100%. Yeah,
There's no
and
reason I
honestly,
shouldn't be able to
other than the whole
milk a
cancer
woman from
thing,
her
I don't
prostate.
think it's a downside. I don't know about you guys, but when I take a nice fat dump, something's going on down there.
Oh,
I've never
I
really
know.
experimented
There's
further
a-
than that, but
there's a-
something's happening.
There's a few times you hold one in, and you're like, this feels kind of good.
Yeah, right. Like you're like, damn, what's going on?
Am I
There's
pregnant?
something.
Yeah.
Something's busting off down there.
I don't think it's supposed to feel good. I feel weird.
Maybe that has something to do with like our natural evolution. Maybe men are able to hold their dumps longer because of like hunting and stuff.
And that,
Because like
so
subsistence
is that
hunting,
where
they used to run
homosexuality?
for like 36 hours after elephants or some shit to like
Yeah.
kill them. Like they would literally just like run them down until they couldn't move anymore. You can't be shitting while you're
So,
running. There's
like-
no traction.
The onus for homosexuality is holding in your dump too long, essentially, is what you're saying. And like that's where mankind originated, like realizing that orifice could be used for pleasure.
That's interesting. Now I know dolphins can also be gay. Do dolphins have prostates? I'll have to Google
We'll
this.
find out next time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So being constipated makes you gay?
It could.
I don't know. I'll hold one in and I'll I mean if I message
Report
any of you guys
back.
at 2 a.m. with a sup or something, you'll
Let's before the next episode, just try to hold your shit till the next time we record.
fucking Las Vegas, dude.
It was
Yeah, I think a
it
trip-
was good.
To do a live broadcast would be dope out there.
Dude, it would be tight. So it was my first time in Vegas and it was really dirty. So I was like, oh, this is not.
Bro, that was your
this
first
is
time
not-
ever?
Oh yeah, I've never been to Vegas. And,
Yeah, I haven't been there in probably 3 years, but there was a bunch of like the streets are just littered with like business cards, all of which have naked women on them.
Right.
Like old
I had
Vegas
to,
is
like-
even worse because there's just homeless people everywhere.
So somebody was shot and killed not very far from me, and I actually heard the gunshots.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, and I almost had to fight a homeless dude while I was walking somewhere. I was like walking between hotels near the strip, and I had to like cut through like I don't know, it was like abandoned field area to get up to the monorail. So I could get up and into this hotel like over the street. So it was fucking. I wasn't impressed. I'll put it like that. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. The last time I was there, they were pretty good about keeping homeless off like the main strip. Old Vegas, though, me and my brother went, and I think I told this story already, but I paid $20 to kick some guy as hard as I could in the nuts. And then 5 minutes later, I paid another $20 to take a picture with some babes. And I gotta say, kicking that guy in the nuts was way more worth it because like I'll have that picture forever, but the feeling of like absolutely eradicating someone's testicles is something that'll never leave me. And I hope to be able to do it again someday, consensually, of course.
That's I didn't make it down to the old strip, which I wish I would have, but I was a little tight for time. Because I was there doing wedding stuff, and then kind of just didn't have a whole lot to do. I went to In-N-Out Burger, and I'm like, this is it. This is what all you West Coasters talk about
Yeah,
all day, every day.
it's-
This is it. It's sad.
Mhm.
And
It's
it
a
was
little
okay.
weak,
It was
yeah.
okay, but it wasn't like I was expecting like this fucking. I was expecting like the deity of fast food or something.
Mhm.
Like when I was there, I'm like, oh, this is the shit. This is what everybody talks about. I'm like, are you kidding me?
You got the Gavin Newsom of fast food.
Yeah.
You know what actually
wish I
is
would've-
pretty good though? And the reason it's so good is because it's expensive as fuck. It's everywhere in all the airports and shit. Shake Shack. That shit is like a solid $10 burger, but damn if it's not fucking worth it. They put everything together so clean.
I tried. I
I
tried to
gotta
go
lie
there.
though, do miss Burger Time.
Burger
Dude,
Time.
Burger Time
Yeah,
is so good.
Yeah.
yeah. Burger
Uh,
Time is pretty.
Anytime
Is
you
pretty
wrap
hot.
a burger in like a checkered like wax piece of paper, that shit's gonna slap no matter what.
right. I tried to go to Fat Burger, but it was like inside a casino, and we just didn't have
Mhm.
time for all that. So I was like,
Now
ah,
that
fuck
now
it.
that we're on the topic of this, you know what else disappointed me, and really it was only because of the scene from Night at the Roxbury, but Del Taco was fucking.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say
garbage.
cocaine.
No, that shit's awesome. Del Taco was garbage. That shit
Yeah, dude.
sucked. Like that sucked worse than White Castle did after I watched Harold and Kumar when I was like 16, and me and my friends drove an hour and a half to fucking Fargo to get, or not Fargo, to fucking Sioux City to get some White Castle.
Oh,
Holy
that's
shit.
depressing.
Yeah, that shit was awful. But Del Taco was even worse. Just because I came into it with like not that high of expectation, I'm like, oh, it'll be like Taco Bell. It was way worse. So much worse.
You know,
You went into it
like-
like lucrative expectations and were still let down. I mean, that's something to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, for sure. I would not purchase their goods again.
You know what trips me out too is like when I went to Vegas. It's my first time in Vegas, and there's a lot of food there. Like anything you want,
Yeah.
any kind of restaurant you want. You know what I fucking saw like 3 of around Olive Garden. Like you motherfuckers want to eat Olive Garden?
That's the tourist
you got
thing,
whatever
though, right?
you
Like
want.
fucking yeah, tourists fly to like Italy and they're like, "Ooh, it's so pretty. Let's go to Olive Garden." And like they should show up and it should be like a suicide booth from fucking
Well,
Futurama
I just
again.
can't-
Like
I'm not even like shit talking Olive Garden, just that like, okay, there was like a buffet of anything you wanted, an array of any cuisine from anywhere on earth, any kind of food you could ever imagine, and then there's Olive Gardens like everywhere.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
I'm pretty sure was it Olive Garden? Yeah, here it is. Never ending pasta pass. Sold out.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
That's kind
Yeah,
of dope.
I heard about this a couple of years ago. They sold a credit card that just you could only use it at Olive Garden, but when you showed it to like the waiter, they just had to bring you as much food as you wanted. So like you
That's-
paid like it was like $350 or something, and for the whole year, once a day, you could just go to Olive Garden, show the card, and it's like 007 showing his license to kill, except this is like a license to shit yourself off of fucking French bread and fucking like some Garfield lasagna. Yeah, sold
Really?
out. Wow, that's insane.
I would
Yeah,
definitely
people
die
fucking
if I
love
had
Olive
that.
Garden, dude. I don't get it. I'm not a big fan of Italian food in the first place, but that shit, I had it a couple times. The bread is good, but that's like fucking about it.
Yeah, I mean, pasta's kind of hard to fuck up.
It's like
Mhm.
liver artery.
Well, yeah, it's like peasant food,
Yeah.
right? It's like you just
Yeah.
take all the shit rich people eat, put a bunch of sauce on it, and mix it all up. Like, yeah, I mean that's pretty much what it is. Pizza is the same shit. Like, instead of taking all the best ingredients and serving them individually and cooking them to perfection, you just throw that shit on top of all each other, throw it in the fucking oven. Can't really go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fuck up tomato sauce and noodles.
Yeah, I saw a tweet. It was the funniest fucking thing. Like a couple months ago, like in the height of the pandemic, when people were like making all their own bread and shit, charcuterie boards got really popular for a while, and people started making like super high end charcuterie boards. They're like the things that you just put a bunch of shit on like a wooden board, right?
Right.
So like meat, cheese, sausages, fucking like a bunch of uncooked stuff, right? Crackers, dip,
Mhm.
etc. And some white woman quote
Of course.
tweeted one of these things that was like a really fancy looking one, and she's like, "This is what the 1% eats." And someone underneath just quote tweeted her, racial the fuck out of her, and just posted the
Lunchables.
like
Please
the-
tell me it's Lunchables.
that they fucking posted like the direct translation of charcuterie, which I'm pretty sure in French literally means like peasant food, like because that's legitimately like that's how it got famous, was when you didn't have silverware like plates, peasants used to just put all the food on wooden cooking boards and eat off of that to avoid eating off of like tables and the ground and shit. They would just
That
have
makes
wooden
sense.
boards that they would wash and then cook on, and cut shit on, and then they would wash it and serve the food on it. So yeah, it's fucking. I hate white women.
Well, white women are in a particular. I have a particular disgust for Western white women, so I don't even know if I should go into it. Everything about them. Everything about
the
them.
dog is
disgusts
so
me.
far gone that I feel like it's just like on the one hand you're wasting your breath, but on the other hand, you gotta let the bitches know, like you gotta
Right.
tell them, right?
I just feel it's they're got to be the saddest creatures on planet Earth.
Okay.
Because what do white females not have that they need? Does that, I mean, like, what can they not do? What can they not achieve? What can they not have? What
Right.
power, like, what is really standing in their way but themselves? This sounds terrible, but it's true.
Presidency.
They damn near could have that if they, I mean, I guess Kamala Harris is not really a white woman, huh?
No, she is
was
not. It's a
president
very
for
important
a few
distinction to
hours.
make. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Is Hillary even a white woman?
you know what? I'm gonna counter as one. She's definitely a ghoul.
Yeah, I mean she well, I mean she had all the hot sauce, so that's one thing. She said she keeps hot sauce in her purse.
Right. So that's kind of that's a little black.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Bringing
she
your
was
hot
like
sauce.
she was
She's from the
legitimately
South,
asked
though,
like, "How do you plan
right?
to win the black vote?" And her response was, "I keep hot sauce in my purse." So that definitely didn't work.
Yeah.
But she she's like 1/4 white woman, 1/4 ghoul, like you said, like a Fallout style, like irradiated fucking humanoid. I'm
Right.
thinking one part like Horcrux, like
Okay.
from Harry Potter,
Okay.
where maybe there's like a curse somewhere in there, like some voodoo magic, and then one part like a homunculus, like just a soulless being, like all the Clintons.
It could be. I go for like reptilian in there, like part
Okay,
reptilian.
yeah, the scale aspect.
I made the mistake of reading mainstream news and media today and publications, and I fucking read a Huffington Post article. That was my first giant mistake. But like going through it, it was the entire article written by an American white woman was about one of her ex-boyfriends who she dated very briefly is now a famous movie star. And how she can't stop seeing him on TV and how that affects her and how that impacts her. So you got to understand is there's this very wealthy, successful person who I don't think even really probably thinks of her nor cares. No matter how nice or good of a guy he is, he's moved on. They are broken up, but she's still like writing entire think pieces about how her life was affected by dating him for a brief period before he was famous and how his fame affects her. And it doesn't like set me off. Like I'm in control of myself. I'm not an animal, but like, I do wish I could sometimes just start punching white women in the face. Like, because I read this fucking this vapid nonsense about, like, in the article it's like she's wondering if she follows his Instagram, so she's wondering if he ever looked for hers, if he ever saw pictures of her family and how happy she is, like what all that article signals to me is how she would instantly be disloyal to her entire family and life she has if this dude gave her one instance of attention.
Right.
Like if he
what's
even
really,
said hi to
like,
her, she'd melt.
You'd think that's crazy and that it's like a like an isolated incident. Taylor Swift wrote 4 albums about her ex-boyfriends.
Oh,
And,
yeah. I mean,
that's I mean that's definitely just a thing, right? Like with the species that we're talking about, they lack the initiative to do something actually useful or creative. So
Right.
in a leech-like tactic, they try to just absorb and kind of latch on to whatever is like propelling them forward. I don't know. I see why people get mad about certain things, and then I see how white women get mad at certain things, and it's almost as if it's like a two fucking door scenario where I can go down the left hallway and get mad about something for literally any other reason, or I could go down the right hallway and make fun of white women for getting mad about that same thing. So it's so much easier for me to take that other route, and I don't think that makes me a bad person. It just makes them not even an easy target, just like a deserving target, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Right.
It's
I guess my whole thing is they're like the biggest cast of activists and how do you want to say this? They're like one of the largest demographics in the United States is white females who have the most spending power, and they are involved in maybe like the most hobbies and extracurricular activities and whatever. Like everything they do when it's like a social cause feels performative because it's almost never about them, but they make it about themselves.
right. Okay. That makes
Everything
sense.
from like Black Lives Matter to I guess I didn't really plan on doing this, so I didn't like crop up a bunch of examples, but they don't there's not like a huge anti-white woman sentiment in the workplace or in in life in general, but for some reason when there's a call for justice, there's always white women involved championing it.
I would argue that the only place that there is a targeted attack towards white women is on this podcast.
You're listening to My Dog Barks at White Women. Episode 12. We'd like to thank you for joining us.
Speaking of which, this is so good. I was just reminded of one of the funniest tweets I've legitimately ever seen in my life. Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, the football player,
Right.
fucking legendary, by the way, like legitimate top 5 athlete in his time, period. Like the dude's a monster. Also somehow gifted with the fucking just most enormous posting like potential on the internet. He tweeted a week ago as of this recording. He tweeted, "I met a woman outside the mall crying. She said she lost $200. I gave her $40 out of the $200 that I found." When God blesses you, it's imperative that you bless others. Praying emoji. We're talking about a legitimate multi-million-dollar retired football superstar, man. It is
That's the
so
come up.
fucking funny. I love him so
Right,
much. His
that-
Twitter page is a gem. It's so
That's
sick.
hilarious. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Yeah, he's
That's
so fucking based.
I wish I was rich just so I could do things like that and have it be called funny and not misogyny.
Yeah, right? This is a totally just off-topic segue. Did you see the video of the people at the Macy's parade chanting "Boss Baby" at the giant inflatable Boss Baby as it was like being
I saw a clip on Instagram of that, but I had no idea what was going on.
So okay, so it's the Macy's Day Parade, right? They have all the floats and like all of the fucking the big ass balloons, and every year they do it, and it's cool. But I saw the caption, and I'm like, oh, they're like cheering for the Boss Baby. They're literally chanting "Boss Baby" over and over again on repeat. I'll just post the video in here really quick, just so you can get an idea of how fucking insane this is. But like,
I'll play it here real quick. You probably can hear it if I play it. Let's see if you can.
yeah, try it.
I don't know if you can or not. Okay. I don't know if you could hear that or not, but
A little bit. Like I heard a little bit of it, but they're literally just chanting "Boss Baby, Boss." And I'm thinking
right.
to get a little like I guess deep about it. Boss Baby is a really interesting movie because I don't know if you've seen it, but it's basically a thinly veiled uh like propaganda for trying to refuel like industrial age capitalism, okay? Because what it's about is it's about this kid who is like super happy, he's an only child, he's having all this fun, and then their parents announce, "Hey, we have another baby, like here's your little brother." And the little brother is the boss baby, and he's in a suit and he talks, but only he can understand him, right? Um, and throughout the movie, they have a bunch of hijinks. They learn to get along. But the whole time, the whole thing about Boss Baby, voiced by Alec Baldwin, by the way, the shooter, one of my favorite shooters. And the whole thing about Boss Baby is is that he just wants to make money and he wants to like run a business. And so he's always trying to find like the next scheme or like the next devious lick, as the kids say. So it's a really like them chanting that during the Macy's day parade on Black Friday, bro.
It's
There's like so many circles aligning there, right, of capitalism,
Right.
that I feel like they were 1 second away from summoning like Molag Bal, and
I was
he was
just
about
gonna
to
say-
show up.
I was literally gonna say it sounded like a Moloch ritual.
Yeah, like fucking fountains of blood almost started erupting out of the fire hydrants and covering everyone as they kept cheering. But yeah, I love that video. That's probably one of my favorite videos now, is just a giant crowd of people just chanting Boss Baby. And I saw some really fucking great like retweet images of people just putting Boss Baby and a bunch of stuff. But anyway, that's my little
So,
side
like,
thing there.
Yeah, like right now there's some shadowy cabal is sitting there twiddling their fingers in a dimly lit room with cigar smoke, like, yes, we just need to repeal these child labor laws. And they've been funding the Boss Baby films. And then this is their acolytes out on the street just chant, because it sounds so dead too.
Yeah, they're just like Boss Baby.
Like,
it's so yeah, really weird, but I love it.
All hail the return of the Forbidden One.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
yeah, I mean, like did anything else interesting happen in your excursion to the City of the Dead?
No. It was fucking atrocious.
Really? Well, I mean, that's something.
It was there's a lot of good people watching there. And I started to really think, like, okay, even if I was 10 years younger, so I would have been like I would have been 20, in my early 20s, super fit, lean. I don't think I would have partaken in any debauchery there.
Why is that?
Well, I'll just preface it by saying I was stone sober the entire trip. No, that's not true. I drank a little bit at one point, but like when I went out, I was like looking at all of the people there, and I just thought how fucking ugly everybody is. And I don't know a nicer way to say it, but I was just like, this is what Vegas looked like to me was like being back in the trailer park, but everybody had at least gotten like a budget for like one Forever 21 outfit or something to go out or whatever fucking people wear.
No, I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah.
It was really like, I didn't encounter one person where I was like, wow, I would love to give up. Like, I would do anything to be with you. Like, no, this was fucking, I was like, ew, don't touch me. Like, ew, what is this? Like, it was seriously like people who gamble like addictively like that. Like, they all are the same. Like, I don't know how to explain unless like you've ever been in a casino. Well, now Vegas is the entire casino. It's the same thing. It's like the same crowd of people.
It's just a bunch of people that are like, they like give off the aura that they have it made while they're pressing a button on their last $100 trying to triple it, right? Like that's all they're doing.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it is a very sad thing, I think, at its surface. But if you're able to like omnisciently transport yourself above them, like I am, some of that shit is super funny. I don't know if I told you this story. When me and my brother went to Vegas with my cousin for his 21st, um, uh, we had this Uber driver that was, I think he was a Dominican guy, and he, oh yeah, so we had him twice because we went somewhere, we stopped, and we're like, all right, see you later, man. And he's like, all right, peace. And that first time he was like pretty cool. He's like, oh, it's your guys' first time in the city. Have fun, be safe. I would recommend going here, not going there, that type of thing. But later that night, we got another Uber and it's the same guy. We're like, oh, how funny. And I don't know what happened in that span of 3 to 4 hours that we didn't see him, but we got in the car and he's like real sweaty. And it's like May, so fair enough. It's hot as shit. Maybe he just had like the windows down, or maybe he was doing some work. Who knows? But he's like real sweaty, and he looks like just drugged out. Like I don't know what the fuck he was on, but he looks like he's been taking shit. And out of nowhere, he's like, "All right, well, it's nice to see you fellas again. You guys want to go to strip club? Many of you guys want to go to a strip club?" And me and my brother are like, "No, we're chilling, man. Just take us back to the hotel. We'll grab some food and call it for the night." He goes, "You guys sure? There's a strip club right around the corner here. They have good rates. The girls, they'll do full-on laid sex." And he kept saying that. He kept saying that specific statement, full-on laid sex. And the way he said it, because he's like Dominican, was like he's trying to say like they'll fuck you, but he doesn't have the vocabulary, so he's just pulling together what he can out of his English repertoire. And he just kept saying, "Oh yeah, full-on laid sex. These girls, they'll do full-on laid sex." And me and my brother are looking back at each other, and my cousin's kind of like into it because he's been under the influence for a while now. It's his 21st, and he's like, "Tell me more." And we're like, "No, just go to the hotel, man." Literally 5 minutes later, we stop. It's not our fucking hotel. He gets out of the car. The Uber driver gets out of the car. My cousin goes to follow him, so me and my brother get out and follow him. And we're at the fucking strip club, and he's talking to the doorman, and he goes, "All right, check it out. $30 door fee. I got you guys 2 free drinks and a dance with any of the girls." And we're like, "No, dude, we're trying to fucking go to the hotel." So we argue with this guy for like 2 minutes, and finally he gives up, gets back in his car, and is dead silent the whole way back to the fucking hotel. Only thing you can hear is like whatever the fuck was on the radio. He's playing some like fucking pop fucking culture shit. I don't know. But it was so funny. Full on laid sex is like something me and my cousin just say to each other now.
In and out, not the burger.
yeah, like legit, like that sort of thing. But like he wasn't trying to make a joke, or it was just like those are the words he knew, so he was just stringing them together best he could. It was so funny.
I wonder if he's working on commission for that club or something. If he brings in, people.
Definitely. I know all the Uber drivers there. I have a friend that lives in Vegas, and he tells me all the Uber drivers, all the taxi people, they all have like massive connections with all the clubs and all the people. And if they bring you, they get a cut. If you bring friends, the friends get like so on and so forth.
Right.
It's just a whole fucking.
It's all. Or it's
that's the one thing I don't like about Vegas is that you can never get away from the stench of commerce. No matter where you go, it's always like a gig. And I fucking hate the gig economy. I think it's one of the worst things on the planet just because how pretentious it is. Like, dude, if you want me to do something for you, it's fucking like I'll do it, and then you send me a fucking, or I'll shoot you a what the fuck is it called? Not a bill, but like
an invoice.
I'll shoot you. Yeah, I will send you an invoice. None of this fucking handshaking backdoor alley. Hey man, I can give you a cut of this or that. Nah, fuck out of here, dude. That shit's so fucking. It's so like. It's like a Guy Ritchie movie, but everyone's smelly and ugly, like you said. It's just it's the worst.
I do have one story. So I kind of blocked out huge chunks of it because it was kind of a blur. I didn't sleep very well and stuff. But I did have an Uber experience. But we were going to a friend's wedding. And it was outside of Vegas. I don't remember how long, like 20 or 30 minutes. And actually, a friend of mine who's female, which doesn't really matter, but does kind of matter for this story, is setting up a multi-stop Uber. And so she's going to get in the Uber, then come pick me up, and then go, then we're going to go to the wedding. I get in the car. And the dude's talking, and he's kind of okay. So I'm sitting in the back with her. And then all of a sudden, we go out to the interstate, and the dude starts doing like 95 miles an hour. like just fucking weaving through traffic. And then he's like, if you all see any smokies, you better tell me. And I'm like, all right, man. Yeah, he was. This dude was
He was just
fucked up.
dicking it.
And now
Okay.
he starts going off about like all the different kind of cop cars that are out there, what to look out for. And he's like, if they pull me over, you tell them you were dying. And that's why we're like, and he's like, so like I had my dress shirt in my hand because I didn't want to wear it before I got there. So I rolled it up in case I had to choke him out with it. Like I was just going to throw it over behind his neck and choke him out. Because he was fucking off his rocker. And I don't remember what he starts talking about drugs, like just all kinds of shit about drugs and all the stuff he wants to do. And like, you can't tell where the jokes are and where this dude is really a fucking nut job.
Yes. Yeah.
And
that's
I was
really,
like,
that alone is a very good like indicator of how Vegas is when you can't tell what's a joke and what's real.
well, and then so his shitty driving, I don't want to say it like almost got us killed, but it was pretty rough. Could have. He starts going like, and don't you leave me a 1-star review or you start leaving reviews. He was talking about drugs. He was gonna kill us. We were running from cops. Don't put that in the Uber. I'm like, fuck. I'm gonna have to kill this guy. I was like, God damn it. And so as soon as we made it to the venue, we got out, and then I'm like, I was so glad she was not in that car alone with that guy.
Right, yeah.
Holy fuck.
I can only imagine, yeah.
So I was like, you're not Ubering back or getting you a ride with somebody else. And that was my one bad Uber story. Everyone else was cool, but like and hating the gig economy, I fucking hate his Uber Eats. I needed to eat dinner in Vegas, and I ordered like a $12 meal, and for some reason my bill comes out to like $45.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this? They like charge, I give them a tip, and then I have to like do another automated tip and then pay their delivery fee, and it's like, unless I'm spending $150 on food, this shit doesn't make any sense. I paid $40 for a $12 meal. I'm like,
It's really weird from a driver's perspective too. Like when the pandemic first started, I did Uber for like a month just to make a little extra cash before I realized how fucking awful that is for just everything, like your fucking health of your car, gas, etc. And I have a whole nother thing I can launch into about how absurd it is to have Ubering as a full-time job, but I was just doing normal rides. I didn't sign up for like DoorDash or Uber Eats or anything because I didn't want to handle people's food. I'm like,
Right.
I don't want to be responsible for someone's meal. So I was doing rides. It's like a couple weeks. Things are going okay. And I get a notification on my phone. I'm like waiting for a ride and I'm near downtown. And I get a notification on my phone and it's like 20 minutes away. There's a little place, go here. And I assume it's a pickup for like a person. I'm like, okay. So I go to the place and I'm waiting like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And I finally text the thing and there's no response. And I look at the name of the person I'm supposed to be picking up and it's not a person. It like looked at a glance like a person, but ends up being a restaurant. So I'm like, oh, maybe he's in the restaurant. So I walk in and I'm like, hey, Uber for anyone? And they're like, oh, you have the Uber Eats delivery? I'm like, no, the fuck I don't. And they're like, oh, are you sure? And I check the thing again and it's the restaurant. I'm like, okay, I guess I do. So I grab the food, I get in the fucking car, I click the thing to say it's picked up, and then the guy that wants his food, I shit you not, is like 45 minutes away. And I'm like,
No
okay,
fucking
whatever.
way.
It's a ton of fucking food, too. It's like enough for like 6 people. So I drive out into the fucking boonies. This is back in Cleveland. I drive out into the fucking boonies to like this dude's fucking white picket fence like farmhouse. And I drop the food off. And he's like, that took a while. And I'm like, bro, I came in all of that. Like, I don't want to talk to you for a fucking second. I will shit in all of your fucking food. This is exactly why I never wanted to fucking do this. Like, driving people around is one thing because there's like a social contract. As soon as you get in my car, you have to at least like, pretend like you're a normal person. But if I'm just delivering shit for you, now I'm like a servant. Like, I don't fuck with that one fucking bit. So literally the day that happened, I Googled or I fucking called Uber. I'm like, is there a way to take myself out of the queue for this? They're like, no. I'm like, all right, I'm not driving anymore. And I just I just never drove for them again after that. It was such a fucking, but like it wasn't even bad. I don't fuck with that at all.
You want to get out of that. I had thought about doing Uber for a little while when I bought my car. So I was like, oh, it'll help pay for my car. And then I'm like, nah, fuck it. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah, it's such a nightmare because like you pick up someone that's drunk, you got to make sure you have the fucking, and like it's so gross. Like you go to any gas station now and they have things that they sell to put in your car for people to throw up in. And I'm like, dude, it's 2021. I would hope that we're civilized enough to where you could tell me like 30 seconds before I'm going to throw up, hey man, can you pull over? Like I don't feel very good. Instead of me having to buy a fucking baby brown bag for you to fucking throw up in and then, oh, okay, no problem, I'll dispose of it. Fuck you, dude. I'm not your fucking caretaker. I'll crash this car right now and kill both of us. Watch me.
So speaking of throwing up, I have the last 2 weeks I have been experimenting with drugs. So
Okay, does this relate back to our gas station pharmaceuticals? Or
does. So I just preface this by saying I don't have experience with a lot of the mainstream drugs that people do. I don't do them though. Like last time I had even tried marijuana was well over a decade ago, and it was like with high school friends out of an aluminum can or something.
Right,
you know,
the
like
classic.
You do the classic pop can thing. I'm sure that's why I'm half retarded. Just that one time smoking aluminum. So I don't know exactly what possessed me to try it, but I was finally like, all right, I'll try this Delta 8 shit first, and I'll just see what it does, because it's pretty plentiful. It's everywhere. Like, okay, I'll just try it. And I took a 30 milligram edible. I got to try to remember my timeline here. It was about 6 p.m. on a Friday night. I'm like, all right, I'll take this. And I sat there and I like played computer games. I was like watching it. Like first hour, absolutely nothing. I feel nothing. I'm like, whatever. Second hour kind of creeps in a little bit, and I'm getting this body high.
Okay.
And it's pretty intense. And it starts feeling really good. Like all sensations, all touch sensations in my body feel amazing. So like even sitting in the chair, my ass feels all tingly.
Yeah.
I'm like rubbing my fingertips. I'm like, oh, this shit feels good. I'm like playing computer games, and I'm like, oh, I'm like damn near orgasming doing keyboard mouse.
Like, just scrolling the mouse wheel makes you feel like you're on cloud
nine.
Like, yeah.
Right. I'm like, oh, this is good. And then I felt like it was kind of wearing off. I was like a little over 2 hours in. So I made the rookie mistake. I took another one. So 60 milligrams deep. And so I know there's going to be somebody who's like, that's baby shit. That's nothing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't have any tolerance. I'm literally going from zero, like having never done it.
Okay.
The next few hours, I am becoming increasingly higher. The body high is very intense to the point my entire body feels like it's vibrating. And it feels like my eyeballs are vibrating, and I'm getting like motion sickness.
Okay.
It's now like 10:30 p.m. and I just want to go to sleep, because now what's happening is I'm starting to hallucinate, and I can tell. So I'm still in control, but like it's like pastel colored oil paint being dumped all over everything I'm seeing, and then there's like art being made in squares inside of it. So it's like I'm like seeing NFTs, right? I'm like tripping so hard there's NFTs in front of me. I'm like an NFT now. So like I have to keep like slapping my face like, God, dude, fucking wake up. And
non-fungible tesseracts.
Yeah. So I'm fucking every time if I close my eyes, I'm just seeing color. And every sound is amplified like all fuck. There's a fan, so I had a fan blowing, but instead of hearing a fan noise, I'm hearing like a sitar, you know, like those guitar sounds. It's like boing, boing, boing. I'm like hearing that. I'm like, oh fuck, no, dude. I'm hearing
Arabian Nights,
music.
Prince of Persia type
Yes,
shit.
yes, exactly. I'm like hearing music and like seeing color, and I'm like, no. This is
Yeah,
like
you were on
fucking
Vegas
Lodo's
stage in Street
trip.
Fighter.
Yeah. Oh man, it was bad. It starts getting. It doesn't get better. So now I'm like 5-6 hours deep. It's like 11 o'clock at night. I'm trying to sleep because I'm like just trying to sleep it off and be normal. I'm seeing horrific shit. I mean, like I'm fucking tripping really hard, and everything I'm seeing is not good.
Right.
I'm like talking to people I know who are dead. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, this is not. But like, there's still like a little part of me. You ever read those stories where people take an edible and they call like the ambulances freaking out and they go to the ER? It happens all the time.
Right.
Or like all the white women who go to Colorado because it's legal and they try an edible and then they like, I'm dying.
Yeah.
I had all of that feeling, but I've been in some shit before, so like I knew I could ride it out. I'm like, I can ride this out. But man, trying to like, I started getting. So somewhere in there, I'm hallucinating and I get super hungry. And I go into the kitchen and I open the rice cooker and just start shoveling hot rice down my throat. And then I grab a jar of pickles and I eat like half the fucking jar of pickles. So now I'm full, but my stomach is numb, so I don't feel it.
Oh,
Like, can't feel
yeah, I know what you're talking
anything
about. Okay.
in it. So like I don't feel anything. And then I want to go to sleep, but I can't. And now my eyeballs still feel like they're vibrating out of my head and I'm seeing color. So I'm like, am I having a fucking seizure? Oh fuck, I'm having a seizure. And I'm not, but I think I am. And all of a sudden I feel like I'm gonna puke. Like I'm just so nauseous. I'm gagging. So I'm like in the bathroom gagging. And I'm like, oh, this is not good. And I didn't know what to do. So I just went and like I sat. I remember looking at the clock at one point, and I remember it being like 12:59. And I'm like, oh fuck, I'm just gonna sit on the couch for a while, right? And I sat straight up on the couch, and I was seeing these intense. I can't remember specifically everything I saw now. It was really fucking vivid and crazy at the time, and now it's all so distant. But I was seeing just like, it was like watching 20 movies on fast forward at the same time.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing all this crazy shit, and I'm like, oh my God, I've been on this couch for hours. I go look at the clock. It's 1:09. So it'd been like 10 minutes. And I was like, oh fuck, make it stop. And I started having this like paranoia, like I think I shattered my brain. And I'm like, I will never be able to have a thought again. There was like so much noise in my head. I'm like, oh, I fucked up. So I eventually just like, it's like almost 2 o'clock in the morning now. So this started at like 6 p.m. I go down and I like sit at my computer and I pull up YouTube and I'm like, I really want to listen to music. I was like, I think that'll help. And I end up hitting the YouTube homepage and they fucking snare me in with a Joe Rogan clip and they're talking about psychedelics.
Oh,
and then they start like,
got.
I got, and they start talking about like dying and from like this, like something in a trip and then you die. And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, no. So, so I'm pretty sure, I don't entirely remember, but I'm pretty sure I just turned on porn until I could ride it out. And then I'm like, this is not offensive. And then I remember even thinking at a certain point that it was gross. Yeah, it was like, it was centering me.
Yeah.
And then a little anal drilling got me back to center. And eventually I could feel I was coming back down to the point where like I could close my eyes and kind of cancel out some of the noise. And I'm like, okay, I think I can sleep now. And I slept like till like almost noon the next day. I was like,
dude, I'm seeing stars. I laughed so hard. Fuck. Holy
so
shit.
yeah, that was not good, and I fucked up royally because I was like, oh, I feel pretty good. It's kind of dying out. Maybe I'll feel good if I do it again. So I made the same mistake again later in the week.
Okay.
So I took I took like 4 days and I didn't do it again. I didn't have a strong desire to do it again actually, but I just was like, what happens if I don't do it like a fucking retard? Mm-hmm. So I cut one in half and took like a 15 milligram, and I waited like 3 hours and I felt nothing. So I took another one to do like a full 30, and I didn't feel anything. I spread it out too far and it was too low. So I was like, okay, whatever. So 2 days after that, I decided to try the legitimate THC ones. So not the Delta 8. And
like a Delta 10 or whatever.
Yeah, so this was the Delta 9. Okay. And I took a 10 milligram. And that I took it actually, and then I went to work out. And it kind of came on while I was working out, and I just felt kind of like, I don't know, it just was like I felt right. You know, I felt good, hit, but like I wasn't out of it. Yeah. I was just a little like, I was like dancing to the music while I had in the gym, and I was like singing along, and I was like getting a sick pump. I'm like, yeah, this is dope. And I went on that for a few hours, like 3 hours. So, and I went to like Walmart, and that kind of like killed it. And I got home and I'm like, it's kind of done. And I was like, so I don't know how these work. If I take another 10, do I feel it? Does it hit hard? Or is it a waste of time? Is it my body not really going to do it? So I'm like, let's try. Fuck, dude. I don't know what was happening because I felt like I was coming down, and then I took that other 10, and then as soon as that kicked in a little bit later, it was like I was like way out of it. I laid down on the couch, and it felt like I was sinking infinitely into myself, and like I was falling in the couch.
Yeah.
And then I really needed to get up to pee, but there was a rug on the floor, and I didn't know if I could step over it. And I fucking hate that feeling because I'm like, I knew like there was inside of me. I'm like, that's so dumb, dude. You can definitely step over it. But like, there was this overwhelming voice like, no, you can't, dude.
You should not step on that. Yeah.
You better not leave this couch. The safety and warmth provided to you. Do not step out of the Garden of Eden. But I kind of like, it was still pretty good, but like, I don't know. I don't have this desire to do it anymore. All right. Like, you know, like I tried it to try it, and then I like, you know, it was all right, but I don't know if it's because it's edible, like edible versus smoked or something, but man, that initial high was a total psychedelic trip. It was not like a fucking, dude, I was seeing shit, and I like, not to like toot my own horn, but if I was like a lesser being, more afraid of my own mortality, I probably would have went to the hospital. I got like feverish. I got super chills, but I was pouring sweat. I don't know if it's because I was sick, like the motion sickness or what, but I mean, I felt like it felt like death at a certain point. But I don't know, there was just something in me like, you'll get over it. I mean, it'll either kill you or it won't, so just keep going.
Yeah. Well, I do need to remind you that this is not about whether you feel like doing it. This is for the wealth and the well-being of this podcast. So I am going to need you to try this again.
I probably will, because my main motivation for doing it was like, I'll have something to talk about at least on the podcast. So that was like, it was an experience.
Very good motivation.
Yeah. So that's the only reason I do anything these days. And there is something that I really didn't like. Actually, the last time I did it, my tongue went numb. Like,
okay.
And I couldn't find a lot about it. I thought it would be an allergic thing, but I searched, and apparently it does happen to people frequently. But I couldn't find any like medical thing. I'm like, that was the only thing that worried me, because I was like trying to clean food out of my teeth with my tongue, but I
Yeah.
couldn't feel my tongue. So I pushed it so hard into my teeth that I cut it, and it started bleeding.
Okay.
And I was eating a really hot corn dog that I got the desire to make too. I was like, I air fried a corn dog, which I don't usually eat, but I was like, that sounds good as fuck. And it
This
was
really
heaven.
just sounds like super weed. Like it just sounds like
So-
it sounds like you
the-
smoked like a giga joint, basically. Like
So-
that's what edibles kind of are, right? Like 'cause
yeah,
it hits
so
you right in the stomach.
There's a different mechanism of action when
Yeah.
you take it orally. The way your body, it's actually like, it's THC, but the way it gets cleaved and sent into the blood versus the way it does being smoked, I guess it has an entirely different mechanism of action in the brain.
Yeah,
So
that
like,
makes sense.
no matter how much you smoke, I don't think it's ever really psychedelic, like truly. But if you take too much edibles, it is.
Yeah.
But I can't. There is evidence for it, but I don't know a whole lot. I just was winging it. I'm like, fuck it. I was like, how much of this shit should I take? And like, it was like, you should start with 5 milligrams. I'm like, well, I'm not a pussy. Start with 30.
Right.
And then
Let's go ahead and triple that. Yeah.
yeah, and then I doubled it, and then I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. But it also, what did impress me was like how hard that did hit off the 2 little doses I took. Cause like I bought like a pack that had like 20 or 30 of those in it for like $20.
Yeah, you could definitely just be dead right now. And
So it
that's
was
super
definitely
tight.
like, well, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, it was legit. Like it's legit. I expected it to be underdosed. I expected it to be like, oh, you gotta, if it was real shit, you would take 2, but because it's from the streets, you gotta take 20. But
Right.
no, it was legit as fuck.
Have I talked about the time I took an edible on this podcast before?
No,
It was when I was
don't think
working
you
at
did.
DFC. No? Yeah, let me regale you. So
yeah.
I've only ever done it.
I don't think so.
Okay. I've only ever done it once. A bunch of my coworkers at DFC wanted to play D&D, and I'm a dungeon master, and so I was like, I'll throw together like a one shot for you guys, see if you like it. And so I had them all over at my house one night, and my one buddy, he brought over some THC cookies, right? Which are basically edibles. It's like the same shit. So, well, it's not the same shit. I mean, like you're taking it orally as opposed to smoking, right? So, I eat one, and we're going through the session. We're just making characters and stuff. I'm showing him how to play. Like half an hour passes, and me and my friend, like he's not an avid smoker or partaker of this stuff either. And so he's like, fuck, I don't feel anything. I'm like, me neither. And our other friend is like, I've heard it takes a while to kick in. And me and my other guy just look back at each other. We're like, all right, whatever. We eat another one, right? So we go through the whole session and I feel fine. Like towards the end, I start feeling a little like lightheaded, which I guess is the body high kind of coming in. Like everything just feels a little bit like there's a little bit more spring in my step, basically. And we wrap up the session. Everything's cool. It's fun. And they leave. And I think this happened years ago, but this must have been like around 10 o'clock is when they all dipped. And it was a work night. It was like a Tuesday or a Thursday night or something. So I had work the next morning. And as soon as they left, I go pet my cat. I take a shower, which felt really good. I remember the shower felt really, really good. And I get out of the shower, I get dressed, I walk downstairs, and I sit down on my computer. And I don't really feel anything. I'm playing games, doing whatever. Maybe like another 2 hours goes by. It's like midnight, and I'm getting ready for bed. I step up out of my chair, and I'm not kidding you. I felt like I was either like I felt like I was at the precipice of like a huge cliff, right? I was like staring out into like not anything scary, but just like I felt like I was really high up on something, and if I took a step forward, I would fall. So kind of like what you're talking about with the rug, that's kind of what I felt. And I'm looking around, and I'm like, oh, it's hitting. Like I was scared for a second, and then I remembered, oh yeah, I ate 2 edible cookies, and now it's hitting. So I got excited. I'm like, oh, okay, this feels pretty cool. And I kind of came to terms with it really quickly. And I go to bed, and I'm feeling really good. Like I'm fucking laying in bed. The sheets feel like silk. Everything around me just feels super warm. My cat is like purring near me, and I hear the purrs like 100 times over. It's like oscillating in my whole body, just vibrations. And I'm like, this is tight. I fall asleep. I wake up, and I wake up super high. This is like 7, 8 hours later. And this is where I start getting really worried because I didn't know how long this shit lasted. I wake up and I stand up, and I'm not kidding. I couldn't make it out of the room without feeling like I was going to fall over. Like, that's how
Oof.
fucking my body was so floaty. And I'm looking around and I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to get to fucking work. And I didn't want to call off because, like, I was so fucked in the head that I'm like, the only way I could call off is if I told my boss I was too high to go to work. That's the only excuse I could think of. Like, that's how fucking, that's how stupid I felt just like in that moment. So I'm like, well, I can't tell my boss I'm high, so I have to go to work. so I go to work, and the whole time I'm white knuckle on the steering wheel driving. And it's like, I'm going like 5 under. I'm looking around every 5 seconds behind me. I make it to work. I take the elevator, and I swear, if you've never had a body high on an elevator, you have not experienced all 5 dimensions that are available to you. Because I legitimately felt like I was Dante in the Divine Comedy, lowering myself into the 6th circle of hell, dude. And I get out of the elevator, and at the end of the hallway, I see my coworker who also took 2 edibles, and we make eye contact with each other, and we both just start smiling, like super fucking wide. And I can tell he's feeling the exact same thing. So I call him over to my office, and he steps into my office. I close the door, and it's a glass office, so you can see inside. I shutter all the fucking windows, and I'm like, are you fucked up right now? And he goes, yeah, I'm super fucked up right now. And we just start giggling. And I'm like, dude, I don't know how I was going to make it to work. And he goes, same, dude. And legitimately for the rest of the day, up until after I had lunch, like maybe 1 or 2 p.m., I was fucking flying. I could not focus on anything work-wise. It was so awesome. So my experience was mostly positive, but I think it's 1, because I had like a companion, and 2, I was at home and like just chilled out for the majority of it. And it was just THC cookies. It wasn't any of the shit in the Delta. I don't know any about that stuff, so I don't know what's in there. Nothing psychedelic for me. It was just like, it was very much just like a crazy, uncontrollable experience, which as far as my like vices go, I'm not really into alcohol or weed or any of that stuff, mostly because I don't like feeling the loss of control that comes with it. But
That's
love
what I
like,
hate.
yeah, I'll take a Schnortsky any day of the week. Like if I know it's from good people, I'll ski with the best of them, because that shit just heightens everything, right? And
Right.
I don't do it too frequently, but when you do it, and it's like with good people and you're having a good time, hard to beat. But yeah, that's
I'm
my
a
experience
fan-
with edibles.
I'm genuinely a fan of stimulants. The only thing is the
Yeah,
calm down
dude,
is
I'm
usually
taking it
pretty
right now.
harsh. Yeah,
I'm
like
just fucking slamming this nicotine right now. It's fucking great.
dude, caffeine. I probably should just start taking nicotine, but I don't want to. I don't need another.
No, definitely
addiction.
don't. But you should.
Any gray market amphetamine, put it in my pre-workout. I don't give a fuck. I got
Yeah,
like
so
I have
that's
one.
what all this shit is, right?
So I've got one from this company where like there's it's like has European asthma medication in it that is not scheduled in the US. It was never submitted for patent here, but it was in Europe. So you can sell it here as a supplement, like a dietary aid, but you can't. It's like, but you mix it with caffeine and it's like a stimulant. They put it in a pre-workout. I don't probably shouldn't ever take it, but you know, like when you do, fucking damn, right? It rips. So I'm all for those. Like, who cares if my heart explodes? But yeah, like I don't like alcohol, or I didn't particularly like this either. Where I don't like the loss of control in motor functions.
Yes,
As in,
that's
like-
just frustrating to me. And it I get paranoid really easily, because usually when you're doing that stuff, you're not at home, you're not surrounded by like
Right.
you know, people you trust, or like would trust with your life, I should say. And that's very hard to get to that level with me. So I'm always feeling like I'm at like a disadvantage. I have like a gladiator's mindset, like
Right.
like
I'm
what
always
if a battle to the life or death fucking broke out right
Well,
now? What would I do?
that's instantly where my mind was going. Like, okay, if somebody broke into my house right now, I can't take care of everyone in here.
Yeah.
And like,
exactly.
and then it even got to the point where it's like, shit, if my dog needs to go out, I don't even think I can get up. Oh
Yeah.
fuck. What am I gonna do? She's gonna have to pee on the carpet because I'm not getting up. I can't even
Exactly.
move my hand. My hand is stuck in Moloch's mouth right now. So like I just and just the first one was really psychedelic, but everything else after that wasn't. I think I just had no THC tolerance and I OD'd pretty heavy. I was Googling around and I took what they refer to as a heavy dose. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's good for someone with no tolerance.
As advertised, I guess. Yeah.
You're right. So I just that loss of motor function is not my my forte. I don't like not being able to do something.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%.
But I mean, I could see why people like it, but I don't like getting. I could see like, okay, if I took a 10 milligram and I just felt good for like 2 or 3 hours of like regular THC, that's pretty cool. That was all right. But like anything over that, I started like losing motor function. I stopped being able to hold a conversation. I would do this weird shit where like I started feeling I had tunnel vision. So I was like, I couldn't see peripheral things. I could only see what I was directly looking at. So I would move my head like a lizard. You know what I mean? Like I'd move my whole head to like look at shit. So I don't like that. I don't like that feeling.
Right. Well, if you're interested, I do have another round of Young Money or I'm Funny lined up. And I know we're missing our beloved JR, so I feel remiss to move on without him. But if Mr. Minded is with us here, Aquarius, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you interested in playing a round of Young Money or I'm Funny? I'll take that as a yes. All right. So, I don't know if you played this game before, just in case for the audience out there, maybe first time listening. The rules are as follows. I have for you 4 sets of Lil Wayne lyrics, 3 lyrics or 3 bars in each set, and 2 of the examples are real, genuine Lil Wayne lyrics. One of them is of my own invention. Your job is to guess which one was created by me. Simple enough. The first one. Okay, the first one. And this is just a very short bar, okay? Pull up to the house in something you can't pronounce. Okay? Number 2.
Okay.
Versatile as fuck. I switch it up like Dennis Rodman Dome. Number 3. Number 3. Need a nigga robbed, dead, and disposed. That's Mike Rowe.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna say
Number
3
2
is
got
you.
Okay, you think Dennis Rodman Dome is me? Slick, what about you?
I'm gonna go with 3 is you.
Oh, you're too good. All right, number 3 is indeed me. Dirty Jobs,
I was gonna
like the
say
reference.
I was gonna say 2 until the Dirty Jobs reference. I was like,
Yeah, I love me some Dirty Jobs. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right. Next set. These are a little longer. Number 1. All about my cheese. Cheddar, mozzarella, provolone. Fuck her for an hour long. Let her take a shower. Gone. Number 2. My pocket's on blubber. The socket unplugger. Bop, 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 bop. He not gonna recover. Number 3. You got on the truck fit. Yeah, but it dripped though. Tunchi got money, but you won't find it. Crypto.
I gotta go with 3 is you.
Yeah, 3.
Fuck. All right. Yeah, 3 is me. Okay. All right.
This is fucking
Set number
lyrics.
3. Set number 3. Good luck. Number 1. Fart so loud it went double platinum. Number 2. Young Money baby, big shit like a horse ass.
Oh my god, so only one of these is you?
Number 3. Dear Mr. Toilet, I'm the shit.
Okay, I think I've heard 3. I think that's a Wayne lyric.
Number
I think
1
I've
got
heard
me. I
that.
think 1 is you, I think.
You
Yeah,
think
I'm
fart
gonna
so
go.
loud it went double platinum is me?
I'm gonna go with number. What was the second one? Could you repeat the second lyric?
Young Money, baby, big shit like a horse ass.
I'm gonna go with number one is you.
Fuck! Damn it. All right. I can't believe you guys heard Dear Mr. Toilet, I'm the shit. Bro,
I
when I
actually
read
heard
that
that.
bar, I didn't believe it. I legitimately had to find the song, and yeah, fucking by God, as my witness, he says, Dear Mr. Toilet, I'm the shit, and then keeps going like nothing happened.
Right. I've actually heard that song. Whichever one that is, I know
Okay.
I've heard it. So I
Yeah,
was like,
it's-
okay, I knew that one.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
one of the
the
more
biggest-
popular ones.
I'm not the biggest Wayne connoisseur, but I was down with some of that shit, and I had the
Yeah.
old Hot Boys mixtapes and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I know a few.
I think I have
but yeah.
one more in me as far as sessions of this after this week, but I am starting to run low on the Wayne lyrics. So
There's
if any
probably
guests
only
out
so
there
much.
want to shoot me some. Yeah, I mean, he's got a huge discography. I'm like looking through songs and I can't find anything that works for the show necessarily.
Right.
But with that said, final set. People always talk Wayne don't have bars. He has bars here, folks. I have a 4-liner for each of you, okay? Extended barrel, the one with the holes. Don't fuck with me, I am not one of your bros. Quadruple my money, don't count what I grow. It's got to be the trucker, but I hop in a Rolls. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, a pen to a test. I bring the night to his sunlight and zen to her stress. I bring the gun to a fist fight, the dick to her breast. She want to come on her tongue like it's mint to her breath.
Oh.
Yeah, bars. And number three,
bars.
Number three, drop bombs, chop her down, militarize Apache, sling rocks, hunt 'em down, skin 'em alive Apache, white bitch, dick her down, muff dive, it's scratchy, young money, run it down, franchise, it's swanky.
I'm gonna go 2 is you.
2 is me?
Yeah.
I beat him. I got him once. Number 3 is me. Nicely done though. 3 out of 4 for both of you. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, that was a good juke on that one. I would have swore if you made me bet on which one was a Wayne lyric, I probably would have bet on the third one.
You think
I would
so?
have lost hard. Yeah.
I had to channel my inner Tunchi for that one for sure.
You got me with the swerve on that one.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it for this week's segment of Young Money or I'm Funny.
Dude, that's just reading those lyrics is fucking ridiculous to me. I love it.
Dude, I've legitimately had to like put on my best fucking fucking Daniel Day-Lewis poker face to not laugh out loud. Like, how am I supposed to say Young Money, big shit like a horse ass,
right?
Like with a straight face? That's so hard.
I think I'm gonna try. I can't promise, but I'm gonna try to find some lyrics and like I'll read something and I'll say like, is this a lyric or a misogynistic Twitter post? And you won't know until like, because when you read lyrics, it's entirely different.
Yeah, I mean,
hilarious.
I wish I could say more has happened in the last 2 weeks or so since we've recorded. We took a short sojourn from the podcast, but man, ain't shit happening. Oh, actually, one cool thing. I went to work, right? And I work from home 2 weeks, and then I go to the office 1 week. And so last week was my week in the office. So I went into the office, and Monday morning I get there, and I work second shift. I work like 11. And my office building is like not super big. It's like 3 stories. But there is an industrial complex type of like, how would I say? Like there's a bunch of like warehouses and stuff like less than a block from us. They're like 1 or 2 stores down from us. There's a bunch of like industrial warehouses and like factory type beats and stuff, right? And they have all these dumpsters for all the scrap metal and all the shit that they throw away. They have like probably like 30 or 40 dumpsters lined up against one giant brick wall. Okay. And I got to work and there's smoke like fucking emanating. And I'm like, oh shit, maybe my office is on fire. That'd be tight. And it's not that, but I get to work, and in that industrial complex, there is 3 fire trucks and a bunch of firefighters trying to put out, I guess someone, it was on the news, someone put like someone set all of those dumpsters on fire. And I don't know how they did it because they're all metal, but I guess they just threw flammable shit in there and lit fires inside all the dumpsters. But yo, I'm not kidding when I say there is like 30 or 40 dumpsters lined up. So for that person to be that dedicated to bring like 30 to 40 things to light on fire and throw in a dumpster is fucking crazy, because these things were legit like flaming. And the fucking building manager showed up and she's like, "Yeah, you guys can just go home. I don't think it's going to be safe to work here with the fumes and everything." And I'm like, "You don't have to say like say anything again. I'll fucking dip right now." And I'm driving home and I'm just listening to like music or whatever. And I stopped to get food somewhere and I just checked Twitter on my phone and I have like the news stations in my city. I like follow them and I see a post and I see myself in the B-roll footage of someone that's live on the scene. I see me outside walking to my car, and I did the thing from the fucking like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's pointing at the TV. Like I did that in my car, pointing at my phone. I'm like, "Oh shit, that's me!" And I looked around and no one saw it. I was like, "Okay," but yeah, that was kind of funny. I was on TV for like a split second.
That's pretty awesome. And then
And now I can say that I was on television in regards to arson. So that's
yeah,
pretty cool.
that's a beautiful thing. Did they ever catch who did it? Because I do have a strong suspicion.
I don't think they did. No.
I heard that Michelle Obama was possibly touring the area. Something about a library opening.
Okay.
And just
yeah,
I thought that was a coincidence. Books are pretty flammable, right? So
they are. Yeah, we'll have to pick up on that because I know some stuff that might tie into that, but we'll have to save that for next week, I think.
Those fucking those can of bananas taste like alcohol. I don't know.
Some are really good, and then some are like, ugh. You didn't even like try.
Right. The flavor is pretty good, but there's like this alcohol tinge to them. Like, I don't know how to say it. Like they just like you can like this aftertaste. You're like, ugh. But I suppose that's what makes it work. Yeah, that's how. Fucking bleach. There's like what I've been noticing now in like the last couple weeks is that the dosing of edibles is not entirely consistent.
No.
So like I got all these things, same brand, same company, different packages of flavors. There's supposed to be 10 milligrams of THC in each one. Sometimes I'll take them, and I try to keep things relatively the same. Where like I'm either on like an empty stomach or I haven't eaten a lot, and like I'll take a 10 and it doesn't do shit, and I'm like, oh damn, tolerance already or something. And then like I tried another flavor from the same company. I took a 10 and I was in a fucking outer space.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy. I know like like mushrooms, you build up a tolerance like super fast, but it like dissipates pretty fast too, kind of. So like when we were in Vegas or whatever, like I took one before we got on the plane, and it was like awesome. You know, it was like I took like 2 little squares or whatever, and like good to go. And then like as the weekend progressed, I just kept like munching on them, and it's like I'm like eating a full bar now and like not getting anything.
Dude, that intrigues me. I really wanted to fucking eat fucking mushrooms with you in Vegas, but the time just didn't fucking pan out. Like with your guys' delayed flight.
As like a guy that's done it plenty enough, I'd say like maybe for your first time
not being there in public and Vegas Strip.
Yeah. I mean, if you know how to handle it, it was fucking awesome. But like if it's your first time, like you might want to just dip your toes in like in a they always say set and setting.
Right. I might have been fucked because you weren't around for the other podcast where I told my edible story where I took fucking 60 milligrams of fucking Dalthate for my first time. and I was like, I had like a face melting experience, and it was pretty fucking horrific.
It's crazy how little like it takes sometimes, like,
Right.
and it's like, weed, whatever. It's like, no, like in different forms, it will ruin your world.
Right. Well, because I mean, this is stuff I've known from just reading and like being kind of like a fucking autistic nerd, that I always knew when you eat it, there's a entirely different mechanism of action. Like the way it's cleaved, it has like a different pathway in the body, where THC becomes hallucinogenic. Where like, because people who've only smoked and don't realize that edibles, like, they always laugh at those stories where people go nuts on edibles, not realizing that they're like a full-on hallucinogen at that level.
Yeah,
like it's not the same as smoking it.
It's psychotropic. Like
Right.
a lot of people don't understand that. They're like, oh, fucking my parents used to smoke weed every day back in the, whatever. It's like, yeah, it's a little different now.
Yeah, I took an edible the other day, and I was trying to play rhythm games, and it's weird. Like I kind of get like in this zone where time like slows down. Like I'm playing like a song on this game, and like I feel like the one song took forever. Like, and I can like hyper focus. So like I feel like I'm in the zone, but then all of a sudden my hands are like moving slower, my feet are moving slower, and I can't like keep up. If I like fall out of sync once, I'm so slow and sloppy, and then I'm like, oh, I am inebriated.
Maybe that's why like the Grateful Dead songs are like so long and like
Right?
like,
well, it makes sense. Like I actually had a thought about that because of Fish. Because I always get into arguments about Fish, because I mean, I don't hate Fish. I actually don't have anything against them. They're musicians, it's fine. But I love to hate on Fish because people who love Fish get really mad. So I love to talk shit about Fish.
Yeah.
And,
oh no, you just don't understand it, man.
Yeah,
like,
you just don't get it.
I get it. I'm just trolling you.
Right. But those like 17-minute jam session tapes or whatever they had, like one track is 20 minutes. I just remember people like, oh, that's so dope, dude. They just fucking jam and put a tape on. Like, dude, that shit sucks. Shit fucking sucks. But it makes sense. It makes sense to me now.
Oh yeah, like you have to be like pretty fucked up to like really enjoy that for 20 minutes at a time. But
you just kind of float off on it.
What's that?
You just kind of like float, like while that fucking like horrific jam band music is playing, but like if you're on one, like you just float to it. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Like you just kind of like, it's like being along for the ride. You don't care that it's 20 minutes of them hitting fucking plastic garbage pails or whatever.
I think I just found your next vehicle.
A tank?
Pretty close. I'm sure we can find some tracks for it. Where the fuck?
Dude, I saw somebody that Nissan Juke, somebody put a Juke on tank treads or some shit. They put these little like triangle treads on each wheel.
Yeah. They make those for shit. Like everything.
All right, let me pull this up. Oh shit. Where is that at? Oh, holy fuck, I want that so bad. I am going to see if we can get that for a company vehicle.
You see the middle row like swivels?
Dude, that is the fucking... So we are looking at a Mitsubishi, how do you say that, Delica? Star Wagon? Fucking that is sick. And you know what I love about it too? There's a website, vansfromjapan.com, where you can buy Japanese vans.
Yeah.
That is the sickest thing I've ever seen. I might be buying that. I'm gonna get a bunch of import vans. Is the steering wheel on the right?
It's right-hand drive, so no, technically it's not for us, but people, you can still like depending on
That's
the year,
sick. Yeah.
you can still register them.
Yeah. I'll drive that. God damn, that's sick.
I saw one
I
the
want
other day.
that
I was
so
like,
bad.
fuck. And then yeah, I think it was from the same website, but they got like the little in the center of the dash. There's like the 3 gauges right there. I think those are like a compass, like a yaw gauge, so it like tells you how far like your car's tipping
All
in
right.
any certain direction.
That is so sick.
Oh, and did you see the skylights? I didn't even see those.
No. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to peep that. So that is fucking gnarly.
Sorry, I'll get off of Craigslist.
No, dude, finding stuff from Craigslist could be the whole theme of this podcast because that's sick, dude. Yeah, dude, I could live in this van. Speaking, I'll probably be living in a van within 6 months. So, but God, I also 16 grand for a van from '93 is a little hefty, but the condition of like the physical condition looks really good.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so there's a lot of those like import companies. They do it in like a really cool way because it costs a ton to like import a vehicle, you know?
Right.
So what they do is they ship it in like 3 different containers and like all in pieces, and then they just put it together.
Yeah, that's
So you
probably
don't
the
have
only
to
way you
like
could
do
do
like
it.
the whole customs import vehicle deal.
Be like, no, it was assembled here.
Yeah. It's totally legal. It just depends like what state you're in if you can register it. But a lot of the cool states you can. I know Minnesota's gay and California
sick.
and New York, but
I saw there was like a company that helps you register import stuff because I was looking at like every other dork, like all those little Toyotas and stuff from the 90s.
yeah.
And a couple of those Nissans. I want those so bad.
Dude, a Toyota
Fucking-
Hilux would be like a dream vehicle.
Right.
They make them with like a V6 diesel and they're supposed to be like indestructible. And
Dude.
I mean, that's what all the terrorists use overseas. So like,
Right. I might have
you
to
just
go.
trigger some people driving down the road.
Once I have enough money, I might start doing this kind of shit. Just importing rare vehicles. I wish you could have seen all the garbage I saw in China.
Really?
They have some of those cars have beautiful exteriors, but they're like made out of corrugated sheet metal.
Yeah.
I like shut the door. I was like with this chick and her aunt, and I like shut the door of their car and I like bent the whole car in its frame. And they were like, "You broke it." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm so strong." It's because we drink milk.
I don't know my own strength.
But like, yeah, they like. I was like, yeah, there's a difference in safety standards, huh? Build quality.
Yeah, like they're like safety and intellectual property laws and copyright laws. Like, oh man, I could buy a Phantom for like 15 grand, and it's like, meh,
Yeah,
it's not really a
yeah.
Phantom.
It's like a cardboard Lamborghini.
Yeah.
You know, like
Have you ever seen that one GIF of a dude? He made like a cardboard Lamborghini and
Yes.
used like a 4-wheeled bike or whatever.
Yep. That's it. I've seen like that, and people always making those fucking body kits for all these different cars.
Oh yeah, that was like huge in like the 90s, doing like Ferrari kit cars. You use like a
With
Fiero.
the fucking Fiero. Yeah, I knew
yeah.
a guy. Went to high school with a guy who did that. He had 2 Fieros.
Oh, yeah.
He
I
had
think
a
I know what you're
hatch
talking
Fiero and probably. You probably know. He had like a hatchback Fiero and I don't know that one ever ran. And then he had another Fiero that he drove that had like multicolored doors because he needed a door and had to get one that was a different color. You know what though? Like, okay, Fieros look cool. They do look cool.
I
I'll give
I
'em
think they're a
that.
super underrated looking car. I think a lot of people shit on them because they weren't like super high quality, and it's like one of those like is kind of like buying like a Miata or whatever. Like
Right.
you can't afford like the Corvette or whatever cool
Porsche.
quote unquote cars are, but
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like I don't even know what. Even if I had the money, I don't know that I'd ever buy a car like any of those. I'd buy a Lamborghini if I had that kind of money, just to have one, but it'd have to be pink, same color as Starburst. That's the only thing I'll accept.
I'm not gonna hate on that.
Well, you can't if I have a pink Lamborghini.
No, because
They're
guess
like-
what? I have no Lamborghini.
Yeah, but I'm not big into like, I don't know, all this other stuff. Like I get it, but I remember when Audis weren't super expensive. They're not. I guess they're not super expensive, but they're even now. Well, besides the price of everything being bonkers right now, the fucking
Yeah.
I had a chance to get a decent Audi pretty cheap a long time ago. And I
Dude,
didn't.
do you remember that BMW I had
Yes.
that I sold to Matt and then he sold it back to me? Like that car, even in that condition, I paid $600 for that thing. It was kind of beat, but Matt bought like a donor vehicle and like swapped all the cool stuff and anything that was like torn up or busted or anything that was like ruined on it with this like other car that had like super clean interior and a bad motor. And that car right now, even with like the body not being great, would probably go for like 6 or 7 grand.
Dude, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane to me. Dude, I used to buy, like, when I have to buy anything that costs over $1,000, I'm like, I could have got a fucking car. And like, realistically now, you can't get much for that. But dude, every car I had bought before that, I don't think I ever paid more than $1,800 for a vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, it's like prices right now are absolutely insane. I don't know if there's a better way to put it, but like there's stuff like I had that big Duramax pickup truck, and when I sold that, I made a couple grand on it. I didn't like do any work to it really. It just the prices kind of went up on them. And that one now, if it like kept going on with the mileage, it'd probably have 100,000 more miles. So 300 or 250,000 miles on it, and you could probably still sell it for 27 grand. I paid
That's fucking
19 for it.
Dude, that's absurd. Yeah, I've been looking at stuff like that too. Like, 'cause I did the big brain play with my car. So I think I only owed like 3 grand on my car.
Okay.
And I almost had it paid off. And mine, I don't remember what mine cost. Some shitty sport package and everything. So I think it was like 32 or 35 grand or something, like new. And they had it appraised at, I think it was like 16 grand. So I took out a loan on the car because it was like I'm using the car as collateral. So they gave me like 16 grand and I only owed 3 on it. And I'm like, eh.
Yeah, well, if they're willing to do it, and I mean, right now, like depending on when you took that loan out, like you'd probably still make money on the fucking thing, you know?
Last year, I could probably still sell the
you
car.
could probably
and then-
still make money.
Right.
I mean, last year the prices were nuts, but like they're only going up, and it's
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna use other people's money, so give me money. And like, they're like, well, the value of the car is 16, so we can do that. And like, I'm like, sure.
whatever.
And
Give
that
it
was
to me.
right. That was my big come up. And then they're like, you want a credit card? I'm like, no. And they're like, really? It's a 2% APR on this one. I'm like, how much are you gonna give me? They're like, well, you'd have to apply. And they're like, and then they're like, well, no, wait, you just got that loan, so you don't need to apply. You want 8, 7? I'm like, 7's fine. Give me that. So I opened this line of credit too that I don't ever intend on paying back any of my credit card debt, just for any I don't know, if somebody in any banking industry was listening to this, I will not pay you back. ever.
Fuck them.
I'll pay them back when I'm rich, but until then, I don't have money. So you should just stop giving me money. Like they are funding my lifestyle. I just take it out, and then I'm like, nah. I just keep shuffling it around. It's like the cup and ball game. Like they're like, I'm like, who's gonna have my debt today? And I just shuffle it around into another bank.
Just keep moving. Oh yeah, we'll take this on and we'll tack a little more on top for you if you'd like.
I just keep thinking about this more all the time. Like, I used to pay my credit cards off exactly all the time. I never had debt. My credit was super good. What did it ever get me? Nothing. I was always perpetually broke. So I'm like, you know what? What if I just don't pay them? So I decided I don't want to give them back. And like, I don't care. It's not my money. So if you want to do this, you got to be you don't just not pay them, because then they'll just fucking send someone to rip your toenails off while you're tied down. But like, all you do is you just keep getting you go open another line of credit that lets you do a balance transfer and has like a introductory like 0% APR on your fucking balance. And then you just keep shuffling it all around. And soon you rack up $100,000, $200,000. Who fucking cares? You never paid it back. Like,
such good sound financial advice.
Yeah, those dumb fucks keep giving you money. Just keep taking it. Like, why would you not take the stranger's free candy?
Right.
There's the only strings attached are if you give in to what comes after you take the candy. Just stand your ground. Take the candy and then don't give in.
Yeah, don't
no.
hop in the van. Just
say,
thanks for the candy.
Just say like, well, they like get in and get some candy. Like, throw me a piece first. And they're like, no, you have to get in. And I'm like, I'm not getting in until you give me a piece. And they give you a piece, and then you're like, sucker, that was the pink starburst. And then you fucking eat that and walk away.
Week. Maybe if you give me some more candy, I'll come join you.
Right. And I'm gonna, like, a lot of people say this is not this does not constitute as financial advice. Fuck that. I'm straight up telling you exactly what to do financially. You should follow every piece of advice I give you to the T, because it will set you up for a successful life.
And if you don't succeed and you think you can come sue, like, we're just gonna do the same thing until you know.
Right. And it's more like, if my advice fails, it's actually, never mind, that's impossible. My advice can't fail. You failed my advice. You did something wrong. It's the only plausible explanation. I realize you can have anything you want in this country if your retarded credit score is like over 650. Yeah. If you can make your credit score, so here's another pro gamer move. If so one of the biggest impacting things on your credit score is your debt to income ratio. But if you even if you don't get more income, but just keep opening lines of credit and not using them, and then all of a sudden your total debt to available like credit is so far down, your credit score goes up. And you can keep going. Yeah. Fuck it. Like, just blow it. And then you know what else? When they ask for your income on those things, if you put under 100K, they don't give a shit. I bet they don't even check until it's over 120, 150 area. Right. I don't have a hard number, but I can say there is that new law where they want to, they fucking gave everybody $600, and then now they want to they want to be able to check and tax for every transaction at 600. Like, wow, talk about a fucking Trojan horse.
No kidding.
But
you want to?
Unless,
go ahead.
Well, if nothing has changed with that, when that is a self-reported income metric, they don't actually fucking care or check. You just have to tell them how much you make. And you just put $0 for expenses on those too. What are they going to come ask for your receipts? Like,
true.
I make according to Citibank, I make $125,000 a year, and I pay nothing in a mortgage or rent.
Yeah.
So they think I'm rich, and I am because I have their money. Anyway, that was
You
a
wanna
fucking.
know
That
how-
was my.
You want to know how tight my credit score is? I haven't had a loan since 2010.
Holy shit!
So, like, I have absolutely zero credit.
That's
I
that's a good
I
thing,
applied for an
actually.
auto loan the other day, and they're like, yeah, there's nothing to like look at as far as your report goes.
You're like, I have gold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys used to take that back in the day. Why can't you take it now?
Bring out the scale, like the little balance scales.
Yeah.
That's
Bring my
That's
own.
because you didn't follow
prospector
my
to-
advice.
No, I didn't. I just learned.
I took out a loan every week. So like loans are like they're by design there to hose people who actually care about the law. But
Yeah.
I don't. So I just don't. I just ignore it. Notice you didn't pay your bill. Yeah, so what?
Oh,
You're gonna
what?
sue me for your own money back? You're not gonna get it. I used it for food.
And if you keep sending me letters, I'm gonna turn you in for harassment. I said
Right.
stop contacting me.
Right. Do not contact. Do not contact. Do not call. Sometimes I get debt collectors and they call me and then I'm like, "What are you gonna do about it?" They're like, "Well, we're gonna," and I'm just like, "What? No. What are you really gonna do about it?" Like, come on, man. Let's just be real here. You're not gonna do a fucking thing. We'll garnish your wages. I'm like, yeah, no, you won't. Not now.
Nah. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
What's
It's
that?
kind of awesome. I just said it's not gonna happen. So people don't understand the power of the word no. And like you can't do that. And I'm like, I think I just did.
Yeah.
Speaking
One of my buddies, he wanted to get a suppressor for his rifle, so he just bought a mag light and some frost plugs and
good.
built one. And it got me thinking. It's like,
You mean he built
Yeah,
an oil
why-
filter?
yeah, yep. But it's like, yeah, why not? Like, I don't know. I think about it more and more. It's like, fuck you guys. Like,
Well, as I said before too, like there are certain items I own that if they are laying by themselves, they are an item. But then if you attach them to a firearm, they become a felony.
right.
Like, and it's really, really stupid. But
So fucking dumb.
so speaking of all of breaking the law, I have a 3D printer now.
You do?
I do.
Fuck yeah.
So I haven't even got it all set up yet because I haven't had time. But I now have an Ender 3, which is probably it's on the low end of 3D printers of what they're capable of, but it's enough for me to start my new charity organization. So an idea that I have I'd like to do along with this podcast is actually open up a this charity idea I had, and the name is still kind of in flux, but it's going to be something like Power Bottoms, and it's all about I want to send 3D printed lower receivers to everyone in America.
That's so noble.
Yeah, I just want to start sending them off randomly. I will start taking crypto donations for this charity, and donors will be eligible to be placed on Maybe we won't do lists. I don't know. We'll have to figure something out where I can get people lowers.
Be easy.
But, yeah, I just want to start giving them away. Like
I saw this other really cool thing. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. But it's a how do I want to put this? A phone caddy automatic seer.
oh, okay, cool.
They're
Cool.
super easy. Nothing to it. You make it just wide enough for your phone, and then you can put some like little designs in there where it's thinner in one spot, and I mean it might
Right.
snap there and fit into something, but
That's
and you lose
amazing.
it. But
You need another phone caddy.
yep.
Yeah,
But
so
I thought that was a pretty neat idea the other day.
I'm excited to dive into this world of 3D printing. There are so many guns I'm gonna print.
There's so many cool ones out there. Just like
Right.
the most ridiculous looking, like the Glocks with the full handle, like that fits a 32 mag flush at the bottom.
That is what I want to do that, and I want to do some like goofy shotgun or something. Like
Oh, what the fuck is that one called? Freedom 12?
the Freedom 12. Yeah, if you have any cool STL files or whatever they are, I'm gonna need those because I will be I want to arm America,
It's the way it should be.
right? I figure somebody needs to take up this noble cause.
Okay, I'll send you your first one then.
If and if it's not AR lowers, I saw these really cool like somebody 3D printed these pink Taurus like
Oh, dude.
lowers. So everyone's gonna get a Taurus, a little 9mm Taurus. Oh yeah, that is what I am gonna start printing tonight. This is exactly what I want.
A shotgun revolver.
Yes. That thing is beautiful, and so it's a fucking shotgun with a massive oh, what do you call the chamber, the rotating part? The cylinder.
The cylinder or the wheel.
Right. The wheel. I am going to I am printing that for sure. And
there's a dude that has a ton of really cool things, and they're all like up on one website. Everybody, I gotta find it, but
possibly the biggest like oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say he's what was he's got a setup to where you can rifle your own barrels using 3D printed tools.
That's sick.
And then what was the other one I saw? I'll never find him.
One of what had to be the biggest honeypots I had ever seen was on Amazon, and it was like an oil filter.
Oh yeah.
But it was like there was no pretense of like having to drill it out or anything. It was like fully ready to go and pre-threaded, and it was like, yeah. And then someone's like, so does this thread on whatever the size of the whatever the size of like a, so they didn't say like a 223 barrel. They said like the actual like measurement,
like the
for
thread
barrel,
pitch.
like a fucking 1/8 inch or whatever the fuck they are for like, and they're bigger than that, but whatever. And he's they're like, does this thread on the, let's say like a 1/4 inch fitting? And the reply was like, yes. And it was, everybody knew what they were buying those for.
Oh yeah, there's a website that actually makes like really high quality ones, and
Right.
they don't even like hide what it is. They're like, yeah, this is an item you can buy, but you need to Form 1 it or whatever. But you don't, I mean, have to if you
Right.
don't want to, I guess.
So I actually saw a huge chunk of people literally buying them from China. If you just go on like
Yeah.
AliExpress, you can order the fuck out of them, and I don't know, I just shit, you know, like like the law is what is the actual cost to get a legitimate suppressor? It's thousands of dollars, isn't it? With the ATF, like the forms you have to fill.
Well, the form's only $200, but
Oh, okay. For the stamp or whatever, the tax, you need a tax stamp.
yeah, you can either do a tax stamp or you can do what they call like a trust, and that way, like if like the ATF ever sees somebody using your suppressor, like that's like a federal offense unless they're on
Right.
your trust, and you can put like 250 people on your trust or whatever. But so if you wanted to buy like the only reason they're so expensive is like there's a lot of R&D that goes into them, like
Right.
because there are ones that like will explode with like the wrong rounds.
Oh, sure.
But normally they're kind of like the one my buddy built, like it kind of just blew the end off, and so there was just all these little baffles that went flying out like frisbees out of a shotgun, which is fine. Like
Yeah, extra shrapnel.
yeah, exactly. But like yeah, the only reason they're so expensive is because they use like high quality materials. Like a lot of them are made of titanium, and they make them serviceable because people want to, you know, spend this money and have a tax stamp for one and be able to like clean it and blah blah blah. But
See, like, what's
when you can buy
the
them for like
point of all that?
$50, what's that?
What's the point of all that? I fucking hate law. You know, the older I get, like the more I hate laws. Like, I can own this if I tell the government and give them money. But
Yep.
what's the actual difference if I own it or not? Like, it doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't do like it's just so dumb.
Yeah, it's fucking really stupid. I don't know what the difference is. I'm kind of I mean, for the most part, a law-abiding citizen until it comes to like shit like that.
I totally am, except I'm not. I only don't follow things that that my autistic brain cannot reckon with. So, like, for example, I will not obey school zone speed limits. So if I will caveat this by saying elementary and maybe middle school, okay, I'll do it because they're young and they're really dumb. If I drive by a high school and they want me to do 15 fucking miles an hour and it's like a 5-lane, you know, like 40-mile-an-hour street, why am I going 15 miles an hour when those are goddamn adults? There's some of those people in there are
when you drive
fucking
by an
adults.
Elementary school, it's like a block. You know,
Right.
The high schools are so fucking big; it takes forever to do 15
Right, it's
down those streets.
Huge. They're on main streets. They want us going 15 miles an hour. Look, if you're 16 years old and you jump in front of my car, I'm going to speed up because I need to eliminate you from the gene pool because you obviously are not going to be built for life. Like, I will not obey a school zone speed limit outside of a high school. I just will not.
That's where you go to learn, and if you're not learning, then you
Right.
shouldn't come outside those walls.
Right. Welcome to the real world. Fuck. Get the fuck out of my street. See, I pay taxes. This is my street.
Yeah, you're not even 18. You're not paying taxes on this
Yeah.
shit.
But it does always kind of fuck me up because some of those people there are legitimately 18 years old.
True.
They are legal adults. And why do I have to go 15 miles an hour around a bunch of legal adults? If we have to obey school zone speed limits, shouldn't there be bar zone speed limits then? Fucking drunks here, so 15 miles an hour until 3 a.m.
Yeah.
That makes the most amount of sense.
Right? Like fuck kids. I mean, you know, I love kids, but not really. So fuck them. And
That's the first thing you pulled back on.
I don't actually like. I don't know. I don't hate kids, but I hate people, and it just bleeds into me hating kids.
Well, yeah, because you know that little kid is going to turn into a people someday, and
He's gonna grow up into people.
I might have to deal with him at some point in life. Fuck this.
yeah,
Right.
it's like a Minority Report, literally.
I better just run over them before they rob me in the future.
Yeah.
This is a precognition.
Right. Oh shit. So we were just kind of shooting off about random shit, but now that Mr. Minded's here, this fucking week must have been pretty fucking exciting.
Congratulations.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Dude,
that was actually started over. I want to say it was like July. Started working on that then, and then with like some of the pushbacks, because originally Stash was supposed to be ready in October. They got pushed back, which that wasn't an issue at all. If anything, that just meant that it was going to be more solidified as far as when the time came. And there was even a couple hiccups, anyways, when it did come to a launch time for certain times for the public, right there in the beginning. But either way, it just allowed for more fine tuning and just further development. So,
dude, that's so sick. And so for our 5 listeners who've been waiting a month for this next episode, what happened was, so you've been working on these NFTs since July, right? Is that the
correct? Yep.
Time for me? Yeah. So like Mr. Minded here launched his fucking NFT collection, Ample Agents, and fucking 69 of them sold out in 3 minutes on Stash, which is a
it was crazy
based on the secret chain.
It's basically, I mean, they all had secret traits. Originally, I had titled them Secret Agents, but apparently there was like a couple of people that were like concerned about the name use. Although, I mean, the name isn't necessarily trademark for Secret, but it just to align with community standards. I switched from Secret to Ample, and apparently I guess there's another currency out there named Ample. It's no relation to that. It's more or less just about being abundant, having an abundant agent with an abundant of secret properties that are going to be evolving as the year goes on within, these next quarters coming up.
So that's besides your art. So first off, from like most people's, if they're like NFTs are all garbage. So yeah, like a lot of them are, and a lot of them is crap. But like I think it's a good thing for some artists. And so besides your art being like leaps and bounds better than most of what I've seen in like the NFT space, or just I like your art in general, but a lot of NFTs are literally people making crappy art and then selling them for high prices. But you actually did a lot of first off, like, so like every one of them that you sold had a, so what is that, like a subscription to Alter? Is that the service?
So yeah,
or
it's
whatever?
subscription to Pro, where you get like 30 gigabytes of space. Essentially, it is a private communication email dApp that is part of Secret Network. I think at some point they're going to be working on a chat and some other stuff. It's just kind of in the early stages, but it's just another platform for that. So you got a way to communicate with other Ample agents with the ID that you have in privacy if you need to, or like if you wanted to share art or share your agent with somebody else without them having to worry about right clicking or all that goofy shit. You could do that. So that was part of it as well too. And then it's just going to be some other things with some like metaverse and integration coming up. Essentially,
That's gonna be sick.
funds were staked from that project to create a liquidity pool from what is being earned on that to further market There was a small amount of it that was pulled right away to put towards marketing right away and further development and just some restructuring of the website. Just to allow for some transparency. And these are things I'll announce to everybody else. It's not been asked for, but it's just nice to give that to people, just so that they
Dude.
know what they've invested in will be something that will be growing. And also just because I personally know some people that are awesome that work for Secret Network too. I won't say any names, of course, but I wanted to figure out something that was going to be able to be maintained, and would also honor them too, knowing that it would probably get around that I know them as well. So,
Dude, it's just so fucking I don't know, I was super psyched just to see that. And like the other, but not even just like that ample integration, but like, so for example, when you did the one and you took a picture of that graffiti at like that intersection in St. Paul, and then you included like the geotags in the
Graffiti Alley, yeah,
right in
that's
the
the one that
metadata. And
so Oscar's, he's the main dude behind Alter, the founder. He's the one that owns that right now, who's got it up for 4,444 secret. And he bought that actually OTC. He didn't. His Kepler wallet was fucking up when I launched everything. You might want to beep out his name or whatever, obviously too. But regardless of that, so he didn't get in right away with that initial launch. So he actually bought that OTC from a secondary sales. But yeah, that was probably. I mean, there's a lot of really great ones. That one I really dug a lot too. And I don't know if the one thing I did notice though was some people were having issues with the metadata. Like it would obviously read different from a PC to say
a Mac and a phone and whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So there might be something where I'll have to figure something out to where I'll just unlock a lot of that stuff for them. I'll just I'll number the agents and say, okay, this is what was in that metadata for them. If they want it. Otherwise,
you gave away like original music on some, right?
I did. So it was the ones that were like the Ample agency, little pixel, like it's basically a little pixel art depicting like the agency, and that'll be something where it might even be fun to do like a voxeled version of the agency to use in Sandbox and other like voxel metaverses, and just drop it to the 3 people that own that. So that's just something that only those 3 people can have, or else. But that was the only 2 of those 3 that aside from the agents that had the instrumental as well, but then you also got the Alter ID and their free-year subscription to that as well with those.
It's just so, like, that's so fucking gnarly. Like, people got an insane amount of value actually out of those. Like, there was legitimately tons of shit.
I saw one person, it was outside the Ample agent thing. It was someone that just had recently, like, just purchased a subscription. I think it was over Twitter, and they were just disappointed because of how basic it was. And I don't know if they realize how early they are. I mean, they just recently, I think, got approved for like $1 million or raised $1 million for whatever it was. So a bunch of upgrades and stuff. And I'm sure you're going to see some changes coming with Alter anyways. And I know there's some crazy stuff coming with Secret Ever too, so I'm sure they'll just follow suit starting next year. So.
Right.
I really like that idea of like creating like an artist community and like being able to get input from people, and it's like secure, and like you don't have to worry about like you said, people right clicking and saving your shit.
That, and just even like people behind the scenes, being able to just to spy on conversations or read emails that for whatever reason, and so even if it's not just personal data, because some people are like, well, why do you want to be so secretive? And it's not so much that as it's just you just don't need to know. No one needs to know what we're discussing, whether it's creative based, which I think a lot of times when you have like project ideas and stuff that you want to trademark, that is going to be very essential.
For sure.
And just also the fact too that it's on blockchain is also really neat as well. So
yeah, I mean,
I would definitely
you're on the
agree with
cutting edge. I mean, there's like people are giving NFTs a bad rap because they don't see the potential for everything that you're on like how do I say this? A lot of those other projects, they came in early, so they got their money for their little art project and their picture, but I don't feel like there's going to be a
some of them were held back because they wanted to sneak in some of the other ones first, or I don't know.
Right.
That's
I
neither here nor there, I suppose. But
I let's just say being privy to certain discussions, I feel like some people were allowed to launch first in certain
Yep.
areas when they, just so they could get in and get their shekels. But
and there was a couple of projects that weren't whitelisted that got on there before others, and there were some people that were disappointed or upset with it. But I'm like, well, regardless of when, even if you have to wait a few extra days, I think a lot of it is just people are like they're ready to go and they just don't want to be sitting in that limbo. But it's like,
right,
I would rather have it be right and be smooth than nothing else. And
right,
just sitting there in the Discord thread after hitting the reveal button, and people were saying that they got theirs. It was only like the one or two people that had issues, and the one other issue was someone tried to mint purchase one that was grabbed at the same time by somebody else that they tried, so they didn't realize that it kept failing because of this, and they just needed to refresh their page and notice that. And
right,
then when they finally did, then they moved on and had no issues. But otherwise, I mean, a lot of that is obviously Stash app itself. Stash is being very fluent and very smooth running, and that just kind of lends to, I think, the methodical approach to who and when and what size projects are launching at certain times.
right. And also there's some other stuff we can get into with that, but the how do I say this? I think a lot of those other projects they did their thing and then that's pretty much it. If they do anything else, they're just going to release more to try to make more money. But like you have like it's
I want
like
it to look like a cash grab, you know what I mean? And that's not what I
right.
wanted to do either. I don't want it just because some people it's like, well, whatever, but it's like I'm using my artist name, I'm using my name on this too, anyways,
Right.
because I want to create something that's going to become iconic, or it could be one of those Genesis collections,
Right.
or one of the early, like one of the quote unquote blue chip projects that are aligned with some of the other early ones, like the Anons project or
I think people are
Secret
seeing the
Dogs, or
value.
whatever you want to liken it to.
You gave them actual like value beyond just the holding the art, because there's to be honest, there's a lot of people in there that are trying to just resell. They're just trying to get in and get out and resell. But you gave like there's an actual like benefit to holding it, to having that address, like, and it's like it's just cool to see, like you have almost like a community now. And I'm sure
Even I think just anybody holding an NFT early right now, just with what's coming to kind of even what has been discussed, outside of this, with what we kind of know was what with the different quarter Q1, Q2 coming in. It's like you might as well just. I mean, some people like that quick flip. That's totally
Right.
fair, but it's
It
like
is what
sitting
it
on
is,
it. The
but-
value is just going to appreciate with the appreciation of the value of the network.
Have you thought about like doing like secret, like not the chain, but like kind of like planning a drop that you're only going to do for people that are holding your NFTs?
So that's where I wanted to do essentially like just a voxelized version of their agent. I don't know if I'll do 69 unique ones, or if I would just do, let's say, 30, and it'll just be maybe 2 of each, and then maybe 9 like super limited ones that can be, they're already like sandbox integrated or with whatever other one. That was considered too, and also just even figuring out creating some that are only obtained through reward systems, like what we had discussed, by staking.
Right.
And just obtaining it that way too, just to kind of keep it to where it's not always either you're going to get it OTC at a secondary price, or you have to get it that way, just to kind of keep the rarity factor there a little bit too. I really wouldn't want more than 100 is kind of what was the plan. And right now I think there's only like 71 out there, just with some of the couple of the lockable variants that I've seen. And I don't know if they're reselling those or not, if they're just sitting on them. And I think a lot of them are just sitting
Right.
on them because they know, like, this
I
isn't
think-
even like, I mean, this isn't even open to public yet. And once that happens,
Right.
they might get a wave, and just kind of like with what happened with Solana, Bored Ape Yacht Club, and all the other stuff. I mean, they have just projects
Right.
constantly launching that are just actually very well done, because people are like, we want to present something very well done on this network. because of what they're presenting, and when people catch wind of what Secret Network's doing, I mean, I think it's just gonna, take off even that much more because of what they have for a use case and what you can do creatively.
Yeah. And so what I think is a really good sign is there are very few people reselling or trying to resell what you've done, and the people that are asking fucking like minimum 10x markup. So like
those guys are doing it too because they don't want to resell, but they just want to keep it there, like a showcase too. Like I know a couple, like one of the guys, it was for another project too. He's like, I put it at that price because I don't want anybody to buy it.
The one
so
at 30
like,
grand or whatever.
Well, even like with some of like the dogs and some of like the anons or even like the redacted rabbits, I think there are some that are like crazily priced. But I think some people are doing that too because they want to hold it, but they want to just showcase it on Stash and not have to worry about it being anywhere else. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I got this. I want to show it off, but not sell it. But I suppose if someone did pay what they wanted, they would, there's nothing you can do about it because they could just go in and buy it anyways. But they set either a meme number or a number like, hey, this isn't really for sale.
Right. But that's still so dope. It's got me, I had already been thinking about exploring NFT spaces, but like now I'm like for sure want to do something. Cause
man, like it was discussed, need a Heaven's Exiles, reboot.
Right. Like the actual people that are like in the space doing cool shit legitimately is super small. So there's still time, like I'd say within the next few months to get something out and like really do it. I if I do it though, I want it to be something that provides value. Like
some use case, some utility.
Right. Or it doesn't even have to be like anything technical, but like maybe like anybody who's holding it is like entitled. Like if I do future shit, I just drop randomly to NFT holders' addresses or something. Like benefits to holding it, like a reason to be the holder of it.
Yeah, you could almost make like I don't want to say like a country club, but like a country club type of thing, like creating a space for people to get together.
Right.
Yeah, that would be sweet too. I think it's like Zombie Inu or Xenu is doing something where they're creating their own social network for holders specifically of that currency to where if you're holding, it's almost, I mean, it's set up kind of like, I think it's designed to essentially look like a blend of Facebook and MySpace as far as like the aesthetic, but it's kind of cool. And I think people are asking for like, you're going to do your own Discord or your own Telegram with all these projects. And I've thought about that too as well, because that could be another place to have that community. But it'd be nice just to fine line it and have one main hub, and that's where I'm just kind of reserving that just to the Stash community Discord thread, just so it's like, hey, go here for now.
You're whitelisted and have some good contacts.
Information on everything. So if you're having troubles with Stash, you're already right here under the Stash umbrella. You know what I mean? So.
Right. I mean, that's kind of how Facebook got started. It was kind of like an exclusive thing. Like you had to know somebody that was there and verify a few things, and and then you could get in, and it's like, oh shit, that's how it like blew up.
Right. You know what I'd like to do?
Point.
So I would like to do something like I do an initial run of like 100 or 200 NFTs or something, right? But then what I would do is like anything I made under that label, I would never drop another new NFT again. I would only distribute them to NFT holders. So, and then I'd probably set commission or something if possible.
Yeah,
but like
some things too that I was considering is where if you're holding it, that's the only way to obtain something, whether or not they want to turn and burn it or turn it. And in terms of flipping, I mean, not so much.
Right.
Maybe that's not the best word for it when it comes to flipping it with this, but turn and like make a profit. They could, but otherwise, it's like that's the only way you would get a version of that. And then it's just a way too for people to add more things if they are wanting at some point to resell it. Like, okay, I've got all
Right.
this included with it. I've got that voxel. I've got a few other things that are released. Even considered doing something where could mint some default things to where it's going to be just commissions. Some people were like, it'd be nice to have an actual painting on the wall of this.
Right.
So that
So
just finding other unique ways to further grow it.
right. So like for me, I don't I don't know a ton about NFTs in the whole space, but one thing that I think bodes well for the future of them, and there's like a lot of pushback from people about NFTs right now, like they don't want them in their video games and they don't want them in there. And I can see why, but there are some good reasons why to hold it. So like for me right now, if I have a physical collectible, no matter what it costs me, I can go sell it to another collector, or I can trade it, or it has some physical intrinsic value. I can reproduce it digitally and it has no value. NFTs give you digital scarcity or digital value or digital rights. So you actually do have like there becomes a value to being the holder of it. And
And especially if it's on a specific blockchain too, and not. I mean,
right.
obviously that's they're gonna be Ethereum or something else. But that's part of it too. I mean, that's why they always said with some of those crypto punks, because it was minted so farther back and on some of those earlier blocks, that made the value of them even worth more too. Because that's just they were so far back or so old, however you want to word that.
Right.
That is added to the value.
It's definitely like a Wild West space, and it's easy to dismiss, but when you actually start getting into these tech, like I have a feeling that kind of Web3 NFTs, all of that is all going to be blockchain based. Cuz like if this was fucking 1970 something, 1980 something, whatever, I'm showing you like whenever the HTTP protocol came out. If I start talking about it doesn't mean anything to you, but you know what a web page is. Like the entire world right now revolves around that protocol, but it meant nothing when it came out. Like, or it wasn't like, even when it came out, even when people were seeing the initial web pages, it was some text. Honestly, like they probably weren't imagining this exactly, but some people were, and then that's who struck. That's who has shaped the world, and I think it's going that way for sure. I just don't. I don't understand enough.
I've said the same thing. Like there's so many different ways to like implement that we haven't even like thought of yet, and it's just going to like somebody's just going to think of something. It's like, oh yeah, duh, and then it'll just become like second nature. Like everybody will be using this, and like you won't think about like where it started.
Right, exactly. Like the use cases just aren't like, they're not there yet, so people don't get it. But then soon it'll be part of their everyday life, and they won't even like it'll just be like, duh, that's how it works. But they'll have like never known it, right? And I
there'll be people like, yeah, I had to purchase this NFT to go get a certain list of groceries or some shit.
Right, like you never know what you'll actually like, how it's all gonna work in the end. And I'm actually pretty excited to see where it goes. Well, and also now my livelihood depends on it, so fucking hope that all pans out. That's the fucking. We didn't really talk about it, but I just left my job to work at a startup that we all fucking know, a mutual friend of all of ours here, that I definitely love it, and I love the challenge, but it's definitely way faster paced than I think a lot of people can imagine. And it's way like I don't know how to explain it, but it's way more rewarding and way more fulfilling. And so I love that. But it's also like legitimate things rest on my decisions and actions. It's like a lot of responsibility, I guess, too. It's really cool. It's really cool. But man, I fucking put in a lot of hours already.
But I mean, you think about it, like that's what you got to do. I think you're in early enough that, I mean, maybe a few years down the road, it's gonna be like I can kick back and not worry about fucking putting in all the extra hours. I can have somebody else do it for me.
Hopefully,
You know.
I think that unless I ever had like a windfall of fuck you money where it was like I had $1 billion, I don't know that I could ever rest. Like I always think I'd be doing something. I'd be investing in something, building something, like whatever, some new space or tech. There's always going to be a next thing. I mean, we're never going to be.
With like how fast technology is moving, like, I mean, you don't really know exactly where this is going, but I'm gonna guess it's a very good direction, and I think you'll be way better off than a lot of people, you know, that never
Right.
that, like you said, we're talking shit on NFTs or, you know, different cryptos and different technologies in the cryptos.
I mean, even like I'll talk shit about NFTs, but that's because I understand very well that there's actually going to be value to them, and they have a function, and there's like publicly verifiable proof of ownership and a chain of it. Like that's going to be valuable in many situations. Selling I was gonna say selling JPEGs of your dick is not, but actually that sounds like a good idea. I might be on that. That might be my next NFT project. But like it's the people who
But
lack
that can, like,
imagination.
streamline stuff like down the future, whether you know, do it with like physical things, you know,
Right.
like instead of having to like go to the DMV to like register your car, it's like, here, there's
Right.
an NFT connected to this VIN number, and these guys just sent it to me. So like,
It's literally the best
you just
use
renewed
case.
your license and it's an NFT.
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
But yeah, like that kind of record keeping system being public ledger is probably the way things will go. I mean, literally, why would you not have that kind of a record verified via some sort of blockchain? And so I really think that's where things will go. And there's all kinds of things you can do, like smart contracts and whatever. It's so far above me even how much you can actually do on these crypto chains that I don't know that people who look at it all like it's just money, like getting in and getting out for US dollars, they're kind of like, you can do that, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
So some people will, and some people are scammy and just want money and whatever, but there's actual technology here. It's just being utilized in many different ways right now.
Yeah, and eventually it'll like funnel down into like the most useful, like, oh duh. Like I said, like
Right.
why weren't we doing this before? Like this makes things so much easier, whether it's, you know, online or even in the real world or whatever, you know.
Right. And there's so many cities now are offering paychecks or pensions in Bitcoin. There's
Really?
like multiple cities that are doing it. And I know New York. So I don't know the specifics of this one, but Miami launched like Miami Coin or something, and you can get like paid in it and whatever. And I think New York's trying to do the same thing. And then there are other places that'll straight up pay you in Bitcoin now. I don't know that I would take it. Like, I don't know what the benefit is over taking your US dollar and just getting Bitcoin, but I suppose it overcomes a slight hurdle of getting it directly in Bitcoin, or maybe for tax reasons. I don't know, but
Oh,
I prefer the
they'll
government
figure
not
that out
issuing
and
my
figure out a way
Bitcoin.
to tax you, no problem.
Right. I prefer my Bitcoin not being government issued. But
Yeah.
that is whatever. But it was just like, that was a super exciting thing to watch, all of those selling out in fucking 3 minutes, and like just seeing that, like, it's like art you've always done, but now it's like in a new way and kind of a cool thing. And I think that's something that needs to be seen more of too, is you were like, a lot of these people who do these NFTs are like tech people first and foremost, who scrap together some art to make money off an NFT, where you're like an artist first and foremost who learned all this shit to make this happen. You know, that was the coolest fucking thing.
I guess I didn't even think about that too. That is a good point as well. But it was more or less just trying to figure out ways to, I guess, even with what you're saying, unite both of those worlds.
Right.
Because I mean, it takes a skill, a talent to to do what you do as well, and that's definitely a work of art in itself. So that's just something cool to think about too. But
Right.
yeah,
It's
I guess with that said too, that just means that I mean anybody could essentially be doing this too. As long as a lot of it is just presenting
Yeah.
something that is, that you personally feel or that you are behind. As far as like
Right.
what you call or what someone labels quality and what someone doesn't, I guess is you can leave up to the community. But presenting a good idea. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm not like trying to like shit on people, and I'm not gatekeeping art or tech. Like, you can do whatever you want. Anyone can do it. But like, there's just a different, you can see the difference in certain people. Like, when something, if it looks like a scam, smells like a scam, walks like a scam, you know what I mean? It is like, you don't
When
have
you
to
see, like,
second guess.
the people
Secret-
like. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, when you see like the big YouTube stars like shilling this stuff, and it's like you've never been into any of this until it was like a money
Right.
grab.
Buy my new NFT, and it's like 12 pictures of their face or something, and like, dumb.
Yeah, their new NFT is one that they're gonna already have up for sale when the project launches because they asked for that in
Right.
order to promote this project. You know what I mean? And it's like,
Right.
I think
Yep.
that, and that's what's neat about Secret Network too, is that they you don't see a lot of that. I mean, they're always looking for people and influencers and stuff too, but they don't just go out to make it look like it's synthetic. They want somebody that actually believes in what's going on. I think there's something to be said
Right.
about projects and other current or anybody in general that looks for that, because what a lot of companies don't realize is your audience will see through that shit, and a lot of this stuff just presents itself very cringy. And I just
Yeah,
sometimes I wonder like
mean,
what is going on with some of these PR departments or whatever when it comes to who they're reaching out to and how they're having them word or say things.
are you gonna work then with like Facebook's metaverse shit? Or Meta's metaverse shit, I guess it is now.
So I didn't know if they were going to open it to where you could bring in stuff, because I mean, right now
I don't
I've
know
got
yet.
one that's going to be rendered and rigged up. So I'll have the skeletal system to where it can be animated and moved and everything. I'm assuming Facebook is going to want something that is along those lines, already rigged and everything. Otherwise, these things won't move. But
Right.
I don't know what if there's gonna be an open call for that. One of the ones was another one too. It's on the Ethereum chain. And the neat thing about some of these is I know that they're going to be creating bridges and stuff too, so it can stay on secret, but also bridge to other if it wants to, and maybe even find some new people in some of these other blockchains to do projects on secret and kind of tie things into as well. But Wild was the other one. It was the Wilder one that's currently in the works as well. They've got a bunch of stuff on Instagram. They're doing some really dope shit. So there's some options too. I just wanted to start out with the simplest one, which I figured would be a voxel, but I figured it'd be neat to just do a few different ones, so they're kind of spread all over the place, and people kind of
Right.
just see that as well too. Maybe even get some new people looking at it.
So I'm trying to. So Snoop Dogg. What did Snoop Dogg like recreate his mansion in, or having that done? Ethereum-based metaverse platform Sandbox. So somebody paid $450,000 to fucking live next to Snoop Dogg in their metaverse there.
So I saw that on the map, and I was trying to figure out how to even like access like those plots and just see what was going on, but it wasn't happening that day for whatever reason. But Yeah, you can see it when you sign in or when you check out Sandbox. You can see where his plot is at. I
Good
didn't
God.
realize it was going for that amount. That's crazy. I
Right.
know
There's a
with
digital
the
real estate
metaverse
grab
that
right
Wild's
now.
working on, they've got a like a condominium that they've got done already, and one of the floors I think sold for right around 139,000. I don't remember
Good
what that was in
fucking
Ethereum at
God,
the
dude.
time.
People can buy houses in the real world for this shit in some places.
That's what I'm saying. Some of these people have to be just sitting on like multi-millions of Ethereum, and they're just like, what is,
Right. What can I blow my money on? That or this is like, yeah, it's just another investment for them because there's no way rational people are
Some of these
spending
people are
100
probably
grand
like,
on a
yeah, we're
digital
gonna turn and
place to
just flip
live.
this anyways at some point, and we'll just be a part of the hype.
Right. That's my
Which
guess.
is, whatever. It's a whole fucking flex in itself. So it's what I mean. It's like if that's what you want to do, go for it. It's just gonna get people talking about it, and it's like and it's good for them too. So
Fuck. That's
Yeah.
wild. Fucking, I can't wait to be standing in a digital bread line in the metaverse. Like, we're probably all like at that point, like the air is not breathable and it's like 10 million degrees outside. So we're all just hooked up to pods and we have to live in the metaverse.
asking the government
Fucking-
if we can eat today, and they'll be putting on a fucking
Right.
visor and be like, "Here you go, have some metaverse food for."
Sorry, you didn't get on the
Facebook comes
crypto
in and
poodle.
knocks down anything you've built and puts up blue logs.
If you didn't buy the crypto poodle NFT of like 2032, you're no longer able to get food stamps because they'd only airdrop them to fucking those people.
The fucking poodle holders, holy shit!
Yeah,
They create a whole new like class of people, like class warfare,
right.
depending
I
on what
can't-
NFTs you have.
If you can't pay the gas fee on transactions, they cut your food tube to your pod.
You could geofence certain areas too, to where
Yeah.
if you tried to use that service and didn't own the NFT and it didn't register on that shit, it would never work.
It's like like in a video game when you get to the edge of the map, but you can keep seeing out, but you're like not allowed to go through it yet. It's like you're fucking trying to go into McDonald's, but they've
I have
kicked you
that
out for
NFT
being.
on the other side,
Yeah.
right over there. I'll tell you.
You're stuck behind an invisible wall because you're not an NFT holder.
And then you got people coming in trying to speed run it and clip through walls and
Right.
Oh shit!
You have to fucking update the software on your
Setup.
pod. Like, if you don't update your pod software, you can't use the drive-through at Taco Bell.
or you can't even just get like the special for the month either.
Right.
It could be that
like,
simple.
verify
Certain
your
companies will do that
address.
shit too.
You got to buy the cheesy gordita crunch NFT in order
Right.
to buy a real cheesy gordita
Well,
crunch.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to have the fucking. You had to buy some Doritos NFT to get the one like the Dorito taco. Exclusive menu items for NFT holders. That's the next hellscape we're in.
That's crazy.
You
I
can't
mean,
get a Big Mac anymore.
It's funny to think about, but it's not far fetched enough to where like, hey, we have a secret menu.
I'm getting
of
kind of
certain
scared
flavors.
actually.
You can get it made for you for a year.
Right?
Jesus. You're
Yeah.
probably right.
It's gonna start like that. Like if you're an NFT holder, you can like you get like free soda or some shit. Like if you have the fucking Taco Bell cheesy gordita NFT. But then like it's gonna spread to where like you can't use the dollar menu unless you have the NFT fast pass or something.
I've
Dollar
spent
menu
all
is
my
for
money on
NFT holders.
NFTs, and I can't afford to buy things on the dollar menu.
I'm gonna try to flip some dollar menu items for some liquidy real quick.
Right? You have to fucking sell your Burger King on the blockchain so you can fucking eat at a McDonald's.
They won't let your kid into the play place.
Oh, that's a whole different key in itself. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh. Well, I think the only thing you got to do is be the first ones to get on this shit. So when do we start?
Yeah.
Right. That's my my goal is so when we're all hooked up to the pods that I have a mansion in the metaverse.
You're right. Surrounded by your gun wielding robots.
Right. I'm going to like be 90 feet tall, 7 tons, pure muscle. I just want to tower over the continent in the metaverse. That I'm not excited for our VR metaverse future actually. I always thought I would be ready for it, but now I'm not ready for it that it's here.
There's so many fucking idiots out there that are gonna be like trying to share in that too. They're like, man, I want this metaverse to be next to this person. You know what I mean?
Right.
Trying to escape this shit.
That's yeah, I mean, damn, we're just clamoring to put ourselves in the Matrix, aren't we?
Yeah, people are just waiting to do it.
Yeah,
Right.
there's people dropping, buku money to do it already. Yeah.
Right. Dude's already paying $500,000 for a fucking Roblox house or whatever the hell's going on. I'm like, Jesus. More
Maybe
power
that
to
was
them,
the
I
whole
guess.
design of
Right.
Minecraft. We'll indoctrinate these kids with this, and then we can sell them NFTs down the road.
Minecraft was a psyop.
In there too.
Yeah, they're just preparing all these kids to live in the digital universe.
You built with blocks to ready them for the blockchain.
Right, exactly. There's levels. They knew what they were doing. That's why Microsoft bought it. It's fucking Bill Gates. You can't log into Minecraft if you don't scan your vaccine passport.
And then recite some fucking incantation in his name.
You get booted from the server if you don't have your 90th booster shot. Like you lose all your equipment and items if you didn't get the booster on time. You're just like fucking naked in Minecraft.
I like how he has become like one of like the staple like voices for the pandemic has been Bill fucking Gates.
Right.
And people are just like, oh yeah, this makes sense that he's talking about this shit. He's got to be a doctor.
This billionaire is out for our welfare. The one that believes in overpopulation.
Yeah, right.
Right. Like,
He doesn't have an agenda or anything.
Yeah.
Sarcasm.
I don't know what is with our savior culture with fucking billionaires. People just keep looking at billionaires like they're the answer. Like they're successful. They must know everything. Dude, Bill Gates needs to stay in his fucking lane.
He's got all that acreage now. He can just sit in the middle of that shit.
Right? My only hope is that by the end of all this, someone skins him alive. I mean, that's just what I hope.
On a concrete ping pong table.
Right? Exactly. That whole interview he did about Epstein, where they were asking about his ties to Epstein, and he goes, "Well, he's dead." Like, oh shit.
So let's just
I don't know if you guys saw that.
Sure everybody knows that.
Right. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's fucked up. It was like a legit, like, I don't remember, like MSNBC or something. They were asking him about it, and they're like, "Well, he's dead, so whatever."
Was it like shortly after that his wife filed for a divorce?
It was.
Was this after?
Part of the whole rumor about their divorce is that it's something to do with asset protection, just in case there was fallout from this.
I read
from the
shit
Epstein
too.
trial.
I didn't know if it was around, ironically, the same time, possibly too, so they could further say, "Oh, this is why," and not to protect our assets.
Right, because they made it seem like this big legitimate divorce, but I think the problem is she knew what the fuck he was doing with Epstein, and there's more. Okay, the Epstein story about pedophilia is, that is a horrific thing, and it's a big part of it. But not the real story, but they never touch on the illicit movement of money. The fact that like that good old Jizzy Lane Maxwell's dad died in a mysterious boating accident and then like left him billions that he managed or whatever, and how he basically just has all these ties to very rich and wealthy people and has been funneling their money everywhere. And the vast majority of people that took, so like they've never released the full plane logs. They put like Trump's like Trump never went to the island. He took a plane ride with Epstein from Miami to New York. That's the only one. But they released that.
I thought it
And
was
Clinton,
like 2 weeks ago on Yahoo, and then they ran that story again like 4 hours later and removed his name from that. It was crazy.
right. And Clinton went to the island. So there's, and like Bill's on the flight logs like 20 sometimes or whatever, and he fucking went to the island. But what they haven't released is the massive amount of scientists and like deans of like biomedical engineering departments and like all of these fucking colleges that were on there, like huge swaths of people in tech and science were on the plane with him, and Bill Gates included, with all his creepy vaccine and farmland buying. There's like all this weird talk of like depopulation and gene editing and blah blah blah. And it's really all, I don't know, it's really all convenient that Epstein dies and then, you know, this all happens. And
He could hide Epstein on that fucking land and no one would ever know.
right.
Did you see the Ghislaine trial thing? All the guilty verdicts or whatever.
I had the article pop up, but I didn't read
Yeah.
it, that she was guilty.
The
sex
interesting part about
trafficking or
that
something.
is I think the judge sealed a ton of information, so
Right.
it'll never come out.
Isn't he? Some was telling me he's an Obama era fuckboy.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of that. And well, we could get into it next time. So, like, there was a bunch of tapes missing from the first. So the FBI seized a bunch of videotapes, supposedly in, like, 2008. And those are missing and never been returned, and no one knows where they are. And there was a lot of camera equipment on the island. So there's a really good possibility that there's a lot of incriminating tapes. Right. But I do have one theory on who took them. And I think it might have been Michelle Obama.
Oh goddamn.
Yeah. But I'm not
wouldn't be surprised,
sure.
though.
Right? So I'm wondering who she got tapes on and what she's bribing them for.
Or they got tapes of her whipping out her big dong.
Right. But I'm wondering if
Trying
we
to
could
keep that
finally
under wraps.
she's not doing a very good job. We could probably get her finally to come on the show if we got those tapes. So we are going to start launching our campaign to, like, where are the Epstein tapes seized by the FBI?
We
just need
a
them.
fundraiser or like a
Right.
GoFundMe.
Like a GoFundMe, trying to find the poor missing Epstein tapes. If we could just find those, so we could finally have our podcast guest we've been trying to get since the first episode.
What'd you want to do?
Oh, whatever. I'm already ready to record. I didn't have a lot planned for this week, so I figured we would just talk shit about Alec Baldwin for fucking 20 minutes and then whatever
Oh
happened.
my god, that poor man. I feel so bad for him.
I feel bad for him too, but like it's really funny how quickly I don't know. I guess I could save this for the bit.
I hit record and I was just gonna cut everything out from before, but like whenever you want to roll, just
Censor
fucking
it.
go. Yeah.
It's really funny that people one person dies accidentally on a Hollywood set and California is about to completely ban guns on any Hollywood backed studio set, and
Yeah.
millions of people, millions is an exaggeration obviously, but
Trillions.
a lot of trillions of people
Yeah.
die every day to gun violence, and there's not like an eye being batted.
They're like,
I'm
whatever.
pretty
Right.
2A as far as stuff goes. I mean, you both have seen my safe, but it's still really funny to me that that's how shit works. One person that's like relatively famous or whatever
Yeah.
gets a little too
It's-
antsy playing John Wayne and fucking kills someone. Meanwhile, I think 19 people died in a shooting in Chicago in one day yesterday or something.
Right.
Alec
Last
Baldwin
week.
also did that.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin's been really busy.
I don't know.
He's
But no.
been killing a
Um,
lot of people.
I know. So how it happened, I think, and I've heard mixed reports. The most of what I've heard, or like the latest consensus, seems to be that some fucking how live ammo got loaded into the gun, and it was originally it was either that or a blank didn't get properly cleared from the chamber, and so when the next round was fired, it was like a blunderbuss.
Yeah, so I heard 2 reports, and the first one was the first thing is everyone keeps calling it a prop gun. It's not a prop gun; it's a real gun. It
It's
just
a real
fires
gun.
They're just
Blanks in it,
firing
yeah.
blanks. So yeah, if you inside of a blank round, there's no end, there's no bullet, but there's still gunpowder, and it has to have a paper wad to hold it in. And if you don't clear that paper wad, it can actually come out with enough force to kill somebody. Which is
Absolutely. I know blanks are still like definitely not to
Right.
be fucked around with.
So that was the first thing I heard. But then I heard another report that they were loading those with live ammo and going shooting between takes. Fucking around
So
out in the
that's
desert.
probably-
Well, yeah, because
So
wasn't there
that-
like 2 negligent discharges on that set prior to that happening? Like,
I believe
yeah,
it.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
I believe they were
a
just
whole,
fucking
a whole
around.
mess.
that's
I
fucked.
saw, I saw a tweet that someone said, "Do not let Fabulous find out about this Alec Baldwin news." And then someone replied, "See you in my city, fuck around and you get popped. Call me Alec Baldwin because I'm lethal with the prop."
Oh no.
That should be rolling
God,
for like an
that's
hour,
so-
dude.
That's,
Oh
all
man.
right, that is a good one. But yeah, no, if I was Alec Baldwin, I would be devastated.
Oh, for sure.
I
Obviously.
would I would just buy a house in like the mountains and just like never come out again.
Yeah, I guess I wonder how desensitized you get to that sort of stuff as like a famous Hollywood actor. Like Tom Cruise must kill at least 1 or 2 people a week that just like no one hears about it because he's so much more powerful.
Well, that's
than,
just Tom
Alec
Cruise.
Baldwin.
He's got some
Well,
Scientology shit going on.
I was gonna say,
which,
Yeah.
like,
that's Scientology. He's got him in the
Yeah.
closet in those
Yeah,
rooms
he's
where they
seen
have
his
him hooked
personal
up to
champion, bro.
machines.
it's badass.
No,
I-
but like seriously, like imagine like you're an actor. I specifically wonder about like action focused people. Like Baldwin obviously doesn't really focus on that stuff, so it's like really unfortunate what happened, obviously.
Yeah.
But I do wonder about like say you're Jason Statham, right? And you're on a set. How often, like realistically, do you think shit like this happens where it's like a near miss, like someone almost fucking dies?
Oh,
All
well,
the time.
probably yeah. More often than we think. Absolutely.
More often than gets reported, right? Like it's obviously not like the safest working conditions. Like,
Yeah.
dude, if Jackie Chan, a master of his fucking craft, who choreographed everything himself, safety tested everything himself, did
Mhm.
everything with immaculate like procedure and just total preparation, ended up breaking every fucking bone in his body over the course of his career a dozen times over. You're really telling me that fucking these like people that do rush jobs on
Yeah.
a 6-month shoot for a $70 million movie can do it better? Fuck out of here, dude. No way.
No. Yeah.
No fucking way. There's got to be some crazy shit going on that this is barely scratching the fucking tip of the iceberg.
Yeah,
I
and I
wanna
feel
know
like,
how-
like you said, with the news, it doesn't really nobody pays attention until it's like a high profile thing. Because if you're reading the news or something and you read an article that says stuntman almost dies, and you're like, and
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like
Yeah,
okay.
and?
Right.
So he
Shit,
didn't
like-
do his job good enough.
shit, I'm glad he's okay, but like, is that it?
Yeah.
Well,
like, yeah,
didn't
Whatever thing whizzed by his head and he was fine, thank God. And you're like, oh,
didn't
okay.
a chick get
Cool.
paralyzed doing the Resident Evil movie?
Yeah, Mila
Wait,
Jovovich.
who
did?
She didn't get paralyzed. She got her skin
Or
got tore off. She got
decapitated or something.
degloved or some
Oh.
shit.
Something nasty
what?
happened.
What? Who is this?
Yeah.
What happened?
I'll see if I
It was
can
like
find the
a
article.
stunt
Yeah, on the
woman
last.
on like Resident Evil movie.
Yeah,
She got really messed up. I thought she was paralyzed or dead.
she might have been paralyzed, but I think she's walking now. But she lost an arm. Yeah, here's one. She got like most of
Amputee
her
chicks
skin
are
was
kinda
like
hot,
torn
though,
off
so
or
that's
something.
not, it's not like
Jesus.
okay, but
There it is, right there.
okay,
Fuck.
yeah, severed arm. Okay, that's not as
Okay,
for
so
some
it was a
reason, I
stunt
thought she
person. All right,
died.
Still, fucking hell.
Yeah, in a last minute, this is a quote. In a last minute change, she was asked to perform a dangerous and technically complex motorcycle scene in adverse weather. Like,
Ew.
dude, I don't care how much you're paying these people. it's not nearly enough to just be like, oh yeah, real quick, our writer thought of something super tight. And I know it's hailing outside right now, and we're in the desert. But I do need you to do a Travis Pastrami triple backflip off this fucking motocross
Yeah.
bike. And
Would you
we'll
mind,
pay you
I don't know, like,
45 grand.
shredding your arm under your bike at 80 miles an hour? Like, yeah, make it an extra, like, I don't know, give me an extra $2 an hour. I'm like, all right, yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it was
it's-
Deadpool 2.
Oh, is that what it was?
Oh,
Snowwoman,
shit.
yeah, Snowwoman died in an
Oh,
accident on the
fuck.
Deadpool 2 set.
Yeah,
Didn't
I
stop
heard
that
about
movie
that
from
one,
coming
too.
out.
That's fucked up.
yeah.
Maybe this is just me. Maybe I don't respect. Maybe I don't want Marvel movies enough. But I feel like if somebody dies when like a movie's being made, the movie should at least get delayed. I don't know. Like that's maybe
Probably.
I just am not enough of a Marvel fanboy.
I think if the stunt double loses their arm, the main actor or actress should also have to cut off their arm to compensate so
Right.
that they can continue filming normally.
You know,
Like
that just
some
makes
kind of
sense, really. Yeah.
Yakuza honor thing. Like, just has to like,
Yeah.
Exactly.
lose your
Yeah.
arm from the elbow down.
I think like Yakuza or Hollywood should just be run by the Yakuza. I don't know. Shake things up a little
probably
bit because like I
cleaner.
feel like the Italian mob has kind of had their turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a little too much for me. I don't really like that.
I don't know, man.
Give up
It's-
Vegas to the Chinese triads, but they probably already have.
I feel
Oh,
like
100%.
I feel like the Italians have had it too good for too long, just in general. You know?
Yeah, the hoarding the secret of pizza and pasta.
All those secret pizzas. I want the secret pizza. You know? Why do they get to have it all themselves?
Right. I saw something,
was
you know,
think-
like. Oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, do your thing. I
I was gonna say something really retarded. It was like I just saw this thing. You know, like everybody gets so up in arms, like that's not real pizza. That's not real, like that's not real Italian food.
You're telling me we were both gonna talk more about
French
pizza?
fries on the pizza.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers
we're
put
both
French
like,
fries on a
Oh no,
pizza.
he definitely has something important to say. Let him go ahead, and then we're both just gonna talk
I'll
about
say my
pizza.
own thing about pizza. Just wait a minute. Wait. I want to turn about the pizza.
No,
So,
I was gonna
like,
talk
whatever-
about so like the logistics behind pizza rolls. I was thinking about this the other day because I haven't had pizza rolls in forever.
All right.
But I was thinking about the logistics behind them. So obviously, it's got to be like a
Breath.
turkey baster type thing, right? Like, how do they get the
more context? What are you? What?
Yeah.
how do they get the good stuff in the little
Oh,
roll? Like,
get
how
it-
do they
get
get
it
the
in
good
the
stuff?
roll.
in
Okay.
there?
That just is the worst way you could have been like, all right, so you know this thing? It's got to be like a turkey baster type scenario, right? And you're like, what the?
Well, the
So
way
what
I-
they do, they bake these really tiny pizzas, and then they have elves that roll them up.
It's definitely not what they do.
I think that's what they do.
I'm
No,
pretty
it's two
sure
against
that's what
one
they
now.
do.
I don't know. I'm on his side.
No, like when I
They have
envision a
this-
pizza roll being made, I'm like, okay, so they've got like some fucking shitty Pillsbury
Elves.
Doughboy rolls.
Elves,
yeah, some shitty elves are sitting
Yeah.
there
No.
rolling this dough, and then the one like big boss elf walks around and he just has a big like a big syringe full of like and it just says pizza stuff on the side like on a piece of tape. And he just sticks it into each one of these things individually and like squeezes the fucking paddle down and it
Punish.
squirts all the stuff in there.
Good. Continue saying words like squirt and baster. Good.
So
up.
basically pizza rolls are like someone is like coming in your food, but it's not cum, it's pizza stuff.
That works.
Pizza,
I mean, I
pizza
guess it
rolls
could
are
be,
the
like-
snowballing of microwavable foods made with a turkey baster.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There's a
I
cream
wanna
pie
know
joke
where-
in there somewhere too. I'm just
Somewhere.
not quick enough to get to it.
But that would be lowbrow.
Yeah.
We're
We're
above,
above that here. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
That
a
would
professional
not be
podcast.
sophisticated. I'm
Oh.
gonna send this podcast to my mom, so like we gotta
Is she like a pizza roll enthusiast?
I don't know.
Okay.
Why? Who gives a shit?
She wants
She's-
this
I'm just gonna
highbrow discussion about
clockwork-
pizza rolls.
Clockwork Orange her ears open and make her listen to this. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It'll be a me thing. Let me handle it. Stop asking so many questions.
Is there a big divide between people who prefer pizza rolls over bagel bites?
What
the
do
only
they say
person
about
I've ever met,
questions?
the only person I've ever met that has preferred a bagel, no. The only person that's ever eaten a bagel bite is someone that went to the grocery store and said, "Oh, they're out of pizza rolls." That's the only option. I refuse
what?
to believe otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair.
I bought into the marketing in the 90s. I was like,
Oh,
pizza on a
well.
bagel? I gotta fucking try that. That's pizza on a bagel.
It's like a bagel, but in bite form. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
I was like, this is the shit. And then I ate them, and then I'm like, nah, it's not that good.
You're like, wait a
No,
minute.
I've been watching a lot of Shark Tank recently, and they had that one episode a long time ago, like the really famous one, where they had the people came on with pizza cupcakes, and they're just like they're
what?
pizza cupcakes. Yeah, they're like it's
Like
not like
sweets?
a chocolatey thing. No, it's just like
Oh,
it's
okay.
it's pizza but in like a cupcake formation. And I'm like, oh, that's
Wow.
smart. And then I realized I went online to buy some, and for 3 of these fucking things they want $25.
What?
Dude,
And I'm
that's
like,
what we used
I
to
could
do
just-
because we were poor.
Well, yeah, I'm like, I could just buy bagel bites and just put 2 on top of each other, and I basically have the same thing. And I can get 6 boxes of that shit for $10 at Sam's Club.
I was
So you
about to
can't-
say, you can stuff both pizza and cupcake in your face for like way cheaper.
Yeah, for half the price. It's,
Yeah.
it's just absurd.
Let me
That's-
put you
that's
on that
highway
poverty
robbery.
game, and the big pizza doesn't want you to know about this, but you can
Yeah,
actually
small
just
pizza for the cupcake.
right. Well, like
yeah.
they don't want you to know about this life hack, dude. You can just make toast and put pizza
Okay.
sauce and cheese on it, and it's pretty
Okay.
good. So
And it's
like
pretty good, you said?
That's fucked
you,
up.
when you're broke and you don't have money and you have bread and a jar of pasta sauce and like some shredded cheese or some Velveeta, you just throw that on there. It's almost like pizza. And
Okay.
then all of a
just have
sudden
to
you
close
realize
your
like,
eyes and try and stem the tears for a little bit.
It'll be over soon. Just yeah.
I don't know. I enjoy it because like when I eat it, I'm just like, wow, they've lied to me my whole life. I don't need Pizza Hut. I don't need to
play
make
by your
special
rules.
dough. Dough is flour, salt, oil, water. It doesn't matter if you make it into bread or like you can just get a soft bread and it's the same thing.
So when
Yeah, I have
you
a
say
friend.
need Pizza Hut, did your parents like tell you like you had to live off of that?
No,
Is that, like what you're
the television did, corporate America did. I was being we were all being
which
psyoped.
is more of an authority than any parent.
Or-
yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember these really old Domino's commercials called Avoid the Noid, and he was this like fucking weird little thing. Dude, that shit scared the
fucked up.
fuck out of me when I was young. I'm like,
Pizza
what the
marketing
fuck
back
is
in the
this?
day was really kind of aggressive, wasn't it? I'm thinking about
Right.
it now.
So like I always thought if you didn't avoid the Noid, you were dead.
Get fucking noided. Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend has a really big problem with I say
Alcohol.
problem, but maybe it's a good thing. He has a
Heroin.
like an addiction to to these things called papadillas. And if you guys remember the Pizza Hut Pizzone, the $5
do.
like calzone thing, it's like that, but it's from Papa John's. It's called a papadilla.
Okay.
And I talk to him on a pretty regular basis, and every time I talk, he's like, "Oh yeah, just got done eating some papadillas." And I brought it up eventually. I'm like, "What's the like? Are you good?" And he goes, "Yeah, man. They're just like it's like $5 for one. I order like 3. I eat 2 of them. I let one sit overnight. I eat that one in the morning." And I'm like, "All right, fair enough."
He's got a
And,
system. The man's got a system.
I used to fuck with the Pizzones pretty heavy because they were really good. And yeah, you get 2 of those things for $5, and you're stuffed.
It sounds like it's done something to this man's mind though. Like he plans his day
Right.
around these.
Yeah, and it's like a not subconscious, but what's that shit called?
Subliminal.
Yeah, it's like a subliminal thing with him. He like wakes up and he's like, "Oh man, you know what would start this day off right? A Papa John's papadilla."
Papadilla. He's been
Oh,
programmed by the
speaking of
Papa.
This whole episode's gonna be about pizza. So, after Papa John Shatner got fired for being racist, they hired Shaq, right? And Shaq is now on.
What?
Oh yeah, you didn't know
Yeah,
this?
dude,
Shaq is
they
on
have
the
like a
board of
Shack
executives for
pepperoni
Papa
pizza or
John's.
whatever.
Yeah, they have a thing called a Shaq-a-roni, and it's
The
an
Shaq-a-roni,
extra
that's
large.
right. The
Yeah,
fucking-
it's an extra large double pepperoni pizza, and I swear to God, one of the slices legitimately is the size of my leg. Like it's so
That's
fucking huge.
terrifying.
That's
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
cut like Brooklyn style, so you can fold it up 6 times, and it's the regular size of a normal slice of pizza.
I mean, that's probably like a midday snack for Shaq though.
Oh, 100%. That dude takes in like 6,000 calories and doesn't feel.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember I saw him on Hot Ones, and I was like it occurred to me, like it finally, like I realized just how gigantic of a person he is.
Oh yeah, that dude's enormous.
He's just a giant human being. I don't know how else to.
Well, yeah, it's
else to
crazy
put it,
because
you
you
know?
always see him on like basketball stuff, so he's always around like
Yeah,
basketball players or former players, and you're like, oh, he's a little bit taller than they are. It's
he's a
crazy.
big guy.
And then you realize those guys are like 6'6" and like 6'5".
You're like, what the fuck? Yeah,
And then you look
Right.
at him next to
He's
like I don't know
huge.
Hayden Panettiere, and it looks like he could just eat her whole.
that's hot.
A little bit.
Yeah,
A little vor in the morning.
yeah. Start your day off right.
Shaq
Yeah, no,
is the
it's
man, but
terrifying. It's terrifying.
he is gonna forever hold an L for fucking Shaq Fu. That's the worst.
An
combo
L?
for him.
Really? Why? Why no?
Shaq Fu is terrible. What a terrible game.
Is
It was
is
brilliant in
the
concept though.
Yeah, but is the failure of Shaq Fu not offset by the brilliance of Shazam?
You got me there.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a movie that is both.
So you do think it was Shaq and Shazam, right?
Hold on a second. What do
I
you
have
mean?
no. All right, I've lost the thread. What's happening?
So, well, because there's a movie where Shaq is a genie, right? I think
Yeah.
it's Shazam, where he can grant all those wishes.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about the Mandela effect before.
Yeah.
There's a
You
whole
mean the mandala?
Yeah, oh sure. There's a whole
I know, I'm fucking with you.
group of people who think it was Sinbad, the comedian.
No.
In that
it was-
movie.
In
it was
Shazam?
Shaq. Yeah, it was Shaq.
Right, it was Shaq.
Wait,
But
are we
like,
talking
I'm
about
not
like
kidding.
Shazam, like the child that is a grown man,
Just,
like when he
No,
transforms?
not the superhero. No, there was a
Just search,
blaxploitation movie
uh,
made in the 90s called Shazam, where Shaq plays a genie that grants this white kid's wishes. It was awesome.
Yo,
I thought that was Sinbad.
What was-
Yeah, see,
shit.
that. Oh, unless you're
Sinbad.
fucking with me, that's real. I just sent it because there's a whole fucking community of people who swear to God that movie exists.
Wait,
And-
the one with Shaq. Or now I'm
With the one
even
with
more
Sinbad.
bamboozled here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Sinbad
Sinbad,
movie
the-
doesn't exist.
Sinbad the movie doesn't exist.
That's blasphemy.
There's a Sinbad movie where he does something similar, but it's not Shazam.
Shaq, Alaka Shaq. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Shaq's movie is called Kazam, not Shazam.
Oh, Kazam,
Oh,
not
that's
Shazam.
just-
Shazam's
Oh,
a superhero.
shit.
That's
But yeah.
just that's mean. That's
But so there's a
tricky.
whole bunch of people who think it's Shazam with Sinbad.
So
Okay.
what the fuck is Shazam? It's a movie that
The only Shazam I know is the Marvel or the DC movie, like the
Yeah.
comic book
Yeah.
in the 70s. And
Huh.
then I guess there's a new one.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
So like
man.
when you
What do they
started
put in the
talking about
chicken
that,
nuggets,
I
bro?
instantly was like, dude, we got to figure out what universe you're from.
Jesus.
Oh,
Oh,
Good litmus test is the Shazam blaxploitation movie. I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess.
which which black actor do you remember in a genie movie in the 90s?
Yeah, I mean, take your pick. You got Freeman. You got
Clearly
Denzel,
the most reasonable
You got Shaq.
metric.
So, like in the future, in the Chrono War that's coming up, when like the universes start merging and there's like this big time war, that's one of the questions you got to ask to figure out where people are from.
Oh shit. I saw a movie about that once. It was called Shazam.
The Chrono War Shazam movie? That's a new one.
Yeah.
That's badass. Fuck, I want to see that one.
Oh. You know, I was sitting down and getting ready to record this episode, and
Mhm.
I had some Korean fire noodles that our friend Slick here sent me. And I gotta say, my butthole is it's having a conversation with my stomach right now, and things are about to like
And there are slurs happening.
yeah, there's about to be a fist fight down there. I mean,
Dude.
I'm all right.
I was
but
about to
Was
say,
it
if
worth
you
it?
need to-
I am worried about later.
All right, I'll pray for you.
I think it's
Yeah,
worth
I was
it.
about to say if you need to hit the escape hatch real quick.
No, man. It's
No,
built
you
into
should
my
just-
seat. I'm chilling.
Okay. All right.
You should just do it live in your chair on the podcast.
Now that's good radio.
That would be
It's live
hilarious.
radio. That's showbiz, baby.
That's what Rush Limbaugh did for like 15 fucking years, right?
Shit his pants.
Shit
Yeah,
his
he would
pants?
he would just
Like
shit
on
his
radio or
pants.
just in general?
Yeah, I mean out of his mouth, but yeah, that's pretty much what he did for like 30 fucking years.
Dude, I always wanted to do talk radio because of people like Rush Limbaugh. Not that
Shit
it's
yourself
not
on
anything
air.
to do with like, well, yeah, it's just like he just gets on the radio and says whatever he wants, and then gets paid to do that. I think that's the like. Could you imagine if you just got paid to shit post online all day, like whatever you wanted, wherever you wanted?
Yeah, but at some point I feel like it must lose the novelty of it must go away pretty quick, and then you actually have to start like trying, and that's how you get into those situations of like I'm willing to bet if you sat down with Rush Limbaugh and had like a beer with him and some lunch or something, he probably wasn't that bad of a guy. But the
Well, he's in
reputation
hell
that he
right
made
now,
for himself,
but
he's super fucking dead. So I mean, if you did that right now, you'd be a necromancer. But
I was about to say, there's other things at play there.
yeah, but if you were to sit down with that guy, you'd realize like, you know what, maybe this is just, it's an act or whatever. Like, no, he definitely feels that way about a lot of the stuff he said, but because of him being as big and like he's a personality, he has to like exaggerate every ounce of that personality. So
it's that
yeah,
addictive
like,
rage. Just be
Yeah.
outraged at everything, be mad at everything.
mm-hmm.
This
Yeah,
is
talk
so,
radio was like the first example of clickbait, I think, back in the day, right? Like that's how Howard Stern got
you know what?
really
I think
big.
you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much.
Probably right.
They just like look
So
at
this
look
is
at
something
Howard
I
Stern
always. Oh, sorry.
now. Nah, go ahead. I wasn't saying anything consequence anyway.
So I was gonna say in regards to sensationalists like maniacs on social media and stuff like that. Do you think so? This question came into my mind when Alex Jones was going through that divorce and couldn't remember his kids' names because he ate some chili.
That's the fucking greatest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, he couldn't remember the names of his own children in court, and they were like, "Why the fuck can't you remember the names of your children?" And he was like, "I ate some really bad chili," and they're like, "What? What the fuck?"
I love that I'm gonna use that excuse for everything.
he's so I take it back, man. These guys are awesome. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, what I was gonna say is, do you think Alex Jones like believes his own shit? You know what I mean? Like, do you think he thinks it's an act, or
Here's the crazy part about Alex Jones is he's actually right about a disturbing amount of shit. It's just that the reason he's right is so different from what you might expect. Like the whole they're taking aborted fetuses and like using them to transplant it, blah blah blah. He was right about that shit. There were studies
Right.
happening where they were taking aborted fetuses and like putting them into animals to try to make like human animal hybrids, and it was very weird.
isn't that just stem cell research though? Like,
Kind of, but stem cell research was like for like the betterment of mankind, not to see if you could create the creature from splice and fuck it. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm super in.
I was about to say, how
but-
was it
Right.
a detriment to mankind?
Yeah, exactly. So he was right, but yeah, he's just so. I don't know if he believe. I don't even know if he knows what he's saying anymore. I think he probably wants to believe that he is like smarter than everyone else in the room. And
Everybody
for a lot
does,
of stuff,
you know.
yeah, and I mean for a lot of stuff he might be, but when his opinions are so far out there and the shit that he talks about is just on the seventh fucking dimension of reality, how
You're
can
like-
anyone disprove him when like
There's, it's not even.
yeah, you'll just
yeah.
be chasing your fucking tail around all day talking to that guy.
Yeah.
So think about these like Facebook moderators that are like crying themselves to sleep because of the boohoo things they see on Facebook that we used to probably just subject ourselves to because we're dumb.
Yeah.
The Alex Jones does that every day. He stares into the abyss. Like the most like for him if he believes what he really says, he's looking at the most disturbing things he can think of. Globalist control, child sacrifice, all that, genetic experimentation, and no one believes him. But he has like, so it's like a burden in his mind. He's staring into this all day, and all he can do is scream out into the void of people, hoping someone listens. But like
Yeah, but like, so here's the thing. I think weaker men would have stopped or been silenced or been probably killed either by themselves or outside powers by this point. I think the only people that can get to his level, or are allowed, I should say, to kind of get to his level. The government probably only lets him do what he does because he's so crazy. If he
Controlled
wasn't so
opposition.
crazy, yeah, like
Right.
If
they
he
will
was
just
more
wave him off as like, oh,
articulate
he's,
or wore a suit or something, yeah.
yeah, exactly. People are just like, oh no,
The-
he's fucking nuts. Like
Hmm.
he
The
goes on the
reason I
street and interviews
believe-
random people about like no one's gonna believe that fucking guy, even if he's
I believe
right. That's the
what
that's
he-
the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I believe he really believes a lot of what he says. I don't know that he believes everything. I think he's got to play some of it up.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's been doing this, like, he used to pay for time on a, like, public access station in Austin, Texas in the early 90s. You know, I mean, he's been doing this for, like, a long time. He's
Really?
not like some guy
Okay,
who
I
just
didn't
came
know
out
that.
and, like, no, he's been doing this for a really long time. There's, like, the old videos of him confronting, like, politicians in the 90s outside of, like he's pretty real with this. I mean, he knew other noted conspiracy theorists like William Cooper. He knew Bill Hicks. He was friend. Like a lot of people think him and Joe Rogan are just friends from like recent podcast stuff. Like no. They used to hang out like early 2000s.
They went way back.
There's videos of them like hanging out and doing stuff in I think in Texas together. Like he would organize these protests. He did that whole like Bohemian Grove raid in like 99 or something.
Oh yeah, what?
See-
I've heard about that. What is that?
So that was like the first thing he did that got him big is so like Bohemian Grove is where all these world leaders and politicians gather, and it's like a private club in California in like the redwoods, like in a forest, and they have this giant owl statue where they burn an effigy of a child in a ceremony that symbolizes like child sacrifice. He broke in and filmed it while there was like, and he has like on film like all these like heads of banks and world leaders, and he put out this, I can't remember the name of the documentary he put out, and then that was kind of how he got big was that, because before that he was just doing radio
Now,
and
that is
local TV in
not to be
Texas.
confused with the thing you might be thinking of, which is Bohemian Grove, the Enya record. Now that's a totally different thing. That's a banger.
All right, so okay, so it's music.
I made
Maybe
that
they
up.
played that at the sacrifice. I don't know. And I
That's
feel
Bohemian
like
Groove?
so with that like Bohemian Grove,
Bohemian Groove.
yeah, with that like that whole thing that like fucked up gathering they'll have and stuff like that. How much of that like do you think anything happens like outside of that, or do you think that's just rich people cosplaying as like doing something like trans humanitarian, like ascendant, like
Right.
Even
even at like its most innocent, you still have people with too much power congregating in an area, like discussing things that will shape the direction of the world in private, but doing weird shit while they do it. It's almost just too much.
I was about
Here's
to
the
say,
thing, though.
it's like just sounds like a really fucked up networking event. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what it
Right.
is. Because the thing about billionaires is that
Little
they're
gay
also just
orgy.
people.
A little.
Yeah, they're also just people. So at the end of the day, they want a community. And when you're a billionaire, you generally don't really get much love from someone who's not a billionaire. So of course they're gonna hang out with other billionaires. Same thing with actors. Same thing with athletes. Same thing with
Right.
fucking Twitch streamers. Even like these
You
people
seek
form
people of your
communities
same
around.
status. Right.
Yeah,
I get it.
So,
Identity. Yeah. I mean,
like Eyes Wide Shut parties, those date back to like Victorian England, where like the nobility, like people that were like less than 10 steps away from being in line for the throne, would put on masks and go to these parties, and they would fuck kids, they would do drugs, they would do all sorts of crazy fucking shit because like you want to fit in and you want to be a part of a community. And if you step out on the street past midnight, you'll get killed by people because you have more money than they do. So like it's not as bad as it was back then for, being super fucking rich, but it's like they want to show some form of like
good.
just a commune basically, like like they want to have their fellow man or their peers. So it makes sense why it leans towards the weird occult fucking crazy shit. Probably has something to do with how they got there in the first place. I mean, I hold true to the fact that I don't think there's ever been like a billionaire saint. Like it just doesn't exist because you don't get that amount of money without being at least
a heinous,
on some scale, a sociopathic person. And
Yeah.
Right.
those people are usually selfish and arrogant and, you know,
Yeah, you
power
got
hungry,
the
etc.
dark triad, you know, personality traits and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's probably a good explanation as to why that stuff happens.
Yeah.
The fact that they do it so, not publicly, but the fact that they do it so, like, doing it outside is crazy. Like could you imagine having the balls to just assume that, oh yeah, like we've rented out this ranch and it's like,
Nobody's
you know,
gonna
20 acres, no
yeah.
one's gonna figure it out. Like, bro,
Well,
you got to go
there's,
back
like,
to like
the-
the Inquisition. You got to get like no blueprints, underground, fucking half a mile under, torturing people. You got to make
French
sure.
tunnel system type.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the only people that know what's happening down there are the people that you make sure know. That's the type of
Yeah.
shit you got to be doing.
Right. The whole thing too, though, with that like Bohemian Grove and shit, is like there's former presidents there, there's Secret Service there, and Alex
Yeah.
Jones broke in. That's part of the whole. There's a whole divergent, like there's a conspiracy within conspiracy theorists about Alex Jones being a government plant. There has been for decades. And part of it comes from like, how did he not get killed doing that afterward and stuff?
Yeah.
Because just the amount of people like getting in that close proximity of like former U.S.
All those
presidents,
powerful
and-
people. Yeah.
right? But you know, who knows? I think that like what you're saying about like rich people wanting like community and all that, but do they really have to like? There's too much of the like the whole fucking kids thing and stuff. Why do they got to do that? Like, is that
Yeah.
just because you get so rich, there's no vice left for you now? Like, there's nothing else.
I think that's a part of
Yeah,
it for sure.
I feel like part of it is just like hedonism, and I think like this is like just kind of getting off base. I don't know if pedophilia is like a social thing or like a biological predisposition. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's bad either way. Like, no, I don't care what, like, you know, what it's from. It's not great. But
Right.
like, yeah, is it just like people with like dark triad personality traits who are more ruthless are more likely to be pedophiles because they don't have that empathy for children and they don't either register or like care that they're fucking kids up like that, or like, you know, what is that? Yeah.
I've
Yeah, I
always
almost
thought it
feel
was
like it's-
less like not having empathy towards them as more as it is like it's the forbidden fruit type of situation, right? Like
Right,
if
but,
you're
like-
so rich that you can have any woman you want, then obviously you want
It-
the only.
It doesn't have
I
value
say
anymore.
obviously. Exactly. Yeah, there's no value to it, so they don't feel fulfilled when they get like, you know, Kate
Like
Upton
kids
to
aren't
fucking
impressed
slurp
by
on
your
their balls.
money. They don't understand like they don't understand that kind of stuff. So like there's like when it has to be something like that where it's like when you look at these rich like look at Jared Fogle even. Dude, that dude had life fucking made. Subway was giving him like hundreds of millions of dollars just to be like, I ate
Check out those
sandwiches and
jeans,
lost
yeah.
weight.
Do you like sandwiches? Yeah.
Yeah, like that's all that motherfucker had to do for the rest of his life. That and like, what does he do? He's like, oh, he's a despicable human being.
Yeah.
And
Let me
he's not
circle
even
back
like
to the Alex Jones thing really quick because I just came up with
Sure.
a theory and I want to see. I'm gonna take you guys on a road trip here, and there might be some
Alright.
detours, but just
I like
stay
driving.
with me, okay?
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. So you know how in movies like crime dramas, there's always like that one precinct, or there's major corruption at the top of like a precinct, right? Where they're like
Yeah.
the hero of the story finds out all of his his co-workers and his boss, they're all corrupt and they're
They're all in on
bought
it.
out, right? What if that was also the case for the Secret Service? Now hear me out.
could be.
The Secret
Alright.
Service hires a very diverse group of people specifically to try to combat things like this. Like they don't pull just from, this place or that place. They'll do like, I'm going to pull a guy from the CIA. I'm going to pull a guy from Special Forces. I'm going to pull a guy from, the Marines. And usually they're all either retired or they like specifically, are out of their field for one reason or another. What if Alex Jones has dirt on every member of the Secret Service, and he did
It's
this
possible.
prior to his 99 raid of the Bohemian Grove, and he's like, you
Well-
know what? What are they gonna do to me? I got dirt on all of them.
They could.
There was a big
They could just kill him though. Like
in
But
the
if he
mid
kills them, it
2000s,
is,
there was
his-
a big scandal with where the fucking whole bunch of Secret Service members got caught up doing like cocaine and fucking hookers in Colombia while they were
Well,
there.
yeah,
on a
dude. Can you
detail.
imagine? Like
And
that is
it got
probably one
leaked.
of the most prestigious like peacekeeper positions you can have. Like next to like special forces, I feel like Secret Service is like they are the
All-
people that are closest to
So-
those that are in power, so they must be well trained, well informed, well.
All,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
all
Like
I'm gonna say
everything.
is I have multiple personal run-ins with Secret Service, but the one in my face was in China, and those fucking they're assholes. And
Oh yeah, of course.
so I
mean,
was
it's
at
not
the
to be nice to people, you know.
well, this is the fucked up thing is I'm in China. Like they have no authority over me in China. Like I was outside of Xi'an at the fucking the terracotta soldiers. And you know, like I busted my ass to like get there, like to like save up my money and travel and go there, and I like had to find people there to help me get out there and took a bus out there. And I get there and they're like, "Oh, we're closing at noon." I'm like, "What the fuck?" They were closing at noon because Michelle Obama was coming to visit. I'm not fucking making this up. I don't know if I ever told you this story before. So Michelle Obama and her daughters were coming to fucking visit the fucking terracotta soldiers the same day I was there. Because you can look this up. She did some big tour of Asia. That's when I was there. So
fucking shot.
the same fucking day I'm there, I get kicked out. And you could tell exactly who Secret Service was because all of a sudden everybody there is Chinese.
Oh my fucking
And-
god, you're not making this up.
I'm the only one there that's at that time that's not Chinese, and all these dudes come in well, especially because a couple of them were black and they stick out more than I do. So they're wearing blue suits. They were wearing like blue suits at the time, and they started corralling people and kicking them out. And I'm like, they're like pushing Chinese people out of the way. I'm like, holy shit.
It's like, yo, they
We're gonna
live
cause
here,
a
dude.
fucking
Like, come
internet.
on.
And I'm like, what the fuck is this? They were disgusting. And I'm like, you have no authority here. I couldn't believe that it happened. It was ridiculous. I was like flabbergasted, really. Like the Secret Service is literally here kicking Chinese citizens out of their fucking well, I guess it's like a park
own
now.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Michelle Obama can visit alone. And this place is fucking huge. And they're kicking everybody out. They're emptying the entire facility for her to do it. Posting snipers and all kinds of security
Jesus.
detail. And so I'm just like, I talk to my friends. I'm like, I want out. I want to go. I want to get far away from here.
Fuck this.
I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing, okay? And
What?
some food
One
for
thing.
thought, okay? There was another group of people that came to someone else's country and kicked a whole bunch of people out and treated them really poorly. You know who that was?
Sure.
The Nazis.
Yeah.
The Nazis.
I was
What
about
are
to-
the
you could-
Secret Service's initials, boys?
SS.
I'm just saying. I mean,
it's no coincidence, right?
yeah, definitely not.
So yeah, that article that you linked, that's when I was there. Swear to God, on my life.
That's a bummer.
That is incredible.
So all that shit you see in that photo of her, like that shit is all staged. They
Oh, yeah.
fucking cleared that place out. I mean, they were there pushing people, getting them out. There was like Chinese security and police there, but they were also getting people out. But like, it was really fucked up. It was surreal. And I couldn't believe that it happened to me. Like I worked my ass off my whole life. I finally was like having this like potentially once in a lifetime experience, and I have to leave because of Michelle Obama. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, on one hand, I get like needing to lock somewhere down because like high profile public officials are coming through, but also like, oh, excuse me, Jesus Christ, you can't fucking do that to like a tourist attraction, you know, or at least like
Right.
schedule a time and be like, yo, and like Michelle Obama's coming in here in 2 weeks. Can you just like put up a sign in advance and say like parks closed or something? Just so like, I feel like that's less trouble for everybody because then you don't need Secret Service to do crowd control, and
Right.
like nobody has their once in a lifetime vacation interrupted. You know what I mean? Like,
She will
Yeah, so-
I don't know.
forever plague this podcast. That Michelle Obama.
Michelle,
Okay.
So
I need to bring
I
up
wanna-
one very specific thing that is literally breaking fucking news. Okay, so let me.
Okay.
uh-oh.
This is going to take a little bit to set this up. Okay, so going back to Twitch streamers for a second, I don't know if there's no shot either of you are aware of this, but Pokimane, who is like one of the most popular female streamers.
For a second there, I thought you were just saying Pokemon wrong on purpose.
No. Her name is Pokimane, and that's like a
Yeah,
play
okay, I
on
got you.
Pokemon and her first
Yeah.
name, right? But anyway, she had like a big announcement this morning, and everyone thought, "Oh, nice, she's going to OnlyFans finally." No, turns out she's partnering or she's co-founding this talent agency that's under the umbrella of the same company that now owns Evo. After
Oh,
all the shit happened with
shit.
Mr. Wizard, okay?
Oh, okay.
After all
cool,
the shit
cool.
happened with Mr. So Pokimane, I'm not making this up, has a legitimate stake in Evo. Like
Good
she
for
is.
her. God damn.
Check this shit out. She just tweeted this because people like FGC has been blowing up all day, telling her like, "Yo, put Marvel back in fucking Evo top 8 and shit." Look at this. This is her private
check
Twitter
it out.
account.
Yo,
She just
I fucking-
posted hashtag free MVC2, and
Oh,
people
that's
are
tight.
losing their
That's-
fucking minds.
That's legitimately the sickest thing ever.
She is my fucking
so
queen.
tired,
I've been
yeah.
saying it for years. Everyone's made fun of me. I do not care. I will bow at her feet.
Bringing back Strider
She has
Doom
always
loops.
been a very savvy businesswoman.
Oh,
She,
100%.
like,
Yeah.
Oh,
She
yeah.
does not play fucking games. If she plays a lot of video games, but my point being, if she brings Marvel to Evo, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill myself. It's gonna be so sick. Like I'm gonna ritual suicide on some shit.
I know vaguely who she is, but I've never watched her stream or anything like that. But if she has to do commentary with Yipes, that's gonna be the dopest thing I've ever seen.
Oh
in
my
entire life.
fucking God. Oh my fucking God.
I think she
yeah.
should like kill Gutex on stream and like claim PogChamp for herself.
Dude,
Holy
that
shit.
whole
I'm
situation
reeling right
really
now.
really fucks me up with let me bring back Gutex, because I've talked about it a little bit before, and I won't go like too deep, but there was an old forum called SRK, shoryuken.com, and
Okay.
I played a lot of competitive Street Fighter, so I hung out there all the time, so I knew all these people. Do you know who Vampy Bit Me is?
Yes.
Like I knew her vaguely through someone who knew her through there. Like I knew all these people who are like fucking famous as shit now. There was a dude named Hans who like went to work for Twitch before they were Twitch and helped launch it into Twitch. Had casual conversations with Mike Ross and all just all these people who like blew the fuck up.
Yeah.
It's just wild.
No, I used to be
DSP.
super into Street Fighter 5, and it blew my mind that I didn't know for the longest time that Gutex was the PogChamp guy, and I found that out when he came out as like a QAnon truther type guy.
Yeah, like anti-vax, hyper.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
Yeah,
I
he
was
would
like,
be a
wait.
great guest for the podcast, honestly.
That he would
I'm sure
actually.
you could get him to say some weird shit. Absolutely.
He was always like a really forward thinker. So he used to have a podcast in 2007. And it was just like the SoCal Street Fighter podcast. And it was all about Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Because there was a big community of those guys in LA. So he was like always on this, and he was pushing like I had a disagreement with him because I was not into esports. I was like, I don't give a fuck about esports. I just want to play Street Fighter. And he was all like, no, we got to do like more exhibitions and high level tournaments. No, because without going too much into it, like fighting game competitions are always open. Like you don't have to qualify. You don't have to do anything. You just show up and play. Best player there that day wins. There's no circuit. There's no league.
Or
There's
like
no
qualifier. You just show up, you throw down.
You just show up and play. And esports wants to like wall that off. You have to qualify. You have to be sponsored. You have to be.
That's how you find some of the best talent, though. Is just some fucking like random teenager walks in with like a GameCube controller, and like fucking like cleans up in Hearthstone, and you're like, how is he playing with a GameCube controller? Like, what's happening? You know.
You get the best stories that way too. Like a dude saved up his like community in Colombia, saved up all the money so he could fly here and play and beat everybody in Marvel 3
Everybody
or
likes an
whatever.
underdog
Like,
story. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
That stuff is awesome, and that's kind of like what defines a lot of fighting games for me is like just that the best player on any given day. Not necessarily the best player of all time or anything, but the best player will win that tournament that day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
So there is a.
I
Also,
can't believe Pokimane is gonna bring Marvel back to Evo.
dude,
this
that's
is so
kind of the
fucking
tightest
crazy.
thing I've ever heard, actually. Like, because Marvel
This-
2 is the shit. Like, that's.
I'm fucking reeling. Can you imagine Evo 2022? They start doing the fucking game lineup, and it cuts to the couch, and instead of Mr. Wizard's fat ass fucking McRib eating pedophile fucking ass sitting on the couch, it's just Pokimane. And she's
Eating
got
them-
Yipes
also
and
eating a
fucking
McRib.
Mike Ross talking. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose. it.
How. You know what's awesome is like how you know the McRib meme, how far that spread.
Oh yeah,
Because that was
it's
like
absurd.
that was like an inside insult to him on the SRK forums.
Yeah, fuck
Because
that
of
guy.
course he was like the power mod, and people were like, "Oh, you got to pay him off in McRibs," and how much like people would talk shit about him all the time because he was fat too.
Yeah,
All right, but I
there-
I really like McRibs.
I mean, McRibs
Well,
are whatever.
I can't blame
but,
you.
like,
I mean,
Oh,
you
they're
know,
delicious. What?
don't
It's a
fuck
limited
kids.
edition food.
That I mean that. Oh, is that what he got? Like, was that what?
Yeah, he used to actually not even fucking kids. The story of Mr. Wizard is a very strange one. He used to go to like at these like big tournaments and stuff, he would meet up with like younger players and bring them to his hotel room, and he would like convince them to like play him in games. And once that was done, he would like start sexting them afterwards. Like not even this is gonna sound so bad.
He
Not even being like man enough to just abuse them, he would like try to slide into these kids' DMs. Like,
Yeah.
dude, what are you doing? You're 400 fucking pounds. Like, oh, it's
he
so
would,
disgusting, man.
there was an arcade called Southern Hills Golfland, and he would be there, and he would like pay kids in tokens to like take their shirts off and jump in the
Yeah,
fountains
exactly.
and stuff outside.
Yeah,
at the mini
real
yeah.
weird shit.
Oh,
Real
yeah.
weird
But
type
he
shit.
but
yeah.
he always kept it like, you know how it sounds when you say it like that's weird, but you know it's more like he would always play it off like in person from the stories I've heard from other people. It would never be like, it'd always be like, hey, I'll give you 5 tokens to just take your shirt off and jump in the, you know, it was always like a dare kind of thing, and it was never
right.
It was like give it context so it wasn't like
Right.
super weird. Yeah.
it's only like more creepy in hindsight with the other stuff
yeah,
coming out. But so it was creepy, but it was never like, people were always like, how did you not know? How did you not know? It's like, well, it wasn't, it was just like kind of like,
It's one thing if you tell a
less than
kid like,
frat
"Hey, do a
behavior,
kickflip, I'll
like-
give you 10 tokens," or "Hey, do a backflip, I'll give you 10 tokens." Why you got to throw the fucking like take your shirt off part in there? That's the shit
Right.
that like.
well,
Come on,
yeah,
man,
it was
like-
they had like a fountain in like the mini golf thing. So he'd like, it was like daring people to jump in it, you know? so,
Fuck,
like-
fuck that. That dude
Yeah,
is
but anyway,
scum.
it's always weird when this stuff comes to the forefront because I was like privy to so much of it for so long, like in the, like always being on the cusp of like almost being a good player, and then like knowing all these people.
Hey, fucking, I think still, GameStop regional top 8, right? Or national top 8?
Yeah,
something.
I won the first round of that tournament and I almost made top 16.
Yo,
Okay,
good shit.
there you go.
And then I did. That's like my crowning achievement in fighting games. So that was like my. And then I pretty much.
Mine was
dipped
taking
after
a
that.
set off of fucking Golden Sun in Street Fighter V when it came out. Actually, that's
Dude,
not true. I actually
you
beat
fucking
Knuckle Doo in a
bodied
set.
Knuckle Doo. I remember you.
I did body
You
Knuckle
know,
Doo,
you
yeah.
didn't just like beat him. You fucking bodied him.
Yeah.
I was like,
kinda
oh
bodied
shit.
Knuckle Doo.
God damn.
Yeah, that's like, I have that old YouTube video of one of our friends playing against Mike Ross, and he has Mike Ross on. Mike Ross won the first round. Comes the second round, he's perfecting Mike Ross, just fucking destroying him. Mike Ross has a pixel of health left and does a full comeback.
Yeah.
It's the fucking. He's so sick. He's just so good.
You know what's really crazy too is I remember that exact same thing happening to that same friend of ours at a real life tournament against a Blanca. Do you remember that?
I do
The
remember
fucking
that.
Blanca that had Ultra 2, and all we were like everyone was screaming like, just don't jump, just don't,
Don't
jump. And he
jump,
fucking
don't
jumps.
jump.
Yeah, and then Blanca Ultra
That's-
2s and just
that's
kills
the
him from
old-
like 70%.
That's the old rule
That
for like
hurts.
fighting games, to like separate a good player from like a new player, is like if they jump a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if they
A new
jump
player
in.
will
I mean,
jump.
that's like one of the first things you learn when you're like getting like actually like learning the meta for a fighting game is just
Right.
jumping in. You'll get your shit slapped every time.
Right. Almost every character can beat a jump in. It's almost never worth it. But like We're probably getting too high level about fighting games.
No such thing.
Or what we were doing.
Pokemon is gonna bring back Marvel. Everyone's
But
about
I
to
guess
be on the
I guess it's
Marvel
on
train.
topic, like, dude. Because now
you
what's
imagine-
tight is she's super popular, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. She
Like,
is
how-
the most
So-
recognizable female gamer on the planet.
She's about to teach everyone like Strider Doom loops. These kids have no idea.
Can you,
Like-
can you imagine Pokemon starts up stream tomorrow? Hey guys, so I'm here
Activate
with the,
Ouroboros.
so I'm about to try the Iron Man Infinite for the first time. Wish me luck. Thanks for the primes.
Just
and then
crushes it.
sitting there for the next 6 fucking hours trying to do the Iron Man Infinite, listening to the video. Light punch, heavy kick, heavy punch. Oh,
I would
fucking
love
A,
to
man.
play against her and just do the Juggernaut glitch. And do like the fucking Juggernaut BB Hood 100%. Like you just mash
Fucking
super
boot
and
up
it
Champ
kills the
Edition, give her
character.
the Guile handcuffs across the screen, get her crying like that one lady did in the Mortal Kombat 11 tournament. Did you see that, Slick? Have you ever seen that video?
I didn't see that.
Okay, so there was like a big there was like a fuck, was it Mountain Dew? No. So there was like an AT&T like national online tournament for a bunch of different games, like racing games, shooters, fucking Fall Guys, and like all these other arcade games.
Oh, so this
But
was
Mortal
kinda
Kombat
recent.
11, yeah, this was recent.
Okay.
But Mortal Kombat 11 was also in the lineup, and Shiva in Mortal Kombat 11 has a move where if you press down up, I think heavy punch, she does an unblockable and safe jump where she jumps off of your screen. She jumps into the air really high, and then she tracks wherever your character is, and she lands on top of you and slams you for like 15% health. So if you land it
Who
like
the
7
hell
times
thought
or
that
something,
was okay?
well,
Oh my god.
Here's the thing: against any player that knows the matchup or knows what they're doing, it's a total gimmick. Like all you have to do is dash out of the way at the last second, or a lot of characters have moves to beat it. But this poor girl was playing, and the person she was playing against just did this to her like over and over again for 2 rounds in a row. And by the end of it, she's literally in tears, and she's like, "Oh, I thought this was gonna be fun." And everyone
You
in the
never heard of the
comments is
block
like,
button?
The FGC bitch learn. Well, no, it was unblockable. It's literally unblockable.
It's unblockable. There's a video of Justin Wong playing
Yeah, you go learn
Mortal
today.
Kombat Online
it
or
was like
something.
that. Yeah, it was like that.
And it's like
but
a
way
7-year-old
worse.
kid, and he's like, "Hey, I'm 7, go easy on me." And then Justin Wong just destroys him, and he's like, "Welcome to the real world, kid."
He's like,
mercy.
you go learn today.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Dude, the FGC is so ruthless, man. I fucking love it.
Dude, it was bad back in the day. Like, I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
like people trying to like clean up their past and hide stuff, like disavow it, but I have some of that shit saved, like the old arcade trash talk videos from Chinatown Fair in New York and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of gaming, like competitive gaming spaces have been for a while. It was definitely and I don't say this affectionately, like a huge boys club type thing where
Right.
people would just like say and get away with some of the most fucked up shit.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
because
like-
like the culture around that time, like FGC was always very poverty, and that's because like
Right.
it's cheaper to go to an arcade and put 25 cents in and play for as long as you are good, rather than
Yeah.
pay $500 for an Atari console and play Nintendo games at home. So I mean, like when you have that type of people playing those types of games, hip hop was huge at the time.
Yeah.
Action movies were big at the time. Of course, it's going to be a bunch of violent fucking teens who just
Yeah.
want to, push your shit in, call you the N word, fucking all sorts. Like it was, it's just fucking.
Well, yeah,
I would say not even boys club. It was just like hood rats doing hood rat shit. Like that's literally all it was.
fighting games is much more diverse than
Yeah.
other genres
Oh, yeah.
of games.
Yeah, than literally any other genre of games. I would say.
If you were white in fighting games, you were in the minority.
Yeah.
Like you were not the majority there. It was it's mostly
I say that like obviously like it's not great like how hostile that sort of like community is to women for like a lot of reasons, but also on the other hand it does sort of like you guys were saying give it that like kind of DIY, like anyone can walk in off the street and if you're hot shit and can clean up you win, and that's that, like
Yeah.
you don't need to like come from prestige or anything. Like if you can put a
Right.
controller in your hands and clean up, then fucking hell, you know?
Yeah, it was very much like an earn your keep type thing.
Yeah.
As far as it being diverse, it's really funny because like I'm sure Slick and I could go back and forth, and if you just name a race or like an ethnicity of people, we could just tell you what game they play.
Tell me, yeah, you name an ethnicity or a fucking country, and I'll say what fighting game
Mexicans.
they probably played. King of Fighters.
Of course, right?
Yeah.
Koreans.
Tekken.
Of course. Fuck. What else we got?
Turkey.
Turkish.
Turkey
Probably
is
also
Street
Tekken.
Fighter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe
Street Fighter.
Tekken, but I would say
maybe,
Street Fighter.
maybe. Yeah, maybe Street Fighter. Street Fighter is kind of like a coverall because like everyone plays a little bit of Street Fighter.
Street
Black
Fighter is
people
pretty
love
popular
Marvel.
everywhere.
Yeah, black people love Marvel.
Yeah. It depends though, because a lot of ATL, if they're from Atlanta, they might play Tekken.
Oh yeah, that's
I don't know
true.
what
like,
it is.
Like Lil Majin, that dude's fucking goated.
Yep, there's a huge Tekken scene inside of Atlanta. I think it's because Atlanta has a lot of Koreans. I don't know if that's part of it, but yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know
it's
that.
crazy. Yeah. The
Yeah,
crazy
there's
part
like
about fighting games is that because they started in an arcade setting rather than an at-home or like LAN center setting,
Yeah.
it was very much like not just playing the games but also like a social experience, because while you're waiting for your turn on the machine you have to do something, and there was no cell phones, so
Hang
you
out
gotta
with
talk
the
to
other
people,
people,
and
fuck
learn their
around.
names and talk to
Yeah.
them and eventually become friends. You talk shit, you do this, that, and the other,
Or you hate each other. One of the
or
two.
you hate each other's guts and stab each other.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think everybody who spent any amount of time in an arcade has at least one knife or gun story.
Oh,
Like
definitely.
getting pulled. And if it's Street Fighter, it's almost always over throws. People hated throws back in the day. If you threw somebody enough times, they would stab you.
I mean, I
I have
guess
at
that's a
least
good way
two.
to like enforce a rule set.
Right, like I have at least two stories like that where it was just like you know they're just blocking, so you just walk up and throw them, and like, you throw me again, I'm gonna fucking kill you. So you throw them again, like fuck you, and then they pull a knife or something, and it's like,
You're like,
I don't
Jesus
wanna
Christ.
die over this. It was a quarter, bro.
It's like chill, dude.
I think that's another big thing about fighting games is it costs money to play them. You paid per play, and the better you were, the more you played for cheap.
The more you got out of a quarter. Yeah.
So there was always an element of gambling, which specifically spread to Marvel. If you're familiar with the money match, oh my god, the money matches! If they bring that back,
Pokemon's sitting there. She just throws down 5,000 gifted subs for whoever can beat her in a first to 5.
well, like, what if like she like starts like throws up a money match in like Dark Prince versus Clockwork? Do you remember Dark Prince?
I do remember that. I do remember that.
These guys were threatening to kill each other over Marvel, dude, and they were playing like $5,000 and $10,000 money matches and stuff.
Jesus.
You've definitely seen the low tier god, fucking Viscant first to 10, right?
Yes,
With Mike Ross
yes, I
and
love
Aris
that.
commentating.
I fucking love
Dude,
that.
That shit is legendary. That's the
So the
video
f-
anybody, like,
Dude.
no matter what your level of enjoyment is of like fighting games, should watch, because it's so fucking funny.
What's hilarious is when Viscant faces down low tier god at the end, it looks exactly like the Street Fighter Alpha 2 cover where Ryu is looking up at Sagat. It looks exactly like it. It was like, holy shit.
Fucking life imitates art, dude. It's so fucking funny. Oh.
It's always perfect when matchups like that come together and you're like, holy shit, this is like the Clash of the Titans. This is
Yeah.
nuts.
Oh my
It's-
god,
it's
dude. I'm gonna just link that picture because that is the greatest thing I've ever seen. That's gonna be the thumbnail for this video.
Yeah. You got the Bae face in the background.
Like the shot.
like,
that's
They didn't even
beautiful.
have to. That looks exactly like the real cover.
Yeah, it's
Like
so
that was
funny.
not. They didn't edit like those heads there. That's the exact position they were in, like in there, and then. Well, that's Akuma on that cover, but I thought it was Sagat.
I thought it was
whatever,
Sagat
maybe
too
I-
for some reason.
Maybe I'm in the wrong universe again.
I'm not like a fighting game OG like you guys sound like. I recently like got into fighting games. Like I picked it up at Street Fighter 5. So like I have friends who are like really deep into the FGC community, but like I'm not old blood like anyone else. And it always fucked with me so hard that Akuma wasn't from Street Fighter, and he's like the one crossover character in SFV, and I always think he's from Street Fighter.
He's
and not
from Street Fighter.
Tekken, right?
No, he's from
Kuma,
Street
you mean?
Fighter.
Or
You're the one in Tekken, right?
wait, is he from Tekken or Street Fighter?
He's
He's
from Street
from
Fighter.
Street
He was
Fighter.
the first guest character in Tekken 7, I think.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I have no fucking clue what's going on then, because I had friends tell me he was from Street Fighter, and he was from
Yeah,
Tekken,
so-
and now I've confused myself. Damn.
Yeah, so he's from Street Fighter. He was like a hidden boss, and
that's
he's
cool.
in Tekken. So here's I'll give you some stupid backstory. There was a game called Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and Bandai and Capcom signed a deal, and they were each going to make a crossover game. So there was going to be a Tekken Cross Street Fighter in 3D, and then a Tekken Street Fighter Cross Tekken in 2D. Street Fighter Cross Tekken did come out in like 2011, and it's not a great game.
Stank. That shit stunk.
It has some interesting stuff, but they like made like there's like a gem system where you get like these you can pop abilities, and they were all DLC, so not like it was really bad. That was really terrible.
No.
Yeah,
No.
terrible. So they ruined the game because of that. And so then Bandai like they just scrapped it, so they weren't making it anymore. But they had the Akuma stuff done, so they put him in Tekken.
Oh,
So that's
so
why
yeah,
he's a
fuck it,
guest
we got him
character.
anyway.
Yeah, and apparently Fireball's wreck shit because I heard he was really good.
He's still really good. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
And I hate it because my best character in Street Fighter V is Karen, and I can't fucking stand her. So like,
What do you mean, bro? That laugh when she does her super?
yeah,
Come on,
I
homie.
can't fucking stand it. Drives me crazy, and she's my best character, and I hate it.
She's so tight. She's like the original white Instagram girl.
Right.
Oh yeah, like, and she just has vicious frame traps, and I love the way you can set people up on her. If I could mute her and just turn her into like a gray wireframe model, I would. Just like I just give me the move set. I cannot stand the character. She drives me crazy.
That's how I feel about most women. I wish I could just mute them. That was a
I
joke.
remember, oh my god,
Kind
at
of.
work, I said this in front of one of the co-founders of the company, and thank God he's like a wicked fucking cool guy. Like, and so we were all in a meeting and stuff like that, and my manager, he's wicked fucking cool. He's like 1 year older than me. He's 26, I'm 25, so it's kind of a funny dynamic because like obviously he's my manager, so like, you know, I follow his lead, but he's also just wicked fucking cool, and so like I'm used to talking to him like as an equal, and so we're sort of in like a strategy meeting with like one of the co-founders of the company who's this really intense guy. And I remember I was sitting there and we're all in a call and like had our cameras on, and I was sort of like chatting, and this like one of the co-founders goes, "All right, so any thoughts, guys?" And I'm sitting there and I go without thinking, I'm like, I probably don't hang out with enough women. and his name is Rickard, one of the co-founders. He just sort of like stared at his screen, and I was like, God, he's like I said, he's a wicked cool guy. He thought it was fucking hilarious because he realized like I legitimately just blurted that out because I was like just like so like I had my guard down, and I totally like forgot we were in a work meeting, and he was like, "Yeah, so many thoughts?" I was like, "I don't hang out with enough women." And I was like, oh my god, I cannot believe that just came out of my mouth like in front of one of the co-founders. Oh my god. Like I said, he thought it was hilarious. He was like a really, you know, he's not the kind of guy where he's gonna have my head over that, but he was like, what? Like it was just so like not the tone. It was like not what the room was even a little bit. And it was also this is just totally non sequitur. This is just me like shit talking at this point. So you guys know Blue Apron, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Their CISO is a fucking dickhead. Blue Apron CISO is a fucking asshole, and I stand him. This is probably gonna publish online. Whatever.
What is a CISO?
Chief Information Security Officer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, and like
I figured it was some kind of C-suite person, but I didn't know exactly.
Yeah, chief instrument. Yeah, he head of security, pretty much. And like, there's like a difference between like being kind of like curt or like abrupt in like a business interaction, or like, you know, not exchanging formalities or whatever. But he literally would like, short of actually swearing at us, he would be like, "This is unacceptable. Like, do you guys really like get out of bed and do this every day? Like, are you trying to sell me a product right now?" And every oh my god, I was like boiling every fucking time he would like, something wouldn't work and he'd talk shit, like not even like about us, like at us to our faces in a call. He like would just insult our intelligence, and every fucking time it was something he was doing, and I was like ready to rip his and my head off in like a simultaneous murder suicide.
You know what's funny is
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Alex Jones Bohemian Grove footage right now. I see that guy right there.
Good.
He's
Yeah,
right in the middle.
That makes
He's
sense.
right there.
That makes sense.
I
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, sometimes I deal with entitled pricks like that. I'm lucky in that I deal only with internal people within like a IT organization. So like, I don't have to deal with Well, I have to do some vendor shit now, but most of it is when I had encountered people like that in the past. It's usually like that behavior is a cover for their own insecurity.
Oh yeah,
because they don't
they're all
actually know
swagger.
half the shit they
Yeah.
There